Chapter 1. Global catastrophe intensifies after nuclear waste is discharged into the ocean. Level 1 alert. The ancient beast Tungsha, long dormant beneath the earth, has broken free. All members of the highest action group of Huaxia are mobilized, vowing to defend Huaxia at all costs. April 1st, 2044. The peak guardians of Huaxia have fallen, and the nation mourns, honoring the souls of the deceased. April 2nd, 2044. This war that drained the beliefs of 1.4 billion people ultimately ended in failure. April 3rd, 2044. Though the guardians have died, our magnificent Huaxia will never surrender. Kill, kill, kill. On April 4th, 2044, humanity's last refuge, Huaxia, fell. Humanity faces extinction. To live as a Huaxia person, to die as a Huaxia soul. Kill. Feng suddenly woke up, shouting loudly, instinctively reaching for the tang knife at his waist, only to find it empty. The sound of news broadcasting reached his ears. Since the Japanese discharged nuclear waste into the ocean, the marine ecology has suffered severe damage. The global temperature is rising rapidly, and haze is increasingly worsening worldwide, with developed countries like Eagle Nation and Tiger Nation also experiencing haze. Yesterday, extensive haze weather appeared in many areas of Bear Nation, lasting until noon and severely affecting the lives of the people. This has caused public panic. In Elephant Nation, areas covered by haze have resulted in hundreds of human deaths due to excessive inhalation of haze. Brother Feng, you're awake? We can't play ball again today. This damn haze is worse. At this rate, who knows what consequences will follow? Damn. In the dormitory, the chubby roommate complained while playing a game. Next, the haze will cause corpses buried underground to undergo mutation, becoming toxic corpses. They are exceptionally fierce and bloodthirsty. More importantly, they carry the ancient virus TNN1, which spreads rapidly and destroys the human immune system upon entering the body, leading to massive casualties. For months later, strong earthquakes will occur worldwide. Large-scale movements of land plates will happen. 16 months later, ancient ferocious beasts will emerge in large numbers from the ground, destroying countless cities. The war between humans and beasts will commence. Ultimately, humanity will fail. Feng instinctively responded, Brother Feng, your imagination is quite rich, but the Japanese really deserve to die. If it weren't for them discharging nuclear waste into the ocean, the global climate wouldn't be in such a state, and this haze has reportedly affected many people's health. The chubby roommate paused for a moment and spoke. Old Wang. Feng scanned a familiar face and suddenly trembled. Is this my alma mater, Huaxia University of Science and Technology? He quickly glanced at the time. Is it 2040? Have I been reborn? Feng, in my previous life, abandoned literature for martial arts, quickly unlocked my gene lock, became an S-level awakener, fought on the front lines, achieved numerous military merits, and rapidly rose to become the captain of the Tsanglong Special Forces, standing proudly at the peak of the world. Memories of his past life flooded Feng's mind. One man with one knife guarding the national gate, stepping on the corpses of fierce beasts. Ultimately, I could not withstand the ancient beast Tungsha. I died from exhaustion. He never expected that heaven would give him another chance to start over. In this life, I must defend Huaxia and protect the people, never retreating. Wait, is today December 21st? Mysterious haze events have begun to appear around the world, and toxic corpses are starting to emerge. A mysterious haze event has also erupted within Huaxia, with a toxic corpse appearing, leading to near-total casualties in a small squad of the military's Wolf-Tooth Special Forces. More importantly, my Wanjun. Feng looked at the screensaver photo of Su Wanjun. Smooth, fair skin, pink lips and white teeth, smiling sweetly, with delicate features and a slim waist, her skin glowing in the sunlight, exuding the unique charm of a female soldier. Swish. He suddenly stood up, his expression serious as he grabbed his roommate's car keys and dashed out. Old Wang, I'm taking your car. I have urgent business. Su Wanjun, his girlfriend, is also the captain of the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces. In his previous life, she was targeted by that damn toxic corpse. Not wanting to be humiliated, she detonated a high-explosive grenade on the spot and died. I must prevent all this from happening. Feng slammed the accelerator down, the sensation of speed hitting him as he forced himself to remain calm, beginning to analyze and calculate. The mysterious haze event occurred at 10:30 a.m. near Tawa village, which is over 100 kilometers from the school. It's now 10 a.m. There are 40 minutes left. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the engine suddenly erupted, attracting the attention of passers-by. Is this a domestic SUV? It's accelerating so fast. Is it 0 to 100 in 6 seconds? The university where Feng studied is in the suburbs, with wide roads and few people, so there was no traffic jam. All the way, he ran through dozens of red lights, leaving behind hundreds of joint venture and imported cars, quickly attracting the attention of the police who began chasing him. With sirens blaring .160, 170, the speed continued to rise, and he felt as if he were risking his life. The lives of the soldiers are more important. Faster, even faster. Feng drove a domestic SUV through the city, embodying the feeling of speed and passion. This special forces team is pursuing an international drug dealer in the Silver Triangle. In my previous life, they fought bloodily against the toxic corpses to protect the villagers of Tawa village, suffering heavy casualties. They are national heroes, silently contributing, secretly guarding our safety. In this life, how can I let them perish? An Wanjun, she is the backbone of the nation, achieving numerous military merits, hailed as the legendary soldier of the century. Her name is gentle, but her combat power is astonishing, repeatedly turning danger into safety on small-scale battlefields. She is referred to by the military of various countries as the goddess of war from the east. She's also my beloved, Feng. Wanjun, I cannot lose you. I cannot lose you. Boom. Thinking of this, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, the speed breaking through 200 km/h. Arrived. When Feng reached the vicinity of Tawa village, the scene before him changed his expression. The area was shrouded in thick haze for miles, visibility reduced to 3 meters. They've gone in. Feng's expression turned grave. At the same time, within the thick haze, a group of soldiers clad in dark green combat uniforms was moving through. Captain, this is my last mission. After this, I can go home and hold my newborn daughter. She's already 3 months old, and I haven't held her once. A special forces soldier beside Su Wanjun, Zhou Wu, grinned and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring you back safely, so you can hold your daughter." Su Wanjun scanned the surroundings warily while responding. This time the target is the drug lord from the Silver Triangle, and his bodyguards are all international mercenaries, so don't be careless. Help! There's a monster. At that moment, a faint cry for help came from not far away. Others continue pursuing the drug dealer. "Old Joe, come with me to save the person. Quick!" Upon hearing this, Su Wanjuan's face changed, and she immediately moved toward the source of the sound with Zhou Wu. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, a white shadow hidden in the haze revealed its blood-red eyes, fixating on Su Wanjuan's jade back, her slender waist swaying like a willow branch, and her curvy hips, its eyes filled with intense desire. And then, Chapter 2. Save our Huaxia soldiers. Just as the white shadow was about to pounce on Su Wanjun, Didi suddenly, the sound of a car horn echoed through the haze. It was Feng. Hearing someone calling for help, he pressed the horn without hesitation and drove into the haze, simultaneously adjusting the sensitivity of the brakes to the maximum. He did this to prevent hitting any living person. Who was driving? Su Wanjun and Zhou Wu turned their heads sharply to look behind them. That moment, the white figure had already disappeared deep into the haze, leaving no trace. This damned haze weather will inevitably lead to a surge in global traffic accidents and signal interference. It severely affects human production and life. It must be addressed, Zhou Wu said. First, save people the rest. We'll talk about it after this mission. Su Wanjun retracted her gaze and continued on her way. Soon, they saw an old man who had fallen to the ground. Upon seeing Su Wanjun and Zhou Wu, the old man immediately shouted in terror. "Help! There's a monster!" "Monster?" Su Wanjun frowned slightly, feeling that something was off. She quickly rushed to the old man and helped him up, saying, "Don't worry. I'm a soldier. I will safely take you away." Seeing Su Wanjun in her military uniform and hearing her steady and powerful voice, the old man trembled with relief and excitedly said, "The country has come to save me. I believe in the country. I believe in you. Let's go. Su Wanjun dared not linger and immediately took the old man away to AT that moment. A white figure suddenly sprang out of the haze and lunged at Su Wanjun with incredible speed. Who? Zhou Wu, who was on guard, spotted the figure and shouted without pulling the trigger. Right away, he thought it was a person. Not good. Why is it so fast? Captain, be careful. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. He could only throw himself in front of Su Wanjun with all his strength. Thud! In the next moment, his arms were pierced through at the shoulder blades. By two hands. You. At that moment, Zhou Wu clearly saw the figure's appearance. Its face was extremely rotted, with disgusting worms crawling inside the skull, and it reeked of strong decay. Monster! He exclaimed in horror. Roar! The toxic corpse intended to disable Su Wanjun's arms for easier subsequent violent acts. But unexpectedly, it was blocked by the man in front of her. It immediately roared in anger, opened its gaping mouth, and the rotten flesh on its face was torn apart, reaching down to the ears. Then, it bit towards Zhou Wu's neck. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Roar! Hit in the forehead, the toxic corpse let out a painful roar but did not die or retreat. Instead, it withdrew its hands, avoiding the gunfire, and bit towards Zhou Wu from another angle. Not dead. Su Wanjun's expression changed, but there was no angle to shoot at the toxic corpse. Seeing Zhou Wu about to be bitten to death. Boom! However, in the next moment, an SUV suddenly sprang out from the side, sharply changing direction and accelerating, crashing hard into the toxic corpse. Thud! Roar! The toxic corpse was knocked away, letting out an even more chilling scream. Seeing this scene, Su Wanjun was taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhou Wu to be saved like this. She quickly checked Zhou Wu's injuries, anxiously asking, Old Zhou, are you crazy? Why did you use your body to block the attack for me? Zhou Wu forced a smile through the pain and said, Captain, you being alive is more useful than me. You. Su Wanjun paused in her actions. At the same time, Feng shook his slightly dizzy head, quickly rolled down the car window, and shouted, Wanjun, what are you waiting for? Chase, its weak point is at the back of the head. Kill it. I'll take care of these two. Feng, is that you? Seeing her boyfriend suddenly appear, Su Wanjun was momentarily stunned. Quick, Chase. Feng shouted again. Whoosh. Su Wanjun snapped back to reality and chased after it, disappearing into the thick haze in an instant. However, she did not find the toxic corpse. When Su Wanjun returned, she saw Zhou Wu and the old man being helped into the car. Wildcat. Wildcat. Unidentified creature sighted, humanoid, suspected zombie, highly aggressive, weak point at the back of the head. Su Wanjun immediately pressed her earpiece, preparing to give the attack order. Get them out of the haze area. Feng suddenly interrupted. Su Wanjun frowned and was about to speak when Feng interrupted her again. If the toxic corpse fights desperately, the soldiers will suffer heavy casualties. I trust my soldiers. Su Wanjun retorted. You're betting the lives of the soldiers. And Feng looked at his girlfriend's heroic demeanor, knowing her character, and immediately changed his tone, saying, if the toxic corpse doesn't fight desperately, it might hide underground or leave the haze area. Don't forget, Taohua village is nearby. There are over 1,000 lives in there. They're just ordinary civilians. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjun fell silent. Captain, don't forget about the drug dealers. Their combat ability is also not to be underestimated. We should retreat. Zhou Wu, enduring the pain, also spoke up. Su Wanjun no longer hesitated and immediately gave the order. Wildcat, immediately lead the brothers to retreat. Buzz. Then Su Wanjun got into the car, and Feng drove the three away. In the car, Old Zhou, you must hold on and not fall asleep. Feng suddenly said, just a small injury. Zhou Wu casually shook his head, feeling a bit dizzy. No, the one who attacked you was the toxic corpse. The toxic corpse carries the TNN1 virus, which will rapidly destroy your immune system and attack your nervous system. Are you feeling dizzy now? Feng directly asked. Yes. Zhou Wu frowned. Su Wanjun's pretty face also tightened, and she looked at Zhou Wu with worry. Next, your body will become extremely weak, your complexion pale, and you'll feel weak all over. Then you will become stiff, and your heart rate will drop sharply. And finally, you may die, Feng said. Upon hearing that Zhou Wu was in danger, Su Wanjun immediately asked, Yin Feng, how do you know this in such detail? Also, how did you know we were here? You. I'll explain to you later. Right now, save old Zhou first. Yin Feng had no time to explain. Su Wanjun suppressed her doubts and asked, how do we save him? Shouldn't we take him to the hospital? No. The TNN1 virus spreads extremely quickly. If we take him to the hospital, it will rapidly spread and endanger the lives of ordinary civilians. Yin Feng shook his head and said, moreover, the hospital does not have the corresponding medication to treat old Zhou. What should we do? Su Wanjun's pretty face suddenly turned anxious. Chapter 3, Desperate Moment. Blood Battle with a Poison Corpse. Poison Corpse. Yin Feng quickly drove the car out of the area shrouded in mysterious haze, then sharply spun the car around, coming to a stop while coldly staring at the mysterious haze, saying, kill it. Then we'll have the raw materials to solve the virus. Whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, several special forces soldiers emerged from the mysterious haze area. Wanjun, now do 3 things. Seeing this, Yin Feng issued orders without hesitation. First, immediately notify the military hospital to treat Zhou Wu and implement the highest level of isolation measures throughout. This virus can cause organ failure. Make sure they prolong Zhou Wu's life as much as possible. At least ensure Zhou Wu can live for 3 days. Second, contact your superior and immediately seal off this area. No personnel are allowed to approach. Third, take your soldiers and set up a firepower net around the perimeter. Do not let that poison corpse escape. What about you? Upon hearing this, Su Wanjun asked, me? I'm going in to catch that poison corpse. Yin Feng said, it is the raw material for treating old Zhou, and it is the source of infection. It absolutely cannot survive. Otherwise, it will lead to the spread of the virus. The consequences are unimaginable. I'll go with you, Su Wanjun said. Yin Feng was about to refuse, but then saw the determined look in Su Wanjun's eyes, paused, and said, it's very dangerous. Do you think I'm afraid? Su Wanjun retorted, then gave orders to the special forces like Mountain Cat. Then, the two walked into the mysterious haze together. It was a male corpse, probably a lecher in life, currently devoid of consciousness but still retaining its lecherous nature. Be careful, it might attack you again. Yin Feng took a military dagger, casually played with it in his hand with exceptional skill, and reminded, you're too pretty. It can't help itself. At this moment, Su Wanjun was dressed in military uniform. Her female soldier temperament was undeniable. Her figure was graceful and tall, with a firm chest, a slim waist like a willow, a full and soft backside that seemed ready to burst out her clothes. Looking down, her long, straight, rounded legs were taut and powerful, exuding endless temptation. Definitely a top goddess. Is that so? Hearing this, Su Wanjun glanced at Yin Feng and then asked, just now it ambushed me. Was it due to its lecherous nature? Exactly. Yin Feng nodded. Just then, a scream came from the depths of the mysterious haze. It must be that drug dealer S group. Go! Su Wanjun rushed forward, but Yin Feng couldn't keep up. After all, Yin Feng hadn't unlocked his genetic lock yet. He was just an ordinary college student with a poor physique. Seeing this, Su Wanjun didn't dare to rush too fast, fearing Yin Feng would be left behind. When they arrived at the source of the sound, there was only a corpse with its heart gouged out. It was a mercenary beside the drug dealer. Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes narrowed, her pretty face serious. The poison corpse is using these people as flesh and blood to heal its injuries. Yin Feng immediately stated the poison corpse's purpose, then frowned and said, things are worse than imagined. Be careful. Not far away, screams and gunfire erupted again. Whoosh, without any nonsense. Yin Feng and Su Wanjun rushed up. At the same time, at the location where the gunfire was coming from. What kind of monster is this? Kill it. Shoot it. The drug dealer's face was filled with terror, and the only 2 remaining mercenaries beside him were no longer fierce. This bizarre monster was the first they had encountered. Not only could it hide well in a haze, but it also seemed to have no weaknesses, completely unafraid of bullets. How can we kill it? Retreat. Get out of this hellhole. Oh my God. I'd rather be caught by the Chinese military than die in the mouth of this Eastern monster. It's too terrifying. They immediately turned and ran without hesitation. As for the employer beside them, who cares about him? Don't leave me behind. Do you still want US dollars? I'll give you 2 million. Don't leave me. No, 5 million. Please. After being abandoned, the drug dealer's face changed dramatically, scrambling to catch up while shouting for help. Unfortunately, the two mercenaries completely ignored him and continued to flee. Whoosh! Just as the two mercenaries were about to disappear from sight, suddenly a sound of flesh-piercing resonated. One mercenary suddenly trembled, maintaining his forward stance, and stopped moving. His heart had been pierced by the poison corpse's arm. Ah, a ghost! An Eastern ghost! Rat-a-tat-tat. The other mercenary frantically pulled the trigger, pouring dozens of bullets into the poison corpse in an instant. Roar! The poison corpse was unafraid of bullets. Lunging at the mercenary, its sharp and long claws slashing across the mercenary's neck. Then, whoosh! The screams and the sound of bullets abruptly ceased. Help! Help me! Witnessing the last two mercenaries being killed, the drug dealer was completely terrified, stumbling in the opposite direction to escape. Then he saw Yin Feng and Su Wanjun. Chinese soldiers. Save me. I could tell you all the drug trafficking channels I know. I want to dare to deal drugs again. Please save me. He seemed to grasp at a lifeline, desperately pleading for help. Roar! Upon seeing Yin Feng and Su Wanjun, the poison corpse's blood-red eyes suddenly revealed a fierce expression, baring its teeth, remnants of flesh stuck between them. Its entire teeth were blood-red, extremely horrifying. Kill! Su Wanjun leaped out like a nimble cheetah. Yin Feng did not rashly intervene, but stood quietly aside, completely ignoring the drug dealer, who was pleading for mercy. Keeping a close eye on the battlefield, gripping the military dagger tightly, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the poison corpse at any moment. As for the drug dealer, he took the opportunity to run away, not daring to stop. Bang! Bang! In an instant, after exchanging dozens of moves, Su Wanjun proved to be a military legend, her combat power astonishing. Facing the poison corpse alone, she was surprisingly not at a disadvantage. However, she also had not found an opportunity to hit its back of the head. Whoosh! At a certain moment, the poison corpse suddenly left the battlefield, hiding in the mysterious haze. Su Wanjun, not wanting to let Yin Feng be left alone, did not pursue. Whoosh! Suddenly, the poison corpse appeared eerily behind Yin Feng, revealing its blood-red eyes, its hands reaching out, sharp claws slashing towards Yin Feng's neck. Ding! Although Yin Feng's strength was lacking, his keen perception honed on the battlefield in his past life was still intact. He immediately swung the military dagger in his hand, blocking the attack. The poison corpse's claws and the military dagger collided, producing a piercing friction sound that made one's heart race. I expected you would come for me. Wanjun, kill it! Yin Feng shouted loudly. Whoosh! Su Wanjun charged in again, entangling with it. This time she would leave no stone unturned to capture it. It must not escape again. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. At a certain moment, unable to take down the poison corpse, a fierce glint flashed in Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes, and then she deliberately showed a flaw. Roar! The poison corpse let out a roar, its sharp claws fiercely slashing towards Su Wanjun's body. Rip! Su Wanjun's clothes were torn apart. Chapter 4. Wanjun is injured. Everyone is isolated. Puff. Su Wanjun's delicate and smooth skin was instantly cut, blood staining her combat uniform. She was injured. An opportunity. However, Su Wanjun didn't care about her injury at all. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she immediately reached out to lock the wrist of the poisoned corpse, then effortlessly brought it down to the ground, pinning its arms, and shouted, Yin Feng, make your move. Puff. Yin Feng immediately understood and pounced forward, gripping a military dagger tightly, and stabbed it fiercely into the back of the poisoned corpse's head. Roar! With a mournful howl, the poisoned corpse struggled not at all and died on the spot. Yin Feng quickly glanced at Su Wanjun's injured arm, nervously asking, Wanjun, are you okay? Why take such a risk? There's a high chance of death after being infected by the TNN-1 virus. Because Su Wanjun smiled lightly, gazing at Yin Feng, and said, I believe in you. looking into Su Wan Jun's trusting eyes. Yin Feng couldn't help but recall the trusting eyes of countless Chinese people in his past life. His heart trembled, and suddenly a surge of ambition arose. I will never let you down. With that thought, he quickly dragged the poisoned corpse away from the heavy smog. Captain, are you okay? Captain, how are you? Captain, we've caught the drug dealer. Seeing the black blood appearing at the wound on Su Wanjun's arm, the group of Songlong Special Forces soldiers expressed their concern. Don't worry. With me here, she will be fine. Yin Feng replied. You? Upon hearing this, the Songlong Special Forces soldiers turned their gazes to Yin Feng, their eyes filled with doubt. Just then, Su Wanjun took the initiative to hold Yin Feng's hand. The Songlong Special Forces soldiers' eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Su Wanjun and then at Yin Feng, and then said, "The captain likes pretty boys? The captain really likes handsome young men. The captain has a boyfriend. I'm going to be heartbroken." Hearing their increasingly absurd comments, Su Wanjun's face turned stern, glaring at them and said, "He is the one who killed this poisoned corpse." Upon hearing this, the Songlong Special Forces soldiers' gazes towards Yin Feng changed instantly, losing some contempt and gaining more respect. In the military, the strong are always respected. Old Zhou's life was also saved by him. Isu ven yun spokeken. Salute. Swish. The group of Songlong Special Forces soldiers saluted Yin Feng in unison, gratefully saying, "Thank you." Swish. Unexpectedly, Yin Feng suddenly stood straight like a javelin and returned a very standard military salute. It immediately caught people's attention. You are the iron wall of the nation. You are the strong guarantee of peace. Without you, how can we Hua Xiasun stand tall? Therefore, you cannot have any accidents. Saving old Zhou is what I should do. No need for your thanks. Looking at these honorable Chinese soldiers, Yin Feng felt a surge of respect and then gave the order, "Now, continue to guard the surrounding area of the smog, and no one is allowed to come within 100 meters of the mysterious smog. Wait for reinforcements to arrive. During this time, do not contact anyone from the outside, because you may be carrying the TNN-1 virus." Yes, the Songlong Special Forces soldiers instinctively responded in unison. Go. Yin Feng waved his hand and then strode back to the vehicle. Wait, why should I listen to his orders? A tall and mighty soldier suddenly paused, feeling something was off, and then asked his comrade beside him. Immediately, the soldiers preparing to execute the order all hesitated. Yeah, why should they listen to a college student's orders? Lynx, you talk too much. Just listen to him. If you don't want the civilians to be infected by the mysterious virus. Su Wanjun said. Yes. Lynx immediately responded loudly. Wait a minute. At this moment, Yin Feng came down from the vehicle, holding a stack of medical masks. Distribute these. You must take good precautions. Yes. Lynx took the masks, instinctively obeying Yin Feng's orders, and turned to distribute the masks. Yin Feng didn't even look. He trusted the soldier's execution ability, turned around, and got back into the vehicle, then looked at Zhou Wu and the old man wearing masks and asked, "Why didn't you go out for some fresh air?" Afraid of infecting those comrades. Zhou Wu replied calmly. As the dizziness in his head intensified, he realized that things were probably as Yin Feng said. How could he dare to be careless? The old man also nodded seriously and said, "I listen to the country." Upon hearing this, Yin Feng fell silent for a moment, then said no more. While waiting for the military reinforcements and medical personnel to arrive, he pulled out a piece of paper and quickly wrote down 8 precautions. 16 medical standards, 32. Buzz. Buzz. Soon, the sound of high-speed rotating propellers and the roar of engines echoed. Helicopter. Armored vehicle. I'm going out for a bit. Co-pilot Su Wanjun opened the car door and was about to get out. Take this. Yin Feng handed the white paper to Su Wanjun, saying, Also, I want to see old Hua. He thought of Hua Zhonghua, the angel in white who still insisted on going to the operating table every day at an advanced age. Old Hua. Su Wanjun was taken aback. Hua Zhonghua, honorary president of the Kyoto Concord Hospital. Yin Feng's expression became serious, his face filled with admiration as he said, Old Hua is true to his country, not greedy for fame or profit, selfless, with unyielding integrity. This. Su Wanjun frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation and difficulty flashing in her eyes. Wanjun, you must have a way. Yun Feng stared intently at Su Wanjun and said, this virus is highly contagious and has an extremely high mortality rate. If delayed, it may endanger the lives of the entire nation. So, I must see him. I'll take care of it. Finally, Isu Ven Yun nodded firmly, choosing to trust Yun Feng again, and then turned to leave. Watching his girlfriend's familiar silhouette, whether it was the unique aura of a female soldier or her alluring curves, it was extremely captivating. Even with Yun Feng's temperament, his heart raced inexplicably at this moment. He took a deep breath and said, no wonder. Chapter 5, I want to meet the elder. No wonder the poison corpse kept staring at Wanjun. Immediately, Yun Feng withdrew his gaze. In this life, Wanjun is still alive. That's great. In this life, you and I will never be separated again. He believed in Wanjun's ability to get things done. And she had always been someone who kept her promises. She would never commit to something she couldn't achieve. He knew her better than anyone. Finding a bottle of hand sanitizer from the handrail box, he washed his hands and then took out a notebook, beginning to write vigorously. The development of the special medicine requires cell culture of laboratory mice. The experimental phase of the special medicine, preclinical research, and clinical research. Although I'm not a medical worker and cannot participate, I'm a reborn person who knows the future, and I'm clear about these steps. It must be planned and coordinated by the country to control the virus's spread as quickly as possible and minimize the harm. This is an opportunity. I must gain the trust of Elder Hua so that I can meet the elder. Yun Feng wrote page after page as time passed second by second. In his previous life, he was a peak guardian of Huaxia and naturally had the chance to access such confidential information. With the powerful memory of an SS-level awakener, he memorized it all. Now, he just needed to record the memories in his mind. He focused entirely, not paying much attention to everything around him. After 3 full hours, he finally recorded everything. The 3 years of research results from his previous life were condensed into 3 hours. Finally completed, Yun Feng pressed his temples. Fatigue etched on his brow, his back and waist sore. At this moment, he also noticed that the area had already been sealed off by the military, with white-clad angels busy everywhere. Yun Feng, please. I will take you to see Elder Hua. At that moment, a soldier in protective clothing spoke. What about Wanjun and Old Zhou? Yun Feng was not surprised. They had been quarantined. You also need to wear a mask and undergo full body disinfection, the soldier replied. Okay, let's go. Yun Feng nodded, clutching the notebook in his hand. More than an hour later, after going through multiple security checks and disinfections, Yun Feng finally saw Elder Hua through a layer of glass. At this time, the white-haired Elder Hua was wearing protective clothing and goggles, leading the medical staff behind him to study the poison corpse, the new virus, and the piece of paper provided by Yun Feng. He was fully focused and extremely busy, completely unaware of Yun Feng's arrival. Elder Hua, with his group of white-clad angels, our country can develop at full speed. The people can live and work in peace. Yun Feng couldn't help but recall Elder Hua's words. The health and well-being of the people is my lifelong pursuit. In his previous life, it was this old man who fought on the front lines of epidemic prevention. The day the special medicine was developed, he collapsed at the testing table. He passed away. Give this to Elder Hua. Taking a deep breath, he handed the notebook to the soldier beside him. This virus is suspected to be an ancient virus, highly contagious, with a long survival time, and the mortality rate is estimated to exceed 80. It must be taken seriously. Hurry. Tell the other old guys to come over immediately. Joint consultation. At this moment, Elder Hua looked solemnly at the new virus that was crazily dividing and violently invading surrounding cells under the microscope, and immediately issued the command. Moreover, strictly follow the standards on this paper. Immediately. Right now. He was experienced. Just a glance was enough for him to see that if this virus spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. If allowed to develop, national extinction was very likely. Elder Hua, the special medicine for this virus has been developed. Just then, his assistant spoke up. What? Are you kidding? How can you casually joke about such matters? Do you really believe such absurdity? Hurry and notify those old guys. Every second of delay means thousands of lives will be infected. Elder Hua's expression darkened, rarely becoming angry. Elder Hua, please don't be angry. This isn't what I said. It's that college student named Yin Feng. His assistant was startled and quickly took out the notebook, saying, Yin Feng? Elder Hua frowned. Although Yin Feng provided a series of measures to prevent this virus, how could a special medicine be developed so quickly after the virus just appeared? Wasn't that nonsense? Young people are always so impulsive. As he spoke, he skeptically opened the notebook, and then the writing was good. The new virus was called TNN-1 virus. It seemed to be quite plausible. Is this really the process of developing a special medicine? It's so detailed. Suddenly, Elder Hua felt as if he had found a treasure and became immersed in it, exclaiming repeatedly, well-reasoned, unique thinking, and several ideas align with my own. This person is a great talent, a medical genius. Elder Hua rarely praised anyone, but today he praised Yin Feng several times, showing how much he admired him. Hurry, prepare for the experiment. He then finished looking through the notebook, carefully holding it in his palm, smoothing out the creases with his aged hands, and excitedly shouted like a child. Although he greatly agreed with the plan in the notebook, whether it would succeed was still uncertain. Elder Hua, Yin Feng is here, his assistant reminded from the side. Huh? Yin Feng is here? Where is he? Elder Hua was taken aback and immediately asked. Elder Hua, I'm here. A young, vibrant voice rang in Elder Hua's ear. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Feng, wearing protective clothing and goggles, had already walked into the medical laboratory. The two were 3 meters apart. This was the safe distance for the transmission of the TNN-1 virus. Elder Hua looked at Yin Feng, then asked with admiration, You are Yin Feng? Elder Hua. Yin Feng saluted. Although in his previous life, he was a peak guardian of Huaxia, holding a high position, the old man before him had saved countless civilians and soldiers with his own hands, dedicating his life to the medical cause, and deserved respect. Good. Heroes come from youth. We old guys are indeed getting old. Elder Hua's praises were unending. With you all in Huaxia, the future is promising. You are the pride of Huaxia. No, Elder Hua, you are the pride of Huaxia. Yin Feng replied. Oh, Elder Hua thought Yin Feng was being modest and immediately said, Not bad, young man, not arrogant or rash. Hearing this, Yin Feng didn't say much, but astonishingly stated again, Elder Hua, this special medicine, when injected into the human body, not only kills the TNN-1 virus, but also prevents infection, having the effect of a vaccine. And there are no side effects. What? Elder Hua's eyes widened instantly. Then he said, Are you sure? This virus has never been heard of before. It is definitely the latest appearance, suspected to be an ancient virus. Any medical research institution in the world would need 3 to 10 years to develop a special medicine. How could a student like you accomplish this? Elder Hua, I can tell you everything, but Yin Feng stared at Elder Hua, seriously saying, I need to meet the elder. At these words, everyone around was shocked. Chapter 6, I am a reborn person with your contributions to the country. You indeed have the qualifications to meet the chairman. Old Hua nodded. I'll make the contact. I want to see him right now. Yin Feng spoke again. Old Hua frowned. Similar to the mysterious haze incident in Taohua village, outbreaks are occurring worldwide. The TNN-1 virus has already begun to spread globally. We must mobilize the entire nation to prevent it. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yin Feng said solemnly. This is a major issue concerning the national foundation and people's livelihoods. We cannot afford to delay for even a second. Moreover, in 3 days, the mysterious haze incident will erupt again. The scope will be broader. The number will be greater. There's even one outbreak in a residential area. If the military is not involved by then, the casualties will be catastrophic. What? Hearing this, Old Hua's expression changed, and he turned around without hesitation. I will contact the chairman right now. We must stop this catastrophe from happening. Whether it's the impending epidemic or the mysterious haze incident, these matters are of great importance and concern the foundation of the nation. We must be cautious. Watching Old Hua's back, Yunfeng's expression was resolute. The mysterious haze incident. The special medicine for the TNN-1 virus. With these 2 heavyweights, the chairman will definitely meet him. Half an hour later, let us go. Several special agents in protective suits and goggles took the chairman away. Soon, after several layers of security checks and disinfection, Yin Feng and Old Hua confirmed they were not carrying the virus and were brought to a room. Through a thick layer of tempered glass, he saw an elegant, minimalist office and that familiar figure. Yin Feng, for safety's sake, we cannot communicate face-to-face with the chairman. Please understand. Old Hua explained. This room has been specially treated, and even through the thick glass, we can communicate normally with the chairman. Yin Feng understood. He nodded. Looking at that figure, his eyes grew warm, filled with reverence, and instinctively straightened his body, standing at attention, giving a standard military salute. Chairman. In his previous life, it was this aged figure who resolutely stood with his one. For billion citizens, not retreating an inch, vowing to defend China to the death. In the final battle, he personally led millions of troops, fighting against the ancient beast army, killing 1 million beasts, the blood on his sword still fresh. How can such a leader not command respect? Governing the country and ensuring peace, respecting the people and protecting the citizens. How can such a leader not be admired? Today, there have been a total of 78 mysterious haze incidents worldwide. Poisonous corpses have appeared. The virus is rampant. You have developed a special medicine. This is a great achievement. The chairman returned the salute and spoke. On behalf of the Chinese people, I salute you. This elder did not belittle Yin Feng because of his age, but instead treated him with the respect due to a national hero. Chairman, the special medicine was not developed by me. Yin Feng stated truthfully. Oh, hearing this, the chairman's gaze sharpened. Hua Zhongwu frowned and questioned without hesitation. If not you, then who? Old Hua. Yin Feng looked at Old Hua with respect. It's you. Me? How come I don't know? Young man, I don't understand what you're saying. Old Hua was taken aback, somewhat confused. If you give me 5 years, I could indeed develop a special medicine for the TNN1 virus. No, you took 3 years. Yin Feng said. On December 21st, 2043, you developed the special medicine. Unfortunately, the TNN1 virus had already wreaked havoc, even producing a third-generation mutant strain, inflicting heavy losses on humanity. Corpses littered the ground. The global population was less than 100 million. As he spoke, his expression darkened, and his fists clenched tightly. The ancient beasts deep underground have completely gained the upper hand. It's all too late. December 2043? Third-generation mutant strain? Ancient beasts? Old Hua furrowed his brows tightly. What are you talking about? How do you know about future events? Because Yin Feng spoke astonishingly. I am a reborn person. He did not shy away from his greatest secret, for he believed in his country. What? Yin Feng, are you joking? Even those old geezers studying biological sciences wouldn't dare to make such jokes. Old Hua's expression was filled with doubt, believing Yin Feng was talking nonsense. Your grades in school were good, but they have nothing to do with the medical field. Just then, the chairman glanced at the documents just delivered and suddenly spoke. Your family indeed has many capable individuals, but it's impossible to develop the special medicine so quickly. Yet you did. It is indeed remarkable. However, the notion of rebirth is too absurd. How can we believe you? It is now 3:45 p.m. on December 21st. The next moment, Yin Feng looked at the time and directly said, in 10 minutes. A robbery will occur on Shunfu Street in Dongling District, Linjiang City. In 25 minutes, there will be a mass jumping incident in Sakura Country. In 38 minutes, there will be a shooting incident in Jiangzhou, Eagle Country, resulting in 22 deaths and 3 injuries. In 51 minutes, Mengjia Country will experience a once-in-a-thousand-year severe haze, leading to several mysterious disappearances, with bloodstains and strange saliva appearing on the ground. Is that enough? Since I want to keep watch, the chairman immediately issued the order. Chairman, while we have this time, I want to personally verify the effectiveness of the special medicine. Hearing this, Old Hua immediately spoke. The chairman nodded. Then Old Hua excitedly took his leave. Seeing this, Yin Feng shook his head helplessly. This is Old Hua, a lovable and admirable person. 10 minutes later, report to the chairman. A robbery has occurred on Shunfu Street in Dongling District, Linjiang City. In 25 minutes. Report to the chairman. A mass jumping incident has occurred in Sakura country. When Old Hua excitedly rushed into the room and loudly said, "It works." The infected mice with the TNN1 virus have shown signs of body rigidity, and heart rates have dropped significantly. After taking the special medicine, these symptoms have noticeably alleviated within 10 minutes. Hearing this, the chairman's aged hand clenched tightly, and he suddenly stood up, staring at Yin Feng and asking two questions. Are you truly a reborn person? Let me ask you, what was the future of China in your last life? The virus raged. Disasters were frequent. Beasts were everywhere. The nation was on the brink of collapse. Yin Feng carefully elaborated on the memories of his last life, holding nothing back. Finally, he clenched his fists tightly and said with a pained expression, Chapter 7 National Conference. In my previous life, I was the peak protector of Huaxia, entrusted by the supreme leader to personally lead the highest action group against the ancient beast army. However, human strength has its limits. For years later, I fought bloodily against the ancient divine beast, Tangsha, but was defeated and died. I let down the supreme leader and the people of Huaxia. Every word Yin Feng spoke was exceptionally heavy. The supreme leader, Elder Hua, and the surrounding special agents were all infected, their expressions tense, blood surging. Supreme leader, heaven has given me a chance for rebirth. Given the great Huaxia a chance, how can I not be reborn? Yin Feng stared at the supreme leader, speaking with conviction. Every soldier, every individual, is a citizen of Huaxia. There must be no mistakes. In this life, I will mobilize the entire nation to resist disasters and fight against fierce beasts together. In this life, I do not wish to see the citizens of Huaxia slaughtered by fierce beasts, nor do I wish to see relatives fighting to the death over a piece of bread. Supreme leader, time waits for no one. Hearing this, the elderly supreme leader was deeply moved, a terrifying majesty emerging around him as he fixed his gaze on Yin Feng, his eyes flashing with wisdom, and asked, Yin Feng, you must have a plan, right? Yes. Yin Feng nodded and then narrated his plan. Half an hour later, relay the order. After pondering for a long while, the supreme leader solemnly issued the command. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, a national-level conference will be held. All national elders must be present. Supreme leader, are you sure you want to hold a national-level conference? Elder Hua, beside him, frowned, confirming again. Since the founding of the nation, a national-level conference has never been held. Immediately make arrangements. The supreme leader said without hesitation. Subsequently, Yin Feng drove back to campus. Lao Wang, here are your car keys. The car was damaged. Back in the dormitory. Just as Yin Feng was about to apologize, Lao Wang, who was playing a game, immediately stood up and interrupted. Man, Feng Ge, are you okay? I'm fine, your car. Yin Feng felt warm in his heart. The cost of parts for domestic cars is low. It won't cost much. Besides, you know my family situation? We're not short on that little money. You could do whatever you want with this car. Just treat me to a meal later, Feng Ge. Lao Wang waved his hand, nonchalantly smirking, then took the car keys and went downstairs. Seeing this, Yin Feng smiled and said nothing more, instead taking out his computer, opening domestic design software, and starting to draw a certain blueprint. Lao Wang's car had already been repaired by a skilled worker from a military factory, and that worker had even done some simple modifications, making the appearance even more fierce, very much to Lao Wang's taste. He believed Lao Wang would definitely be satisfied. 10 minutes later, as expected, Lao Wang happily returned to the dormitory, intending to thank Yin Feng, but upon seeing Yin Feng seriously drawing, he didn't disturb him and went back to playing his game. Yin Feng was too focused and didn't notice Lao Wang at all, working late into the night, and unknowingly fell asleep on the table. It's past 7 o'clock? How did I sleep so long? Right? I still have to attend the national-level conference. The next day, Yin Feng suddenly woke up from his sleep, glanced at the time, and quickly turned to leave. Feng Ge, the car modification is so powerful. Just as Lao Wang was brushing his teeth and was about to thank Yin Feng, he only saw Yin Feng's back, instantly speechless. Feng Ge, I haven't finished my sentence yet. Why are you running so fast? If I didn't know better, I would think you were going to meet the supreme leader. Huaxia National Assembly Hall, surrounded by armed troops on guard, police patrolling 24/7, combat units on standby, and a large number of plainclothes agents and dozens of the country's top snipers lurking nearby. Inside the assembly hall, there were a total of 108 people, all national-level elders, military department, business department, finance department, foreign affairs department. All elders from the 10 departments of Huaxia were present. The entire assembly hall was buzzing with discussions. Why has the supreme leader suddenly called us together? Why is the highest-level national conference being held? What has happened? Could it be that the Eagle Nation is invading our Huaxia border again? Is the supreme leader deciding to go to war? It's about time. I've been holding back on them for a long time. Could it be related to the mysterious haze events that have suddenly appeared around the world? It is said that corpses that have been dead for years suddenly rise up to harm people. Indestructible, extremely powerful. Thankfully, I did not arrive late. The moment Feng stepped into the National Assembly Hall, he glanced at the time. It was exactly 8 o'clock. Thud! At that moment, Elder Hua suddenly walked onto the stage, and the entire hall fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Elders, yesterday a mysterious haze event broke out in our country. Elder Hua directly began to recount the events. Instantly, all the elders in the assembly hall focused and held their breath to listen. The only voice heard in the entire assembly hall was Elder Hua's. Poisonous corpses, TNN1 virus, extremely fast transmission speed, with a mortality rate as high as 80. When this information was spoken by Elder Hua, the national-level elders immediately stiffened. With their knowledge and judgment, they instantly understood. Once this epidemic breaks out, it will concern the survival of the entire Huaxia, and even the survival of the entire human race. Even though our country's medical level is already among the world's top, and the citizens are united, once the epidemic breaks out, it will inevitably lead to heavy casualties. Unless a vaccine or a special medicine is developed as soon as possible, immediately activate the first-level combat readiness status, and fully resist the impending epidemic. Everyone was actively offering suggestions. You all don't need to worry. Just then, Elder Hua loudly said, the special medicine for the TNN1 virus has already been developed. Wow! Upon hearing this, the entire assembly hall first fell silent, then instantly erupted in noise. Elder Hua is truly an unparalleled national hero. With Elder Hua around, Huaxia has nothing to worry about. The special medicine was not developed by our Huazhong country, but by him, Feng. Elder Hua's words were shocking, looking towards Feng, who was sitting in the corner of the conference room. How is that possible? Elder Hua, this joke is not funny at all. This is the National Assembly Hall. Facing the Supreme Leader, how could one speak recklessly? The development of vaccines and special medicines is certainly not something one person can accomplish. Don't deceive us into thinking we don't understand medicine. He is still a student, right? How can he achieve this? Moreover, this is the highest level conference in Huaxia. How did a student get in? What kind of situation is this? The national level elders naturally did not believe it. This is absolutely true. The Supreme Leader personally confirmed it, but did not provide any explanation. The identity of the reborn is too sensitive and cannot be leaked. The national-level elders naturally would not doubt the Supreme Leader's words, momentarily in shock and confusion. Could it be that there truly exists a genius who is born with knowledge? At this moment, Feng was extremely touched, knowing that the Supreme Leader was protecting him. Then, the Supreme Leader looked at Feng and spoke again. Chapter 8 Everything for Huaxia. Feng, you will host this meeting next. The speaker spoke again. Yes, speaker. Feng did not decline, but rather confidently stepped onto the stage. After a brief self-introduction, he said without hesitation, the appearance of the poisoned corpses is just the beginning of the disaster. A few days ago, we discovered gigantic bones deep underground in Huaxia. Through ancient cryptography, it is highly likely that a large number of ancient fierce beasts are sleeping deep underground and will awaken. He casually fabricated a reason and then briefly outlined the upcoming crisis. Listening to his account, the entire audience fell into silence again. Every face was solemn. To deal with this crisis and ensure the safety of our Huaxia citizens, I have devised a plan. It is called Godslayer. Feng continued. The Godslayer plan is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to establish a steel chain city. Here is the design I drafted. Everyone, please take a look. In the next moment, a series of design drawings appeared on the big screen. These were cities entirely built of high-strength steel, with every inch of land, houses, city walls. Everything made of high-strength steel. Moreover, each city is connected by steel tunnels. Although these 108 cities are scattered throughout Huaxia, they are completely integrated through these steel tunnels. Such a massive project, once completed, will undoubtedly become a world wonder of the 21st century. If ancient fierce beasts really appear, ordinary strength steel may find it hard to withstand, right? The effectiveness of building this steel chain city will be greatly compromised. A design of this level would require a team extremely proficient in architecture to complete, wouldn't it? For a moment, the entire Congress Hall was amazed by Feng's talent. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The new high-strength steel has been named Huaxia's Light. I can provide the method for its development. Feng said, you need not worry about its hardness. A 10-centimeter thick steel plate cannot be destroyed even by tens of thousands of tons of force. Huaxia's Light? What a good name. This is the pride of our Huaxia. This is our Huaxia's cutting-edge technology. Tens of thousands of tons of force cannot destroy it. So terrifying? Feng, a true national treasure. The national elders were once again filled with admiration. Godslayer plan's second step. Feng continued, shaking the entire room with a single sentence. Recruit 40 million soldiers. All reserves will be made regular. All retired soldiers will be recalled. Impossible. The military's national elders immediately opposed. Are we to arm the entire population? Maintaining soldiers for a day costs countless resources, not to mention maintaining such a large number of troops. Where will the money come from? The finance national elders also opposed. Every step of the Godslayer plan requires massive financial support. If we really recruit 40 million, the labor force will sharply decrease, inevitably causing a series of social issues. Furthermore, our steel reserves may not even be enough to build one steel city. We must purchase steel from all over the world. Feng is still too young. For a moment, national elders from various departments expressed their opposition. Ultimately, it still comes down to the issue of money. Is money important, or are the people important? When disaster strikes, the people come first. The speaker suddenly spoke. Feng, go boldly and do it. Huaxia will spare no effort to help you complete the Godslayer plan. Upon hearing this, the national elders from various departments were all taken aback, feeling the speaker's determination, and no longer had any objections. If there are difficulties, then we will overcome them. There are always more solutions than problems. Yes. Feng nodded at the speaker, then scanned the audience again and said, the third step of the Godslayer plan is to unlock the genetic lock. Genetic lock? What is this? It seems to involve knowledge related to genetics. Has our country made a significant breakthrough in genetics? Excellent. Just relying on this knowledge can provide a huge financial source. This will completely solve the funding issue. What consequences can unlocking the genetic lock bring? For a moment, everyone was taken aback, immediately feeling that funding was no longer a problem. To unlock the human genetic lock, we need the original blood of ancient fierce beasts. Our country has already conquered the technology to refine original blood. Feng briefly explained. However, to unlock the human genetic lock on a large-scale hunting of ancient fierce beasts is required. Next, we just need to wait for the ancient fierce beasts to appear and then hunt them. We can unlock the human genetic lock. Step into a new era. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted, and hope filled everyone's faces. From today onward, the highest action group of Huaxia will be formally established, with Feng as the leader. The other departments will fully cooperate. In the next moment, the speaker stood up directly and issued the appointment with a firm voice. Yes, Feng accepted the order. I will not fail the era. I will not fail my youth. I will not fail the expectations of the country and the people. Feng immediately stood straight, respectfully and solemnly saluting, accepting the appointment. Everything for Huaxia. Upon hearing this, all the national elders were shaken, their blood boiling. Several national elders from the military stood up first and shouted, "Everything for Huaxia." Then the national elders from other departments also stood up and shouted, "Everything for Huaxia." The entire Congress Hall echoed with passionate declarations. Resonant, strong. Standing on the stage, watching this scene, Feng's heart surged and his eyes moistened. Such a Huaxia will surely cut through thorns and create a magnificent era again. Soon, the meeting concluded and the personnel dispersed. The highest action group of Huaxia was immediately established and began to operate with great efficiency. 3 hours later, the highest action group of Huaxia issued the first command. Strictly check all incoming and outgoing personnel. A brain CT scan must be performed once. Recently, there have been rumors abroad about century-old corpses coming back to life, feeding on human flesh and blood, unafraid of knives and guns. Could this be related? Could it be related to the smog? Recently, the smog around the world has become severe, completely abnormal. What is going on lately? What has happened? I guess I should just stay at home, honestly. Instantly, the entire Huaxia was buzzing with discussions. The heat quickly soared to the top of the hour charts on Weibo and Baidu. For a moment, the eyes of the world turned to Huaxia. Then, foreigners mocked and ridiculed. What tricks is the ancient Eastern country up to again? The East, where the inferior races live, is plagued with disasters. Even God wants to abandon them. I heard that the moon there isn't as round as ours. Oh my God, how amazing. Chapter 9. Feng takes action. Adoring the West meanwhile, half an hour after the order was issued, people on the streets and alleys of various provinces and cities, even in the villages, strictly adhered to the epidemic prevention requirements. Banners were raised at the village entrances and corners. Click, click. Old Wang was taking photos everywhere, recording the situation on the streets and alleys, then quickly sending them to the small group in the dormitory, tagging everyone. Brothers, pick up your keyboards and start the battle. This material, I personally filmed. You must fiercely counter those foreign trolls. At that moment, Feng was arranging his strategy, preparing for the 3 mysterious haze incidents that would occur in Huaxia in 2 days. Suddenly, he heard the notification sound of his phone. Looking at it, he saw, The citizens of our country are responding to the call, as always. Clicking to watch Old Wang's video, he nodded calmly. Subsequently, Feng finished arranging his tasks and found some free time to go online to see what was happening. Top 10 on Baidu's hot search. The highest action group has been established with the power to mobilize all resources. This is Huaxia's execution capability. The moon abroad is no longer round. Our moon is even rounder. Minutes later, Feng couldn't help but smile lightly and said, "Freedom? Where is there absolute freedom in this world? Freedom without rules only brings chaos. These foreigners always like to live in their own world, appearing high and mighty. Truly ridiculous. Sad. You will cry when the time comes." Having said that, he lost interest in this matter and looked at his assistant beside him, saying, "Secretary Chun, arrange it immediately. I need to go to SH. Yes. Secretary Chun immediately drove to the airport. More than 2 hours later, at SH International Airport, inside the temperature measurement area at the exit, a commotion erupted. "Why are you forcing me to have a brain CT? I am a citizen of the great Eagle country. I came to your Huaxia to discuss cooperation." A white man was pushing against the medical staff, blocking him, speaking fluent English, his expression arrogant. Shouting from superior position, "Zhou Fan, if your Huaxia has no freedom, then we have no need to cooperate." Hearing this, Zhou Fan, dressed in a sharp suit, was sweating profusely, apologizing while looking at the medical staff beside him, saying, "Doctor, I am the general manager of Dongxing Group. Here's my business card. I wonder if you could make an exception." Saying this, he subtly tried to slip some money. "Sir, please cooperate with our work." The medical staff furrowed her brows at once, pushing away Zhou Fan's bribe, saying, "According to regulations, every foreigner entering Huaxia must be quarantined and have a brain CT. There will be no exceptions. Don't think of any underhanded means." "You, young lady, what are you talking about? What do you mean by underhanded means? Your name is Li Nian, right? I will complain about you. Let you lose your job. Do you believe it?" After being rejected, Zhou Fan felt embarrassed. His face stern, and he started to shout, "Please cooperate with our work." The medical staff, namely Yin Yin, young and inexperienced, had tears in her eyes, but still insisted with a friendly attitude. She knew about Dongxing Group, which has multiple multinational companies, all among the Fortune 500, and that ordinary people could not afford to offend them. However, she had to be responsible for her work and for the citizens behind her. She absolutely could not compromise. Just then, the white man from the Eagle country suddenly said in English, "What a backward country. I will never come again. Fuck. Mr. Peter, please wait a moment. With me here, you will definitely not have to undergo a brain CT. I have already contacted the group president. He will be here soon." Zhou Fan quickly smiled and said. The white man looked at the other people entering Huaxia, who were obediently cooperating, and casually cursed. A bunch of weak East Asian sick men. Wow. Instantly, the citizens who had chosen to endure around them exploded. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Calm down. Calm down. The surrounding guards finally arrived, stepping in to stop the imminent conflict. Your Huaxia's technology is backward. The CT machines are old, and the radiation is serious. Whoever gets one is a fool. If you're willing to have a brain CT, what else could you be but a weak East Asian sick man? Peter looked at the guards, protecting him with disdain in his eyes. He relied on the powerful Eagle country. The weak Huaxia would not dare let him suffer even a bit of harm, and they must protect him. Meanwhile, he could freely insult the people of Huaxia while being protected. He was already familiar with such matters and was not afraid at all. You are lying. Since the order was issued, our hospital's CT machines have all been updated. We use only the latest generation of radiation-free CT machines. Lin Yin Yin retorted. Oh, hearing this, Peter looked at Lin Yin Yin, who was arguing back, a smirk appearing on his face as he suddenly kicked out. In the chaos, no one noticed this scene. Bang! Lin Yin Yin's small body was kicked, and tears immediately streamed down her face from the pain. More critically, the force made her stumble and fall to the ground. The surrounding crowd was caught off guard and could not react in time, and it looked like a serious stampede would occur as they were about to step on Lin Yin Yin. At that moment, Peter revealed a sinister smile and kicked out again. Whoosh! Just at this critical moment, Feng rushed over. Click! He kicked Peter on the side of the knee and simultaneously pulled Lin Yin Yin out from the crowd. Peter's right leg bent unnaturally, letting out a piercing scream as he fell to the ground. This scene instantly stunned the surrounding people, and Zhou Fan's expression changed as he hurried over to check. Mr. Peter, are you okay? Don't touch me. Don't you dare touch me. It hurts. It hurts. Peter rolled on the ground, trembling all over from the pain. Thank you. Cough, cough. At this moment, Lin Yin Yin, still in shock, instinctively expressed her gratitude. Healthcare workers protecting the people should not be treated unfairly, nor should they be harmed. Yin Feng spoke. If he had not come over after seeing the chaos here after disembarking, it might have cost lives. The medical staff hurriedly came over to check Lin Yin Yin's injuries. Apologize. Yin Feng coldly stared at the white man from the Eagle country and said, daring to act out on Huaxia's territory, especially against healthcare workers, must be met with an eye for an eye. Are you still a college student? Want to be an angry youth? Zhou Fan suddenly stood up, staring at Yin Feng, and said in a low voice, Kid, I'd advise you to shut up, and I can introduce you to our Dongxing group later. How about that? Here's my business card. Hearing this, Yin Feng glanced at Zhou Fan, seeing him looking down upon others as if he were offering a favor. He felt disgusted and said lightly, You, a Huaxiao person, helping foreigners bully your own people? You. Zhou Fan's face immediately darkened, and he said, Whether I am a Huaxiao person or not is none of your business. Don't say it. I really want to change my nationality to that of the Eagle country. Then, I will be a noble foreign friend too. Chapter 10 Speak the ZG language. Kid, I'm giving you one more chance. Don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can never find a job in SH City. Zhou Fan said arrogantly. Oh. Yin Feng squinted his eyes and asked, Is your Dongxing group that powerful? Dealing with a small person like you is still a piece of cake. Zhou Fan looked at Yin Feng disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chen behind Yin Feng immediately darkened his expression, about to speak. What is going on? What happened? At that moment, a middle-aged man strode over, his brows tightly furrowed. President, here, the situation. Seeing this, Zhou Fan immediately lowered his head and exaggeratedly recounted the events, then pointed at Yun Feng and said, "This kid tripped this female doctor but blamed it on Mr. Peter. Such a despicable act is simply an insult to the reputation of our Huaxia etiquette." Upon hearing this, the president of Dongxing Group's face instantly darkened as he looked at Yun Feng. Just about to speak when he suddenly felt that the straight figure in plain clothes behind Yun Feng looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, in the next moment, his legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, and he hurriedly approached, a fawning expression on his face as he said, "Director Chen, what are you doing here?" Secretary Chen didn't recognize this person at all, and didn't even look at him. He only knew a national hero must not be insulted. "Check the Dongxing Group," Yun Feng said indifferently. "Let us see what kind of power they have to meddle with a university student's future." "Yes, Yin Shuai," Secretary Chen respectfully responded, then efficiently picked up the phone in his hand and began issuing orders. Seeing this, the president of Dongxing Group couldn't help but glance at Yin Feng. What is going on? The secretary of the dignified chairman is actually so respectful to this young man. Did this young man really want to check on Dongxing Group? Or was it a false alarm? He had an ominous premonition. Lin Yinyan's situation is somewhat serious. Just then, an anxious voice from a medical staff member reached his ears. Whoosh! Yin Feng suddenly turned around to see Lin Yinyan, who was curled up in pain and convulsing wildly. His expression suddenly darkened, and an invisible pressure immediately enveloped the area. The people around trembled and looked at Yun Feng with some fear. Zhou Fan even stepped back in fright. "Apologize." Yun Feng coldly stared at Peter and shouted loudly, "Apologize! Apologize!" Instantly, the surrounding Chinese people responded loudly. Peter's momentum weakened, and he instinctively looked at Zhou Fan, who in turn looked at the president of Dongxing Group. However, at this moment, how could this president of Dongxing Group step forward? He had already vaguely realized that something was wrong. "Apologize! Apologize!" The Chinese people kept getting closer, clearly ready to take action at any disagreement. I am an international friend from Eagle Country. What do you want?" Peter shouted with a cold sweat on his forehead. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, a large number of troops surged in, and a major general with a shoulder star strode over, quickly taking control of the scene. Huaxia soldiers. Seeing this, Peter's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly shouted, "I'm from Eagle Country. You must protect my safety. These Huaxia mobsters want to harm me. Quickly stop them. Also, I'm injured. Hurry. Treat me." Yin Shuai. However, in the next moment, this major general respectfully saluted Yun Feng. The other soldiers also saluted Yun Feng in unison. Everyone around changed their expressions, clearly not expecting this young man to have such a background. A major general with a shoulder star, showing such respect? Peter's face turned ashen. Whoosh! Yun Feng returned the salute, then looked at Peter again and said, "Apologize." The surroundings fell silent. Gradually, everyone looked at Peter. Sorry. Peter initially wanted to be stubborn, but looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, he swallowed hard and finally lowered his proud head under the fear in his heart. "This is Huaxia. Speak the ZG language," Yin Feng said, hand behind his back, looking down on Peter, enunciating each word. "You, don't go too far." Peter was extremely angry, gritting his teeth as he said. Suddenly, the soldiers around him looked at him with increasingly unfriendly expressions. I'm sorry." In the end, Peter backed down and chose to apologize in ZG language. Oh, how satisfying. Even foreigners have a day when they bow their heads to us Huaxia people. So refreshing. Huaxia soldiers are mighty. Huaxia is mighty. Instantly, the scene erupted in excited cheers. "Take him away." Secretary Chen waved his hand, extremely assertive. "Remember to do several brain CTs. Isolate him for several weeks. I suspect he has a virus in him. Also, let him pay for the expenses. And the medical fees for that medical staff member, let him pay too. I must say, he considered it very thoroughly. I already apologized. Why do you have to arrest me?" Peter immediately resisted, but was completely immobilized, firmly captured. Yin Feng didn't even look at this foreign trash. He knew, under Secretary Chen's orders, this person wouldn't have a good ending. Take her for treatment. Yin Feng looked at Ling Yin with concern. Immediately, Ling Yin was placed on a stretcher and taken away. Let us go. Yin Feng then strode away, no longer lingering. On the way, Yin Feng issued orders. Notify everyone that anyone who does not abide by Huaxia's rules, regardless of who they are, must be forcibly repatriated or forcibly quarantined and have brain CTs done. Rioters will be taken directly to the police station. Yes. Secretary Chun immediately conveyed the orders. Then he received a phone call, and his expression suddenly darkened as he said, Yin Shui. Dongxing Group is suspected of leaking information of over 10 million Huaxia users to go public in Eagle Country, and the security department has already intervened in the investigation. This act is tantamount to treason, must be severely punished. Yin Feng's eyes narrowed, a cold light flashing. The capital behind this cannot be let go either. Next, we need to conscript 40 million, and the money from these capitalists can just be used to fill the national treasury. Yes, Secretary Chen responded. He felt that working with Yin Shui was truly refreshing. His back was even straighter. On the other side, President, what do we do? Mr. Peter has been arrested. ISNT our group's listing going to be delayed? Zhou Fan asked. Should we find a way to get Mr. Peter out? Can you think for a moment? The president of Dongxing Group scolded angrily. They've already deployed the military. How can we get him out? You go rescue him? Zhou Fan instantly didn't dare to say more. I feel that things are not that simple. The president of Dongxing Group felt increasingly uneasy. What to do then? Zhou Fan was at a loss. Let us return to the company. As soon as the president of Dongxing Group finished speaking, ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the phone rang. The president of Dongxing Group shivered, picked up the phone, connected the call, and soon, his face looked extremely ugly. Slap. After hanging up the phone, he suddenly turned around and slapped Zhou Fan across the face, scolding, Zhou Fan, you worthless piece of trash. Do you know you've harmed the entire group? Zhou Fan covered his face, terrified, and timidly asked, President, I didn't do anything. It's all Peter's fault. Is it useful to say this now? The president of Dongxing Group shouted, President, are we going back to the company? Go back to your head. You're fired. Huh? Looking at the president of Dongxing Group striding away, Zhou Fan felt dizzy and stood frozen in place. A primary school student walked by, puffing out his chubby face, and spat disdainfully at Zhou Fan. Traitor. You. When Zhou Fan came to his senses, there was no primary school student in sight. Only a uniformed security guard. Hey. Spitting on the ground. Fine of 200. Zhou Fan. Chapter 11. Wan Jun, wait for me. Similar scenes have occurred in many places. Those foreign dignitaries who disobeyed epidemic prevention regulations did not have a good ending. They were all heavily punished and no longer dared to act high and mighty. This time, Huaxia has shown an exceptionally strong stance. For a time, major forums were in an uproar. Meanwhile, the vast machinery of the Huaxia state was operating frantically. All tasks were proceeding in an orderly manner. Brain CT machines and other related medical equipment, training for medical staff, preparations for conscription in various locations. As for Yun Feng, his top priority was to respond to the impending outbreak of 3 mysterious haze events. On December 24, 2040, at a military camp in the Central Theater Command, bang, buffed. 3 special forces teams were conducting drills. Each small team consisted of 5 members, forming a combat unit. 1 person armed with a shotgun and 4 engaged in close combat. The close combat soldiers used military knives and other cold weapons. The combat techniques were simple and clear, fast, accurate, ruthless. All offensive targets were singular. The enemy's back of the head. Moments later, the drill concluded, and Yun Feng nodded in satisfaction. 3 points of requirement. First, strictly follow the plan I devised. Second, ensure that there are no idle personnel in the areas where the 3 mysterious haze events will break out. As for the third requirement, he gazed at the 3 special forces teams before him, standing with his hands behind his back on a high platform, and spoke. You are the best soldiers in Huaxia. After 3 days of special training, you should know how to deal with the toxic corpses. Therefore, you must return alive to me. Not a single one left behind. Swish. Yin Feng saluted with a standard military gesture and shouted, "I wish you a triumphant return. Salute." Swish. The three special forces teams, nearly 200 people, saluted in unison. From any angle, they formed a straight line, flawless. "Depart." Yin Feng immediately issued the command. Instantly, the three special forces teams headed towards the three areas shrouded in mysterious haze. And there, everything had been completely sealed off. Yin Shui was at ease. These special soldiers were all the best in Huaxia, fully aware of the weaknesses of the toxic corpses, and had undergone targeted training to attack the vital spots at the back of the head, and they were all thoroughly familiar with the terrain. There would be no problems. Secretary Qin spoke up. If everything is executed according to plan, there will naturally be no issues. However, who could have anticipated what unforeseen events might occur? Yin Feng said calmly, "Until things are settled, we cannot relax. Inform the troops on guard around the three mysterious haze events to be vigilant, especially regarding the toxic corpses. They must not be allowed to escape." "Yes." Secretary Chun nodded heavily and turned to leave. 2 hours later, "They are here." Yin Feng stared intently at the monitor before him. The three screens had begun to show haze. According to his memories from the previous life, the haze would suddenly become extremely dense after over an hour, and the toxic corpses would begin to appear. The first outbreak of mysterious haze was near a chemical factory. The second outbreak was near an old residential area. The third, just as he was recalling, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Yin Shui." Secretary Chun reported beside him. Just now, the team leader of the Tsanglong Special Forces, Su Wanjun, suddenly collapsed. Her organs began to fail. Her condition rapidly deteriorated, and she is currently in emergency rescue, urgently needing a special medicine. "What?" Upon hearing this, Yin Feng abruptly turned around, staring intently at Secretary Chun, asking, "Didn't she receive the special medicine? What happened?" In these past few days, he had been so busy that he was dizzy, and after learning that Wanjun was fine, he and T gone to find her, only chatting online, but he didn't expect such a situation to arise. "This." Secretary Chun hesitated for a moment. "Speak." Yin Feng shouted sharply. In the next moment, Secretary Chun immediately felt an overwhelming pressure that made it hard for him to breathe, and he hurriedly said, "Team Leader Su did not receive the special medicine." How is that possible? The toxic corpse that June and I hunted together last time could produce over 1,000 doses of special medicine. How could she not have received it?" Yin Feng frowned and asked. "This." Team Leader Su was injured by the toxic corpse, but maintained a good condition. She felt she could endure it and firmly refused to take the special medicine, saying she wanted to leave it for the medical workers on the front lines. Secretary Chan explained. "Now, her condition has suddenly deteriorated and all the special medicine has already been administered, so." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Before entering the rescue room, she even signed a volunteer organ donation application form." "Fool." Yun Feng clenched his fists tightly. He knew that Wanjun would definitely do something like this. "You must not have an accident. Wanjun, wait for me." Yun Feng quickly calmed down and ordered, "Immediately arrange a helicopter. I want to personally go to the second outbreak of mysterious haze in HY County, Huimin Community. That place is the closest to the hospital where Wanjun is located." "Yes." Secretary Chun immediately replied and turned to leave. Soon, Virum. The sound of the helicopter's massive engine roared. Kyoto, Xia Hospital. ICU. Old Hua and a group of top domestic experts all arrived for a joint consultation, doing everything possible to save Su Wanjun. Watching the numbers representing vital signs on the screen decrease continuously, Old Hua's expression grew increasingly serious, but his actions remained determined and strong. He must save the person before him, because she is a soldier of the country. She is Yun Feng's girl. Su Wanjun, who has participated in countless military operations, is known as the goddess of war in the East, with remarkable achievements and outstanding contributions. She is young and must not die on the operating table. Old Hua looked at the colleagues around him and said seriously, "Yun Feng, a true unparalleled hero. He brought the special medicine to Huaxia. At this moment, he is still contributing his strength to Huaxia. If we can't even save his girl, how can I face him? How can Huaxia face him? So, I beg you." As he finished speaking, Old Hua bowed. Chapter 12. Cowardly Old Zhou. Life and Death Speed. Outside the operating room, Zhou Wu, Mountain Cat, and other Special Forces soldiers anxiously waited. The captain has such good physical fitness, excelling in heavy load cross-country, combat, and various other events. No one in the team is her match. How could her condition suddenly worsen? Bang! Mountain Cat, with a fiery temper, slammed his fist against the wall beside him, producing a dull thud, seemingly unaware of the implications. Yes, we all took the special medicine. Didn't they say the special medicine could kill the TNN-1 virus? Why isn't it working? Who knows? Is a hospital faking it? Let us demand an explanation from the hospital. For a moment, this group of Special Forces soldiers became increasingly agitated. The captain didn't take the special medicine. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Swish! What did you say? Old Zhou, what do you mean? Everyone turned sharply to the speaker, and Mountain Cat grabbed Zhou Wu, unconsciously raising his voice. The captain felt fine and gave the special medicine to frontline medical workers. Zhou said, "This." The group of Special Forces soldiers fell silent instantly. You knew all along, didn't you? Why didn't you stop the captain? If it comes to that, give my special medicine to the captain. The captain is injured and needs the special medicine to save her. If anyone should donate the special medicine, it should be me. Mountain Cat suddenly grabbed Zhou Wu by the collar, furious. The captain didn't let me tell you. Zhou Wu said, I can't go against the captain. Don't you know her temper? You. Mountain Cat was so furious he nearly exploded, shoving Zhou Wu away and punching the wall again, the tremendous force causing the wall to shake, and the tiles to loosen slightly. Top, top, top. At that moment, a Special Forces soldier rushed over and said, Mountain Cat, Old Zhou, there's another mysterious haze incident near Kyoto. There are toxic corpses in mysterious haze. The toxic corpses are the raw material for the special medicine. As long as we capture the toxic corpses, we can save the captain. Mountain Cat's eyes lit up immediately, and he dashed out. Brothers, let us go. Catch the toxic corpses. Save the captain. Mountain Cat, we're still in quarantine. Going out could infect ordinary citizens. Don't act recklessly. Moreover, without orders, we cannot act on our own. Old Zhou immediately blocked him. Are you afraid to go? Mountain Cat shoved Old Zhou aside, shouting, Zhou Wu, you coward. I misjudged you. If you're scared, don't get in my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You. Old Zhou was about to speak when suddenly a general with 3 golden stars on his shoulder strode over. What are you arguing about? Are you able to take responsibility for delaying Hualao's treatment? Do you want a captain to die on the operating table? Swish. Instantly, Mountain Cat and Old Zhou and the other Special Forces soldiers stood straight and saluted. General Huang, don't you want to deal with the toxic corpses? Now is your chance. Do you have the confidence to capture the toxic corpses and rescue your captain? General Huang returned the salute and asked, Yes. Upon hearing this, Mountain Cat, Old Zhou, and the other Special Forces soldiers all looked delighted and replied in unison. Good. Depart immediately. Your equipment is on the helicopter. Buzz. Buzz. Soon, fully armed, Mountain Cat, Old Zhou, and other Special Forces soldiers arrived at Huimin Community in HY County, lining up with knives in hand, ready to strike like a pack of cheetahs. Buzz. Buzz. At that moment, another helicopter flew in. Whoosh. Whoosh. Then, everyone saw a seemingly frail figure who, without waiting for the helicopter to land, skillfully began to descend on a rope, moving at incredible speed. Isn't that the captain's boyfriend? What's he doing here? His movements are quite standard and skilled. It seems like he has practiced, but he lacks strength. Seeing this, Mountain Cat raised his eyebrows and said, Your first task is to protect Yin Shui. The second task is to hunt the toxic corpses. General Huang immediately spoke. Yin Shui? Mountain Cat was taken aback, muttering softly. Isn't this kid a college student? You are soldiers personally chosen by Yin Shui. Don't embarrass the Songlong Special Operations Team. General Huang said. Yes. Mountain Cat and the others replied in unison. Depart. Yin Feng quickly approached, saluted, and directly gave orders. Then, before Mountain Cat and the others could react, Yun Feng charged straight into the mysterious haze. This mountain cat and the others were stunned for a moment and quickly followed. Two things. First, during the battle, you must follow my commands. No dissent. Second, the weak point of the toxic corpses is the back of the head. Their strength and speed far exceed that of ordinary people. Even your captain can only fight them to a standstill with combat skills. As Yun Feng sprinted into the mysterious haze, he spoke. Remember, you must resolve the toxic corpses as quickly as possible. The reason Yun Feng called Mountain Cat and Old Joe and the others was twofold. First, they are currently the best special forces in Huaxia. Second, they have all been injected with the special medicine and are not afraid of infection. Moreover, they have encountered toxic corpses and have some combat experience, especially Old Joe, who has personally fought with the toxic corpses. Yes, Old Joe replied loudly. The other special forces soldiers, however, looked skeptical and did not respond immediately. Anyone who disobeys orders, leave now. Yun Feng cast a cold glance at Mountain Cat and the others, his expression stern and authoritative. Yes, Mountain Cat and the special forces soldiers were instantly taken aback, intimidated by Yun Feng's presence, and all replied. This time, the area covered by the mysterious haze reached over 1,800 square meters, surrounded by residential areas, with complex terrain and numerous houses. There are no ordinary citizens in the residential area, only our comrades, a total of 60 people. There will be a total of 6 toxic corpses, one of which is a deceased human, and the remaining 5 are deceased pet dogs and cats. Yun Feng quickly introduced the situation. The toxic corpses will appear in about 15 minutes. However, Chapter 13. Luring the poisonous corpse dog, Wan Jun couldn't wait any longer. Yun Feng said, we must find a way to lure them out. The poisonous corpse hasn't come out yet. How do you know? The bobcat retorted. Yun Feng suddenly glared at the bobcat and said, Bobcat, if there's any more unnecessary chatter, I'll have you discharged early. Let's see how you explain that to your grandfather. You. The bobcat's pupils dilated in disbelief as he asked, how do you know about my grandfather? Then, he saw Yun Feng's narrowed eyes and immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. In his previous life, Yun Feng was the captain of the Songlong team and was quite familiar with the sharp soldier, Bobcat. Bobcat's grandfather was a soldier who participated in the border wars. 80 years old, with a deep love for his country, and held a very high position in the family. Bobcat had been afraid of his grandfather since he was a child. Take this. Yun Feng then took out a small bag of dog food from his pocket and threw it to the bobcat, ordering, scatter it in a straight line leading to the corridor. Based on his memories from his previous life, one of the poisonous corpses in this mysterious haze incident liked to eat dog food. He planned to use this to lure it out from underground ahead of time. This is, just as the bobcat was about to ask why, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly tore open the package, following Yun Feng's orders. Old A, go tell the other special forces hiding here that we will be luring a poisonous corpse out at the East Unit of Building 1 in Huimin Community. Let them act according to the original plan and not worry about us. For your safety, follow them in their actions and do not return alone. Yun Feng said to one of the special forces. Understood. The special forces soldier codenamed Old A turned and left. Old Joe, you take 2 others and lay an ambush in the corridor. Act on my command. Yun Feng then commanded Zhou Wu. Yes, yes. Zhou Wu turned and led the other 2 into the corridor. 2 minutes later, everything was set up. According to the timing, there were still 13 minutes before the first poisonous corpse would appear. I wonder if this method can lure the poisonous corpse out early? Yun Feng tightly gripped the triangular military dagger in his hand, his body tense, ready to strike at any moment. Time passed second by second. The bobcat beside Yun Feng became a bit anxious because every passing second meant more danger for the captain. Yet Yun Feng remained exceptionally calm and composed. He completely suppressed his inner worries, knowing that worrying now was useless. He had done all he could and should focus on the upcoming tasks. It's coming. At a certain moment, a slight chewing sound was heard, and Yun Feng suddenly narrowed his pupils, his body half bent, legs slightly bent. Seeing this, the bobcat also instantly entered a combat state. Creak, creak. The chewing sound grew closer. and Yun Feng fixed his gaze on the last few pieces of dog food in front of him. That was at the corner of the corridor. Also the blind spot of the poisonous corpse. As long as the poisonous corpse turned the corner to eat these few pieces of dog food, it would be time for Yun Feng to issue the attack order. Creak, creak. The chewing sound grew nearer, and the nerves of Yun Feng and the others were becoming increasingly taut. Thud! A massive black shadow finally appeared before Yun Feng, the bobcat, and old Joe. It was a large dog with severe rot, so much so that even the bones were visible. Its bones were black, teeth also black, densely packed, sharp and pointed, glinting with a cold light that made one shudder. Inside its gums, numerous maggots wriggled, making one feel nauseated. Attack! After exchanging glances, Yun Feng was the first to issue the attack command. Boom! A special forces soldier holding a shotgun suddenly pulled the trigger. The immense impact sent the poisonous corpse dog flying before it even had a chance to react. Swish! Swish! Immediately, old Joe and another special forces soldier sprang out like cheetahs, their military knives slashing down hard. Clang! Clang! Just as the poisonous corpse dog landed, it was struck twice, producing a clearly audible sound of metal clashing. To deal with this battle, the military knives were specially made by the military, extremely tough and sharp, yet they only left shallow marks on the body of the poisonous corpse dog. Roar! The poisonous corpse dog, in pain, let out an angry roar and suddenly stood up, preparing to fight. Swish! Swish! Yun Feng and the bobcat had already approached. Clang! The military knife in the bobcat's hand was heavy, and his strength was his forte. A strike hit the back of the poisonous corpse dog, causing it to stumble and fall back to the ground. The struck area was torn open, revealing writhing black worms inside, and its spine was somewhat deformed, leaving deep indentations. Swish! Yun Feng followed up immediately, not missing the opportunity created by the bobcat. Roar! Listening to the mournful cry of the poisonous corpse dog, Yun Feng remained extremely calm, his grip on the triangular military dagger steady. Seeing the scene, the bobcat couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Clearly, he hadn't expected this seemingly weak college student to be so outstanding, with psychological qualities not inferior to his own, which surprised him greatly. Clang! Then, to his further surprise, Yun Feng struck true, hitting the back of the poisonous corpse dog's head. Incredibly precise. Huh, my strength isn't enough. I can't kill it. Just then, Yun Feng's pupils constricted. The triangular military dagger in his hand got stuck on the poisonous corpse dog's skull, unable to penetrate deeper or be pulled out. Roar! The poisonous corpse dog, under the threat of severe pain and death, suddenly burst forth with immense strength, struggling madly to escape, and then it lunged forward. At that moment, Yun Feng did not let go, gripping the triangular military dagger tightly. The poisonous corpse was right in front of him. The hope of saving Wanjun was right in front of him. He would not let this opportunity slip away. Swish! Then, he was actually dragged out by the poisonous corpse dog. Be careful. This scene caught everyone off guard. The bobcat and old Joe's faces changed dramatically. They could all see that Yun Feng had rich combat experience and strong psychological qualities, but his physical condition was too weak. Even if the poisonous corpse dog was heavily injured, it would still be dangerous for Yun Feng to battle it alone. If something happened to Yun Feng, remembering General Huang's instructions, they dared not hesitate and lunge forward. Swish! Swish! At this moment, Yun Feng was unaware of the reactions of the bobcat and old Joe. He only knew that his actions were extremely risky, and even the slightest oversight could threaten his life. Gripping the triangular military dagger tightly, he exerted all his strength to stab down, trying to drive it deeper. As long as it went deeper, he could kill the poisonous corpse dog. However, just then, the poisonous corpse dog suddenly. Chapter 14 Limit Single Kill Roar. With every step the poisonous corpse dog took, it made Yun Feng move as well. Coupled with Yun Feng's force, the triangular military spike embedded in its skull shook constantly, driving deeper and causing it immense pain, bringing it closer to death. So, it suddenly leaped up and slammed its back against a large tree, attempting to kill Yun Feng by crashing him against it. Opportunity! Yun Feng's pupils constricted. He didn't care about his own safety, but keenly realized this was a chance. An opportunity to completely kill this poisonous corpse dog. He exerted all his strength, aligning the palm of his hand with the tip of the triangular military spike. Then straightened his arm. Bang! As his body crashed violently into the tree, the tremendous recoil was immediately transmitted through his shoulder to his arm, then to his palm, ultimately impacting the triangular military spike. Puff! In the next moment, the sharp triangular military spike instantly pierced into the back of the poisonous corpse dog's head. Roar! With a howl, the poisonous corpse dog's body trembled violently, its internal power retreating like the tide. On the other hand, Yun Feng, under the massive impact, suffered serious injuries to his shoulder and palm, and his entire right arm was rendered powerless, hanging limply by his side. Bang! He then fell heavily to the ground. Quickly getting up, not caring about his injuries, and grabbed the body of the poisonous corpse dog, rushing towards the area shrouded in mysterious fog. However, the recent battle had exhausted most of his strength, and now he could hardly move fast. I'm coming. Old Joe immediately rushed to Yun Feng's side, extending his hand to take the poisonous corpse dog's body, looking at Yun Feng with respect and admiration, solemnly promising, "Don't worry. I will ensure the poisonous corpse dog's body reaches the hospital immediately. Say the captain." Yun Feng knew his condition, did not put on a brave front, nodded in agreement, then looked at the other two Special Forces soldiers who had just arrived, saying, "You two follow Old Joe. Ensure that no other poisonous corpses snatch away the body of the poisonous corpse dog on the way." Yes. The other two Special Forces soldiers nodded vigorously in response. "Let's go." Old Joe turned and left without hesitation, dragging the body of the poisonous corpse dog as if it were nothing. At the same time, he turned back to Mountain Cat and ordered, "Mountain Cat, protect him well. Rest assured." Mountain Cat nodded firmly. Yun Feng's performance had completely convinced him. His feelings of discontent towards Yun Feng had entirely dissipated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, Old Joe led the other two Special Forces soldiers to escort the body of the poisonous corpse dog away, with Yun Feng and Mountain Cat following closely behind. Yun Feng's physical condition was not as good as Old Joe and the others, and now he was heavily injured, quickly falling behind the three. In the thick, mysterious fog, visibility was only 3 meters, and both sides could not assist each other. Only 30 more meters to leave the mysterious fog. Yun Feng held a military dagger tightly in his left hand, fully alert. "Don't be careless." Mountain Cat had no more objections to Yun Feng's words, his body tense, gripping his military knife tightly, guarding on Yun Feng's right side. At that moment, whoosh, a white figure suddenly sprang out, pouncing towards Mountain Cat, its dark eyes glowing blue with intense desire. This was the desire to feed. It was the poisonous corpse cat. Be careful. Yun Feng's alertness was extremely high, and he immediately gave a warning. However, the poisonous corpse cat was incredibly fast, reaching him in an instant, biting fiercely at Mountain Cat's carotid artery. It had sniffed out the delicious scent from there. "Come, let me die." Mountain Cat, undaunted, made an extremely astonishing move at that moment. He suddenly raised his arm that was across his body, voluntarily offering it to the poisonous corpse cat's mouth, while his other hand holding the knife swiftly turned, pointing the blade upwards, directly stabbing at the back of the poisonous corpse cat. Puff! Puff! Almost simultaneously, 2 sounds of flesh being pierced rang out. Mountain Cat's left arm was brutally bitten through, while the poisonous corpse cat's exhaust hole was also stabbed by the military knife. Meow. The poisonous corpse cat cried out in pain, releasing its grip. Oomph. In contrast, Mountain Cat merely let out a muffled grunt, suddenly embracing the poisonous corpse cat and slamming it to the ground. It's worth mentioning that the handle of the military knife was aimed at the ground. Puff. Puff. Meanwhile, the poisonous corpse cat flailed its limbs wildly, its sharp claws instantly leaving 8 bloody gashes on Mountain Cat's body, deep enough to see bone. Puff! Following that, the handle of the military knife touched the ground, and then the sharp blade completely penetrated the body of the poisonous corpse cat, the tip emerging from its skull. Meow! The poisonous corpse cat let out another tragic cry and died on the spot. D. My nickname is Mountain Cat. Can't I kill this domesticated cat? Bah! Mountain Cat's momentum was overwhelming, like a war god. He patted his chest fiercely and shouted, "Come on, bring it on. Does it hurt?" Seeing that Mountain Cat was not in life-threatening danger, Yunfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then his gaze fell on the wound on Mountain Cat's chest, asking, "Does it hurt?" Hiss! Mountain Cat's momentum weakened instantly, crying out in pain, "It hurts." Seeing this, Yunfeng was quite helpless, too lazy to bother with Mountain Cat, and quickly turned to leave, with poisonous corpses appearing one after another. It was too dangerous for them to stay in the mysterious fog any longer. "I'm injured. How can you bear to leave me behind? Just now I was protecting you." Mountain Cat, though cheeky, did not slow down his actions, staying right beside Yunfeng, fully alert and ready for battle. Roar, bang, kill. Suddenly, the sounds of shotguns, the screams of poisonous corpses, and the shouts of soldiers erupted behind them. The battle was on again. Swish! As Yunfeng and Mountain Cat left the area shrouded in mysterious fog, a large number of guns and even arrows were aimed at them. Clearly, the military had devised various methods to deal with the poisonous corpses. Many cold weapons were used. When they saw it was Yunfeng and Mountain Cat, the guns and arrows finally shifted away. Buzz! Yunfeng and Mountain Cat then saw a helicopter taking off. Tot tot tot. Medical personnel in protective gear approached and began treating Yunfeng and Mountain Cat. Yin Shui. General Huang immediately stepped forward and saluted respectfully. "General Huang." Yunfeng instinctively tried to salute with his right hand, but couldn't lift it, choosing to salute with his left hand instead, then said, "Arrange a helicopter immediately. I need to get to the hospital. Medical work will be done on the helicopter." "Yes." General Huang nodded, gestured to Mountain Cat, then turned to arrange the helicopter. Mountain Cat stood by looking dumbfounded. The captain's little boyfriend seems to be quite extraordinary. Chapter 15, I Can't Live Without You. You. In the helicopter, Lynx looked at Yunfeng and couldn't help but ask, "Yunfeng, what exactly is your identity? Even General Huang respects you so much." Upon hearing this, Yunfeng glanced at Lynx and then said, "If you developed the special medicine for the TNN1 virus, you would receive the same respect." "You developed the special medicine for the TNN1 virus?" Lynx was immediately taken aback. His gaze towards Yunfeng completely changed. "I didn't expect you to be not only very capable in combat, but also a remarkable doctor. Impressive." Yunfeng ignored Lynx. His brows furrowed, constantly staring at his phone, filled with worry. He knew that no news is the best news. "Wanjun, I can't live without you. You must hold on." Thinking of this, he clenched his fists tightly. "Yunfeng, you developed the special medicine for the TNN1 virus, but you didn't keep a few bottles for yourself? I didn't expect you to be so selfless." Lynx continued chattering. "If you weren't so selfless and secretly kept a few bottles, wouldn't the captain be in danger?" Yunfeng was used to Lynx's incessant chatter from his previous life. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't listen. But Secretary Chan beside him couldn't get used to it and found Lynx a bit noisy. He spoke up. "You are injured, so keep quiet and let the medical staff treat you in peace." Secretary Chan was currently wearing protective gear, so his face was completely obscured. Lynx thought he was a medical worker and patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, I'm in great shape. I just injected the special medicine. Nothing will happen." In the past, when fighting with those little bastards from the elephant country at the border, I was hurt much worse than this. Hiss! As he spoke, the wound on his chest split open, and the bandage was quickly soaked with blood. "Don't move." A medical worker who was bandaging his wound shouted loudly. The voice was clear and pleasant, obviously from a young girl. Lynx immediately quieted down. Besides his grandfather, he was most afraid of women. With Lynx becoming obedient, the whole helicopter became quiet. Tap, tap, tap. Meanwhile, a large number of troops appeared around the Kyoto Concord Hospital, all armed with real guns and ammunition. The originally noisy hospital became quieter, and everyone unconsciously lowered their voices. Clearly, everyone realized that something significant was happening. The pedestrians around also involuntarily slowed their pace. Buzz, buzz. Helicopters appeared in the sky, surrounded by snipers. Such a scale is extremely rare. What is going on? Is some big shot coming? Sure. There must be at least a company of soldiers here, and they even deployed helicopters. Look, a section of the hospital square has been cleared. What are they planning to do? The surrounding medical staff and patients were all curious and nervous, whispering to each other, "Hurry, move faster, take precautions." At the same time, the military and the hospital cooperated to quickly establish a closed passage from the hospital's small square area to the hospital interior, while a large number of medical personnel began disinfection procedures. At the other end of the passage was a room filled with machines, with dozens of pharmaceutical personnel in protective gear on standby, ready to produce the special medicine for the TNN1 virus, just waiting for the raw materials to arrive. Buzz, buzz. Soon, the sound of huge propellers turning echoed as a helicopter quickly approached and landed in the hospital's small square, its door perfectly aligned with the closed passage. Boom, boom. Then, the medical personnel who had been prepared rushed forward, holding sprayers and spraying large amounts of disinfectant mist at the helicopter. Click! The door opened, and old Joe, holding a toxic corpse, jumped out directly, moving as fast as lightning. Step aside. Quick! This is a toxic corpse, the raw material for the special medicine. A few minutes later, buzz, buzz. The helicopter carrying Feng and Lynx also arrived. After going through the same disinfection steps, they quickly entered the hospital through the closed passage. Meanwhile, a large number of medical personnel began disinfection of the hospital interior and its surroundings. We cannot let saving lives lead to the spread of the virus, threatening the safety of ordinary citizens. Fortunately, the building where the special medicine for the TNN1 virus was being produced and where Su Wan-jun was being treated was a standalone building, specifically separated out. So the disinfection work did not affect ordinary citizens seeking medical treatment, and it was also less likely to spread the virus. How is it? Feng quickly arrived at the emergency room door, suppressing the deep-seated anxiety within him, and asked, "Still in rescue. No news has come out." The special forces who arrived early immediately spoke up. "Yin Shuai, no news is the best news." Looking at Feng's pale profile, Secretary Chen said, "You've done everything you could. Feng, don't worry. The captain will definitely be fine." Lynx said, "She is a legend in our Huaxiang military, known as the goddess of war of the East. It's not that easy to bring her down." Feng stood silently, appearing exceptionally calm, but the tightly clenched hands beneath his military uniform revealed the emotions deep within him. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent, and the atmosphere gradually became heavy. The raw materials for the special medicine were in hand, but they still had to wait for the medicine to be completed. The special medicine has arrived. Suddenly, a figure rushed in. It was old Joe. He was skilled in speed and uninjured, having been guarding the door of the special medicine production room. As soon as the medicine was completed, he rushed over immediately. Soon, the special medicine was sent into the emergency room. Seeing this, everyone's expressions were no longer tense. After all, the special medicine was sent in before any news came out from the emergency room, which was a good thing. Bang! After more than 10 minutes, the emergency room door was pushed open, and a young doctor appeared before everyone, saying, "The patient's condition is stabilizing, and they are out of life-threatening danger. You can all relax." Phew! Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Great! I told you the captain could pull through." Bang! As he spoke, Lynx slammed his fist against a nearby wall, the exact spot where he had hit it twice earlier, and then, crack! The tiles on the wall shattered and fell, completely breaking into pieces. Everyone. Then, they couldn't help but take a step back, keeping their distance from Lynx. The young doctor immediately glared at Lynx with a darkened face. Lynx awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I didn't expect your hospital's tiles to be so flimsy. Are you cutting corners?" "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, the young doctor was even angrier. "Yin Shuai." Just then, Secretary Chan beside him suddenly shouted nervously. Chapter 16. Activate the gene lock in advance? What happened? Feng immediately turned around and asked. Secretary Chen's voice was urgent, clearly indicating something had occurred. "An incident has happened in the first area covered by the mysterious haze," Secretary Chen said. "Oh." Feng's eyes narrowed instantly. Then he asked, "What happened?" Originally, our special operations team was strictly executing General Yun's plan, completely suppressing the toxic corpses after they appeared. But then, a second batch of toxic corpses suddenly surged from underground, overwhelming us and causing severe injuries to several soldiers. "The situation is critical," Secretary Chen quickly reported. "Let's go." Upon hearing this, Feng said without hesitation, casting a deep glance at the rescue room's door before turning to leave. As the commander of the mysterious haze incident, he would never allow any soldier to die in a haze, nor fall victim to those damned toxic corpses. "Should we go provide support?" Mountain Cat volunteered. "No need. You stay here and inform me of any news regarding Wanjun as soon as possible," Feng replied before leaving. Secretary Chun followed closely behind. Buzz, buzz. Soon, the sound of a helicopter could be heard. "What's up with Feng? He feels so mysterious?" Mountain Cat looked out the window as the helicopter flew away from the hospital, scratching his head in confusion. "Everyone calls him General Yun. Isn't his name Feng? What did he change it? His identity is not simple." Old Joe nodded in agreement, saying, "Not only does General Huang hold him in high regard, but he can also participate in or even control the mysterious haze incident. The contribution of developing the TNN1 type virus antidote is clearly not enough." And that Secretary Chan beside him, even though he is in protective gear, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Mountain Cat felt a headache coming on and directly said, "Next time I meet him, I'll just ask him. Guessing is exhausting. By the way, the captain's favorite young man is not just a pretty face. He actually managed to single-handedly kill that toxic corpse dog. Impressive. Yeah, a shotgun couldn't even kill that toxic corpse dog. Yet he managed to do it. That toxic corpse dog's speed and strength are so formidable. Even the captain might not be a match for it, right? If the captain is with him, will he get bullied?" While Mountain Cat and others were discussing, Feng had already started the emergency plan with a serious expression. To perfectly respond to the mysterious haze incident, Feng had formulated several plans. I also know very little about the specifics of the first mysterious haze incident. I only know the location where it occurred, but not the exact number of toxic corpses, so I developed an emergency plan. However, I didn't expect the number of toxic corpses in the mysterious haze to be so high. On the helicopter, Feng listened to the incoming reports and couldn't help but narrow his eyes, contemplating more solutions. "General Yun," Secretary Chun asked worriedly, "according to the reports, there are at least 100 toxic corpses, more than our soldiers. Can they handle it?" "I believe in them," Feng said firmly. "The country believes in them." Hearing this, Secretary Chun gritted his teeth and nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, Feng began to ponder. Should I change the course of history and activate the gene lock in advance? If the gene lock is activated, the special soldier strength will surge, and they wouldn't be threatened by these toxic corpses. According to my memories from my previous life, it wasn't until 4 months later when the tectonic plates began to shift significantly and ancient beasts emerged from underground that humanity activated the gene lock and entered an era of universal evolution. The gene lock can be activated by anyone, but the talents after activation vary. However, activating the gene lock early could lead to a series of butterfly effects. Many things I remember might change. Moreover, activating the gene lock requires purifying the original blood from the ancient beasts, which is a complex process. I need to think this through carefully. Meanwhile, in the first area covered by the mysterious haze, dozens of corpses were already lying on the ground. All of them toxic corpses. The soldiers of Huaxia, working together, formed groups of 3 to 5, refusing to abandon each other and relying on their iron will hold on until now. Don't engage in pointless fighting. We must find the right opportunity to strike and kill the enemy. The captain of this special operations team shouted, his military blade stabbing cleanly into a toxic corpse that lunged at him. He already bore 3 deep wounds, but at that moment he felt no pain. His eyes were filled only with the desire to kill. Fight! And my soldiers! Suddenly, a black figure sprang out from the thick white haze, directly biting through a special soldier's arm. This was a human corpse, its flesh completely turned black, creating a strong visual impact. With a tearing sound, a large chunk of flesh was ripped away, and then it prepared to retreat disappearing into the white haze to set up for another ambush. "Ah, leave him to me," this special soldier roared, disregarding everything as he wrapped his arms around the waist of the toxic corpse. Bang! Crack! The toxic corpse suddenly threw a punch, smashing its fist into the soldier's back, creating a dull yet powerful impact sound, followed by the sound of bones cracking. Bang! Bang! The toxic corpse continued to rain down punches. Puff! The special soldier felt his organs twisting together, a sweetness in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood, yet he clung tightly to the waist of the toxic corpse, refusing to let go. Roar! In the next moment, the toxic corpse seemed to be provoked, letting out a roar and throwing a punch straight at the back of the special soldier's head. If it struck his skull, the special soldier would undoubtedly die. At that moment, the soldier's two comrades were entangled with two other toxic corpses, unable to come to his aid. "You son of a bitch, dared to hit my soldier." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and a sharp military blade plunged into the back of the toxic corpse's head. Roar! The toxic corpse's body trembled violently, its fist stopping just inches from the back of the special soldier's head. Unable to advance, its body softened and it knelt to the ground. Puff! The captain of the special operations team swiftly pulled out his military blade, and the toxic corpse's head tilted back, spewing out a large amount of saliva and blood into the air. "Old Cannon, how are you holding up?" The captain quickly approached the fallen special soldier and asked. "Captain, don't worry, Puff. I won't die." The soldier named Old Cannon shook his head, a large amount of blood pouring from his mouth. Yet he still managed to say, You hurry, go help my comrades. Don't worry about me." Just then, another toxic corpse suddenly sprang out from the haze, lunging directly at the captain of the special operations team. Chapter 17, The Brothers Have All Returned. Whoosh! Roar! Suddenly, a poisonous corpse sprang out like a sharp arrow, directly aiming at the captain of the special forces team. "Be careful." Lao Pao's expression changed, and his potential erupted suddenly as he violently flicked his wrist. A flash of silver appeared. Then, the sharp throwing knife pierced the eye socket of the poisonous corpse, exploding the eyeball and burying itself deep inside. The poisonous corpse trembled violently, and then, roar! It let out a mournful howl, clutching its right eye with both hands, collapsing to the ground, struggling and rolling continuously. The captain of the Special Forces team also regained his senses, seizing the opportunity to draw his military knife and thrust it fiercely into the back of the poisonous corpse's head. Instantly, the poisonous corpse fell completely silent. Dead. Bang. And Lao Pao also fainted on the ground, unconscious. Battles like this were happening every moment, relying on mutual cooperation. Every special soldier chose to trust their comrades and ultimately held on until reinforcements arrived with zero casualties. Tot. When the reinforcements arrived, the battlefield had entered a real melee. The situation was increasingly favorable for the soldiers. Buzz. When Yun Feng arrived at this mysterious foggy area, the battlefield was already nearing its end. There were no mobile forces left to deploy around the mysterious fog. Yin Shuai. The battle in the mysterious fog has been ongoing and never stopped. After so long, I'm afraid. Secretary Chan reported the latest situation, looking grave. He had a premonition that the casualties in this battle would be severe. The poisonous corpses were already extremely powerful, and in their main battlefield of the mysterious fog. How could the soldiers possibly retreat unscathed? Charge in. The more strength, the better the odds. Hearing this, Yin Feng said nothing and, gripping his knife, was ready to rush in. Injured in his right arm, he would wield the knife with his left hand, as long as there was still breath in him. He must fight on the front lines, fighting alongside the soldiers of Huaxia. Yin Shuai, you are injured and cannot go in. Moreover, the battlefield is extremely complex. If anything happens to you, how can I report to the Supreme Commander? How can I explain to the future of Huaxia? Secretary Chun defied military orders for the first time, blocking Yin Feng's path and shouting, Yin Shuai, you stay here. I will lead the men in. Saying this, he turned to the soldiers responsible for preventing the poisonous corpses from escaping the mysterious fog and shouted, who will protect Yin Shuai? Secretary Chun, you protect Yin Shuai. I will go. In an instant, the surrounding soldiers all stepped forward. If not for the orders to guard the perimeter and not to rush into the mysterious fog, they would have long since been unable to hold back. Watching their comrades and enemies fight to the death while being unable to help was too frustrating. Just then, a sudden roar came from the mysterious fog, and then the entire area fell into silence. Did it end? Secretary Chun stared intently at the mysterious fog. All units, be on high alert. Feng quickly issued the command. Swish! The surrounding soldiers all went on high alert, their expressions tense. Top! Top! In the next moment, footsteps sounded. At first, they were chaotic and faint. As time passed, the footsteps grew louder and more orderly. Tap, tap, tap. At a certain moment, a large number of figures emerged from the mysterious fog. Looking closely, they were indeed the soldiers of Huaxia. They supported each other, with the lightly injured soldiers carrying their more severely wounded comrades, not abandoning or giving up, step by step emerging from the battlefield. Their injuries were severe, leaving a trail of blood along the way, yet they persevered. Moreover, they had not forgotten their mission, dragging out all the bodies of the poisonous corpses. Salute! The captain of the Special Forces team, carrying Lao Pao, walked at the front of the line and shouted. Swish! All the soldiers behind him saluted. Their figures stood tall like pines. Yin Shui. This battle lasted 2 hours and 15 minutes, killing a total of 108 poisonous corpses. Mission accomplished. The captain of the Special Forces team raised his head high and reported the results. Our Feng Special Forces team has a total of 285 members. Not a single one is missing, all accounted for. I brought all the brothers back. Swish! Seeing this scene, Feng felt a surge of pride and immediately returned a military salute. This is my Huaxia soldiers. Victory belongs only to the strong. Swish! Behind him, Secretary Chun and the other soldiers also saluted. December 24th, 2040. After more than 2 hours, the second mysterious fog event ended, with a total of 3 incidents erupting in Huaxia, covering an area of over 30,000 square kilometers. The Huaxia military suffered no casualties. A total of 195 poisonous corpses were killed. The mission was perfectly completed. Full extermination of the area shrouded in the mysterious fog. The wounded were immediately sent to the hospital, quickly processing the bodies of the 195 poisonous corpses to create special antidotes. Feng then issued 3 commands. Meanwhile abroad, mysterious fog events also erupted. In the Eagle Country, XXX California, a mysterious fog event broke out here. Because the area covered by the mysterious fog was a farm, sparsely populated, there were initially no casualties. However, who could have thought that the farm owner was a murderous maniac who killed a dozen children and buried them all on his farm? His methods were ruthless and skilled. Everything done without a trace. Even the Eagle Country police had no leads. At this moment, roar, roar. These corpses all transformed into poisonous corpses, becoming man-eating monsters, and after lingering in the mysterious fog for more than 10 minutes, they sprang out, following the scent of humans, rushing toward the yard where the farm owner lived. In less than 3 minutes, the farm owner and his family were completely devoured. Whoosh, whoosh. Then, these poisonous corpses rushed in all directions, some disappearing into bustling cities, others vanishing into the mountains. In the Cherry Blossom Country, DJ, a famous restaurant. At this moment, a feast was taking place, but lying on the dining table was a young woman. This banquet, considered extremely high-end, was attended by renowned local figures. Hey, this is delicious. It even has a body fragrance. Obscene laughter occasionally echoed in the restaurant. At a certain moment, the area was covered by mysterious fog, and the laughter turned into shouts of curses. What's going on? Baka, my Cherry Blossom Country has always valued environmental issues, dumping all the garbage in other countries or the sea. How could there be such a ghostly weather like fog? Shouldn't this be appearing in Huaxia or Xianghua? Roar. Help. Soon screams rang out. The casualties were heavy, and the first to notice the anomaly was not the police of the Cherry Blossom Country, but the underground forces. Chapter 18 Draft Order issued General Yun. Latest news. There have been a total of 4 outbreaks within the borders of the Eagle Nation, 3 outbreaks in the Elephant Nation, 5 outbreaks in the Northern Bear Nation. Secretary Chun quickly relayed the first-hand information to Yun Feng. Among them, the Eagle Nation and the Northern Bear Nation reacted swiftly, exterminating most of the poisoned corpses, but some still managed to escape into cities and forests. Currently, the military of the Eagle Nation and the Northern Bear Nation are making every effort to hunt them down. In the Elephant Nation, due to high population density, a large number of poisoned corpses have emerged from the mysterious fog, and the military is unable to control the situation. A large number of poisoned corpses have broken through the military encirclement and are massacring civilians. Moreover, after listening to Secretary Chen's report, Yun Feng showed no hesitation and directly issued orders. Relay the command. Immediately seal off the borders. Prohibit all trade. At the same time, reinforce the borders. Increase troops in the West Wilderness Military District by 300,000. Increase troops in the North Wilderness Military District by 200,000. Increase troops in the South Wilderness Military District by 300,000. We absolutely cannot allow poisoned corpses to infiltrate our Huaxia territory. We absolutely cannot allow foreigners to enter Huaxia. The number of poisoned corpses that can be exterminated this time can only produce nearly 200,000 doses of the special medicine, which is too few. This cannot guarantee the safety of the entire populace. We must take compulsory measures. Close off the country. In addition, all citizens in the coastal areas must retreat 20 kilometers. Deploy troops to establish a defensive line to prevent the invasion of poisoned corpses from the sea. Yun Feng paused for a moment and continued issuing orders. Hearing this, Secretary Chen asked, General Yun, our troop strength is insufficient. Insufficient troop strength? Yun Feng paused, then issued another command. Relay my orders. Immediately draft soldiers. All combat zones and departments must cooperate fully. Complete the drafting before nightfall. The preliminary preparations for the drafting have already been basically completed, and now is the best time to enlist. Yes, General Yun. Secretary Chun immediately turned and left. Soon, the draft order was issued, causing an uproar in the world. Leaders of the Eagle Nation, drafting 40 million? What a joke. Does Huaxia have enough financial resources to support this army? Moreover, Huaxia is actually closing off the country. The Qing dynasty, which once did so, has already perished. I bet Huaxia won't even be able to recruit 100,000 soldiers. Citizens of the Elephant Nation, is Huaxia crazy? What are they trying to do? They are even increasing troops at the borders. Do they want to unilaterally start the Third World War? Citizens of Maple Leaf Nation, Huaxia's actions are destroying the long-lost peace of the world. This madness must be stopped. I hope Huaxia reconsiders this draft order within 3 days. Citizens of the Northern Bear Nation, keep a close watch on the latest developments. Citizens of North City, the mainland can't even afford tea eggs. How could it possibly support so many troops? Ridiculous. This is simply a foolish act. In an instant, the world's attention was focused on Huaxia. Meanwhile, within Huaxia, Xiaoming, he has always had a dream, to become a soldier, to protect the home and the country. For this, he trains every day and watches various military information daily. But due to his height, he has never been able to pass the draft test. Hey, Xiaoming, you are already 24. It's time to grow up. Before 23, you said you might still have a chance to grow taller and enlist, but now, you're not a kid anymore. You can't keep living in a dream. You still don't have a proper job. What will you do in the future? Mom is getting old. She wants to hold her grandchildren. Listening to his mother's voice on the phone, Xiaoming fell silent, looking at the gun molds, maps, and various magazines in his room. He became even more silent, regretting not enlisting for 3 years, regretting not enlisting for a lifetime, remembering what he had said before. His eyes gradually became moist. Do I really have to accept Aunt Lee's pursuit? At that moment, the military channel on TV suddenly changed, and a general with 3 gold stars appeared. We interrupt this program for an emergency notice. The Huaxia official has issued a draft order, now drafting 40 million, 35 million male soldiers, 5 million female soldiers. All healthy individuals aged 18 to 40 can enlist, with no other restrictions. Until full, all reservists will be converted to active duty. All retired soldiers will be recalled. Immediately, the voice announced. Swish! Xiao Ming suddenly turned his head, staring intently at the black text on the TV screen, completely petrified. Xiao Ming, think it over carefully. You. The voice of his mother continued on the phone, and Xiao Ming suddenly woke up, then excitedly shouted, Mom, I can enlist now. I can enlist now. Mom, I'll talk to you later. I'm going to sign up. If I wait too long, there won't be a chance. Whoosh. Saying this, Xiao Ming rushed out of the room. All the physical training he had done finally came into play, and he was the first to arrive at the enlistment point. Sign me up. I want to enlist. In a public restroom of a male dormitory at SD University of Technology. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a hurried sound echoed in one of the stalls. The movements of the boys in the two stalls suddenly paused, and then a wicked thought arose at the same time. This is so exciting. Immediately, a deep and hearty voice came from the middle stall. The boys in the two stalls were stunned. So loud? But why is there only one man's voice? Drafting 40 million. What is the country trying to do? Are they going to war? Are they going to fight the Eagle Nation? Or Nam? Or the Elephant Nation? I want to enlist to expand the territory of our Huaxia. Then, the restroom door was violently pushed open, and a figure dashed out. The boys in the two stalls were once again stunned, their pants still down, and it turned out to be just this. Wait, drafting 40 million? Going to fight the Eagle Nation? Whoosh. The two boys quickly pulled up their pants and ran out. Meanwhile, the hallway was already crowded with many people rushing downstairs. When they arrived at the enlistment point, it was even more chaotic, all filled with people. In the security room of a luxurious villa, Sunbei, your salary this month is deducted by 500. The security team leader glanced at the neatly dressed, burly man in front of him, then took out 5 red bills from the 2,500 yuan salary in front of him. No way. Sunbei grabbed the security team leader's hand and said, Why? I don't seem to have made a mistake, right? His sister needs money for school. His mother needs money for medical treatment. And this 2,500 yuan is the family's entire income. He absolutely cannot lose it. Heh. The beautiful woman in Villanelle, 3 Sue, looks at you with a strange gaze. I'm jealous, so I want to deduct 500 from you. What's wrong? Not satisfied? The security team leader tugged at his collar disdainfully and said, So what if I serve 2 years in the army? What use is it? I have connections. I have money. You have to listen whether you like it or not. If you lose this job, let's see how you support your sister's education and your mother's medical treatment. Chapter 19. National War, Call and Return. You. Hearing this, Sunbei clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, but dared not make a move, because the words just spoken had hit his soft spot. Ugh. He spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground, and the security captain raised an eyebrow, saying, Lick it clean, and I'll give you this 500 yuan. How about it? A good deal, right? Crack. Sunbei's fist made a popping sound due to excessive force. How about I send your sister to my room, and I'll take care of her? Ha! The security captain laughed heartily, his eyes filled with a strong lewdness. Just then, the radio nearby suddenly broadcasted General Huang's recruitment order. Huh? Inside the security room, the atmosphere instantly became strange. The security captain opened his mouth, maintaining the posture of just now, but he couldn't laugh anymore, and his gaze toward Sunbei carried some fear. Bang! Dare to think about my sister. I'll kill you. In the next moment, Sunbei couldn't hold back any longer and directly slammed the security captain to the ground. Ah! The security captain's open mouth had a close encounter with the phlegm he just spat. Whoosh! Immediately, Sunbei grabbed the money and turned to leave. You! Ugh! The security captain vomited violently, looked at the nearby security guard, and cursed. What are you looking at? Damn! Hurry up and help me up. Otherwise, do you believe I'll fire you? Go to hell. I don't want to keep licking your worthless ass. I'm going to join the army. Bang! The nearby security guard suddenly kicked out, and the security captain once again ended up in a dog-eat-dog position. Then this security guard rushed out, shouting, Beige! Are you joining the army? Sunbei paused, looked towards Kyoto, and said firmly, National War, Call and Return. Brothers, our Huaxia is drafting on a large scale. I'm sure this means we're going to war. It's time to protect our homes and our country. Brothers, I want to enlist. Anyone want to join me? In the dormitory group chat where Yin Feng was his roommate, Old Wang became active again. Feng Ge, what do you think? Roommate Zhao Shan, Old Wang, I'm on the train now. I can't enlist. Could you ask if I can register for someone else? Roommate Huang Xiao Shui, Old Wang, my girlfriend has dragged me along. She wants to be a soldier. I'm at the recruitment point right now. It's packed. Hurry up. Soon after, Huang Xiaoshui sent a photo. In the photo, the recruitment point had already formed long lines that stretched as far as the eye could see. Whoosh! Old Wang didn't even have time to reply to Huang Xiaoshui and grabbed his phone to rush out. Yin Feng saw the chat records and couldn't help but smile, replying, "Don't forget to bring your ID." His roommates were all very patriotic, and their values were very upright. This was also the reason they got along so well. Roommate Huang Xiaoshui, Feng Ge, aren't you going? Yin Feng, I'm not going. Roommate Huang Xiaoshui, what a pity. I was hoping our dorm's 4 brothers would enlist together and fight side by side. Gotta go, it's my turn. Roommate Zhao Shan, Old Wang. Don't forget to ask if I can register for someone else. Roommate Huang Xiaoshui, don't call me Old Huang, my old dog is called Old Huang. Call me Handsome. Watching his roommates joyfully bicker, Yin Feng smiled, stopped looking at the group chat, and continued with his own matters. Special announcement. Recruitment is over. 40 million new soldiers, all recruited. 4 hours later, the state issued a new announcement. Then, the whole world seemed to fall silent for a moment. After that, discussions erupted all over the world. Within Huaxia, alas, what to do now? I just got off work and didn't have time to rush to the recruitment point. I waited in line for 3 hours, and when it was my turn, I was told it was full. Boo-hoo, I'm so unlucky, right? I was thinking of considering it for 2 days. It's already full? That's amazing. This is the speed of Huaxia. I registered great. Ha! Various regions exploded in excitement. In the dormitory group where Yun Feng was. Old Wang, did you guys know? I put in a lot of effort to successfully enlist. The army brother just entered my name into the system, and the announcement was made. Ha! Huang Xiaoshui. I also registered. Let the big brother and Feng Ge be envious. Zhao Shan, don't forget their SA physical examination and political review. I'll draw a circle to curse you both to get eliminated. Registered? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. Old Wang and Huang Xiaoshui's fates were already completely different from their previous lives. I wonder how they will fare in this life. Abroad. Oh, my God. Did I see that right? Our country only has 10 million people, and Huaxia actually recruited 40 million new soldiers. That's 4 times our population. Losing 40 million laborers all at once. Won't Huaxia's production and life be severely affected? Huaxia is currently facing serious aging issues. Can they really rely entirely on these elderly people for production and life? Fake news. It must be fake news. Huaxia is just putting on a show. How could they fill 40 million recruits so quickly? What a joke. Foreigners were also discussing it. Almost no one believed it was true. Do you think I believe it? The leaders of the Eagle Nation were stunned when they heard this news, then shook their heads in disbelief, saying, "Why is Huaxia closing its doors? Isn't it to prevent our intelligence personnel from exposing their lies?" In my view, Huaxia definitely hasn't filled 40 million recruits. They're doing this just to create a deterrent effect. No need to pay attention. The sycophantic countries of the Eagle Nation also expressed agreement. However, these sycophantic countries did not dare to let their guard down, standing ready, with all soldiers on high alert, fearing that Huaxia might suddenly mobilize troops. Secretary Chun, upon hearing this news, snorted coldly and said, "A bunch of arrogant Westerners. They don't dare to face their own weakness. Sooner or later, they will beg us." Yin Feng glanced at the West and said indifferently, "No need to wait until later. They will soon beg us." Huh? Secretary Chun was taken aback, then asked, "Does Yin Shui mean a special drug?" That's right. Although various countries are paying great attention to the mysterious haze incident, they know too little about the power of the poisonous corpse and do not have enough understanding of the horror of the TNN1 virus. This has led to the poisonous corpse escaping the mysterious haze and the virus beginning to spread. Yin Feng said, "Just wait. In less than 3 days, an epidemic will break out. The TNN1 virus is so highly contagious and has such a high mortality rate. Without a special drug, foreign countries will suffer heavy losses, regardless of wealth or status, all treated equally. By then, these foreigners will be more afraid of death than anyone. Chapter 22 Nations Transaction the day after the outbreak of a second mysterious haze event. In a top Western family, an elderly woman lay on a soft bed, her body already showing signs of stiffness. It is confirmed that Lady Edward has been infected with the TNN1 virus. She is quite old, her physical condition is weak, and she urgently needs an effective drug to save her. Otherwise, there's a life-threatening danger. A world-class doctor spoke up. Where can we find an effective drug? A middle-aged man in a tailcoat, exuding an air of nobility, stared intensely at the doctor and asked, with so many developed countries in Western Europe and such high medical standards, is it possible that we cannot develop an effective drug? This virus appeared too suddenly. It will probably take 1 to 3 years to develop an effective drug. For now, we can only rely on the effective drugs from Huaxia. The world-class doctor replied. Damn, our Edward family actually has to seek help from Huaxia. The middle-aged man clenched his fist, furrowing his brows as he looked at his mother lying on the bed. He took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and spoke again. Contact the higher-ups in Huaxia. Get the effective drug at all costs. Yes. A subordinate immediately responded respectfully and retreated. In a small town in a neighboring country. Mayor, it's bad. Our town is about to face a major disaster. In just one day, the monsters that appeared in the mysterious haze have led to over 100 people going missing. A subordinate reported anxiously. What? The town mayor immediately issued an order. Start an investigation immediately. Remember, it must be done secretly. At the same time, suppress the public opinion. Especially online, we must not allow any related news to appear. Tell those internet police to delete all these messages. We are a major world power and must not fall behind the neighboring superpower in any aspect. At the very least, we must maintain that appearance. Otherwise, we want to receive more support. Mayor, a subordinate spoke. Shouldn't we learn from Huaxia, report to the nation, and send troops to exterminate the poisonous corpses? Learn from Huaxia? How is that possible? The town mayor said seriously. What is a mere poisonous corpse? What disasters has our country not faced? The Lord God will protect our country. We should send troops now to prevent the lower-class citizens from causing trouble. In North Bear Country, buzz, buzz. A large number of helicopters circled overhead as troops entered the city to participate in the extermination of the poisonous corpses. At the same time, report. Most of the soldiers involved in the mysterious haze event have. An intelligence officer reported the newly received information. Hearing this news, the leader of North Bear Country's expression became serious as he issued an order. Strictly follow Huaxia's epidemic prevention requirements. Huaxia's actions must have a purpose. There must be a reason. Although the Huaxia authorities have not disclosed specific reasons, based on years of understanding of Huaxia, he still chose to proceed with caution. Especially the invulnerable poisonous corpses and the mysterious virus detected, all of which gave him an ominous premonition. Additionally, connect with the leader of Huaxia. I want to talk to them. With the outbreak of the second mysterious haze event, the spread of the TNN1 virus has accelerated and its coverage has widened. The number of deaths has begun to increase significantly. The number of infected cases is expanding rapidly. At this moment, Feng, my rebirth has changed history. Am I still afraid of continuing to change it? Since heaven has given me this opportunity, I must maximize the advantages of my rebirth. Feng was still contemplating whether to change history next to unlock the genetic lock in advance, as it involves a wide range of issues that need to be considered. First, extremely advanced machinery is needed to continuously delve deep underground. Second, although he knows the areas where ancient fierce beasts appear in large numbers, he cannot precisely locate their sleeping positions. Third, machinery for producing and purifying original blood is needed. Fourth, ding ding ding. The ringing of the phone interrupted Feng's thoughts. When he was thinking, he set his phone to do not disturb mode, allowing only saved numbers to call through. Therefore, at this moment, the only ones who could call him were his parents, sisters, Secretary Chun, and the leader, Picking up the phone, seeing the caller ID, Yun Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows, realizing something might have happened, and directly answered. Leader. Yun Feng. The leader of North Bear Country asked again what had happened and whether to disclose it. The voice of the leader came from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Yun Feng fell silent for a moment. In his previous life, countries were preoccupied with their own issues, making it difficult to provide mutual support. Ultimately, North Bear Country made the astonishing decision first to abandon its territory and migrate to Huaxia, fighting side by side. Together, they resisted the invasion of the ancient fierce beast army. At the same time, they deployed a large number of atomic and hydrogen bombs in their homeland, dealing a severe blow to the ancient fierce beasts. This action prompted other countries to follow suit, thus uniting humanity's overall combat power and allowing them to persist longer. In this life, should I lend a hand? Hearing the silence on the other end of the phone, the leader patiently waited, knowing Yun Feng was pondering. Leader. Soon, Yun Feng made a decision. Inform the leader of North Bear Country that this virus is the TNN-1 virus, an ancient virus with a very high mortality rate and strong infectivity. Huaxia can provide them with prevention methods and experiences, but more will depend on themselves. Additionally, the poisonous corpses are the raw materials for producing the effective drug. Huaxia cannot provide the method for manufacturing the effective drug, but can supply the effective drug. However, they need to transport the poisonous corpses they killed in their territory to Huaxia. One poisonous corpse can be exchanged for 100 doses of the effective drug. Okay. Upon hearing this, the leader had no objections and directly agreed to Yun Feng's decision. Buzz. Soon, North Bear Country sent the first batch of poisonous corpses to Huaxia, totaling 100. Huaxia also wasted no time and directly provided 10,000 doses of the effective drug. The transaction between both sides went smoothly, and they trusted each other greatly. Meanwhile, the Tiger Nation also contacted the leader of Huaxia. Chapter 21. Wan Jun awakens. The mother of the Edward family patriarch has actually contracted the TNN-1 virus. Upon hearing the news, Yun Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Although the spread of the disease is rapid, as a high-ranking member of the Edward family, she should have been well protected, making infection in a short time unlikely. However, remembering the rumors about the women of the Edward family preferring to keep male slaves, he wasn't too surprised after all. Yin Shui, due to military conscription and the construction of the steel fortress city, the finances of Huaxia are currently tight and under great pressure. Is it possible to exchange the special medicine for funds? Secretary Chun reminded him. Oh, hearing this, Yun Feng frowned slightly and then shook his head, saying, money is important, but the lives of the people are even more important. If we want special medicine, we should prioritize exchanging it for the bodies of the infected. If there are no infected bodies, then we can use money to buy it. A bottle of special medicine costs 10 billion Huaxia dollars, or the equivalent in steel. However, the steel must be disinfected to prevent the spread of the TNN-1 virus domestically. 10 billion. Secretary Chun was taken aback. I'm afraid no country would be willing to purchase it, right? You underestimate their purchasing power. Yun Feng smiled lightly and continued. When your closest person is on the brink of death, you would be willing to pay any price to save them. A mere 10 billion is just a drop in the bucket for a country or a large family. Secretary Chun firmly believed in Yun Feng's words, because so far, everything Yun Feng has said has come true. There's another question. Yin Shui, if we sell the special medicine to other countries, aren't we afraid they will analyze its components and then replicate our special medicine? Secretary Chun asked again. 2 months. Yin Feng held up a finger and said, the components of the special medicine are complex, and the manufacturing steps are extremely tedious. It would take them about 2 months to completely replicate our special medicine. And 2 months later, at this point he paused, slightly narrowing his eyes as memories from his past life surfaced in his mind, then murmured, everything has changed. After that, Yin Feng did not dwell on this matter any longer. He needed to address another tricky issue. The special medicine has been developed. After the soldiers involved in the mysterious haze incident received the special medicine, there was still a considerable amount left. According to the pre-established regulations, frontline combat soldiers and medical personnel would receive it first. However, these frontline combat soldiers resolutely refused to take it. Let the medical personnel take it first. Now that the disease is starting to spread abroad, medical personnel need to stay at the forefront and must protect themselves. I'll keep my special medicine for emergencies. My constitution is good, and I'm young. I'm not afraid of the virus. I can handle it. Let those older soldiers with poorer health receive the special medicine. Yin Feng looked at the soldiers before him, listened to their opinions, and after a few minutes, he suddenly raised his hand, causing the surroundings to fall silent. Feeling the gaze of everyone, he took a deep breath and then spoke. Brothers, you are the most outstanding soldiers of Huaxia. You were selected to receive the special medicine because we need you to fight on the front lines. The special medicine not only protects you, but also prevents you from carrying the virus and infecting others. If you don't take the special medicine, how can you fight on the front line? Do you want to infect your comrades who are fighting alongside you, or infect the elderly and villagers you are protecting? Upon hearing this, the soldiers in the audience moved slightly, nodding in agreement. I can understand your feelings. Yin Feng said, I also admire your selflessness and dedication. But if you don't know how to protect yourselves, how can you protect others? Soon, the third mysterious haze will erupt again, and at that time, you will still need to fight against those infected corpses. Only by killing more infected corpses can we produce more special medicine. Only then can every Huaxia person receive the special medicine. Hearing this, the soldiers in the audience exchanged glances and nodded, saying, Yin Shuai is right. Yin Shuai, we rough men didn't think it through, but now we understand. We will take the special medicine. We will listen to Yin Shuai. They have finally been persuaded. Immediately, Yin Feng bowed slightly and turned to leave. He still had many things to attend to. In the car, Yin Shuai, Secretary Chen spoke. Captain Su has awakened. Captain Su? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow, then reacted, his face lighting up. Wan Jun has woken up? Yes, Secretary Chen said. The Huazong and others held a joint consultation, and with the special medicine provided by Yin Shuai, Captain Su has finally regained consciousness. However, she is still very weak. Should Yin Shuai go to see Captain Su? Let us go. Yin Feng agreed without hesitation. Secretary Chen immediately turned the car around, while Yin Feng opened his computer to hold a video conference with the members of the highest action group. There is still half a month before the third mysterious haze incident breaks out. This time, there will be a total of 10 mysterious haze incidents occurring in the inland areas of Huaxia. One of the mysterious haze incidents will erupt in TB province. There will also be 2 mysterious haze incidents in our territorial waters. With the rapid deterioration of the epidemic situation worldwide, even with increased preventive measures, the safety of our citizens will still be threatened. The best solution is for everyone to receive the special medicine. In the meeting, Yin Feng said firmly, therefore, we must capture all the infected corpses from the third mysterious haze incident. The Navy must be on high alert, ready to follow Yin Shuai's orders at any time. The Air Force is on standby. The Army is on standby. Several generals responded one after another. Yin Feng nodded and continued. The Navy is under great pressure. The mysterious haze incident occurring at sea will likely see a large number of infected fish. And due to the depth of the sea, these infected fish will have a large active space, making it very difficult to hunt them down. Moreover, we also need to prevent the infected fish from escaping the mysterious haze and swimming to other areas of the sea. In addition, Chapter 22, Bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Time passed by minute, and Kyoto was as congested as ever. As the car was about to arrive at the hospital, the meeting was also coming to an end. Yin Feng spoke up. The plan regarding the third mysterious haze incident is as follows. Generals, execute it immediately. There must be no mistakes. Additionally, the third step of the Godslayer plan is to be advanced. Turn passivity into initiative. Form an exploration team immediately. Dig down at least 100,000 meters from the areas I marked. Be prepared. Yes. The video conference ended. Yin Feng picked up a pen and began jotting down notes. From the central rearview mirror, Secretary Chen glanced at Commander Yun and felt a surge of admiration. To ensure the safety of the soldiers and to manufacture special medicine as much as possible, allowing citizens to receive it, Commander Yun truly worked tirelessly, hardly stopping for a moment. With Commander Yun in Huaxia, what natural disaster is to be feared? With Commander Yun, Huaxia will surely stand at the pinnacle of the world. At that moment, bang! Secretary Chen drove the car into the underground parking entrance, and while going downhill, was suddenly hit from behind by a speeding BC vehicle. The car Feng was in was not a military vehicle, but a regular SUV, albeit a custom-made, one specifically for Feng by the military. Bulletproof glass. The car was covered with the latest technologies, thermoplastic steel, with a coverage rate of 100. No cost-cutting was involved. Therefore, this accident directly caused the front of the BC vehicle to crumple, while Feng's vehicle remained unscathed. What kind of driving is this? Why are you slowing down? Do you know how much his car costs? Can you afford to pay for it? A middle-aged woman wearing white gloves stepped out of the BC vehicle, her voice sharp, adorned with gold and silver jewelry, and her heavy makeup revealing her nouveau riche nature. I just bought this new car. Pay for it. Give me a new car. Produce. For the mental distress and the time wasted, it totals to 1 million Huaxia dollars. This middle-aged woman was acting arrogantly and didn't even spare a glance at Secretary Chen. Ma'am, you should slow down when entering the parking lot. That's common sense. Also, the rear-end collision is entirely the responsibility of the car behind. You must know that, right? Secretary Chen frowned and patiently explained. Nonsense. The middle-aged woman immediately became displeased and shouted. What's going on? At that moment, a security guard approached, and upon seeing the scene, his brow furrowed, realizing the situation could be troublesome. However, when he saw the BC logo, he immediately changed to a smiling face. Walking over to the woman and asking, "Ma'am, what happened? Are you blind?" "He was driving too slowly and crashed into my car," the middle-aged woman said. Hearing this, the security guard's mouth twitched. A grown man driving so slowly, like a woman. If you can't drive, then don't. Do you know my time is valuable? The middle-aged woman continued to insist, pointing her finger at Secretary Chen. Call the police. Although the soundproofing of the vehicle was excellent, it couldn't block the middle-aged woman's sharp voice. Feng, tired of arguing with someone unreasonable, spoke directly. Yes. Secretary Chen picked up his phone to call 110. You. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman suddenly panicked, clearly aware she was in the wrong. She pulled out 1,000 yuan from her wallet and threw it on the ground, saying, "What are you calling the police for? Don't you just want money? I'll pay you off." Truly bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Seeing the middle-aged woman back down so quickly, the security guard secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the matter would soon be resolved. He hurriedly picked up the 1,000 yuan and handed it to Secretary Chen, saying, "All right, don't call the police. Just take the money and go. What is your attitude?" Secretary Chen frowned, pushing the 1,000 yuan away. "I don't want this money. I want her to apologize." "What? Do you think the money is too little? Your broken domestic car isn't worth much anyway." The security guard impatiently said, "Enough already. Hurry up and go inside. Don't delay my work." Hearing this, Secretary Chen glared at the security guard and said, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" The security guard was clearly more unreasonable than expected, irritably tugging at his mask and disdainfully saying, "Your car hasn't even lost paint. 1,000 yuan is more than enough for repairs. Hurry up inside. There are many cars waiting to get in. Who is your superior?" Secretary Chen clearly didn't expect to encounter 2 unreasonable people in one day, saying, "I want to see if your hospital is reasonable. Who do you think you are? My superior is not someone you can just meet." The security guard impatiently said, "Driving a broken domestic car, I suspect you came to our hospital just to take advantage of our parking. You." Secretary Chen was extremely angry. "Damn, let us hurry up and leave." Just then, the window of the BC vehicle rolled down, revealing a young, handsome face who said, "I need to go see her. If I'm late, I might fall behind other guys, especially that useless boyfriend of hers. I can't fall behind him." "Okay, Mom, wrap this up." The middle-aged woman quickly nodded in agreement, then looked at Secretary Chen and said, "Aren't you just after money? What's your account number? I'll transfer you 10 000 right now. Now it's fine. I don't want money. She must apologize, Secretary Chun firmly stated. Otherwise, I will call the police. Saying this, he prepared to dial 110 again. The middle-aged woman was furious and was about to curse again, but her son impatiently said, Mom, just apologize. Don't delay my business. Okay, Mom will apologize right now. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged woman glanced at Secretary Chun and then said perfunctorily, Sorry. Is that all right now? After saying this, she didn't wait for Secretary Chun to respond, got back in her car, and grumbled, The poorer people get, the more they care about face. Virum. The next moment, she backed up and stepped on the gas, speeding past Secretary Chun into the parking garage. Not slowing down, but speeding up instead. Secretary Chun was about to say something when, bang. Chapter 23, I don't want to struggle anymore, bang. Another crash sounded. The middle-aged woman crashed her car again. She didn't have time to brake while turning and collided head-on with a car that was exiting the garage. This time, the front of the middle-aged woman's car was completely crumpled in. Damn, this stupid woman. The security guard next to Secretary Chun immediately cursed but didn't rush forward. Instead, he examined the other car that was hit to see what kind of vehicle it was, so he could decide how to handle the situation. Secretary Chun quickly approached, only to find that both cars had deployed their airbags, and the middle-aged woman was wailing continuously. He quickly opened the car door to rescue her and turned off both vehicles. Hey, Mr. Hua, there's been a serious car accident in your hospital's entryway. Feng also got out of the car and quickly made a phone call. Who told you to meddle? This is my job, not yours. You all hurry and leave. Meanwhile, the security guard pushed Secretary Chun aside and approached the owner of the other car, asking, Ma'am, are you all right? Although he couldn't see the car's emblem, he could tell it was a sports car. He instantly made a judgment. The sports car owner was wealthier than the middle-aged woman. Don't worry. I'll notify the hospital right away, and a doctor will be here shortly. The security guard continued. After being pushed aside, Secretary Chen's face turned extremely ugly. He was about to say something when Feng patted his shoulder and shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to argue with such a person. At that moment, the middle-aged woman's son stumbled to his feet, shot a reproachful glance at his mother, and asked, If you can't even drive, why buy a car? I'm really fed up. Tian Long, it's all Mom's fault. She has no ability. You go ahead. Mom will be there soon, the middle-aged woman said apologetically. You don't need to come. Just look at what you look like now. It's embarrassing. The middle-aged woman's son opened the rear door, took out the flowers and fruit basket inside, and hurriedly left. Seeing this, Secretary Chun fell silent, looking at the middle-aged woman lying on the ground, suddenly feeling a bit sorry for her. Those who are pitiful must have their reasons to be hated, Feng said, yet he felt no sympathy for such people. The apocalyptic life of his previous life had made his temperament incredibly mature. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a car accident before? The middle-aged woman noticed Secretary Chen's gaze and immediately retorted. Secretary Chen spoke. Indeed, she is not worth pitying. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, Mr. Hua arrived with a group of doctors. Mr. Hua, here's the situation. Upon seeing this, the security guard's eyes lit up. He knew very well the status of Mr. Hua and hurried forward. Just as he was about to say something, Mr. Hua passed by him and approached Feng, asking, Young Master Yin, are you all right? I'm fine. Feng shook his head and said, however, at this point, he looked at Secretary Chun and said, Secretary Chun, show Mr. Hua the video from the dashcam later. Let him decide how to handle it. Yes. Secretary Chun nodded immediately. What happened? Mr. Hua furrowed his brow, instantly realizing that the situation might not be simple. Hearing this, the nearby security guard's expression changed immediately, and he hurriedly spoke. Mr. Hua, I know the situation. There's no need to check the dashcam. This lady didn't follow traffic rules and didn't slow down while entering. You're talking nonsense. You didn't say that just now. The middle-aged woman immediately became displeased, glaring at the security guard with a face full of resentment and shouting angrily. Let's go. Feng was too lazy to argue with these people, turned around and got back into the car, with Mr. Hua following closely behind. And then Secretary Chun drove away. Subsequently, the middle-aged woman and the sports car owner were sent to the hospital, leaving the security guard alone at the scene, feeling anxious and fearful. Clearly, he also noticed that Yun Feng and Secretary Chun were not ordinary characters. Mr. Hua's status was so high, yet he was so polite to him. What to do? What should I do? Am I going to lose my job? I just wanted to rely on a rich woman and not struggle anymore. Why is it so hard? The security guard hurriedly dialed a phone number and said, Aunt, you're the head nurse at Kyoto Concord Hospital. You must protect me. Chapter 24, He is my man outside, Su Wanjun's hospital room. Swish. Zhou Wu saluted. Yun Feng and Secretary Chun also returned the salute. As for Old Hua, he had already informed Yun Feng of Su Wanjun's condition in detail on the way, then turned to leave to check the dashcam footage. This is Old Hua, bustling and never wasting time. What about the wildcats? Yun Feng casually asked. They went to rest. We take turns watching over the captain. Zhou Wu said, Then, Yun Feng looked through the glass and saw a young man inside the room holding flowers and a fruit basket, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yin Shuai, do you need me to drive him out? Secretary Chun asked. No need. Yun Feng shook his head and said, You wait at the door. I can go in by myself. Yes. Yin Shuai. Secretary Chun nodded and stood straight beside him. Zhou Wu glanced at Secretary Chun with some confusion. This person, why does he look so familiar? Wait, he is the secretary beside the chairman. He is actually beside Yun Feng, and he respectfully calls him Yin Shuai. This. Zhou Wu's pupils shrank, completely convinced that Yun Feng's identity must be extraordinary. This time, the captain will definitely ask about Yun Feng's identity. When the time comes, just ask the captain and you'll know. Zhou Wu held back from asking. Creak. At this moment, Yun Feng pushed the door open. The young man who was chatting with Su Wanjun in the room immediately stopped. It's you? The moment the young man saw Yun Feng, he couldn't help but furrow his brows, especially when he saw Yun Feng's plain clothes, and disdainfully asked, Who let you in? You must have entered the wrong room, right? I didn't. Yun Feng glanced at Su Wanjun, then shook his head and said, I'm here to visit her. Isu Ven Yun. She suppressed a smile, looking at Yun Feng with affectionate eyes. Oh, you're the poor guy who just drove a domestic car? What is your relationship with Wanjun? The young man asked. Let me introduce. Hearing this, Su Wanjun frowned slightly and immediately said, This is my man, Yun Feng. The young man's face immediately darkened. Especially upon hearing the words my man, his mouth twitched a few times as he said, Wanjun, you aren't married to him yet. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to call him that? What is your relationship with Wanjun? Yun Feng suddenly countered. Middle school classmates. We've known each other since the first year. The young man said proudly. Just classmates, huh? Then isn't it inappropriate for you to call her Wanjun? Yun Feng asked, especially in front of me. You. The young man's anger suddenly surged. Then he snorted coldly, raising the flowers and fruit basket in his hand, and said, as Su Wanjun's boyfriend, you came empty-handed to see her? Can't you even afford fruit? Hearing this, Su Wanjun found the young man's words increasingly unpleasant and spoke again. He himself is the best gift. Zhao Tianlong's face darkened, his anger rising, but he had no outlet for it. Zhao Tianlong, we haven't been in touch for many years. How did you know I was hospitalized? Su Wanjun then asked. A chief physician from Kyoto Xia Hospital is a friend of my mother's. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlong immediately spoke from high ground. If you need any help at Xia Hospital, just let me know. As long as you give a heads up, it will definitely be prioritized. Su Wanjun's brows slightly wrinkled. She hated connections the most. However, Zhao Tianlong was still unaware and continued. For example, regarding surgery. Just give a heads up, you can cut in line and have your surgery scheduled at the front. Thanks. I don't need it. Su Wanjun shook her head and said, Zhao Tianlong, to avoid misunderstanding by my man, you shouldn't come here again in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlong's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. His fists clenched, but he could only suppress his inner anger, glaring fiercely at Yun Feng before turning to leave. By the way, just as Zhao Tianlong was about to exit, Su Wanjun spoke again. Take your flowers and fruit with you. Instantly, Zhao Tianlong stumbled, almost falling to the ground, leaving in a disheveled manner. At the moment the door closed, Yun Feng came to Su Wanjun's side, tightly holding her hand. Looking at her weak appearance, his heart ached, and he lovingly asked, How are you feeling now? Much better. You guys are just overreacting. I've had worse injuries than this, it's nothing. Su Wanjun was exceptionally strong, even thinking of getting up, but Yin Feng immediately stopped her. Enough, don't be stubborn. Just lie down honestly. I heard you fought against the poison corpse to get the special medicine for me. Looking at the bandage on Yun Feng's shoulder, concern welled up in Su Wanjun's eyes, but her words were filled with reproach. Why would you, a college student, try to show off? Leave the fighting to the soldiers. Promise me, don't try to be brave next time. Since you're skilled in medicine, focus on developing it and contribute to the country's medical career. It must have been that guy, the wildcat, who told you, right? Yin Feng was not surprised by Su Wanjun's inquiry and helplessly said, "This guy just can't keep his mouth shut." What else did he say? How come your combat ability is so strong? Su Wanjun fixed her gaze on Yin Feng's eyes and asked, "You've always rejected exercising since childhood, often crying after I beat you. How could you possibly hunt down a poisoned corpse dog alone? How did you do it?" Upon hearing this, Yin Feng, he and Wanjun lived in the same neighborhood since they were little, and their bond had always been strong, unchanged from childhood to now. They both knew each other's embarrassing stories. Ahem. Yin Feng cleared his throat and said, "First promise me, don't be brave anymore. Whatever plans you have, you must discuss with me first." "All right." Su Wanjun hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, "I promise you. Now, can you answer my question? What exactly happened when you hunted down the poisoned corpse dog?" Then, Yin Feng recounted the situation at that time in detail. The dangers alone were enough to worry anyone just by hearing about them. Holding Yin Feng's hand tighter, Su Wanjun looked at him in disbelief and asked again, "Such precise judgment and such keen perception of danger. How could a college student like you possess these?" "Yin Feng, what exactly happened to you?" Just as Yin Feng was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 25. Money is a man's courage creek. The door opened, and a nurse entered, looking at Yin Feng and saying, "Hello, sir. The patient needs to rest." Yin Feng, who was about to tell Su Wanjun the truth, quickly changed the topic and said, "Wanjun, after you're discharged, I will tell you everything as it is. Right now, you need to take good care of your injuries." "Okay." Isu Ven Yu nodded, feeling that the man in front of her had become mysterious and powerful. The big boy who used to like hiding behind her seemed to have changed a lot. As for Yin Feng, after leaving the room, he felt relaxed, and his heart let out a sigh of relief. It was great to see Wanjun was okay. Just then, Zhao Tianlong blocked Yin Feng's way. "What's the matter?" Yin Feng glanced at Zhao Tianlong and said, "Let's talk while walking. I'm on a tight schedule. You, a college student, can't possibly be busier than the main seat." Zhao Tianlong said with disbelief, showing no intention of moving aside. "Step aside." However, Secretary Chun was not so polite and directly pushed Zhao Tianlong aside with a strong arm. Yin Feng then strode forward. "You." Seeing this, Zhao Tianlong became furious, his face turning red, and he jogged to catch up with Yin Feng, saying, "Yin Feng, you have no abilities, and your parents are just ordinary working people. You can't give Wanjun happiness. Give up now, and I won't make it too difficult for you. Don't blame me for not warning you." Upon hearing this, Secretary Chun couldn't help but glance at Zhao Tianlong, his expression a bit strange. He thought, where does this guy get his confidence to speak to Yin Feng like that? Got it. Yin Feng nodded, glanced at the time, and quickened his pace. He had another meeting to attend. Seeing Yin Feng's calm reaction, Zhao Tianlong was taken aback. What does this mean? Why is he so calm? Gasping. After following for a few more steps, his stamina began to wane, his speed decreased, and he was soon left behind by Yin Feng and Secretary Chen. Yin Feng's previous attitude. Did he not take my words to heart at all? Or did he not take me seriously? Damn! Finally, Zhao Tianlong realized this, becoming furious and wanting to catch up and make a harsh remark. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the phone rang, and Yin Feng answered. "Old Hua, what's up?" "Yin Shuai, the situation has been investigated clearly. That security guard was arranged by the head nurse of the hospital. I have directly dismissed both of them." Old Hua's angry voice came from the other end of the line. "In the future, Xia Hospital will strictly investigate such matters and will not allow similar situations to occur again. It drives me crazy. As for that middle-aged woman, her relationship with the chief physician at the hospital is also questionable. This incident has seriously affected the hospital's reputation, and that chief physician has already been dismissed. Upon hearing this, Feng, who had entered the elevator, glanced at Zhao Tianlong with a strange expression and said, "Let old Hua handle it. I'm in the elevator, and we'll talk later." The next moment, the elevator doors closed. Feng Yu, Zhao Tianlong rushed to the side of the elevator, frantically pressing the button, but unfortunately, the elevator was already descending and could not stop. Bang, bang, bang. He could only pound on the elevator door angrily and said with a face full of resentment, "Feng, I will make you realize the gap between us. Which woman doesn't T love money? You, a poor guy. How can you compare with me?" Inside the elevator, Yin Shuai. How much courage does this guy have to dare pursue Captain Su? Secretary Chun complained. Money is a man's courage. Feng said lightly, with money, men will think of many things they dare not think of and do many things they dare not do. Do you need me to investigate him? Secretary Chen asked. No need. It's not worth wasting energy on such a person. Feng shook his head and said, the third mysterious haze is about to arrive, new soldier training, preparation for the steel chain city, underground exploration, epidemic prevention and control, etc. Everything requires tremendous energy. Where is there any spare energy? Got it. Secretary Chen nodded. At that moment, the elevator arrived at the basement level, and Secretary Chen stepped forward, ready for action, in case someone attempted to ambush them as the elevator opened. Although such a situation was unlikely to happen. After all, this is Kyoto, the territory of Huaxia. Who would dare to attack the leader of Huaxia's top action group? However, it's better to be safe than sorry. As Feng's assistant and bodyguard, he must fulfill his duties. But, after confirming there was no danger, the two quickly returned to the car and drove away. On the way, Secretary Chen asked, Yin Shuai, in the past 2 days, many members of the top action group have been considering a possibility. If we send corpses from other places into the mysterious haze, will those corpses also turn into toxic corpses? If those corpses can become toxic corpses, then we can control the number of toxic corpses. At that time, we won't have to worry about the raw materials for the special medicine. The nationwide injection of special medicine will soon arrive. He became more and more excited as he spoke. However, Feng shook his head and said, the emergence of toxic corpses is not only due to the mysterious haze, but also related to many factors such as local soil quality, climate, terrain, etc. Moreover, not all corpses in the areas covered by the mysterious haze will turn into toxic corpses. Okay, hearing this, Secretary Chun was slightly disappointed. Is there really no other way to increase the number of toxic corpses? No. Feng decisively shook his head and said, inform the top action group members not to harbor any illusions. Understood. Secretary Chen's expression became serious as he nodded. Currently, toxic corpses are constantly being transported to the country from all over the world, and a large number of special medicines are continuously being produced. Everything is developing in a positive direction. Feng said, after the third mysterious haze erupts, millions of doses of special medicine will be produced. This will preliminarily solve the problem of special medicine in our country. Yes, Secretary Chan said, currently, the situation abroad is very bad, let alone special medicine. Many countries can't even handle toxic corpses, causing these toxic corpses to harm many lives. The stability we have domestically is largely thanks to Yin Shuai. Hearing this, Feng shook his head and said, this is the result of the joint efforts of 1 billion people in Huaxia. How could I dare to take all the credit? Just focus on driving. Yes. Yin Shuai. Secretary Chen nodded, extremely serious. He feared that due to his negligence, something unexpected might happen to a national treasure like Yin Shuai. Otherwise, he would be unable to absolve himself of the blame for a lifetime. Currently, Yin Shuai's identity is strictly confidential as a form of protection for him and his family. If Yin Shuai's own strength is strong enough, wouldn't he be less afraid of unexpected occurrences? Secretary Chun thought to himself, according to what Yin Shuai said, after activating the gene lock, talent awakening will greatly enhance physical qualities. Yin Shuai was able to become the peak guardian of Huaxia in his previous life. Undoubtedly, because his combat power was greatly enhanced after activating the gene lock. I wonder how much stronger I will become after activating the gene lock. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel very expectant about the era after the gene lock is opened. In Huaxia, everyone will surely be like a dragon. A few days later, while Yin Feng was busy, he suddenly received some very bad news. Chapter 26 Infidelity and Infection Yin Shui. Someone in Donglin City has been infected with the TNN1 virus. Secretary Chen almost ran over to inform Yin Feng of the news. Old Hua is already gone there. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng frowned and said, "Notify everyone. The highest action team will fully cooperate with Old Hua. Additionally, Secretary Chen, you will accompany me to Donglin City." Buzz. Buzz. When Yin Feng and Secretary Chen arrived in Donglin City, Secretary Chen reported the latest situation. Ms. Xie Shaoling is the first confirmed case, but she is very tight-lipped and would rather go to jail than reveal her activities. Also, at this moment, Secretary Chen hesitated. What's wrong? Seeing this, Yin Feng frowned and asked. According to the police description, Xie Shaoling's husband, Zhang Lin, became agitated when he learned that Xie Shaoling had lied. But he quickly suppressed his emotions, Secretary Chen said. Oh, hearing this, Yin Feng frowned and asked, what is the situation with this Zhang Lin? Zhang Lin, 28 years old, an accountant at a small company, is very sensitive to numbers. He has been busy since he started working, often working late nights. A few days ago, he went on a business trip and just returned home this morning, Secretary Chen replied. From Zhang Lin's situation, it can be seen that he is just an ordinary office worker. There is no indication of anything abnormal. Let's go meet him. Yin Feng did not waste time. Who? Go meet Zhang Lin? Shouldn't we meet Xie Shaoling? Upon hearing this, Secretary Chen was taken aback. Go meet Zhang Lin. Xie Shaoling is being interrogated by the Donglin police. We can approach it from a different angle, and maybe we will make a breakthrough. Yin Feng keenly sensed that Zhang Lin might know something. Since Xie Shaoling refuses to admit anything, we can open up a breakthrough from Zhang Lin. Not everyone is tight-lipped. Buzz. The military vehicle turned around and headed straight for the hospital. As Xie Shaoling's close contact, Zhang Lin is also being quarantined. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, Yin Feng, dressed in protective gear, entered Zhang Lin's room. At this moment, Zhang Lin had already shown relevant symptoms, but his mind was still clear. Upon seeing Yin Feng and the others enter, he obviously avoided eye contact. Zhang Lin, what do you know? Yin Feng cut to the chase and asked, or should I say, you already have some guesses, right? His question was quite abrupt. Zhang Lin immediately tensed up and shook his head. I don't know anything. Where did Xie Shaoling say she went? Who would know? I just got back this morning. You can check the surveillance. You can also ask my colleagues. How do you know what I'm asking about? Yin Feng said lightly. It seems I haven't said anything, yet you already know what I want to ask. You. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin paused, then forced himself to calm down and said, besides this, what else can you ask? You don't need to try to extract information from me. I've said everything I know. There is no concealment. Yin Shui. At this moment, Secretary Chen suddenly spoke up in a low voice. The Donglin police have new findings. Speak. Yin Feng did not avoid Zhang Lin. Hearing this, Secretary Chen glanced at Zhang Lin, then no longer lowered his voice and directly said, Xie Shaoling never left the community. Yin Feng said nothing, just stared intently at Zhang Lin, wanting to see his reaction. At this moment, upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's expression suddenly changed, his fists clenched, and his eyes filled with fury. You are suppressing your anger. Yun Fengis aura su dans l'insurgède, pressuring Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin trembled, wanting to speak, but hesitating. Zhang Lin, you may really not know the facts, but I believe you must have your own guesses. Speak your guesses out loud. Yin Feng continued. Now, new cases are continuously being discovered. The longer we delay, the more infected people there will be. Your decision might save many lives. I'll say it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin closed his eyes in pain, clenched his fists tightly, and gritted his teeth. Xie Shaoling probably went to see Zhang Shuang. This morning when I got home, I saw Xie Shaoling sleeping on the bed, a large area of skin exposed. I thought it had been a long time since I'd been with her, so I had some thoughts and prepared to put on protection, but I found that there were 5 fewer in the box than before. I'm an accountant, sensitive to numbers. I clearly remember there were 16 in the box, yet this time there were only 12 left. At that moment, I became suspicious. Later, I found something was wrong with Xie Xiaoling. She was unconscious, so I temporarily suppressed my desire to uncover the truth and quickly sent her to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, the more I thought about it, especially recalling Zhang Shuang, who had been quite ambiguous with Xie Xiaoling, the more I doubted my guess. But I kept telling myself to trust Xie Xiaoling. Trust Zhang Shuang. After all, one is my lover of 5 years whom I married, and the other is my cousin. Bang! Upon saying this, he slammed his fist on the bed. Secretary Chun. Yin Feng. Things are indeed a bit complicated. Go check on Zhang Shuang. Taking a deep breath, Yin Feng came back to his senses and gave the order without any further ado. Yes. Secretary Chun turned and left. Next came the long wait. Fortunately, Secretary Chun's efficiency was remarkably high. In just over 10 minutes, Zhang Shuang's situation was clarified. Zhang Shuang left the community at 11 last night, went to Tianlin Courtyard, visited a mahjong parlor this morning, went to Fulin Hotel in the afternoon, and then never came out again. The Donglin police found him in bed at the hotel. At that time, his body was very weak, pale, unconscious, even foaming at the mouth and convulsing all over. The woman beside him looked terrified, clearly shocked. Preliminary assessment indicated that Zhang Shuang had likely overdosed on drugs and contracted the TNN1 virus, which caused such symptoms. The specifics would have to wait until Zhang Shuang woke up. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng frowned. This Zhang Shuang is playing with fire. Let us go. We need to find Xie Xiaoling. Yin Feng immediately turned and left, with Secretary Chen closely following. As for Zhang Lin, the more he thought about it, especially considering Xie Xiaoling's increasing expenses lately, he became so angry that he suddenly stiffened and fainted, prompting doctors to rush into the room. Chapter 27. The Heart of a Healer. The Fearlessness of a Brave Person, Xie Xiaoling. Do you know that concealing information can lead to legal consequences? Hearing the voices coming from Xie Xiaoling's hospital room, Yin Feng didn't hesitate at all. He knocked on the door and entered directly. This is my identification. Secretary Chun didn't waste any words and immediately took out his identification. Both sides saluted each other. Afterwards, Yin Feng turned his gaze to Xie Xiaoling, who was in a very bad state, tightly pursing her lips and looking quite pitiful. However, Yin Feng felt no compassion and coldly said, Xie Xiaoling, Zhang Shuang has already confessed. Your insistence is meaningless. You captured Zhang Shuang? Impossible. I haven't said anything. How could you possibly have captured him? Impossible. Upon hearing this, Xie Xiaoling, who had been silent, finally spoke, staring hard at Yin Feng. Don't believe it? Yin Feng immediately looked at Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen promptly reiterated the recently investigated activities of Zhang Shuang and added a few newly discovered pieces of information. This Zhang Shuang primarily serves women. He secretly films them. These two aspects are his main sources of income. Impossible. Hearing this, Xie Xiaoling trembled, feeling as if she had been struck down, and said, he said he would love me for a lifetime. How could he possibly be with other women? Even less likely to spread our videos. Unfortunately, Secretary Chun spoke up. We found your videos on Zhang Shuang's phone, and the cybersecurity department has already discovered that your videos have been forwarded a total of 10,086 times. Upon hearing this, Xie Xiaoling felt as if the sky had fallen. Speak, Yin Feng said, between 1:10 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. yesterday. Besides Zhang Shuang, who else did you meet? This was the purpose of his meeting with Xie Xiaoling. He had to clarify all close contacts. Xie Xiaoling hesitated again. At this point, do you still want to conceal anything? Yin Feng coldly asked. You have already violated the law. Do you want to make another mistake? Every second of delay could infect countless people. All of the nation's efforts will be in vain because of you. Do you want to be a sinner? When I went to find Zhang Shuang, his two buddies were there, and after I entertained them, his two buddies left. After that, I was with Zhang Shuang. Xie Xiaoling did not continue, as the situation was already very clear. Immediately investigate those two. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng immediately issued the order. Afterwards, he turned to leave. The matter was resolved, and he was no longer needed here. 2 hours later, the epidemic was brought under control. After the confirmed cases reached 621, there was no further increase. This, so fast. Is this the speed of Huaxia? My God, I just received the news, and it's already over. Faster than my speed. The heart of a healer comes from great love. The fearlessness of a brave person comes from sense of mission. Look at the thumbs up to the medical workers and soldiers fighting on the front lines of Huaxia. Woo-woo. I was supposed to return to Donglin City to get married in these 2 days, but this incident happened. My wedding has already been postponed once. I thought it would be postponed again. Is it that heaven doesn't want me to marry my boyfriend? Discussion online surgit, instantly making it the top trending topic across major media outlets. Even a celebrity scandal was pushed to second place by such a huge incident. Who? On the way back, Feng glanced at the comments on the forum and put away his phone. Although this epidemic has been brought under control, it also highlighted a problem. No matter how well prevention is done, there will ultimately be loopholes. Self-interest, personal desires, greed, and so on. These will become the vulnerabilities that allow the virus to breach defenses. The third mysterious haze incident must involve the extermination of all infected bodies to obtain more special medicines. Only when everyone is injected with the special medicine can we fearlessly confront the epidemic. Otherwise, everything we do next will require caution. Moreover, once an epidemic breaks out, the manpower and material resources needed are immense. It will severely affect the next steps of the plan. Feng looked at the bustling night scene on the road, a hint of comfort appearing in his eyes. As long as the people are healthy and happy, his efforts will not be in vain. Next, he would work even harder to do better. Lost in thought, he lay back in his seat and fell into a deep sleep. Yin Shuai, you worked hard. Seeing this scene, Secretary Chun was filled with admiration. Yin Shuai hadn't rested for 3 days and nights. He couldn't help but ease off the accelerator, hoping the journey would take a little longer so that Yin Shuai's rest time would also be a bit longer. Because Yin Shuai had given the order, once they reached their destination, he would be woken immediately. Get up. Don't be a slave, people. Just as the vehicle arrived at its destination, while Secretary Chan was hesitating whether to wake Yin Shuai, Yin Feng's phone rang. This is her. Yin Feng was awakened, but felt no impatience, especially upon seeing the caller ID. A warm feeling surged in his heart. The warmth from home. Hello. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. Xiaofeng, how dare you take more than 5 seconds to answer my call? Do you want to be beaten? A delicate voice immediately rang out from the other end of the line. Secretary Chen's face darkened upon hearing this. Who dared to speak to Yin Shuai like that? Are they looking for death? But Yin Feng just smiled, unconcerned, and said, Yin Chidwa, long time no see. Chapter 28, Family Xiaofeng. Your wings have grown hard, right? Dare to call your sister by her name? Time to be disciplined. On the other end of the phone, the youthful and slightly spoiled voice of Yin Chidwa came through. Listening to this familiar voice, a warm feeling flowed through Yun Feng's heart. Yin Chidwa, born on the same day, month, and year as him, is the adopted daughter of Yun Feng's parents. Since they didn't know her exact birth time, they have always debated who is older. Yin Chidwa, what do you want from me? Yin Feng asked. In a last life, Yin Chidwa worked as a healthcare worker, and after an outbreak of a disease, she worked on the front lines of the pandemic. Unfortunately, she was infected and only lasted for 2 days before the virus took her life. This time, such a situation will not happen again. Yin Feng will not allow it. What do you mean, what do I want? Don't you know? Yin Chidwa asked dissatisfiedly. You haven't called your sister in days. Are you really okay with me being alone at university in SH City? Listening to the domineering tone on the other end of the line, Secretary Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, thinking, so this is Yin Chidwa? From the information he received, Yin Chidwa and Yin Shuai have a very good relationship, having grown up together, yet she is completely different in personality from Yin Shuai. Who would have thought? She is so spoiled, dominant. He put his phone on silent and quietly communicated with the members of the highest action team in Huaxia, working without disturbing Yin Shuai and his family chat, intentionally avoiding eavesdropping. As Yin Shuai's assistant, he knew very well what he could and couldn't listen to. You must have finished your exams, right? Come to my school for New Year's Day, and I'll take you out to play. Yun Kadua Site. Well, upon hearing this, Yin Feng frowned and then refused. Chidwa, I'm a bit busy these days, and I might not have the chance to go during New Year's Day. If you dare not come, just wait and see. Oomph. After saying that, Yin Chidwa hung up the phone. Yin Feng smiled helplessly. As expected of you. Yin Chidwa. However, no matter how much you throw a tantrum, it won't work. I must prioritize national affairs. He then put away his phone, got out of the car, and prepared to attend a meeting. Half an hour later, after the meeting ended, Yin Feng took out his phone and turned off silent mode. Get up. Don't be a servant, people. Then the phone rang. Old Yin? Yin Feng was taken aback. What is going on today? Family calls one after another. Yin Feng's father, was not infected by the virus in the last life, but to protect himself, he was eaten by an ancient beast. At that time, he was still weak and could only watch his father become a part of the ancient beast. He clearly remembered what old Yin said before dying. Xiao Feng, run, stay alive, you must live. That scene he would never forget, and it became his motivation to grow stronger later. In this life, being able to hear his father's voice again is such happiness. Hello. He immediately chose to answer the call. Xiao Feng, what is wrong with you? Did you bully Chidwa again? As a big man, why do you always like to bully girls? You even made her cry. Chidwa is my little cotton-padded jacket. If you bully her again, you won't be able to come home. After saying that, old Yin directly hung up the phone. Yin Feng was left puzzled. What does this mean? Did I bully Yin Chidwa? What did I bully her? And why is Yin Chidwa crying? Thinking of Yin Chidwa's personality, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth, then smiled helplessly and looked at Secretary Chen beside him, asking, adjust the schedule. Go to SH City on New Year's Day. Okay, Yin Shui. Secretary Chen nodded and said, one of the locations of the third mysterious smog incident is near the sea in SH City. According to the original plan, you were supposed to go to the site on January 3rd. Just adjust it to January 1st. Yin Feng nodded, then redialed Yin Chidwa's number. Hello, what is up? Didn't you say you weren't coming to SH City? Why are you calling me? Yin Chidwa asked. Are you regretting it? If you're regretting, I can forgive you. Yin Feng could even imagine Yin Chidwa's expression at this moment, definitely with a slightly raised mouth, showing a smug smile. Yin Chidwa, you should follow your third sister to learn acting. Yin Feng said, please respect my future profession. I am a medical student, a future angel in white, not an actress. Yin Chidwa corrected him. If you bully me again, I might cry. When I cry, I can do anything. Yin Feng's mouth twitched again. Then he said, I will go on New Year's Day. Sure enough, Xiao Feng, you love your sister. Your sister didn't love you in vain. Yin Chidwa instantly beamed with joy. Yin Feng smiled helplessly, then hung up the phone, rubbing his temples, and said, it seems. I need to hurry up and handle things today and tomorrow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have time to accompany Yin Chidwa. As for going home, let us wait until this busy period is over. He really doesn't have time now. Meanwhile, in a girls' dormitory of a medical college, a girl was lounging on her dorm bed, casually wearing a white lab coat that revealed her long, straight, smooth legs, her chest ample, making the lab coat bulge. Her looks were around 95 points. She put down her phone, jumped off the bed, and shouted, yay, Xiao Feng is coming to spend New Year's with me. One of her roommates was lost in thought when she suddenly saw two long white legs swaying in front of her, and couldn't help but envy. I wonder which man will benefit from those two long legs. Yin Chidwa, can you please put on your clothes properly? Why does the lab coat look so tempting on you? Yin, you're not still thinking about that military brother who saved the beauty at the airport, are you? Yin Chidwa said, stop thinking. Who told you not to get his contact information back then? My brother is coming soon, so you better seize the opportunity. However, he seems to have a girlfriend, a female soldier, so your chances are slim. Of course, with how excellent my Yin is, there is still a chance. Upon hearing this, Ling Yin suddenly felt shy and said, Chidwa, what nonsense are you talking about? I have no interest in dating right now. I'm working hard to intern and fight against the sudden epidemic. Didn't you see the epidemic in Donglan City just now? The TNN-1 virus is too powerful. Stop changing the subject. Yin Chidwa said, I see you're just thinking about men. Chidwa, you dare to slander me. Ling Yin's face turned red as she lunged at Yin Chidwa. Soon, the two girls rolled around on the bed, and a boy in the opposite dormitory inadvertently saw this scene and suddenly wished he could turn into the bedsheet underneath them. January 1st, 2041. Feng arrived in SH City early in the morning, first heading to the site where the mysterious smog incident occurred, near the sea, to investigate the situation, and then. Chapter 29. Scripted hero saves the beauty home. Chidwa is at the hotel by the river, just as Feng finished his business. He saw the message from Chidwa and couldn't help but frown. Shua, what's wrong? Secretary Chun immediately asked. Our country has already sealed off the coastline to prevent the poisoned corpse fish and the infected corpse fish from harming ordinary citizens, Feng said. That's right. All coastal areas are doing this, and it's under military control, so there shouldn't be any problems, Secretary Chun replied. But what about the rivers connected to the ocean? Feng asked. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chen's pupils contracted as he suddenly realized. So, it's possible that the TNN1 virus is also present in the rivers. Exactly. Feng nodded and said, however, the ocean is vast, and the number of viruses is limited. Moreover, the ocean is downstream of the rivers, so it won't affect humans in the short term. According to my memories from my previous life, it was only 2 months later that infections and attacks by corpse fish occurred around the rivers. However, just in case, we need to strengthen our precautions. He instructed. Yes. Shua. Secretary Chen nodded and immediately picked up his phone to make arrangements. Buzz. Soon, both Feng and Secretary Chun changed into casual clothes and drove into the SH City area. In my previous life, I stayed behind to prepare for exams and didn't accompany Chidwa during New Year's, so she spent the holidays stuck at school. This time, I've changed the course of history. What kind of butterfly effect will this have? As the hotel drew nearer, Feng felt a bit excited. He was even more looking forward to seeing Chidwa again after a lifetime apart. Welcome. After entering the hotel, Feng quickly found the table where Chidwa was sitting. Just then, Secretary Chun looked at Feng and said, Shua, I'm right around you. If you need anything, just gesture or send a message. You should find a place to eat something too, Feng advised. Yes. Secretary Chun nodded and left. 3 sets of utensils? Besides Chidwa, there is someone else? As Feng approached, he noticed this detail and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is it a roommate? At that moment, a burly man with tattoos on his shoulders suddenly sat down in the seat opposite Chidwa, unabashedly eyeing her with desire. That other person wouldn't be him, would it? Feng frowned. Then, he noticed Chidwa showing a look of disgust, instinctively leaning back, and he immediately understood. He had grown up with Chidwa and knew her habits well. When she leaned back, it meant that the man in front of her made her extremely uncomfortable, especially since Chidwa had shown a look of disgust. Hey, beauty, let's eat together. My treat. Order anything. The tattooed man seemed oblivious to Chidwa's rejection and became increasingly aggressive. Feng immediately prepared to step forward, but suddenly he heard something and stopped in his tracks. Please leave, Chidwa said, frowning beautifully, trying to drive away the tattooed man while quickly typing on her phone. Beep beep. Feng's phone rang. He opened it to see a message from Chidwa. Feng, if you don't come, your sister is going to be taken away by other men. Feng couldn't help but smile, then calmly typed a reply. Don't worry, someone will heroically save the beauty. Chidwa sent a question mark, not understanding what Feng meant. At that moment, bro, the beauty doesn't want to sit with you. Didn't you hear? A well-dressed young man walked over. He was quite handsome and had an outstanding demeanor, clearly wealthy and from a good background. What the hell are you? Get lost, kid. The tattooed man was not polite at all, even swearing directly. This is my business card. The well-dressed young man was not angered. Instead, he took out a business card and handed it over. What a show-off. I want to see who you are. A kid who hasn't even grown hair can have. The tattooed man impatiently snatched the business card, but the next moment he suddenly stood up, his expression changing as he looked at the well-dressed young man with some fear, saying, So it's Hua Xiao, my bad. Goodbye. Immediately, the tattooed man, who had just been so arrogant, left in a panic, looking very embarrassed. Li Minghua, Senior, it's you. Chidwa recognized the well-dressed young man instantly. What are you doing here? Everything had happened too quickly for her, and she was still a bit stunned, especially not understanding what Feng's last message meant. This hotel is run by my family. It's under my name now. Naturally, I have to be here. Li Minghua smiled and then politely asked, Chidwa, may I sit here? Looking at Li Minghua's gentle smile and pure eyes, Yin Chidwa finally came back to her senses and understood what Yun Feng's last message meant. She sweetly smiled and said, of course, not. Upon hearing this, Li Minghua, who was already half-sitting, suddenly froze. He had long heard that Yun Chidwa was the hardest school beauty to pursue, and seeing her today, it was indeed true. He stood up discreetly while maintaining a smile, asking, so Chidwa is dining with a friend? If that's the case, I won't disturb you. Yun Chidwa directly nodded in agreement. Then I won't see you off, senior. You should go. By the way, thanks for your help just now. No need. It was just a small favor. Li Minghua's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't mind. This plan had no flaws whatsoever, and his performance was extremely on point. He didn't think Yin Chidwa would see through anything. The only explanation was, Yin Chidwa was indeed hard to pursue. He steadied his mind and secretly told himself, no rush, take it slow. The harder the mountain to climb, the greater the sense of achievement when you stand at the peak. Yin Chidwa's gaze scanned the surroundings. Since Yin Feng knew someone would heroically save the beauty, then he must be around. Found it. At a certain moment, her eyes lit up as she locked eyes with Yin Feng. Yin Chidwa. Yin Feng smiled faintly and said, long time no see. Upon hearing this, a sly glint flashed in Yin Chidwa's eyes. Seeing this, Yin Feng's heart skipped a beat, realizing something was off. The next moment, ugh, how annoying. We just met a few days ago, and you, heartless man, forgot about me so quickly. Chapter 30, My Boyfriend, Chun Fan. With that, Yin Chidwa stood up and moved to Yin Feng's side, naturally wrapping her arms around his. She then said, why did you take so long to come? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yun Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, sure enough, this little girl wants to play tricks. He instinctively tried to pull his arm away, but Yin Chidwa wouldn't give him the chance, tightly gripping his arm and giving him a glare that conveyed a threat. If you dare pull away, I'll make you regret it. Yin Feng, feeling the smoothness and softness of her arm, he indeed didn't dare to move carelessly. Did this little girl not know how attractive she was? Why was she so close to him? Li Minghua looked at Yun Feng's arm pressed against Yun Chidwa's chest, his expression darkening. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Who is this? However, he ultimately restrained himself and asked, who is this? My boyfriend, Chun Fan. Yun Chidwa casually fabricated a name for Yun Feng. Yun Feng. Hello, Li Minghua. Li Minghua extended his hand, taking the initiative to greet him. Hello. Yin Feng nodded, but had no intention of shaking hands. This guy had secretly hired a tattooed man to tease Yin Chidwa in order to pose as a hero and rescue her. Such despicable tricks were beneath contempt. This person's character couldn't be that great either. So, he couldn't be bothered to give him face. Goodbye. Seeing this, Li Minghua silently withdrew his hand. A hint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he suppressed his anger, nodded at Yin Chidwa, and then turned to leave. Awesome. Once Li Minghua left, Yin Chidwa's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gave Yin Feng a thumbs up, saying, as expected of the man I, Yin Chidwa value. Not afraid of power. You can let go now. You're holding too tightly. Yin Feng reminded her. You, just enjoy it. You took advantage of me and are still pretending to be innocent. You treated me to dinner today. Yin Chidwa rolled her eyes and sat back down in her seat. Yin Feng smiled helplessly and sat down as well. Yin Feng, how did you know that Li Minghua would come to help me out? Did you hear something interesting? Come on, tell me. Yin Chidwa said. You first. Why did you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Yin Feng asked. Isn't it because I'm too outstanding? So many men are after me. What can I do? Yin Chidwa said helplessly. I can only let you pretend to be my boyfriend. I initially wanted to find someone random to act as a shield, but then I thought, I can't let other men take advantage of me. So, it just had to be you. Now can you tell me what interesting things you heard? Nothing much. Your senior just staged a heroic rescue act, Yin Feng said. You put in quite a bit of effort to pursue me, and I'm a bit moved. Yin Chidwa's beautiful eyes turned, and she spoke. Hearing Yin Chidwa's strange thought process, Yun Feng fell silent. But I hate men who wear suits the most. Men in Zhongshan suits are the most handsome. Yun Chidwa said helplessly. His taste is questionable, so I directly passed on him. So, Xiao Feng Feng, you don't need to worry about me being fooled by bad boys. Yun Feng smiled helplessly. This Yun Chidwa was quirky and had a unique thought process. It would really be hard for anyone to trick her. He chose not to think about it anymore and changed the topic, asking, "Do you have any friends here?" "My roommate, Lin Yinyan." Yun Chidwa pouted adorably, her long legs swinging, her fair skin dazzling. She continued, "Where's that dead girl? Why hasn't she come back from the bathroom? She didn't fall in, did she?" Lin Yinyan? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. Wasn't she the medical worker he saved at the airport? What a coincidence. Chidwa, you're so disgusting. Just then, a sweet voice rang out behind Yun Feng. He turned his head to see the two of them locking eyes, both momentarily stunned. "Oh, you two aren't falling for each other, are you?" "Yin Feng, be careful. I'll tell Wanjun. Let her kick you until you cry." Yun Chidwa broke the silence. "Chidwa, what nonsense are you talking about?" The newcomer was Lin Yinyan, who sat beside Yun Chidwa, shy and excited, looking at Yun Feng with sparkling eyes. "We met at SH Airport a few days ago, right? How's your injury now?" Yun Feng took the initiative to ask. This girl had the same gaze and physique as the medical worker he saved at the airport. "Thank you, I'm fine now," Lin Yinyan said, her face flushed. "If it weren't for you, I might have been in danger." The moment she saw Yun Feng's eyes, she was certain that this big boy was the soldier who saved her. Hearing Yun Feng's words now made her even more certain. What a coincidence. "You and Yun Chidwa are roommates." Yun Feng couldn't help but exclaim. "Huh, what's going on? You two know each other without me?" Yun Chidwa seemed to discover a new world and asked, "Chidwa, if you keep talking nonsense, I'm leaving." Lin Yinyan's neck turned red from shyness as she lowered her head and began to tickle Yun Chidwa. At the same time, a young man wearing a baseball cap and mask was secretly taking photos of Yun Feng, Yun Chidwa, and Lin Yinyan together from a distance. Secretary Chun was always vigilant, watching for anyone who might pose a threat to Yun Feng, and then he noticed this sneaky person taking pictures. He squinted his eyes and picked up his phone. Buzz, buzz. Soon, Yun Feng's phone vibrated twice. He opened it to check. Someone's taking pictures? He didn't look around randomly, but sent a message to Secretary Chun. Don't alert the enemy. Find out who this person is, and then tell me. Secretary Chun, understood. Boss Yun. More than half an hour later, Yun Feng, Yun Chidwa, and Lin Yinyan finished their meal and were about to leave. By the way, Yun Feng, Yun Chidwa asked curiously. Yinyan said you're a general, and many soldiers listen to you. Is that true? Yun Feng, when did you join the army behind your family's back? I'm not a general at all. You guys read too many novels, right? Becoming a general in Huaxia isn't that easy. Yun Feng explained, I just made some contributions to the country by developing a special drug for the TNN-1 virus. Those soldiers just respect me. The special drug for the TNN-1 virus was developed by you? How is that possible? Yin Chidwa's eyes widened in. When did you study medicine? When she heard Li Yinyan mention a general around 20 years old, she was filled with disbelief. But now she believed Yun Feng's words even more. You've heard of Old Hua, right? I worked with Old Hua on the research. It was mainly his contribution. Yin Feng didn't seek credit for himself. Wow, Old Hua. You know Old Hua? He's my idol. Lin Yinyan exclaimed excitedly from the side. You actually know Old Hua? Xiao Feng, it's been 3 days since we last met, and I can't quite see through you anymore. Yun Chidwa looked at Yin Feng up and down, somewhat in disbelief. Seeing this, Yun Feng smiled and said, if you don't believe me, I can introduce you to Old Hua later. Really? That's great. Lin Yinyan's excited face turned completely red. Yun Chidwa crossed her arms and looked at Yun Feng with a face full of skepticism, as if to say, go ahead and make up stories. I want to see how long you can keep this up. Anyway, I don't believe it. Just then, Yin Feng's gaze fell on a fish tank, and he slightly frowned. Chapter 31 Siamese Fighting Fish. There was only one fish in the aquarium, and it looked somewhat strange, making it hard to determine its breed. Its 2 eyes were red, and whenever it opened its mouth, sharp, fine teeth glinted menacingly. It was quite unsettling, but that wasn't the most critical part. The most crucial thing was that it seemed to sense when someone was nearby, thrashing violently against the aquarium. Bang! Bang! The force was so great that the aquarium trembled continuously. This fish is so fierce. Yin Chidwa noticed this scene and couldn't help but be drawn in, frowning as she spoke. Lin Yin Yin instinctively chimed in. Is this a new breed? It has a lot of research value. If we could dissect it. At this point, Yin Chidwa tugged at her, interrupting. Yin Yin, you mentioned how many bacteria were in the food during lunch, and now you're talking about dissection? How are you going to find a boyfriend in the future? Hearing this, Lin Yin Yin glanced at Yin Feng, her cheeks flushing again as she murmured, "Oh, I get it." Meanwhile, Yin Feng increasingly felt that something was off about this fish. At a certain moment, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes narrowed. Chen Fan, interested in fish? Just then, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to see it was Li Minghua, who continued, "There are many precious fish upstairs. Would you like to go take a look?" "No, we—" Yin Chidwa was about to refuse when Yin Feng suddenly interrupted her, saying, "Sure." The others were taken aback, clearly not expecting Yin Feng to agree. "Please." Li Minghua's lips curved into a slight smile. He then took the lead, heading toward the top floor of the hotel. Yin Chidwa tugged at Yun Feng's sleeve, whispering, "Yin Feng, what are you doing? Didn't you say you'd accompany us shopping? Why are you going to play with fish again?" She didn't want to have any involvement with someone like Li Minghua. "Don't you think this fish is strange?" Yin Feng asked. "It really is strange. I just saw fish bones at the bottom of the aquarium. The fish in the tank also have a faint red color. Could it be that the strange fish has eaten all its companions in the aquarium?" Lin Yinyan's eyes sparkled with inexplicable excitement and curiosity. Seeing this, Yin Feng couldn't help but glance at Lin Yinyan. This girl was a bit odd. This, Yin Chidwa's beautiful eyes widened. She turned around and indeed found that the situation in the aquarium was just as Lin Yinyan had described, realizing that things were indeed a bit strange. Young Master Hua. Young Master Hua. Along the way, everyone was extremely respectful towards Li Minghua. Soon, they arrived at the top floor. Unlike the other floors, this top floor was extraordinarily luxurious, with tiles, tables, chairs, and wall-hung paintings exuding an air of grandeur. The carpet underfoot was made of unknown animal fur, soft and slippery, as if stepping on a young girl's skin. Inside, the area was filled with aquariums, showcasing all sorts of fish. Dozens of wealthy and successful individuals were admiring and chatting, looking quite content. "Please come in." Li Minghua displayed a confident smile and said, "Everyone who comes here to admire the fish is either rich or noble, because all the fish here are the most precious in the world, each one worth hundreds of thousands. However, the real treasure is a newly discovered species from a few days ago. In the entire SH city, I am the only one who has it." Yun Feng scanned the fish in the aquariums around him and found that they were indeed extremely rare species in the world. However, these fish were not what he was focused on. "This fish is so beautiful." Yin Chidwa was instantly attracted to one of the fish. "What kind of fish is it?" "This is the red mint gurami, one of the hardest ornamental fish to raise." Upon hearing Yin Chidwa's inquiry, Li Minghua immediately smiled and replied, "Is this also a fish? It's round, U-shaped, and looks so cute." Yin Chidwa said, "I want to take it home." "This is the freshwater round stingray, a very fierce freshwater fish." Li Minghua said without hesitation, "The fish here are for viewing only, of course. If Chidwa likes it, I can take the liberty to give you one." "It must be very expensive, right?" Yin Chidwa asked. "About $1 million. Not expensive." Li Minghua shook his head, casually saying, while observing the expressions of Yin Chidwa and the others. As a result, he found Lin Yinyan was just staring at the fish, mumbling something about dissection, while Yin Chidwa's boyfriend was looking elsewhere, completely ignoring this side. As for Yin Chidwa, she stuck out her tongue and shook her head, saying, "Since it's not expensive, then I won't take it. I prefer expensive fish." Li Minshua. For some reason, he felt inexplicably frustrated and wanted a vent. Taking a deep breath, he barely managed to control his fluctuating emotions, and then noticed the two holding hands, which suddenly made him feel irritable. He directly said, "Good eye. That fish is a newly acquired breed. Want to go take a look?" "Top." The next moment, Yin Feng had already moved closer. "You." Li Minghua felt miserable. Watching Yin Chidwa and Lin Yinyan follow him, he could only force himself to suppress his emotions. "Bite it. Bite it." I bet the Siamese fighting fish will win. This is a top fighting fish that has won 7 consecutive matches. You bet benki shimte, notice. What breed is this fish? It looks strange and even a bit disgusting. I think it can win. I bet 1,000,000. Before Yin Feng and the others could get close, they heard the crowd shouts. In an instant, everyone was excited, placing their bets. What are they doing? Yin Chidhua asked curiously. Betting on fish. Li Minghua quickly explained. Siamese fighting fish was originally an ornamental fish, beautiful in shape and capable of killing mosquitoes, but male Siamese fighting fish are naturally aggressive, and many people like to use them for betting fights. It's just a form of entertainment. In an aquarium, a Siamese fighting fish will not allow other male fish to survive. Either it dies or it lives. They will fight with all their might, tearing each other apart until one is dead. Isn't that interesting? Upon hearing this, Yin Chidhua couldn't help but frown. Interesting? There are actually people who find this entertaining? That's too cruel. At this time, Lin Yinyan's attention was completely focused on that strange fish, completely unaware of what the others were saying. Puffed. Meanwhile, this very strange fish was extraordinarily fierce, disregarding its own injuries and overpowering the Siamese fighting fish. In less than a minute, the Siamese fighting fish was brutally killed. Fast speed, strong biting force, sharp teeth. Moreover, it even began to eat the corpse of the Siamese fighting fish. Yun Feng's eyes narrowed, and he instantly made a judgment, confirming his suspicions. This is Chapter 32, Fish Eating People, Zombie Fish. There's zombie fish here. Could there already be infected individuals among the people nearby? Yin Feng's brows furrowed deeply. The country is desperately trying to prevent zombie fish from reaching the mainland. And yet someone has taken the initiative to bring them here, ignoring national orders for personal gain. They must be severely punished. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply, because he saw a nearby waitress, her pretty face pale and her expression listless. Zombie fish have appeared. Suspected individuals have been infected with the TNN-1 virus. Bring the army over immediately. Yun Feng's expression was extremely serious. If he hadn't accidentally discovered this today, it would undoubtedly have led to severe consequences. Without hesitation, he sent a message to Secretary Chun. What? At that moment, Secretary Chun had just planned to enter the uppermost level, guarding around Commander Yun, when he saw Commander Yun's message. His face suddenly darkened, and he quickly turned to leave. What kind of fish is this? So ferocious? My Siamese fighting fish, the 100 Victories General, has been completely defeated? This fish is still eating fish. This. Hua Xiao, how much is this fish? I'll offer 5 million. At the same time, the scene just now caused the people around to erupt in chaos. Li Minghua was surrounded in the middle, while Yin Feng, Yin Chidhua, and Lin Yinyan were completely pushed to the side. Xiaofeng, what kind of fish is that? Yin Chidhua whispered, look at its eyes. It can't be thinking of eating people, right? It really does eat people, Yin Feng replied. What? Hearing this, Yin Chidhua was startled, thinking Yin Feng was joking. It doesn't eat people. Li Minghua had clearly been paying attention to the situation near Yin Chidhua. Hearing Yin Feng's words, he couldn't help but speak up, don't talk nonsense. Is that so? Yin Feng countered, looking at the wealthy young man. The other party clearly did not realize the danger posed by this fish, still trying to show off for the woman. If you don't understand, then don't speak carelessly. Li Minghua had long been filled with anger, and now that he finally found an opportunity, he spoke directly. A fish can eat people. Isn't that a joke? Who is this kid? Why does he look so unfamiliar? A guy who knows nothing should really not be let in anymore. What a disgrace. No common sense at all. If a fish bites you, can't you dodge? How could it possibly eat you? Ridiculous. I see he just wants to show off in front of the women. Truly a liar, a disgrace. As a young man, Hua Xiao is obviously much stronger than him. The people around were all speaking up. Hearing this, Li Minghua's mouth curled slightly. Their words sounded very pleasing to him, which was also his goal. Let us go. Although Yin Chidhua also felt that the idea of a fish eating people sounded absurd, she would let these guys bully Yin Feng and immediately pull them to leave. Wait a minute. You seem to disagree with my statement? Li Minghua would not let such a good opportunity pass and actively spoke again. Do you want me to demonstrate it for you? Hearing this, Yin Feng raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting Li Minghua to say such a thing. At this moment, however, Li Minghua had already reached into the fish tank, speaking, "I've never heard of a fish eating people, if that's the case. The food chain is all messed up. If you don't understand fish, you should have said so, making such a joke you." Splash. In the next moment, as everyone looked at Yin Feng with mocking eyes, Li Minghua's hand was in the fish tank. Yin Feng's pupils slightly contracted, because that strange fish suddenly stopped eating the dead Siamese fighting fish and lunged out, biting down on Li Minghua's hand. Li Minghua's hand was pierced in an instant. It was as if a blood bag had been burst, and a large amount of blood sprayed out, quickly staining the entire fish tank red. Li Minghua also let out a piercing scream. Reflexively, he tried to pull his hand back. However, that strange fish still held onto Li Minghua's hand tightly, refusing to let go. "Help! Help!" Li Minghua frantically swung his right hand, blood splattering onto the faces of those around him. While the strange fish did not loosen its grip, the more he swung, the larger the wound tore, and the pain intensified. The people around who had mocked Yin Feng were all pale with fright, retreating madly. Many were splattered with blood, but Yin Feng had anticipated this, reacting quickly, and directly pulled Yun Shidua and Li Nyanyan behind a fat man, perfectly avoiding the blood that Li Minghua flung. "What's going on? What happened? That fish really bites people?" Everyone was horrified. However, what shocked everyone even more was that the strange fish violently bit off a large chunk of flesh from Li Minghua's hand, which then fell to the ground. Immediately, everyone saw the strange fish propping itself up with its fins, chewing a few times, then swallowing all of Li Minghua's flesh. It's eating human flesh? Instantly, everyone felt their scalps go numb, and the hair on their bodies stood on end. This is not a fish. This is a monster. Li Minghua's two bodyguards finally came to their senses and immediately protected Li Minghua behind them. Yin Feng's eyes narrowed, staring at the strange fish. His other hand had already moved to the military dagger at his waist. This was a specially made military dagger for hunting zombie creatures. Currently, only Huaxia had such technology, and he was not worried about this zombie fish attacking. Yin Shidua tightly grasped Yun Feng's hand, clearly feeling nervous and afraid. Meanwhile, Lin Yinyin was staring intensely at the zombie fish, her eyes shining with a sickly light. This was excellent research material, highly valuable. It must not be missed. Quick, take a picture. This fish is actually eating human flesh. If I post it, I'll definitely go viral. This fish is so ferocious, it's definitely worth a fortune. Among the panicking individuals, some discovered the potential business opportunity and moved forward instead of retreating. This is bad. Seeing this, Yun Feng's pupils constricted. These few people were in danger. Due to distance and angle issues, his current strength could not kill the zombie fish. Whoosh! In the next moment, the zombie fish suddenly lunged up, attacking the young woman holding the phone, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards her white neck. It had caught the fresh, delicious scent from her. This was a delicacy. Who would have thought that this fish could leap so high after leaving the water? Who would have thought that this fish would still attack humans? Caught off guard. The young woman could not dodge in time and could only raise her phone to block. Crack! Instantly, the phone as thin as a cicada's wing was bitten through. The young woman narrowly escaped, instinctively flinging the phone away while shouting, "My limited edition phone that I just bought." Bang! The zombie fish landed again, this time very close to Yun Chidua, then suddenly adjusted its body, its blood-red eyes fixated on Yun Chidua. Whoosh! In the next moment, it lunged again. Xiaofeng, be careful. Yun Chidua instinctively wanted to protect Yun Feng behind her. However, Chapter 33, standing on 3 boats dead, Yun Feng's speed was even faster, suddenly stepping forward, and the military dagger in his hand flew out. Swoosh! Then, it precisely plunged into the mouth of the poisonous corpse fish. The sharp blade easily pierced through the poisonous corpse fish. Just as the action was swift, no one had a clear understanding of what was happening when. Bang! Bang! The poisonous corpse fish fell to the ground, bouncing a couple of times before going completely still. However, even though the poisonous corpse fish was motionless. No one dared to approach. For a moment, the surroundings were dead silent, with only Li Minghua still emitting a piercing scream. Dead? Dead? What? What is this thing? It can actually eat people. Everyone looked towards Yun Feng with lingering fear, wanting an answer. Poisonous corpse fish. A poisonous corpse fish carrying the TNN1 virus. Yun Feng said calmly, everyone here should not leave, as everyone could potentially be infected, especially those who came into contact with the poisonous corpse fish. Wow. As soon as this was said, there was an instant uproar. TNN1 virus infected? Is this for real? Many people showed expressions of fear, momentarily a loss. You're talking nonsense. What poisonous corpse fish? Alarmist. Li Minghua's face was pale, but he still couldn't help but refute Yun Feng. The power of hormones is indeed strong. Exactly. Kid, how can you be sure this is a poisonous corpse fish? Many people came to their senses and looked at him with doubtful expressions. Bang! At that moment, before Yun Feng could speak, a pale-faced waitress suddenly collapsed to the ground. Someone fainted. Run. Instantly, the scene was in chaos as everyone surged towards the exit, wanting to escape. In the confusion, a fat woman stepped directly on Li Minghua's hand. The familiar scream rang out again. Everyone, don't run. You all could be infected with the TNN1 virus. If you run outside and come into contact with others, it's easy to infect them. At that moment, Yin Chidwa suddenly spoke up, demonstrating the qualities expected of a healthcare worker. She even intended to rush forward to block the exit, but she was stopped by Yun Feng. Yun Feng, let me go. They can't leave here. This place should be sealed off immediately. Before Yin Chidwa could finish her sentence. Tat tat tat. Everyone, don't move. A large number of soldiers in protective suits finally arrived and quickly surrounded the area. The scene was immediately brought under control. Half an hour later. Yin Shuai, are you okay? In the car, Secretary Chun looked at Yun Feng with concern and asked, I'm Feng. Remember to disinfect my military dagger and return it to me. Yun Feng had been completely disinfected and changed into a new set of clothes. As for the others on the top floor, they were all sent to the hospital for CT scans of their brains. For isolation, the entire hotel was sealed off. Everyone dining in the hotel was also taken away. Yes, Yin Shuai. Secretary Chen nodded. By the way, he then remembered something and said, Yin Shuai, the man who secretly photographed you in the hotel is Zhao Tianlong's person. Oh, hearing this, Yun Feng raised an eyebrow. Zhao Tianlong? ISNT, he the man who went to the hospital to visit Wan Jun? It seems. He still hasn't given up. Yun Feng didn't take it seriously. Yin Shuai, do we need to destroy the photos he took? Secretary Chen asked. No need. Yun Feng shook his head, picked up his phone, and saw a message from Yin Chidwa, immediately starting a conversation with her. Yin Chidwa, little Feng, where are you? Yin Feng, I left. I'm on my way to Kyoto. Yin Chidwa, you left? Why did you leave? You didn't escape by yourself, did you? You carry the TNN1 virus. How can you just run around? I want to report you for betrayal. Yin Feng. Yin Feng, didn't I tell you that I developed the TNN1 virus antidote with Old Hua? I was the first to inject the antidote. Don't worry. I won't infect anyone else. Yin Chidwa, do you really know Old Hua? You participated in the development of the TNN1 virus antidote? Yin Feng, that's right. Yin Chidwa, I see. You participated as a volunteer. Volunteer to inject the first dose of the antidote for Old Hua's research and improvement of the antidote. I didn't expect you to be so great. Yin Feng. Yin Chidwa, did I guess right? Ha! Seeing the laughing emoji sent by Yin Chidwa, Yin Feng smiled and didn't reply further. Volunteer? This silly girl has quite the imagination. He didn't tell Yin Chidwa the real truth because he didn't want to disrupt the peaceful life. That's all. Having experienced the cruelty and chaos of his previous life, what he most wanted to experience in this life was the peaceful life of an ordinary person. On the other side, buzz. Su Wanjun's phone vibrated twice, and when she picked it up to look, it was a message from Zhao Tianlong. She couldn't help but slightly frown, instinctively planning to ignore it. Then she thought for a moment and murmured, better delete it. Then she opened the chat history. Then she saw the picture Zhao Tianlong had sent. The first picture showed a very beautiful girl hugging Yun Feng's arm, her chest slightly deformed. The second picture showed Yun Feng making eye contact with another beautiful girl. The third picture showed the three of them laughing and chatting, very harmonious. The fourth picture, the last picture, showed Yun Feng serving food to the first girl. Little Feng went to see Chidwa. Su Wanjun immediately recognized Yun Chidwa and smiled, saying, "This little girl is getting prettier and prettier." Then, her gaze fell on Lin Yin Yin, and then naturally moved away. She began to edit a text, preparing to send it to Zhao Tianlong. At this moment, Zhao Tianlong was staring intently at the chat box with Su Wanjun, sneering and saying, "Yin Feng, you actually want to eat from both sides. Standing on 3 boats. I'll make you fall straight into the water. Damn, why can a poor loser like you have 3 women at the same time? Are these women blind?" He was filled with jealousy. So unfair. What part of him was inferior to Yin Feng? Why were the women around Yin Feng so beautiful, so capable, and so graceful, while the ones around him were all plain? Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Zhao Tianlong looked at the deformed chest in the first picture, continuously swallowing saliva, his eyes turning green. Whoosh. At that moment, a message from Su Wanjun appeared in the chat box. "Thank you, I believe in Yin Feng. Let's not contact each other anymore." Seeing this, Zhao Tianlong was stunned. What's going on? What kind of charm did Yin Feng use on you that you still believe in him after all this? Do you need to catch him in bed to believe it? Damn it, women are so cheap. Cursing, Zhao Tianlong was so angry that his chest heaved. But he could only forcibly suppress the frustration in his heart and replied, "Wanjun, a man like this isn't worth it." Then he clicked send, and then. Chapter 34 Revenge. The message was sent, but it was rejected by the other party. Zhao Tianlong saw the red exclamation mark on the left side of the message and was stunned. What does this mean? Am I blocked? IFING. Bang. He directly exploded in rage and smashed his phone hard onto the ground. Then, the phone shattered completely. Can't believe the facts right in front of me? You actually blocked me? I was trying to make you see the true colors of that scumbag Yin Feng. You ungrateful woman. Damn, aren't you cheap? Why get my hands on you? I will definitely toy with you. Change up the ways I toy with you. Zhao Tianlong was hysterical. At this moment, he was extremely irritable and had completely lost his rationality. Hey! Immediately, he picked up another phone and dialed. January 5th, 2041. Su Wanjun was discharged from the hospital, with Yin Feng by her side. Secretary Chun drove the two away from the hospital. "You should listen to the doctor and stay in the hospital a few more days," Yin Feng said. At this moment, Su Wanjun, although not in military uniform, still exuded a heroic aura, her stunning beauty and perfect figure making her look like an otherworldly goddess at first glance. "No." Hearing Yin Feng's words, she shook her head and said, "If I stay here any longer, my bones will rust." "Your bones can rust?" Yin Feng said, "Don't think I don't know. You were exercising every day while hospitalized. One day without exercise, and I feel uncomfortable all over." Su Wanjun said, "You don't need to persuade me. I'm planning to participate in the 3rd mysterious haze incident to contribute to the country. If I stay in the hospital, how can I participate in the 3rd mysterious haze incident? Who allowed you to participate in the 3rd mysterious haze incident?" Upon hearing this, Yin Feng frowned and asked, "I am the squad leader of the Canglong Special Forces, the female war god of Huaxia. Who among the special forces you chose can compare to me in individual combat? I am the most suitable candidate to fight in the mysterious haze. No one else comes close." Su Wanjun confidently stated, "Besides, I have already received the special medicine. There's no need to worry about infection. What are you still worried about?" "You." Hearing Su Wanjun's words, Yin Feng helplessly shook his head and said, "All right. As long as you pass the selection test, you can participate in the mysterious haze incident." He knew very well Su Wanjun's character. When faced with such dangerous events as the mysterious haze, she would definitely not back down, only charging to the front line. Selection test? Su Wanjun was taken aback. All soldiers participating in the mysterious haze incident need to pass Yin Shuai's test. Secretary Chun spoke up. "Otherwise, the spot will be given to someone else. It's very fair." Su Wanjun nodded and said, "Did Mountain Cat and Old Zhou lose face for me?" "Don't worry, Captain Su. Mountain Cat and the others all passed the test. Secretary Chen nodded. Su Wanjun nodded. Then her gaze fell on Yun Feng as she asked, Yun Feng, they all call you Yun Shuai. What's going on? And can you tell me about yourself now? Sure. Yun Feng nodded, just about to speak. Yun Shuai, a car has been following us. Secretary Chen suddenly spoke up. What should we do? Oh, hearing this, both Yun Feng and Su Wanjun furrowed their brows. Go to a secluded place. Let's see what he wants to do. Yun Feng said coldly. Yes. Secretary Chen nodded. At the same time, the special forces guarding Yun Feng in the shadows quickly made a phone call. At a certain moment, be careful. Secretary Chen suddenly shouted. Bang! While speeding, a car suddenly crossed the double solid lines and crashed into them. Bang! Immediately after, another car behind did not slow down and crashed into them as well. A accident. Damn, a chain reaction. The sudden car crash seemed like an accident. The surrounding pedestrians were scared and screamed in panic. This broken domestic car is fine? My two imported cars are completely wrecked? A burly man in sunglasses on one side of the street saw that the car Yun Feng was in showed no signs of deformation, while the two cars he arranged had their fronts completely crumpled. The two subordinates in the car were also unresponsive. Brother Chow, should we take action? A skinny subordinate asked. Of course. The target is fine. We definitely have to take action. Go. Brother Chow slapped the skinny subordinate on the head and then directly gave the order. Whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, dozens of figures sprang out from various corners, quickly rushing towards the vehicle where Yun Feng was, smashing against the car windows. A dozen adults wielding steel pipes, swinging with all their might, and with the added momentum of their charge. What kind of power is this? The result? The car window only had small white dots. Not even a crack appeared. These dozen adults were dumbfounded. Smash! I don't believe it. This piece of junk can withstand our steel pipes. The skinny man shouted, Smash it hard. As he spoke, he gathered all his strength and swung the steel pipe hard. Then, bang, hiss. The skinny man couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly, sucking in a breath. He had exerted too much force, and the strong rebound made his hands numb. Inside the car, the airbags deployed in time, and the seat belts tightened, leaving the three unharmed. Yin Shuai, should we wait for support or fight back? Secretary Chen asked. Wait for support? Yun Feng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Do I need support to deal with these small fries? Just then, Chapter 35, start the video, fight together. Those who refuse to be slaves. Yun Feng picked up his phone, but did not connect immediately. Instead, he looked at Su Wanjun beside him and asked Wanjun, Can you handle it? Don't worry. They can't get close to me. Su Wanjun was also eager to try, saying, I've been in hospital for so long. It's time to stretch my limbs and see how these little thugs in our country measure up. On the battlefield of a certain country, she had once subdued 7 bandits with one hand, 3 of whom were international mercenaries, in a battle to rescue Chinese citizens in another country. She single-handedly fought off over 30 strong men. Similar achievements were countless. Her title as the goddess of war from Huaxia was certainly not just for show. Let's do it. Hearing this, Yun Feng nodded and, without further ado, gave the command. Bang! Bang! Immediately, Secretary Chen and Su Wanjun opened the car doors simultaneously, using the 2 doors to knock 4 people away. Then, the 2 sprang out like cheetahs, swiftly kicking down 2 others, while simultaneously shutting the car doors. They instinctively chose to protect Yun Feng. What's going on? They can fight this well. Seeing this scene, Brother Chow was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such a turn of events, and was a bit shocked. I want to see just how strong you really are. He then snorted coldly and picked up his phone. Hello, Brother Hao, inside the car. Hello, Yun Feng. Is Su Wanjun out of the hospital? Tell her I'm in isolation and can't visit her for now, Yin Chidwa said. Okay, Yun Feng replied. It's quite chaotic on your side. Why are there men's screams? What are you doing? Didn't you go to pick up Su Wanjun? Yin Chidwa asked with a strange tone. Your girlfriend is out of the hospital, and instead of picking her up, you're mixed up with men? You wouldn't have a problem with your orientation, would you? Yin Feng. What kind of strange logic is this? Glancing at the thugs continuously falling down, the battlefield was basically settled. I want a video chat with you. Yin Chidwa said excitedly. Yin Feng. Before he could speak, Yin Chidwa directly hung up and started the video. Hurry, point the camera around. I don't want to see you. At the moment the video connected, all the surrounding thugs had already fallen. Secretary Chun and Su Wanjun were too quick in dealing with the enemies. Yin Feng could only smile helplessly and followed her instructions. Then, through the video feed, he noticed a large number of figures rushing over in the distance, and his brows furrowed. So many people are coming? The momentum is quite impressive. It looks like I need to organize this properly. In the next moment, worried about Secretary Chun and Su Wanjun encountering any issues, he casually placed the phone on the car, aimed the camera outside, and then got out of the car, closing the door behind him. Hey, what are you doing? Fighting? How exciting. Hey, Yin Feng, why didn't you take your phone with you? What kind of broken car is this? The soundproofing is so extreme. Yin Chidwa was initially excited, but then began to shout. Fighting is wrong. Yin Feng, I'll have the police arrest you. Unfortunately, Yin Feng couldn't hear anything. Yin Feng, I didn't expect your woman to be so strong. Brother Chow, seeing so many of his brothers come over, immediately felt emboldened and swaggered out from the shadows, coming to stand in front of Yin Feng, saying, if you don't want your woman to get hurt, then kneel before me obediently. Bang! He then threw a steel rod on the ground, saying, use this steel rod to break your own legs. No, it's to break all 3 of your legs. Someone's offering a high price to have you break all 3 legs, so you can never touch a woman again. Being crippled in front of your woman should be quite humiliating, right? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the other brothers around burst into laughter. Then, Brother Chow looked at Su Wanjun. With her exquisite features, perfect figure, heroic demeanor, and unique charm, he was momentarily stunned. Is this a fairy that walked out of a painting? Damn, it's such a waste for such a beautiful woman to be with you. If I could sleep with her just once in my life. You're asking for death. Secretary Chen's face darkened, ready to charge forward. Click. Yin Feng stepped out first. Buzz. At the same time, a terrifying aura locked onto Brother Chow. He instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, trembling all over, as if death itself was staring at him. Especially when he saw the unfathomable depth in Yun Feng's eyes. He felt an inexplicable fear, and the more than 100 brothers behind him gave him no confidence at all. At this moment, he didn't dare to move. He could only watch as Yin Feng approached him. Slap! Yin Feng slapped Brother Chow across the face. Poof! The immense force caused Brother Chow to stagger and fall to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, even a tooth flying out, looking extremely disheveled. My woman cannot be insulted, Yin Feng said word by word. You! Brother Chow was instantly furious, feeling humiliated in front of so many subordinates. He immediately kicked one of his men beside him, roaring, what are you looking at? Get him! Kill him! I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Whoosh! Hearing this, the surrounding thugs rushed forward with steel rods in hand. Click! Yin Feng didn't take these swinging steel rods seriously at all. Instead, he turned around, preparing to return to the car. He didn't want to waste any more time on this group of people. As for danger, there were dozens of sniper rifles aimed at this spot and dozens of special agents lying in wait, all top-tier experts from the country. Moreover, although he currently had no power and was just an ordinary person, his extensive combat experience, fighting skills, and keen sense of danger from his past life were enough to ensure his safety easily, no matter how strong these little thugs were. Could they be stronger than the poisonous dogs he had hunted down? Seeing this, Su Wanjun and Secretary Chun were not worried at all. Be careful. This guy is too reckless. However, Yin Chidwa was completely unaware of this. Upon seeing this scene, she instinctively shouted, wanting to stand in front of Yin Feng, but unfortunately, she couldn't do it through the screen. She could only watch helplessly. Buzz, buzz. Just then, Chapter 36, Which God Have I Offended? In the next moment, more than a dozen helicopters suddenly appeared in the sky, surrounding the street thugs. The onboard machine guns and other firearms were all ready, poised to fire at any moment. Rat-a-tat-tat. A large number of soldiers surged at both ends of the street, all armed to the teeth. The dark muzzles of their guns were aimed directly at the heads of these thugs. Any slight movement from this group would result in instant execution. In an instant, the thugs surrounding Yin Feng were frightened pale, trembling all over, their legs weak, feeling as if they could not stand. This group of thugs had experienced many big scenes and were usually very tough against other forces, but now, they were panicking. They even showed an expression of extreme fear. What the hell? What are you doing? Why have you suddenly stopped moving? Huh? Why are there helicopters in the sky? The thug lying on the ground, Brother Chow, didn't react immediately, but soon his face changed drastically, and he felt a chill run through him. How? How did so many troops come here? They actually alarmed the military. Who the hell is this young man? This background is too terrifying. They even deployed helicopters. Oh my goodness. No one would believe it if I told them. At this moment, the scattered pedestrians on the street were utterly shocked. General Yun, a major general with 2 golden stars on his shoulders, stepped forward and saluted Yun Feng respectfully. Yun Feng returned the salute and said, "You've worked hard. This place is up to you. You must uproot these forces." "Yes, General Yun." The major general's expression turned serious as he responded loudly. "Let's go." Yun Feng then took Su Wanjun into the car. Virum, Virum. Secretary Chen drove away. Take them all away. After watching Yun Feng leave, the major general immediately turned to the group of thugs, his expression darkening as he issued orders. The surrounding soldiers surged forward, quickly disarming the thugs and capturing them one by one. "Sir, it's all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding." Brother Chow was so scared he was almost crying, pleading with a quavering voice, his missing teeth making him look ridiculous. He never expected that breaking a person's arms and legs would cause such huge trouble. The person in front of him was a major general, with at least a regiment of soldiers behind him. Who the hell is Yun Feng? Which god have I offended? Misunderstanding? Do you dare to attack the leader of the highest action group in Huaxia? Do you know what crime that is? You call this a misunderstanding? The major general glared at Brother Chow coldly, questioning him. Leader of the highest action group. Brother Chow was stunned, immediately collapsing to the ground in fear, then suddenly shouted, "Damn, Zhao Xiaocui! That fat woman has doomed me. Doomed me." At the barbarian bar, Zhao Tianlong was hugging 2 scantily clad women, his eyes glazed as he watched the dancing woman on stage, listening to the surrounding frenzied music. Gradually, the dancing woman transformed into Su Wanjun, and then she came to him, seductively swaying her body, exuding an enticing fragrance. Beautiful, so beautiful. Su Wanjun, after today, your boyfriend won't be able to satisfy you anymore. From now on, I'll be the one to satisfy you. Ha! Saying this, Zhao Tianlong popped a pill, feeling the changes in his body as his eyes turned bloodshot. He directly pulled the 2 women into a private room. Soon, beautiful sounds echoed from within the room. Bang! Bang! At that moment, the bar's door was suddenly broken open and hundreds of soldiers stormed in, quickly taking control of the entire bar. Surrounding people screamed in fear. Soon, the music stopped and everyone crouched down, covering their heads. A few minutes later, Zhao Tianlong was dragged out, hastily wrapped in a piece of clothing that barely covered his vital parts, while his butt was exposed. Under the influence of drugs, he was delirious, shouting, "Let me go. I still want to battle with Su Wanjun for 300 rounds. Who are you? Let me go. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my mother is? Be careful, or I'll have someone kill you." The people in the bar were all startled. Although this young master Zhao usually appeared arrogant and overbearing, he wasn't stupid, right? Why was he acting so foolishly at this moment? How dare he insult them like this? Virum, Virum. In the car, Secretary Chen quickly received news and said, "General Yun, we have identified the motive behind that group of thugs attacking us." "What happened?" Yin Feng asked, somewhat curious. Secretary Chen glanced at Su Wanjun through the rearview mirror and didn't continue. "Is it related to me?" Su Wanjun keenly picked up on this and asked. Secretary Chen hesitated. "Speak," Yin Feng commanded. "Yes." Secretary Chen no longer hesitated and said directly, "It was Zhao Tianlong's mother who hired these thugs to take action." Zhao Tianlong. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjun frowned and said, "Why is this person still haunting me? I've already blacklisted him, but he still won't let it go. Furthermore," Secretary Chen continued, "Zhao Tianlong is using drugs. After the effects wore off, He realized his situation and completely denied any involvement, claiming it was his mother's decision to hire people from the streets. This person may not have much ability, but he is quite adept at shirking responsibility. Su Wanjun snorted coldly, a hint of disdain in her eyes. He has no sense of responsibility and is unfilial. I despise such men the most. What did his mother say? Yin Feng asked. She also insisted it was her own decision, and that it had nothing to do with her son, Secretary Chun said with a frown. This situation is a bit tricky, because many things were handled by his mother. He did not directly participate. A person like this cannot be clean. Yin Feng said lightly, investigate this matter thoroughly. We cannot let a single person escape. Yes, General. Secretary Chin nodded in agreement. What about that group of thugs? Yin Feng asked. They are from the Tiger Gang. Taking this opportunity, the entire Tiger Gang was uprooted, and all involved personnel and other criminals were thrown into prison, Secretary Chen reported. Yin Feng nodded. Soon, they arrived at the military camp. Su Wanjun got out of the car, and Yin Feng bid her farewell. On the way back to the office of the highest action group in Huaxia, Secretary Chen quickly spoke up, General Yun, 2 pieces of news. First, Su Wanjun passed all tests and will participate in the 3rd mysterious smog incident. As expected, Yun Feng had anticipated this, giving a helpless smile. Wanjun is still so impatient. Second, Zhao Tianlong has been found to be connected to a rape and murder case from 3 years ago and has been formally arrested. What awaits him is the death penalty. Secretary Chun revealed a hint of satisfaction. Such scum doesn't deserve to live. Yin Feng nodded. Having never regarded Zhao Tianlong as a threat from the beginning to the end, they were simply not from the same world. Buzz. Soon, a message from Yin Chidwa came in. Yin Feng, what is Su Wanjun's current military rank? Yin Feng, what's up? Yin Chidwa. They actually dispatched so many soldiers to protect her. She must be really powerful, right? Yin Feng. Chapter 37. The Love-Struck Man by the Grave, January 7th, 2041. Yin Shuai. The case involving Dongxing Group has concluded. After a thorough investigation, it was confirmed that Dongxing Group leaked information of over 10 million users from Huaxia in order to go public in Eagle Country. Dongxing Group has been completely shut down, and all apps have been removed from the shelves. According to Yin Shuai's requirements, the capital behind Dongxing Group has also not been spared. A forced execution of 500 billion Huaxia coins has been carried out. All funds have been deposited into the national treasury. Secretary Chun reported the latest news to Yin Feng. Yin Feng inquired, what is the domestic reaction? Such an act, akin to treason, has naturally been rejected and despised by the citizens. Although this punishment is already extremely severe, amounting to 500 billion Huaxia coins, the citizens still feel it is insufficient. Secretary Chin spoke up. Many people are relieved that they did not use Dongxing Group's apps. Otherwise, their information would have been sold abroad and exploited by foreigners. Hearing this, Yin Feng nodded. This reaction is very normal. This is the spirit of the Huaxia people, unconditionally trusting the measures taken by the state. The national leadership is also doing its utmost to protect the rights of ordinary citizens and create benefits for them, which is a virtuous cycle. This is destined to allow Huaxia to develop at an extraordinarily terrifying speed. This is also the reason why Huaxia was able to endure until the end in my previous life. Has the arrangement for the 3rd mysterious haze incident been completed? Yin Feng asked. Yes, everything is completed. The soldiers involved in the 3rd mysterious haze incident have also reduced their training load to conserve energy for tomorrow's battle. Secretary Chin knew that Yin Shuai would definitely want to know about Su Wanjun's situation and proactively said, additionally, Captain Su's condition has also been adjusted to its best. Yin Feng nodded and continued to ask, in the areas where the various mysterious haze incidents will occur, it has been confirmed that no one has been left behind, right? About that, hearing this, Secretary Chan hesitated for a moment before saying, Yin Shuai. According to your instructions, the area covered by the mysterious haze incident in HN province is a graveyard overgrown with weeds, and a man named Zhang Ziliang is unwilling to leave his wife's grave. He has been kneeling there for days and refuses to leave no matter what. Oh, What is going on? Yun Feng frowned, his tone turning stern as he asked. The mysterious haze incident is about to break out tomorrow. Why hasn't he been made to leave yet? The toxic corpses are fierce, and we are fighting on the home ground of the mysterious haze. How can our soldiers have the energy to protect him? Secretary Chun immediately nodded in response. Rest assured, Yin Shuai. We have urged the relevant departments to persuade and counsel him. It will definitely not affect tomorrow's plans. You personally oversee this matter. Yin Feng instructed. Yes, Yin Shuai. Secretary Chin nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yin Feng inquired about other matters. January 8th, 2041. Only 4 hours left. Yin Feng glanced at the time and looked at the monitoring screen. There are many locations for this mysterious haze incident, with as many as 13 occurrences. The mysterious haze incident in TB province will be resolved solely by TB province. Yin Feng only provided the location and time for the incident. The other 12 mysterious haze incidents will be handled by the Huaxia military. This time, there was no pre-battle mobilization. All combat units have already conducted drills and are stationed at the locations where the mysterious haze incidents will erupt, waiting for the outbreak. The morale of the various combat units is good. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. He kept nodding, and suddenly, his gaze fell on a corner of the large screen, his brow furrowing as he asked, Secretary Chun, what is the situation here? Yin Shuai. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chun took a quick glance and understood what was happening, frowning as he said, It's Zhang Ziliang. He still refuses to leave. He even has a pair of scissors pointed at his neck, not allowing anyone to approach, insisting on kneeling at his wife's grave, and he has started a live stream. The number of viewers has already exceeded 1 million. Even if our people wanted to use force, they wouldn't be able to. If this matter leaks through the live streaming platform, it might cause public panic, so. Panic? Yun Feng paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes slightly and said, This is a perfect opportunity to inform the public about the mysterious haze incident. This. Secretary Chun was taken aback, then asked, Yin Shuai, might this be a bit too early? It could disrupt social stability. The people are not as fragile as you think. Yin Feng recalled the public's reaction in his previous life and shook his head, saying, Whether the public panics or not largely depends on whether the state can provide them with a sense of security. Do you think the current Huaxia can give the public a sense of security? Yes. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chun immediately nodded without hesitation. It must be able to. Since Yin Shuai's rebirth and taking control of Huaxia's highest action team, Huaxia's overall strength has been climbing steadily, completely outpacing any other major country in the world. Moreover, this gap will only widen. As citizens of Huaxia, their sense of security will undoubtedly be overwhelming. So, Yin Feng said lightly, the public will not only not panic, but will also become even more united. Moreover, he could be certain, once the ancient ferocious beasts are discovered and the genetic locks are unlocked, this sense of security will be further enhanced. Yes, hearing this, Secretary Chun nodded firmly, choosing to trust Yin Shuai. I will go personally. Subsequently, Yin Feng turned and left. He needed to personally handle this matter and resolve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the plan will be severely impacted. Once the plan is delayed, it would result in the loss of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of doses of the special medicine. Each dose of special medicine can save a life. On the way, Yin Feng logged into a live streaming platform and found Zhang Ziliang's live room. My poor wife. We have walked hand in hand for 5 whole years, finally entering the hall of marriage, and then having a lovely baby, only to have that damn drunk driver ruthlessly take your life and that of our unborn child. Woo-woo. Why? Why did you leave me like this? What am I supposed to do alone? Without you, who will walk with me under the sunset? Without you, who will help me run our Liangjing TB store? Zhang Ziliang, with tears streaming down his face, looked extremely pitiful and affectionate. Now I want to guard you, but these soldiers won't let me. Woo-woo. Hearing this, Yin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Then he instructed the special operations team to check 2 things. When was the Liangjing TB store opened? When did Zhang Ziliang's wife, Zhao Jingjing, pass away? The Liangjing TB store opened 2 days ago. Zhao Jingjing died in a car accident half a month ago. watching Zhang Ziliang's heartfelt portrayal of a lovesick man in the live room, and occasionally mentioning the Liangjing TB store, Yun Feng began to have a certain suspicion. Chapter 38: The Outbreak of the Third Mysterious Haze Incident. Yun Shui, you've arrived. Soon, Yun Feng and Secretary Chun reached the scene. In just 1 hour, the mysterious haze incident would break out. Yun Feng glanced at the time and immediately got out of the car. Seeing this, Secretary Chen quickly contacted the live streaming platform where Zhang Ziliang was, requesting information protection for Yun Shui, who was about to appear on camera. No outsiders are allowed to recognize Yun Shui. Yes, the live streaming platform immediately agreed and began technical processing. Yun Shui, Yun Shui. The surrounding soldiers all saluted. Thank you for your hard work. Yun Feng returned the salute and nodded, asking, what is the situation now? Still unwilling to leave. Moreover, the event's attention was increasing, with the number of viewers on the live streaming platform exceeding 10 million, and it was still rapidly rising. Yun Shui, should we notify the live streaming platform to shut down his stream? A major general spoke up. He was the actual person in charge of this mysterious haze incident. No need. Yun Feng shook his head and then looked at Zhang Ziliang. At this moment, beside Zhang Ziliang, out of sight in the live stream, there was a backpack containing water, instant noodles, and a power bank. Quite well prepared. Yun Feng said, clearly well prepared. Who brings food to mourn at their wife's grave? Secretary Chun snorted coldly and said, I really don't know what he is doing. The commotion here evidently attracted Zhang Ziliang's attention. He turned around and frowned. Who is this young man? Why do all these soldiers and officers respect him so much? Which big shot son or grandson is he? Immediately, Yun Feng strode over, just about to speak when Zhang Ziliang interrupted him, saying, Are you the leader? No need for useless formalities. I'm sure your subordinates have already told you what needs to be said. You do your thing, and I won't disturb you. And I hope you won't disturb me. I just want to quietly accompany my wife for a few days. Once I'm done, I'll leave and shut down the live stream. At this moment, his expression was exceptionally firm, even facing so many soldiers alone. In the live stream, comments had already filled the entire screen. This man loves his wife so much, it's truly touching. When will I meet such a man? I would definitely marry him without hesitation. I guess the one upstairs is a man. Support Liangjing TB store. Thumbs up for Zhang Ziliang. What are the soldiers doing at the cemetery? There must be something important going on. Otherwise, how could they not let such a devoted man guard his wife's grave? Clearly, the vast majority of the audience was moved by Zhang Ziliang's actions. At this moment, everyone looked at Yun Feng, waiting for his response, including the viewers in the live stream. However, the live streaming platform used special technology to make Yun Feng's image infinitely blurred. No matter how much one zoomed in or how high the picture quality was, it was impossible to see Yun Feng's appearance clearly. One could only vaguely see his figure. Nothing more. Immediately, the audience in the live stream erupted. What is going on? Is it my phone's problem? Or is my internet speed too slow? Why can't I see what this leader looks like? Trash live streaming platform. Breaking down at a critical moment. I need to switch platforms. Hang in there upstairs. There aren't any similar streams elsewhere. The higher-ups of this live streaming platform, however, could clearly see Yun Feng's appearance and were equally shocked. This leader is so young. This is too young to be in such a position. Sure, his identity must be a state secret. We cannot let any internal videos leak out. Otherwise, our platform will be in big trouble. At this moment, Yun Feng spoke. The country respects every citizen's right to guard their wife's grave. We will not intervene. However, you must be responsible for your actions. The state has already warned you. Whatever happens later has nothing to do with the country. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback that Yun Feng would say such a thing. This is just letting it go, each to their own. Yun Feng immediately issued orders and then turned to leave. Yes, the surrounding soldiers quickly regained their senses, responding and preparing for their respective tasks. Seeing this, Zhang Ziliang, who had prepared many retorts for Yun Feng, suddenly fell silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. The other party was not playing by the rules. Regardless, the current number of viewers in the live stream had nearly reached 20 million, He was just one step away from going viral, and his TB store was about to sell out. I must seize this opportunity. Continue the live stream. I need to raise my fame to the highest level. Only then will I have a chance to become the #1 on the platform and make a huge profit. Zhang Ziliang thought this way. A few days ago, he had keenly caught the timing for this viral moment and quickly seized it, establishing his image as a devoted man while also setting up the Liang Jing TB store. It turned out he had made the right bet. Now, all he needed to do was to keep going. Yin Shui. At the same time, Secretary Chun approached Yin Feng and asked if we let Zhang Ziliang kneel at the grave. Once the mysterious haze incident breaks out, it could easily lead to trouble. He could be in danger. Don't worry, Yin Feng said calmly. He'll be fine. In his previous life, he vividly remembered this mysterious haze incident. Based on his memory and recent observations, Zhang Ziliang's new grave was located at the edge of the area shrouded in the mysterious haze. Even if the haze broke out, under his meticulous arrangement, Zhang Ziliang's life would not be in danger. Hearing this, Secretary Chen nodded and ceased to speak. Since Yin Shui said so, there would definitely be no problem. Time passed second by second. Yin Feng also opened his computer, continuing to monitor the situation of the mysterious haze in various regions, especially the situation at sea, which required more attention. The fog has rolled in. The previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in haze. Whoosh! All the soldiers were on alert. The troops outside the haze had all loaded their weapons. Archers bent their bows, and heavy sniper rifles were trained on every corner of the haze's edge. Yin Feng's attention was also drawn. The mysterious haze had thickened, covering a larger area and lasting longer, just like in his previous life. The difference is, in this life, you monsters are the prey, we Huaxia are the hunters. Zhang Ziliang, kneeling at the grave, suddenly felt his vision obstructed. The signal in the live stream was intermittent, and the picture began to blur. For some reason, he suddenly felt a bit anxious. Chapter 39. Consuming the deceased wife. Goodbye to wife and child. Why does it feel so eerie? Zhang Ziliang swallowed and pressed his lips together, his grip on the phone tightening involuntarily. He then noticed that the signal in the live stream was getting worse, which immediately drew his attention. After all, for him, the live stream was the big deal. This time, he absolutely could not mess it up. Damn it! Why is there no signal? The 10G network is too unreliable. Is it my phone's problem? Zhang Ziliang hesitated for a moment, then stood up, raising his phone high to try to find signal. The next moment, the signal returned. In a live stream. Where's the streamer? The signal is terrible. I thought the super admin came and shut down the stream. Why is it foggy? Are there graves around? The streamer won't get into any trouble, will he? I just got here. Is this a ghostly live stream? Zhang Ziliang glanced at the bullet comments, and his mouth twitched. He then realized that the surrounding fog was becoming denser. He could no longer see the soldiers around him. Suddenly, all sense of safety vanished. Then, the live stream completely lost signal. It must be the work of those soldiers. Their goal is to make me leave. The more this happens, the less I can leave. Zhang Ziliang thought to himself and chose to kneel again. Since he needed to build a persona, he had to take it seriously. There could be no carelessness. If he missed this opportunity, he would never make it big in his life. If he couldn't make it big, how could he enjoy wealth and luxury? How could he support young models? How could he buy luxury cars? For the sake of future happiness, what does it matter to endure a little hardship now? He didn't know how long had passed, but the fog became thicker, and the entire world fell into extreme silence. Beneath this thick, mysterious fog, Zhang Ziliang found it hard to breathe. He was somewhat impressed with himself. He could endure so much. If someone as enduring as him couldn't succeed, who could? Caution! There's movement! Bang! Suddenly, intense sounds of fighting came from the center of the mysterious fog, instantly breaking the eerie silence. Damn! Zhang Ziliang's pupils constricted, and he stared intently at the center of the mysterious fog, his heart racing. Because he heard inhuman roars. He heard gunshots. The sound of hacking. This can't be a battle, right? His heart raced. Although his body was ready to flee at any moment, his mind was still holding on. Thud! 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 Just then, he heard a strange sound. It was as if something was being struck or cut. As for the source of the sound, it seemed to be a head, or perhaps Underground. He looked forward and down. And isn't this his wife's grave? Looking at the familiar face on the tombstone, for some reason, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over, goosebumps rising. Especially his wife's once kind face and eyes, which for some reason appeared somewhat hideous and accusatory in his view. Accusing him of consuming his deceased wife? I had no choice. He began to speak, explaining uncontrollably, I also need to live. I used all the compensation for you and the child to buy a house in the city. I have no money left. What can I do? What can I do? You and the child must understand me, right? The next moment, the voice vanished. Hearing this, Zhang Ziliang's eyes lit up. Is it effective? Wait, is it good or bad that it's effective? His expression changed. Suddenly, he saw his wife's grave move. To be precise, the soil on his wife's grave had loosened. Instantly, he tensed up, staring at the soil on his wife's grave, a chill rising from his feet. His back drenched in cold sweat, yet he remained oblivious. The next moment, he watched in horror as a decayed hand emerged, the white finger bones clearly visible, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, large amounts of yellow liquid streaming down his pants. Then, his wife slowly crawled out of the grave, revealing a completely decayed face. Resurrected from the dead. Roar. The moment his wife opened her mouth, a swarm of maggots surged out. This scene completely shattered Zhang Ziliang's worldview, breaking his psychological defenses, and he screamed, a surge of endless power rising from deep within him. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he turned and fled, moving at lightning speed. Save me. Soldiers! There's soldiers outside the fog. He needed to throw himself into the arms of the soldiers. Prepare. At the same time, upon hearing the scream, Feng immediately spoke up. Subsequently, the surrounding soldiers aimed their guns, arrows, spears, and large knives at the direction of the sound. Help! There's a zombie! Save me! Save me! The next moment, Zhang Ziliang burst out of the mysterious fog, appearing in front of everyone, hysterical. Thud! However, his luck was not good. He suddenly tripped over a small stone and fell to the ground. No! Instantly, Zhang Ziliang felt despair. At this moment, he regretted not having his wife cremated. Buzz! It was also at this moment that the phone he was holding regained signal, and the live stream reconnected. The screen of the live stream was instantly flooded with comments. Finally, the stream is back? What happened to the streamer? Why is the streamer lying on the ground? Did he get hit? Thank goodness I stayed in the live stream. I knew this devoted man wouldn't abandon us. Zhang Ziliang instinctively glanced at the live stream, only to see a figure appear behind him. What kind of figure is this? Its clothes were completely rotted. Fused with its body, large chunks of rotten flesh continuously falling off, infested with numerous insects, and exposed white bones, extremely terrifying. But that wasn't the most crucial part. The most crucial part was the figure's abdomen. The slightly bulging abdomen was now writhing incessantly. Zhang Ziliang instinctively thought, is my unborn son inside? Rip! The next moment, his wife's abdomen was violently torn open, and a completely dark brown baby poked its head out, its hollow eyes without pupils fixed on Zhang Ziliang. Instantly, Zhang Ziliang screamed. The screen in the live stream instantly lost all comments. Clean and clear. At the same time, viewers from all corners of Huaxia let out screams. Damn, what the hell is that? My God. Chapter 40. The Unexpected Rebirth Roar. This baby opened its mouth, its lips torn apart, instantly spreading to the base of its ears, and then, in front of everyone, crawled out from its mother's belly, lunging straight at Zhang Ziliang. No, don't come over. You monster. Help. Zhang Ziliang was so scared that he went limp, his face full of terror and despair. He regretted it. Regretted not listening to the country. If he lost his life, what good would money be? If he could survive this time, he would definitely listen to the country in the future. Boom. Whoosh. Puffed. In the next moment, gunfire erupted, and the sound of projectiles filled the air. Zhang Ziliang watched helplessly as his unborn child was overwhelmed by countless attacks. Its head was riddled with blood holes, and numerous arrows pierced through it. Roar. Bang. The baby in the air fell to the ground, convulsing, trying to stand up, but it was impossible. Clearly, Its injuries were severe. Seeing this, Zhang Ziliang hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Roar! His wife suddenly opened her mouth and let out an angry roar, then lunged forward with a speed twice that of her child. Ah! Bang! Zhang Ziliang's face turned pale, and he screamed again. Shoot! At the same time, Feng issued a command for another attack. And this time, bang! Bang! Dozens of specially made firearms suddenly emitted a dull sound. And then countless steel balls shot out with immense kinetic energy, instantly embedding themselves throughout Zhang Ziliang's wife's body. Puffed, puffed. Even though Zhang Ziliang's wife was extremely skilled in defense, she couldn't withstand the impact of the specially made steel balls. Her eyeballs were shattered. Countless steel balls entered her gaping mouth. Her throat bones were crushed by the steel balls. Roar! Zhang Ziliang's wife let out a scream of agony, but still did not retreat. Instead, she lunged forward, embracing her child, trying to protect it by stuffing it into her abdomen. The love of a mother was fully manifested at this moment. Even without consciousness, she still acted according to the truest thoughts deep within her heart. Bang! Whoosh! Accompanied by the sounds, more steel balls, arrows, and bullets continued to pierce her body, and under the immense force, she was pushed back repeatedly. She was further injured. Roar! Finally, it seemed she realized that she couldn't fight off so many people alone. She could only roar angrily at Zhang Ziliang, unwillingly trying to retreat. And then, an opportunity. Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed, directly picking up a hard bow from the side, and then smoothly drew back the bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew out, accurately and powerfully embedding itself into the back of Zhang Ziliang's wife's head. The arrowhead was made of special materials designed specifically for killing poison corpses. So, Zhang Ziliang's wife trembled violently, knelt to the ground, and then her body fell, her face slamming hard against the ground. Dead! Roar! The baby in her abdomen seemed to sense its mother's death, letting out a piercing, tragic scream that was extremely shrill and sorrowful, actually drilling out from its mother's back. Its face fierce, advancing rather than retreating. Whoosh! It lunged out again. Facing the gunfire, arrows, and steel balls, it wanted to attack the soldiers. Puffed, puffed. Unfortunately, how could its frail body withstand such a terrifying onslaught? It was instantly knocked down to the ground, unable to move. Whoosh! Then, an archer on the helicopter drew back his bow and shot. Puffed. The long arrow instantly pierced through its back head, going through it, and the arrowhead embedded into the ground. Dead! Dead! Great! Finally dead! Dead! Zhang Ziliang came to his senses and finally had a bit of strength, staggering to his feet, hurriedly distancing himself from the mysterious fog. They are your wife and child. Didn't you love your wife very much? You should clean up their bodies. Secretary Chen spoke up. Let's not. Zhang Ziliang shook his head in refusal without hesitation, then realized he was still live-streaming, immediately changing the subject, saying, They're not my wife and child. They are monsters. They're your wife and child. Secretary Chen said, only transformed into poisoned corpses. Wow. The audience in the live stream room was instantly in an uproar. Poisoned corpses? So this is what a poisoned corpse is. I thought it was fake before. I didn't expect it to be real. So terrifying. Let's give a thumbs up to the soldiers. I can't believe there are such terrifying monsters lurking in places we didn't pay attention to. If the soldiers weren't secretly guarding us, wouldn't we be in danger? The people upstairs haven't seen the situation abroad, right? Poisoned corpses have already killed many ordinary people. Isn't Zhang Ziliang supposed to love his wife? Why is he so cowardly now? He doesn't even dare to handle bodies? Zhang Ziliang momentarily didn't know how to refute. The excessive shock from before left his brain blank. The poisoned corpse carries the TNN1 virus. If you stubbornly stay here, you may have already been infected with the virus. So, next, you need to have a brain CT scan and also need to be isolated. Costs are self-covered. Feng said also, do not exploit your deceased wife. The eyes of the common people are sharp. Zhang Ziliang wanted to argue again. Roar. Just then, another poisoned corpse rushed out from the mysterious fog, scaring Zhang Ziliang so much that he jumped, swallowing the words he was about to say. Bang! Bang! The battle continued. Yin Feng no longer focused on the battlefield. Without Zhang Ziliang's unexpected situation, these enemies were no problem for the soldiers. He looked at Secretary Chen and asked, "Has the official live stream room been opened?" Secretary Chen nodded and said, "The official live stream room, named in the name of the highest action group, has currently been opened on major live streaming platforms, broadcasting the situation of the mysterious fog in real time. All major platforms are pushing it to the homepage, resolutely cooperating with our work. Currently, the total number of viewers in the live stream room has exceeded 30 million. Yin Feng nodded. After this live broadcast, plus having official personnel answering questions in the live stream room, this mysterious fog incident will undoubtedly cause a huge reaction. Huaxia is the first to dare to make this public, because everything is within a controllable range, letting the public be aware of such events in advance. Next, many national decisions can be implemented better. This is Yin Feng's plan. Since the public will eventually need to know, then it is obviously better to let them know earlier under the condition that everything is prepared. Yin Shuai. Just then, Secretary Chen suddenly spoke up. The mysterious fog incident in SX province seems to be a bit off. There have been no poison corpses appearing until now. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply, and then he turned and left. Wan Jun is there. He must rush over personally, just in case. Secretary Chen followed closely behind. The two took a helicopter and quickly headed to the location where the mysterious fog incident had erupted in SX province. Chapter 41. Involved in scandal. Involved in violence. Please believe me, I did not exploit my deceased wife. Zhang Ziliang watched as the number of viewers in the live stream plummeted from tens of millions to just a few 100,000, and it continued to drop sharply. Unable to contain himself, he began to explain. Please support my wife Liangjing TB store. Thank you all. He glanced at the rapidly declining order volume of the Liangjing TB store, most of which were cancellations, and his anxiety grew. However, the live stream had already exploded. Your wife died half a month ago, and your Liangjing TB store was opened only 2 days ago. Is this your love for your wife? No wonder the soldier said you were exploiting your deceased wife. The soldier was the first to seal off the area, and you insisted on kneeling at your wife's grave later. Why didn't you kneel when your wife was just buried? Why now? I see that he is not only exploiting his deceased wife, but also riding the coattails of the mysterious Hayes incident. Despicable. Unfollowed. Stupid streamer. No. Listen to me, Zhang Ziliang suppressed his anger and was about to continue explaining when suddenly the live stream was shut down. The reason given was involved in scandal. Involved in violence. What the hell? Where's the scandal? Where's the violence? Damn it. Slap. In the next moment, his anger was completely unleashed, and he threw his phone to the ground. The screen shattered. Along with it, his dream of getting rich shattered as well. Buzz. Buzz. On the other side, Yin Feng and Secretary Chen quickly arrived at the location where the mysterious Hayes incident had occurred in SX province. At this moment, the inside of the mysterious haze was extremely quiet. Not a sound could be heard, giving a very eerie feeling. Commander Yun, this is a small village with over 100 households. Secretary Chen quickly introduced the situation here. Yin Feng's frown tightened more and more. Based on his memory from the previous life, he only knew that a mysterious haze incident occurred here, but he had no idea what the specifics were. However, there must be toxic corpses lurking in the mysterious haze. Yin Feng said with great certainty. There's definitely a problem. Could it be that the toxic corpses sense danger and dare not appear? Or are there too few toxic corpses, making them act cautiously? Commander Yin, what should we do next? Should we continue to drag this out? Secretary Chen asked. Other mysterious haze incidents have already engaged in fierce battles, and one place has basically finished fighting. Yet here, there is still no movement. Let's go in and take a look. Yin Feng said without any hesitation. Commander Yin, I will select special forces to accompany us. Secretary Chen immediately said, we must ensure your safety. Everyone knows how powerful and terrifying the toxic corpses are. We absolutely cannot act alone, especially since Commander Yun is entering. We must guarantee his safety. Talp, talp, talp. At that moment, footsteps were heard. Whoosh. surrounding guns, and arrows aimed at the direction of the sound. Everyone's muscles tensed, staring intently at the mysterious haze. Whoosh, whoosh. Soon, 3 figures appeared. It's Captain Su and her team. Secretary Chun immediately raised an eyebrow. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Yun. Su Wanjun strode forward and saluted. The Lynx and Old Zhou behind her also saluted. What is the situation inside? Yin Feng returned the salute and then asked. No abnormalities. Su Wanjun shook her head and said, the 3 of us left the mysterious haze without encountering any danger. The other personnel are still lying in wait. No abnormalities are the biggest abnormality. Yin Feng squinted his eyes and said, should we actively search for the toxic corpses? Isu ven yunesks. That is a possibility. Yin Feng nodded and said, but let us not rush. Let me go in and take a look before making a decision. You're going to? Su Wanjun frowned and asked, what? Is there anyone who knows the mysterious haze better than me? Yin Feng asked, I'll accompany you. Su Wanjun no longere post. Yin Feng had no objections and looked at Secretary Chun, saying, with them here, you're not worried about my safety anymore, right? Not worried. Secretary Chun nodded. The 3 in front of them are the elite of the special forces. If they can't protect Commander Yin, who else can? Let's go. Yin Feng took the lead and rushed into the mysterious haze. Su Wanjun, Lynx, and Old Zhou followed closely behind. Old Zhou, take the rear. Lynx, go to Commander Yun's left front. I'll go to Commander Yun's right front. After entering the mysterious haze, Su Wanjun decisively gave orders. Immediately, the 3 formed an inverted triangle, protecting Yin Feng within. Yin Feng didn't pay attention to this. His gaze carefully scanned the surroundings. Within a 3-meter visible range, he could see the village road was muddy, with puddles here and there, and there were low houses on both sides with bright red doors, giving a retro architectural style. Soon, he noticed paper money scattered on the road, and it increased the further he went. Did someone just die here? Yin Feng frowned and asked. Yes. Su Wanjun nodded and said, before we sealed off this village, a family of 5 just died here. Also, before that, a bride from another village died here, and her bridal sedan chair didn't even reach the groom's house. According to the village elder, it was said to be a vengeful spirit demanding a life, and it sounded very eerie. A vengeful spirit demanding a life? Yin Feng suddenly felt a chill run through him, as if sensing a cold wind blowing in. TCH, Link scoffed. What era is this? How could there be any vengeful spirits? I don't even believe such rumors. Xiao Qian, where have you been? Have you seen my daughter? She is not tall. Only up to your waist with 2 ponytails, holding 1,000 origami cranes, saying she is looking for something. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded ahead. Everyone's pupils constricted, and they vaguely saw a middle-aged woman in a white linen dress, seemingly merging with a mysterious haze, making it hard to see her clearly. Who is it? Chapter 42. The Vanished Faces, the Dead Bride. Stop acting mysterious here. How could there possibly be anyone else? You are a poison corpse. The Lynx shouted angrily, rushing forward and swinging the military knife in his hand. Whoosh! The figure before him suddenly disappeared as if it had never appeared at all. The Lynx's attack missed, and he dared not pursue further. Getting isolated in the mysterious mist could very well lead to death. Come back, Su Wanjun called out softly. The Lynx quickly moved to the left front of Yin Feng and said, stop acting mysterious. Any movement is better than none. That's right. Old Zhou nodded and then looked at Yin Feng, asking, Captain Yun, if the other party is a poison corpse, why can it speak? Who told you that poison corpses can't speak? Yin Feng replied, a recently deceased corpse with intact vocal cords and a restored consciousness can indeed speak. However, this is only the 3rd mysterious mist incident, and it's rare for poison corpses to regain consciousness. Even if there are poison corpses that do regain consciousness, their mental faculties are only partially restored. Their intelligence cannot compare to that of adults. Upon hearing this, everyone was suddenly enlightened. At the same time, they felt the daunting challenge posed by the poison corpses. Ven Yun immediately notified the other brothers in Lu family village that the poison corpses possess some consciousness and must be handled with care. Yin Feng commanded, yes. Isu Ven Yun complied with Leo's hesitation. Since the other party had appeared once, they would likely appear again. Once Su Wan Jun finished communicating, Yin Feng continued from now on. Listen to my orders and be ready to act at any moment. If they appear again, we must capture them immediately. Understood. Su Wan Jun and the others responded in unison. The sudden appearance of the poisoned corpses, especially in such a bizarre manner, put everyone on high alert, making them wary and unwilling to let their guard down. Where to next? Su Wan Jun asked. To the house where the 5 family members died, Yin Feng replied. In a certain underground room in a mountain village, 5 people were hiding, 2 women and 3 men. One of the girls was short, cute, with a 36D figure, looking tender and delicate, known as the popular outdoor streamer Xiao Tian. She loved adventures, especially live streaming from places with strange stories. The other girl was her close friend, Jiang Yufei, tall and attractive, dressed in professional attire, and a psychologist. The remaining 3 were a cameraman, a driver bodyguard, and 1. Upon closer inspection, it was the security guard Yin Feng had encountered in the underground parking lot of Kyoto Concord Hospital. His name was Luin, and after being dismissed from the hospital, he was unemployed. He had been watching Xiao Tiantian's live streams and recalling the strange events in his hometown. He keenly realized this was a great opportunity to collaborate with her. Thus, the 2 hit it off and ended up here. Xiao Tian, is the live streaming equipment fixed? Luin asked with a fawning smile, his gaze occasionally drifting to Xiao Tiantian's chest, which was as white as snow, even whiter than the surrounding mist, leaving a lasting impression, especially the deep cleft, which stirred the desires within men. How wonderful it would be to lean in and take a deep whiff. He often thought this way. No, Xiao Tian frowned and said, it shouldn't be the problem with the live streaming equipment. It's a signal issue. What a terrible place this is. It's delaying my live stream. In such a remote mountain area, the signal was indeed poor, but only such places had strange stories and were more likely to attract an audience, right? Luin replied. Jiang Yufei, beside them, also grumbled in dissatisfaction. What a lousy place. There's so much fog in the mountains. If I breathe in any more, I feel like I'm going to be poisoned. Forget it. Don't fix it. Use the camera to shoot. We can upload it to the live streaming platform later. It will still be effective. Xiao Tian said to the cameraman, who was still checking the live streaming equipment. Once you're done filming, hurry and leave this ghostly place. It feels strange here. Okay. The cameraman nodded, packed up the live streaming equipment, and began filming with the camera. Hello, everyone. I am Xiao Tiantian. The signal here is too poor to stream live, so I can only shoot a video. We're in the underground room of a mountain village. To help everyone uncover the secrets here, we arrived early. Later, the military came to chase us away, and we suspect it's related to the strange events here, so we hid with our team. This underground room was quite spacious, with 2 rooms, one for the bathroom and one for sleeping. We've been eating compressed food. Friends in the live stream know about this. Xiao Tian flashed a sweet smile, deliberately finding an angle to present her snow-white chest perfectly in the camera, and continued. Now, it's suddenly quiet outside. We're going to check the situation. As she spoke, Luin opened the exit from the underground room to the ground, and everyone filed out. Jiang Yufei, who was at the back, suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the bathroom just as she was about to leave the underground room. She turned back to look, but only saw the white mist, unable to see anything. Frowning, she dared not linger and quickly left the underground room. At this moment, in the bathroom of the underground room, faint footsteps slowly echoed. Hello, everyone. I'm Luin. This is Lu Family Village, where I've lived since childhood, so I'm very familiar with everything here. Our village has quite a few strange stories. At Xiao Tiantian's signal, Luin waved at the camera and nervously began, for example, don't go out at night. If you hear someone calling you, never look back. Also, after midnight, never sit in front of a mirror. Wait. One of the most memorable stories is from a long time ago when the village chief had a black cat that loved to cling to pretty women. To prevent it from getting lost, the chief tied it up. Unable to approach beautiful women, the black cat wailed day and night. Until one day, it disappeared. After that, beautiful women in the village began to die one after another, and all their corpses had one thing in common. Their faces were gone. Their facial skin was bloody, as if someone had forcibly torn it off their skulls. Luan's storytelling ability was quite good, full of emotion, especially his eyes, which were filled with tension as he unconsciously shrank among the crowd. Seeing this, Xiao Tian and the others showed disdain. It was hard not to look down on a big man being scared by such unfounded tales. Luan gave an awkward smile, but offered no explanation. Although he too did not believe in these baseless rumors, for some reason, recalling these stories made him feel a bit creeped out deep down. It was said that the recently deceased family of 5 consisted entirely of beautiful women, and their corpses also had their faces missing. There was also an even earlier bride who died unexpectedly in her bridal sedan, her beautiful face also bloodied, with her face mysteriously vanished. When Xiao Tiantian aimed at the camera, she also showed a look of tension and then said, "Next, we will explore this village. No, we should say, explore the vanished faces." At that moment, the cameraman, through the camera, noticed a figure behind Sweetie wearing a white outfit with long, flowing hair. He thought he might be seeing things, rubbed his eyes, and then looked again. Chapter 43, Where is my face? Skeleton, poison, corpse. Where are the white clothes? Where are the people? Hallucination? The cameraman felt he must be hallucinating, so he didn't pay much attention and continued to focus on filming little Sweet, listening to her ramble on. The pay for this job was high, and he didn't want to lose it. Let us go to the courtyard where a family of 5 died. Luan took a deep breath, feeling inexplicably anxious, not daring to show it, fearing ridicule, instead encouraging himself and choosing to push the courtyard door open. Then, he saw a short girl wearing a flower-patterned cotton jacket with 2 pigtails sitting at the door, facing away from him. Damn! In the next moment, Luan was startled and stepped back, his back crashing into little Sweet's ample chest, not having time to feel the softness and smoothness against his back. His heart racing wildly. "What are you doing?" Little Sweet pushed Luan away in disgust, thinking that if she didn't need him, she wouldn't stand with this poor guy. "Little sister, what are you doing here?" Immediately, little Sweet noticed the little girl and asked. The others were also somewhat puzzled, feeling that something was off. Wasn't this place sealed off by the military? They had been hiding in the basement for a long time, not daring to make too much noise to avoid being driven away by the military. What was this little girl doing here? Hearing this, the little girl slowly stood up, still facing away from everyone, and said, "I'm looking for something. Did you see my face, sister?" Face? Little Sweet was momentarily taken aback, then sneered, saying, "Little sister, who are you trying to scare? I'm not easily frightened." On the side, Jiang Yufei thought of the strange tales Luan had mentioned, her pupils slightly contracting when she looked at the little girl again. She felt as if she was being stared at by 2 eyes. Moreover, she keenly noticed that the little girl's limbs were quite stiff, her exposed skin a grayish-brown, with dirt and small insects in her hair. The clothes were also somewhat rotted and very old-fashioned, as if she had just crawled out from underground. Her throat felt dry, but she still forced herself to suppress her inner fear, unable to believe the rumors, especially with 3 men and a close friend beside her. What was there to be afraid of? Moreover, it was still broad daylight, just a bit hazy. "Sister, you're so pretty. Can I borrow your face?" The little girl spoke again. After saying this, before little Sweet could respond, she suddenly left without any warning, and in a hurry, as if afraid of something. Everyone was stunned, puzzled. Then, little Sweet looked disdainfully at Luan and said, "Luan, do the people in your village always play this trick? Specifically to scare those who are timid?" Luan swallowed, his fear growing, but he didn't dare show it, forcing a smile and saying, "I don't know whose little brat this is. No manners at all," turning her back to us while chatting with others. Just as he said this, his expression suddenly changed. The others also felt a jolt in their hearts. Yes, this little girl seemed to have been facing away from them the whole time. "Enough. Stop scaring yourselves here. Let us hurry up and go." Little Sweet saw the pale faces of the others and waved her hand, saying, "How many ghost story places have you followed me to? You're scared now? I've seen this kind of scary trick many times. First, they create a scary environment and dress up to set the atmosphere. Then say some nonsensical things to make you think more. The more you think, the more scared you get." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, their faces improving considerably. However, Luan and Jiang Yufei still felt some fear. Huh? Jiang Yufei always felt that something was following her from behind, glancing back from time to time, but seeing nothing. This made her increasingly uneasy. Luan, lead the way. Little Sweet Sweet was increasingly disdainful of the timid Luan. What woman would be interested in such a cowardly and poor man? Oh, okay. Luan took a deep breath and walked ahead again. In the direction he was leading was exactly the direction the little girl had just left. On the other side, did you just hear something? Yin Feng asked. Did we? Su Wanjun and the others shook their heads. This damned mysterious haze not only blocked visibility, but also severely weakened sound. Mountain Cat complained. Normally, sounds that could be heard from about 50 meters away can only be heard from 10 meters in this mysterious haze. This is another inconvenience of the mysterious haze. However, this has no effect on the poison corpses. How far is it to that family? Yin Feng asked. That family is at the east end of the village. We probably need to walk for a while longer, Old Zhou replied. Just as Yin Feng nodded, he suddenly stopped. The others also tensed up, ready for battle. They heard synchronized footsteps approaching. Talp, talp, talp. Time passed second by second, and the footsteps became clearer. At least 4 people. Su Wanjun made a sharp judgment. Although the footsteps were very uniform, she could still distinguish the exact number through slight differences. Maybe they're not human, Yin Feng said. The next moment, 2 white figures came into view. These were 2 skeletons, their flesh rotting to a high degree, their organs mixed together inside, making it impossible to distinguish. They were carrying something, heads lowered, stepping forward, seemingly unaware of Yin Feng and the others. What is that? Mountain Cat tightened his grip on the military knife, narrowing his eyes, ready to charge at any moment. Look, it's a bridal sedan chair. Then, as they got closer, what they carried came into view. Instantly, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their scalp tingling. They thought of the bride who had died earlier, playing tricks. Yin Feng immediately gave the order, attack. Yes. The next moment, Su Wanjun gripped her specially made firearm with one hand and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! A large number of steel balls shot out. Thud! Bang! One of the skeletons was directly hit, then knelt on one knee, unable to continue carrying the bridal sedan chair, causing it to tilt slightly. Bang! At the same time, Mountain Cat also pulled the trigger. The other skeleton slightly trembled and let out a shrill roar. Roar! Go! Su Wanjun shouted in a low voice, like a cheetah, charging forward with the knife in her hand. Mountain Cat also rushed forward. The 2 fought 1 skeleton each. Yin Feng stared fixedly at the bridal sedan chair. The curtain could not fully obscure the situation inside due to its tilt. He vaguely saw a small red shoe. Chapter 44. The bride in red. Yin Feng was not worried at all about the safety of Su Wanjun and the others. Although poison corpses vary in strength, those that could appear at the moment would not be too powerful. Moreover, the 2 skeletons serving as bearers of the bridal sedan chair could only be mere laborers, so their strength would not be great either. What he truly cared about was the poison corpse inside the bridal sedan, being able to control other poison corpses. Its strength should be considerable. Yin Feng said lightly, if I can hunt you down, I can create even more special potions. Generally speaking, a poison corpse could produce about 1,000 bottles of special potions. A powerful poison corpse could even produce 2,000 bottles. Roar! Roar! At that moment, 2 more angry roars echoed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, 2 more skeletons responsible for carrying the bridal sedan charged towards Yin Feng. Bang! Bang! Zhou had been closely observing the situation in the arena, always guarding by Yin Feng's side. Seeing the scene, he wasted no time aiming his 2 specially crafted firearms at the 2 skeletons and pulled the triggers. Puff! Puff! A large number of steel balls shot into the bodies of the 2 skeletons, many passing right through them, but several still struck their bones, producing heavy sounds of impact, and even embedding into the skeletons. Whoosh! Subsequently, Zhou threw the 2 firearms fiercely at the skeletons and rushed forward with a military knife in his hand. He helped Yin Feng block the attacks from the 2 skeletons. Talp! Yin Feng stepped forward, moving closer to the bridal sedan while raising his specially crafted firearm. Top. He took another step and began to aim. At that moment, a fair jade hand suddenly reached out from inside the bridal sedan, adorned with a gold ring on the ring finger, lifting the curtain, and then she slowly walked out, covered by a red veil and dressed in bridal attire. She was curvaceous and graceful. If it weren't for the four skeletons fighting nearby, it would be hard to imagine she was a poisoned corpse. Bang! At this moment, Yin Feng showed no mercy and directly pulled the trigger. A large number of steel balls flew out, aimed straight at the head of the female poisoned corpse. At such a close distance, she had no chance to dodge, especially since Yin Feng's attack was extremely sudden. The steel balls instantly shattered the red veil, and then, puff, puff. The familiar sound of impact echoed. Ping, ping. However, immediately following were the sounds of metal colliding. As sturdy as steel, Yun Feng's pupils constricted. This was the most obvious characteristic of a powerful poisoned corpse. Whoosh! Just then, Su Wanjun, who had just finished her battle, swung the military knife in her hand without hesitation, slashing diagonally towards the neck of the female poisoned corpse. At the same time, Su Wanjun's left hand was already gripping a military dagger, ready to stab into the back of the opponent's head at the right moment. Be careful. Seeing this, Yin Feng shouted and swiftly dashed forward. Wanjun alone was not a match for her. The next moment, what? Su Wanjun didn't sense any movement from the female poisoned corpse before realizing that her white jade hand had grabbed her military knife. Her expression changed, and before she could react further, the female poisoned corpse suddenly exerted force, trying to take the knife away. Whoosh! Feeling the terrifying strength from her opponent, Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes narrowed. Her rich combat experience allowed her to make 3 judgments instantly. First, the opponent's strength was too great. She could not wrestle with her. Second, she absolutely could not let her take the military knife easily. Third, this was an opportunity. Tightly gripping the military knife, she used the force to get closer to the female poisoned corpse, then swung the military dagger in her other hand fiercely, aiming for the back of the female poisoned corpse's head. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Even the female poisoned corpse did not expect Su Wanjun would dare to approach, let alone think that Su Wanjun was planning a counterattack at this moment. Puff! Caught off guard, Su Wanjun struck true. The military dagger in her hand pierced the back of the female poisoned corpse's head. The next moment, oh no! Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. The military dagger was blocked by the female poisoned corpse's skull, unable to penetrate. This could not kill the female poisoned corpse. Roar! The female poisoned corpse let out a roar, and then her other hand suddenly opened like an eagle's claw, lunging towards Su Wanjun's body. Ping! At that moment, Yin Feng, who had already anticipated this outcome, quickly used his specially crafted firearm to block the female poisoned corpse's claw while simultaneously kicking out hard. Bang! Although his strength was not enough, the kick hit the upper body of the female poisoned corpse, causing her to sway and preventing her from injuring Su Wanjun in time. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, Su Wanjun quickly let go of her military knife and moved to a safe distance. Bang! On the other side, Yin Feng also retreated, creating distance. Roar! The female poisoned corpse, frustrated by her failed attack and sustaining injuries, let out an angry roar and charged directly at Yin Feng. Be careful! The lynx, who had finally resolved her battle, rushed forward first to help Yin Feng share the pressure. Su Wanjun also struck again, coordinating with the lynx to launch a new round of attacks. Bang! Bang! The two joined forces to engage in combat with the female poisoned corpse. Both Su Wanjun and the lynx had strong individual combat abilities, and their cooperation was extremely harmonious. They had a clear understanding of the female poisoned corpse's fighting capabilities and managed to stall her for a while. Crack! Meanwhile, Yin Feng reloaded his steel balls and aimed at one of the skeletons that was still fighting with old Zhou, pulling the trigger. Bang! At that moment, Yin Feng was positioned behind the skeleton, and this shot directly hit the back of its head. Then, bang! The skeleton trembled violently and collapsed to the ground, dead. Old Zhou finished the fight quickly. Yin Feng immediately issued the command. Yes. Old Zhou's eyes narrowed. Then he disregarded the attacks from the skeleton in front of him and chose to exchange injuries for injuries. Puff, puff. His right chest was instantly slashed, leaving 5 bloody marks, but the military dagger in his hand successfully pierced into the back of the skeleton's head. Dead. Whoosh. Immediately, old Joe leapt out and unhesitatingly joined the battlefield with Su Wanjun and the lynx. The three combined their efforts to finally suppress the female poison corpse fiercely. Yin Feng did not rashly charge in. He had a clear understanding of his current strength, and the three of them were well coordinated. If he intervened, it would only create chaos. However, not rushing in did not mean he wouldn't participate in the battle. He discarded the specially crafted firearm in his hand and drew a small crossbow from his waist. This was a close combat weapon specifically designed for melee. The current battlefield was very suitable for it. He loaded a bolt into the crossbow, placed his finger on the trigger, and slowly moved around the battlefield, waiting for the right moment. Chapter 45, Close Encounter, A Pair of Eyes Lynx. Old Joe, don't let her move at high speed. Su Wanjun noticed Yin Feng's actions, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she quickly issued a command. Although this poisonous corpse was surrounded by the three of them and had little room to move, its speed was astonishing. Even in a small area, it was not something Yin Feng could hit. Conditions must be created for it. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lynx was already filled with rage. In just a short time, 5 bloody wounds appeared on his body, yet he still could not take down the opponent. His explosive temper led Lynx to make a decisive move. He lunged forward and tightly embraced the enemy. This was his first intimate contact with a woman. However, when the red veil fell away, revealing a bloodied face embedded with countless steel beads, exuding a foul odor of decay, Lynx immediately felt a wave of nausea. Wasn't she supposed to be a beautiful bride? Why did she look like this? Roar. There was no time to think further, as the female corpse suddenly let out an angry roar, reacting violently, her hands morphing into claw-like appendages, attempting to push Lynx away. She would not allow a man to hold her. Whoosh, whoosh. Old Joe and Su Wanjun would not give her the chance. They quickly flashed to either side, directly controlling the female corpse, rendering her immobile. However, roar. The female poisonous corpse suddenly opened her bloody maw and bit fiercely towards Lynx's neck. Lynx was half a head taller than the female poisonous corpse, and her mouth was aimed directly at his neck. The situation became extremely critical. Clang! At that moment, Yin Feng pulled the trigger, and the crossbow in his hand erupted with a powerful buzzing sound. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt shot out and instantly buried itself into the back of the female poisonous corpse's head. Bang! Thud! The sound of metal clashing rang out again, but this crossbow bolt, made from special material, was still able to penetrate the back of the female poisonous corpse's head under the immense force of the crossbow. The sharp tip of the bolt protruded from her forehead, glinting with a cold light, just half a finger's distance from Lynx's Adam's apple. Lynx didn't even dare to swallow. He was afraid that the movement of his throat would cause the sharp tip of the bolt to slice through. Huff! Seeing this, Su Wanjun let out a slight breath of relief. This female poisonous corpse was too powerful. It took the combined efforts of 4 people to kill her. At that moment, Su Wanjun's earpiece suddenly crackled with an urgent voice. Captain Su, a streamer named Xiao Tian, and her team of 4 are suspected to be in a basement in Lu Family Village. Her viewers saw her live stream cut off and, worried, chose to call the police. What? Upon hearing this, Su Wanjun's pretty face changed. What happened? Yin Feng asked. Lynx and Old Joe also looked serious, wondering what had happened. They didn't even have time to bandage their wounds before looking to their captain. Su Wanjun quickly informed everyone of the situation. This nonsense? Lynx yelled angrily. Is that female streamer willing to risk her life for attention? Yin Shui, this is our operational error. Su Wanjun looked at Yin Feng, taking the initiative to shoulder the responsibility. I didn't expect there to be a basement, and there were 5 people hiding. Now is not the time to assign blame. Yin Feng furrowed his brows tightly. This sudden turn of events was completely beyond expectations and instantaneously disrupted his plans. Immediately notify the outside world, quickly investigate this matter, and provide an accurate location. Otherwise, relying solely on us to search would waste too much time. Yes, Suwan Jun immediately pressed her earpiece, communicating with the outside. Yin Shui, Zhou Wu, standing nearby, asked. The sound you heard earlier, could it have been caused by that group of people? Are you saying they came out of the basement? Yin Feng asked. Since she is a female streamer, she needs attention. They couldn't possibly stay in the basement forever. Zhou Wu immediately began to analyze. What is the source of attention in this village? Are you saying the family of 5 that just died not long ago? Yin Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed. Exactly. Their faces were all mutilated, and the murderer has not been caught yet. The outside world has been paying close attention to this matter, and they're likely here for that. Let us go. Speed up. Yin Feng immediately issued the order, before the outside world determines the precise location of the basement. Zhou Wu's analysis is the most likely scenario. Whoosh, whoosh. The 4 quickly left the original spot, striding forward. While Yin Feng and the others were battling the female poisonous corpse and the other 4 skeletons, Luin, Xiao Tiantian, and Jiang Yufei finally arrived at their destination. The courtyard where the family of 5 had all died. Flower wreaths were piled up at the entrance. The main door was wide open, and the courtyard was adorned with white mourning cloth and strewn with paper money. Due to the mysterious haze, they could not see clearly into the situation inside the mourning hall. What noise? Did you hear anything? Luin was extremely tense at this moment, vaguely hearing some noise. Is someone shooting? It's probably the soldiers training again, Xiao Tiantian said. Haven T, we've been hearing gunshots while in the basement these past few days. Forget about that. Let us get in quickly. With that, the group directly entered the courtyard. Luin, who was leading the way, was trembling severely, slowing down more and more. He vaguely felt that there was something unclean in the mourning hall, and his sense of unease grew stronger. Hurry up, Xiao Tiantian urged. If the soldiers come, they will definitely chase us away. We need to hurry. However, Luin was unwilling to lift his feet. Stop dawdling like a coward. A bodyguard pushed Luin aside and walked ahead, cursing, Coward! Just wasting time. Saying this, he stepped forward, pulling out a baton from his pocket, giving a strong sense of security. Luin, if you're scared, just stay here. Xiao Tiantian shot a disdainful glance at Luin, but didn't say anything harsh. Following her bodyguard into the mourning hall, the cameraman and Jiang Yufei followed closely behind. Luin licked his dry lips, but didn't dare to follow, only. He felt just as unsafe standing in place, warily watching his surroundings, the unease in his heart showing no signs of diminishing. It felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. He had an inexplicable feeling, but dare not look back, fearing that something might spring out from behind. Suddenly, creak! It sounded as if something had stepped on a branch on the ground, producing a snapping sound. Luin's pupils shrank suddenly, and he slowly turned around. Chapter 46. The eerie mortuary inside the mortuary, after Xiao Tiantian and the others entered. The first thing they saw was a row of coffins filling the room. The thick haze seemed even denser here. They could only see 4 coffins at first. Where did the 5th coffin go? Wasn't there supposed to be 5? Xiao Tiantian asked. Jiang Yufei and the others shook their heads. Then their gazes fell on the 5 black and white photographs displayed in the mortuary. She. In the next moment, Jiang Yufei's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she fixed her gaze on one of the black and white photos, a look of terror emerging on her baby-like face. Her delicate body trembling violently, even her B-cup breasts shaking noticeably. Yufei, what's wrong? Xiao Tiantian noticed her friend's expression and asked curiously, following her gaze. Huh? Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to the little girl in the center of the photo. Why was she facing away from the camera? And why did she look so familiar? Xiao Tiantian furrowed her brow, feeling as if she had seen this girl somewhere before. Short in stature, with 2 pigtails, and holding a paper crane. Wait, isn't this the little girl we just saw? Suddenly, she thought of something, her body shivering, her eyes widening in terror, a chill rushing from her soles to her head. The others' expressions changed drastically, adrenaline spiking. Just then, a scream suddenly echoed from the courtyard outside the mortuary. The sound was filled with fear, piercingly shrill, as if someone had encountered an extremely terrifying entity. Then, the sound abruptly stopped. Crack! A faint sound of bones cracking came from the dense haze. It was Luin. Everyone instinctively took a step back, swallowing hard. Xiao Tiantian shouted, Luan, what the hell are you doing? What happened? However, there was no response from outside the mortuary. The fear in everyone's eyes intensified. Xiao Tiantian glanced at the others and asked, Should we go see what happened to Luan? What are you afraid of? A bodyguard swung his baton a couple of times, shouting loudly to dispel his fear, then said, What era is this? There are no dirty things here. The ghosts in movies are all just people in disguise. It's all human desires causing trouble. Hearing this, Xiao Tiantian nodded firmly, forcing herself to calm down, even smiling at the camera, saying, What are we afraid of? There's soldiers in the village. Let's go. Huh. Just then, the cameraman's pupils dilated again. He seemed to see a figure in white behind Xiao Tiantian, with hair cascading down. This time, he didn't blink, but instinctively adjusted the focus, zooming in, and then he clearly saw a woman in a white dress standing on one of the coffins, her arms hanging at her sides, her neck stiffly lifting her head little by little, revealing a bloodied and mangled face, with her features eerily symmetrical. Moreover, the flesh on her face seemed to be writhing. Oh my God! The cameraman screamed in fright, his hand shaking, losing grip of the camera, which fell to the ground. And he stumbled back, goosebumps rising all over his body. His sudden reaction caused Xiao Tiantian and the others to change their expressions again. The courage they had just mustered completely dissipating. What are you doing? Xiao Tiantian scolded angrily. Do you know that scaring someone can kill them? Then she saw the camera on the ground and felt a pang of pain, shouting sharply, Do you still want to work? Do you know how much this camera costs? If this shoot is delayed, can you bear the consequences? You. Xiao Tiantian was still venting her anger, even forgetting her fear, completely unaware that the woman in the white dress was slowly approaching from behind her. The cameraman was trembling, stepping back, then turned and ran away. Run? Can you escape? Seeing this, Xiao Tiantian became even angrier, directly cursing. Not a single man can be trusted. Meanwhile, Jiang Yufei keenly noticed something. The cameraman's gaze hadn't been on Xiao Tiantian, but on what was behind her. She wanted to turn her head, but out of the corner of her eye, she saw a white dress getting closer to Xiao Tiantian. Her pupils dilated suddenly as she understood the cameraman's earlier reaction. Then, she pressed her dry lips together, pretending not to know, forcing herself to calm down, and said, Maybe it could be fixed. Xiao Tiantian, let him run. I'll help you film. Saying this, she stepped forward and picked up the fallen camera. Then, she fiddled with it casually, pretending to know about repairs. But she didn't dare to look directly at Xiao Tiantian's direction, only catching a glimpse of two legs and worn handmade shoes getting closer to Xiao Tiantian. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yufei knew she couldn't delay any longer. So she randomly found an excuse and said, It seems like it can't be fixed. Xiao Tiantian, I'll go chase that cameraman. Let him come and fix it. We can't delay your filming. Saying this, she left without hesitation, disappearing into the thick haze in the blink of an eye. Yu. Xiao Tiantian was stunned. What was going on? She was leaving just like that? Why did it feel like Yufei was acting a bit strange? Frowning tightly, she couldn't figure it out for a moment. The bodyguard on her left also sensed something was off. Everything felt wrong. He was feeling uneasy. All the courage he had just mustered disappeared. He wanted to turn around to persuade Xiao Tiantian to leave. After all, this was a mortuary, and being here with just two people felt quite unsafe. However, as he turned his neck just 30 degrees, he caught a glimpse of a woman with disheveled hair appearing behind Xiao Tiantian, instantly freezing in place, afraid to turn back. He seemed to remember something. If you find something dirty behind someone else, you must pretend not to see it and quietly leave. That way, the dirty thing won't attack you, and you can save your life. He instantly understood why Jiang Yufei and the cameraman had run away, with his neck stiffly turning back. He swallowed hard and casually found an excuse to leave. Xiao Tiantian, wait here for me. I need to pee. Pee. You. Xiao Tiantian was about to say something when the bodyguard strode away, without a hint of hesitation. However, before leaving, he couldn't help but take one last glance at Xiao Tiantian's impressive and fair bosom, silently lamenting. What a shame. Chapter 47. Doll Face. Why did everyone leave? Little Sweet is not a fool. The strange behavior of the crowd made her realize something was off, and she spoke up. Isn't this too unreliable? Leaving me alone in the morning hall. She then felt a slight itch on her neck, instinctively wanted to scratch it, but suddenly her hand froze. Top, top, top. Just then, footsteps echoed at the entrance of the morning hall, and a figure appeared in her view. Huh? In the next moment, Little Sweet's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Even though she didn't believe in ghosts and gods, and even though she was quite bold, her heart trembled at this moment. Her scalp tingled. The little girl, with 2 ponytails, holding a paper crane, appeared again, and this time she was walking backward. You! Little Sweet's delicate face was filled with terror, her teeth chattering as she pointed at the little girl, momentarily unable to speak clearly. Sister, can I have that beautiful sister's face? The little girl suddenly spoke. Little Sweet was taken aback. What does that mean? Who is she talking to? In an instant, her already fast-beating heart raced even more. The unknown fear is the most terrifying. At the same time, behind her, the woman in the white dress suddenly vanished. Beautiful sister, your doll face is just right for me. Can you take it off and give it to me? I lost my face. It was borrowed by a bad person, the little girl said. You, don't come over. Ah, help. In the next moment, Little Sweet screamed, her delicate body trembling, her 36D figure shaking wildly, waves crashing, and then she fainted from fright. Huh, there's a sound. Quick! The 4 of them, Feng and his companions, quickened their pace as they approached their destination. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 quickly entered the courtyard, then suddenly halted, because they found blood and pieces of flesh underfoot. Someone was injured here. The mountain cat made a quick judgment. There were drag marks on the ground. Su Wanjun followed the bloodstains on the ground and involuntarily looked toward a certain direction in the courtyard. However, she didn't rush up immediately, but looked at Feng, waiting for orders. Go take a look. Feng commanded without hesitation. He vaguely sensed that this mysterious fog incident was far more complex and bizarre than he had imagined. Whoosh! Whoosh! While running, he recalled the information about this mysterious fog incident from his previous life. Unfortunately, at this time in his previous life, he was still a hard-working college student in the library, completely unaware of such confidential matters. Even after reaching the pinnacle and becoming the peak guardian of Huaxia. That was a long time later. How could he remember the detailed information about this mysterious fog incident? Disappeared? At one moment, when they reached a corner of the courtyard, the bloodstains and drag marks had all vanished. Climbed over the wall? The mountain cat frowned and asked. Tick-tock. Just then, a drop of fresh blood suddenly fell onto the mountain cat's military knife. Huh. Everyone's pupils suddenly constricted, then quickly scattered, gripping their weapons tightly and looking up abruptly. Then, they all saw a corpse hanging motionless from an old locust tree nearby. Exceptionally creepy, even though the mountain cat and others had seen a lot. They couldn't help but be shaken and startled at this moment. Get him down. Feng was quite calm. In his previous life, he had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, watching his comrades being devoured by ancient ferocious beasts. The kind of brutal scene was far beyond the current situation. Yes. Whoosh. Soon, the mountain cat and old Zhou quickly climbed the tree to bring the corpse down and conducted a simple autopsy. This person had just been killed. The blood was still warm. There were multiple bite marks on the body, suspected to be from animal claws. The face was intact, suspected to have been attacked by a poisoned corpse. He was already lifeless. I know him. Feng suddenly spoke. What? Upon hearing this, Su Wanjun and the others were all stunned. This is that security guard. Feng didn't explain further, directly looking at Su Wanjun, and commanded, Tell Secretary Chun that the security guard from the underground parking lot of Kyoto Concord Hospital died here. And have him check if this person is from Little Sweet's team. Yes. Su Wanjun didn't dare to hesitate, immediately pressing her earpiece to contact Secretary Chun. Yin Shuai, what should we do now? The mountain cat asked, gritting his teeth and saying, This damned poisoned corpse actually dared to kill Huaxia citizens. I can't stand it. Immediately notify the special forces in Lu family village to take action. Feng said without hesitation, his eyes also cold. Although Little Sweet and her group were reckless, they were after all Huaxia citizens, And how could this group of poisoned corpses kill them? Yes. The mountain cat immediately contacted the captain of the special forces responsible for the operations in Liu family village. Help! There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Just then, not far away, the scream of a man suddenly echoed. And soon, this scream abruptly stopped. Go! The four of them quickly rushed over. At this moment, in the direction from which the scream came, Jiang Yufei and the cameraman were sprinting wildly. Because just moments ago they had watched as that bodyguard's throat was bitten through by a woman in a white dress with disheveled hair, blood spraying everywhere. Isn't little Sweet attracting monsters? Why is this monster still targeting us? The cameraman turned to Jiang Yufei and asked, How would I know? At this moment, Jiang Yufei was running as fast as the cameraman, her beautiful face filled with terror, exuding a different kind of beauty. Unfortunately, the cameraman had no leisure to admire Jiang Yufei. He desperately rushed forward, wanting to escape this ghostly place. Have you seen my daughter? Her name is Xiaoqian. She is not tall, just at your waist, with two ponytails, holding a paper crane, saying she was looking for something. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out beside them. Their pupils constricted, and they turned to see a middle-aged woman in white linen, seemingly merging with a mysterious fog, making it hard to see her face. Damn! The cameraman was so frightened that his legs went weak, almost falling to the ground, but fortunately he steadied himself and continued to run wildly. Jiang Yufei bit her soft pink lips tightly, not daring to stop. Have you seen my daughter? However, that voice kept ringing beside them, no matter how they ran. It seemed they couldn't shake it off. The cameraman and Jiang Yufei's faces changed drastically, fear exploding in their hearts. Have you seen my daughter? Soon, the middle-aged woman's voice became anxious and impatient. The cameraman and Jiang Yufei instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Have you seen my daughter? When this middle-aged woman reached Jiang Yufei's side, Jiang Yufei's delicate body trembled, and she suddenly spoke. Chapter 48. The Malicious Heart. The cat with a human face, he saw it, Jiang Yufei, suddenly pointed at the cameraman beside her. Whoosh! Hearing this, the middle-aged woman sharply turned to look at the cameraman. In an instant, the cameraman felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Looking at Jiang Yufei and roaring, Are you crazy? I saw your mother. Damn. Bang. The next moment, he suddenly felt his feet trip over something, and he fell directly to the ground. Jiang Yufei, you're killing me. As soon as he spoke, he saw a pair of feet appear in front of him. No. A surge of infinite despair flooded the cameraman's heart. Whoosh. Whoosh. Meanwhile, Jiang Yufei was running wildly, not daring to stop for a moment. She just hoped that the cameraman could buy her a little more time. Moreover, once that middle-aged woman discovered that she had been deceived, she would definitely come after her. So, I must find a way out during this time. Jiang Yufei, being a psychologist, maintained her rationality under extreme fear and quickly analyzed the situation. Bang! Kill! Bang! At that moment, battles erupted in other parts of the village as well. Numerous poisoned corpses appeared, starting to fight with the special forces in the village. Gunshots, right? Military brother. This is my only chance to survive. The next moment, she dashed towards the direction of the intense gunfire. Da-da-da. Her long legs moved frantically through the haze. Closer, even closer. As long as I see the military brother, they will definitely save me. They will definitely save me. Jiang Yufei's speed increased, and under her immense survival instinct, her potential erupted completely. Bang! At one moment, a wall appeared in front of her, and with only 3 meters of distance, she couldn't stop in time and crashed hard into it, stumbling and falling to the ground. Then she hurriedly got up, only to find that her ankle was sprained. Her pretty face changed instantly. No, I will definitely survive. She desperately got up and ran again towards the direction of the dense sounds. 1 minute, 2 minutes. However, she never got closer to the sound. Damn this village. Why does the architecture resemble a maze? For a moment, she felt like a headless fly, completely lost. No, woo-woo. Even someone with extremely strong psychological qualities like her was on the verge of collapse, tears streaming silently from the corners of her eyes. Found it. I found the way. After another 2 minutes, she finally found the path, and her eyes brightened. Then, "Have you seen my daughter?" A familiar yet terrifying voice rang in her ears. No. Endless despair surged deep within Jiang Yufei, and she screamed frantically towards the direction of the soldier. Help. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled, and she slowly lowered her head. Then, she saw a hand emerge from her chest area, frantically grabbing at her breast. I remember. Xiaoqian is looking for her face. Your face is so beautiful. If I give it to Xiaoqian, she will definitely be very happy, right? Then she won't look for her own face anymore. The voice rang out again, and the content revealed made Jiang Yufei even more terrified, her previously blurry consciousness becoming clearer. Then, the middle-aged woman withdrew her arm, and Jiang Yufei stumbled and fell to the ground. She finally saw the middle-aged woman's face clearly. In an instant, her pupils dilated, and fear exploded in her heart. As soon as she opened her mouth to speak, a large amount of blood poured out. Gurgle. Watching the middle-aged woman reach for her face. She even felt the skin around her face being easily sliced open by the other's nails. Jiang Yufei couldn't even feel the pain. Her consciousness began to blur further. The cut skin gushed forth a large amount of blood, instantly staining the ground red. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure darted in, moving faster than lightning. Puffed. Just as the middle-aged woman reached out to tear off the already severed face in front of her, she suddenly felt a tremendous force slam into the back of her head. Crack! Her entire skull shattered, and she collapsed to the ground. Dead. Immediately, Jiang Yufei saw a child's face, but the owner of the face was a cat. Jiang Yufei's beautiful eyes widened, and the fear in her heart magnified again. At this moment, extreme fear made her consciousness unusually clear. Puffed. She watched helplessly as the cat, with a human face, extended its tongue, licking her face. And then her face was brutally torn off. Hiss! A sharp pain surged, and Jiang Yufei desperately tried to stop it, to scream, but she couldn't move at all. Not even a sound could escape her lips. Whoosh! At that moment, a sound of air being cut through suddenly rang out. Puffed. The center of the cat's forehead was struck by a crossbow bolt. Meow! Whoosh! The next moment, it flashed and disappeared into the haze. Although its steps were unsteady, it was still very fast. Whoosh! Whoosh! By the time Feng and the others caught up, the cat with the human face had already vanished. Damn it! What kind of monster was that? It let it get away. The mountain cat was furious. Feng quickly retracted the specially made crossbow. If he hadn't reacted quickly and kept holding the special crossbow, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to hit the cat with a human face. However, since he hadn't killed it, he wouldn't waste energy complaining, but quickly rushed to Jiang Yufei, who had her face torn off. Jiang Yufei's eyes were filled with blood, turning both eyes red, and combined with her face that was devoid of skin, it sent chills down anyone's spine. Su Wanjun, mountain cat. An old Zhou saw this scene, especially witnessing a living person enduring such pain. Their anger exploded in an instant. I want to kill that monster. Kill it. The mountain cat gritted his teeth, fists clenched, veins bulging on his neck. Su Wanjun and old Zhou's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Where is Xiaotian? At this moment, Feng was extremely calm and quickly asked. According to the message just sent by Secretary Chun, Xiaotian's group consisted of 5 people, and the security guard Liu and was one of them. Along with Jiang Yufei in front of them, they had discovered 4 people in total. One more to go. Jiang Yufei opened her mouth, but could only spew blood wildly, unable to say a word. She could only exert all her strength to move her right hand. Luckily, she erupted with astonishing potential at the last moment, suddenly gaining strength, and then wrote 2 blood characters on the ground. Bad news. Seeing this, Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. Chapter 49. I'm fast. You hold on. The funeral hall. Bang. After using all her strength to write these 2 words, Jiang Yufei tilted her head and completely died. Go. Rushed to the funeral hall at full speed. Feng glanced deeply at Jiang Yufei, then turned and left without hesitation. Whoosh. Whoosh. Su Wanjun and the others followed closely behind, filled with endless rage, rushing towards the funeral hall. Inside the funeral hall, Little Sweet woke up slowly and then saw a dark back of a head appearing right in front of her, almost touching her face. Mm. Little Sweet was so scared that she wanted to scream, but her mouth was tightly blocked, only able to make muffled sounds. Her pupils dilated, and she instinctively tried to struggle, only to find her body tightly bound. Unable to move, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair, infinite regret, unbearable resentment. Despair at her current situation, regret for coming here and staying, resentment that Jiang Yufei and the others had all abandoned her. Beautiful sister, you're awake? Then we can start the face swap. The little girl in a floral cotton jacket pulled her back of the head away a bit, holding a surgical knife and tweezers that she didn't know where she got them from, and said to herself, the bad person before used these to take away my face. I will definitely not let that person go. He didn't even spare the cat he raised at home. He even collects cat faces. He is simply a pervert. There was an undeniable anger in her words. Little Sweet had no mind to listen to this. She looked at the little girl in the floral cotton jacket with pleading eyes. Beautiful sister. It will hurt a lot next, just hold on. The little girl in the floral cotton jacket immediately changed the subject, staring at Little Sweet and said, I will be done very soon. Mm. Little Sweet cried in terror and despair, her delicate body trembling in fear. She loved beauty the most. How could she bear to have her face taken away? At that moment, she wanted to bite her tongue to end her life. But when her pearly teeth touched her fragrant tongue, the heart-wrenching pain made her stop. She didn't have the courage to take her own life. Then, she saw the little girl's arm folding at a very strange angle behind her back, the surgical knife precisely reaching the side of her cheek. The cold blade touching her skin, sending a chilling sensation through her. Woo-woo. She burst into tears, her psychological defenses completely shattered. Although Little Sweet looked pitiful, the little girl showed no mercy, her wrist exerting force, and the surgical knife easily pierced in her delicate skin, blood immediately oozing out. What a fragrant smell. The little girl said, pausing her movements, then suppressing her desire to eat, continued cutting. Under the intense pain, Little Sweet let out a heart-wrenching scream. Although her mouth was blocked, the sound was still loud and sounded extremely eerie. However, no one came to save her. The left side of her face was quickly cut. Just as the little girl was about to continue cutting, Little Sweet suddenly saw a face appear outside the window. Upon closer inspection, wasn't he that Jiang Yufei? Help! Help! Instantly, Little Sweet screamed and struggled with all her might. This was her only hope. Bang! The next moment, she saw Jiang Yufei looking anxious, her face frowning, and then she actually charged straight towards the glass, using her face to crash into the glass. Crack! Then, the glass shattered with a sound. Little Sweet was stunned. The little girl also paused her movements, then suddenly plunged the surgical knife into Little Sweet's chin, her whole body tensed, staring intently at Jiang Yufei, as if facing a great enemy. Little Sweet felt like she was about to faint from the pain, but she still maintained her consciousness in this situation. Then her delicate body trembled violently, her 36D swaying dazzlingly white. Her best friend Jiang Yufei, was actually a cat? In an instant, her pupils dilated, feeling her worldview had been overturned again. Meow! Jiang Yufei suddenly let out a cat's meow, then sprang out fiercely, pouncing on the little girl. Roar! The little girl also let out a sound that was not quite human, then pressed her hands on Little Sweet's 36D, suddenly exerting force, pressing down, and then using the reaction force to leap out. Little Sweet screamed again. She felt like her chest was about to explode, almost unable to breathe. Fortunately, hers was big enough to provide some cushioning. Otherwise, roar! At that moment, the little girl was suddenly slashed across the neck by Jiang Yufei's claws, and half of her neck was severed, her scream changing in pitch. Meanwhile, Jiang Yufei was uninjured, small in size, fast and strong, making Jiang Yufei's combat power terrifyingly high. Even though she was already injured, she was still not something the little girl could compete with. Bang! Roar! Suddenly, the door was violently slammed open, and a woman in a white dress with disheveled hair appeared, half bending her body, causing her white dress to tear apart, like a fierce beast letting out a roar. Her mouth, covered by hair, open wide, easily able to fit a fist. Whoosh! Then, she suddenly lunged out. Bang! The little girl also pounced out at this moment. Bang! Puffed. In a 2-on-1 situation, the situation changed instantly. Little Sweet couldn't see the movements of both sides fighting, with the heart-wrenching pain on her face. Her consciousness began to blur, but she didn't completely faint, because she knew such a huge commotion would definitely attract the attention of the soldiers. At that time, she might be saved. Concerning her life, she unleashed her ultimate potential, enduring this inhuman pain. Puffed. Soon, another sound of flesh piercing rang out. Then, the other half of the little girl's neck was also cut off, and her entire head rolled to the ground. Coincidentally, Little Sweet's eyes met the little girl's head. Little Sweet's heart suddenly tightened, receiving an extremely terrifying shock. Because the little girl's face was now a bloody mess. Or was there any face? Suddenly, she somewhat understood why the little girl had to cut off her face. Rolling. At that moment, the little girl's head rolled, surprisingly using her sharp teeth to continue attacking Jiang Yufei. Her body fell heavily to the ground, no longer moving. Puffed. At this time, Jiang Yufei, in her cat form, was also injured, with several noticeable wounds appearing. The woman in the white dress was tattered, her spring light exposed. But she didn't care at all, continuing to charge forward. Roar. Meow. Bang. The two sides once again became entangled in battle, and the little girl, having lost her body, saw her combat power sharply reduced, putting her and the woman in the white dress at a disadvantage. At one moment, bang! The woman in the white dress was violently knocked away by Jiang Yufei, crashing out of the window into the courtyard. Roar! Just as the woman in the white dress stood up, preparing to attack again, suddenly a sound of breaking air rang out. Chapter 50. The battle ends. Rich harvest puff. A crossbow bolt shot into the back of the head of the woman in the white dress, piercing through her forehead. Dead. The woman in the white dress trembled violently, and then collapsed to the ground. Up. Don't let any of them escape. Yin Feng's voice followed. Whoosh. Whoosh. Hearing this, Su Wanjun and the lynx, who were at the front, immediately accelerated and rushed into the room first. Bang! Meow! When Yin Feng and Old Zhou also rushed into the room, Su Wanjun and the lynx were already engaged in combat with the face cat. Old Zhou, go block the window. Don't let that beast escape. Seeing the fierce battle, Yin Feng immediately gave the command. This face cat's combat power is extremely abnormal. It must not be let go. In fact, if this face cat hadn't been shot in the forehead and was already injured and just gone through a battle, Su Wanjun and the lynx would definitely have been suppressed. Yes, Old Zhou complied. Hold on. Then, Yin Feng quickly walked to Xiao Tiantian's side, pulled out the panties stuffed in her mouth, and said, "There's still a little girl." Xiao Tiantian endured the pain and urgently reminded, "Her head is still moving." Hearing this, Yin Feng suddenly looked at the headless corpse lying on the ground, his pupils constricting. Immediately, an indescribable coldness swept over him. Already tense and not daring to be careless, he suddenly flicked his wrist and thrust his sharp, triangular military dagger in a certain direction. Clatter! At that moment, the little girl's head had rolled behind Yin Feng, suddenly opening its bloody mouth, preparing to bite through Yin Feng's neck. As a result, her temple was directly pierced by Yin Feng. The sharp triangular military dagger almost completely sank into her head. Roar! The little girl let out a piercing scream, struggling madly, trying to break free. However, how could she possibly escape? The more she struggled, the larger the wound became. The triangular military dagger was best at causing blood loss. Although no blood flowed from the little girl's head, it would lead to secondary damage to her brain tissue, worsening her injuries. At a certain moment, her movement suddenly froze. Then there was no more movement, because Yin Feng's other hand had already gripped a military dagger, stabbing into the back of her head. Yin Feng released his grip on the triangular military dagger, rubbed his wrist, and said, "The strength is still too weak." The little girl's frantic struggles had already made his wrist swell a bit. Has she fainted? When Yun Feng turned to look at Xiao Tian again, he found that the female broadcaster had completely passed out from the pain. Must bandage immediately. Looking at the edge of her half-bloodied face, he furrowed his brows and immediately took measures to stop the bleeding. His previous life as combat experience had provided him with extremely rich battlefield self-rescue knowledge. Puff. Meow. Wearing a human face. Do you really think you're a person? With me, the lynx, here, whether you're a black cat or a white cat, I'll turn you into a dead cat. D. Just then, the lynx suddenly grabbed the face cat's 2 front paws and pulled with all his might. His innate strength caused the face cat to scream continuously. To see how strong he is. Puff. Su Wanjun didn't miss this opportunity. The sharp military dagger was already sent into the back of the face cat's head. The struggle stopped. The face cat is dead. Huh. Everyone was panting heavily. They had finally killed this face cat. At this moment, a large number of soldiers rushed into the courtyard for support. Su Wanjun, Lynx, and Old Joe. Take this female broadcaster and leave the mysterious haze with me. Yin Feng quickly gave the order. Everyone else continue fighting. Yes. A few minutes later, Yin Feng and the others left the mysterious haze, looking at Xiao Tian being treated by the medical staff, his brows slightly furrowing. He began to piece together the series of events that had just occurred. The little girl, the middle-aged woman, and the woman in the white dress all had no faces. They should be 3 of the 5 family members who had just died. The face cat also had no face. Was the murderer of this family of 5 and this poisonous corpse cat the same person? Moreover, the most crucial point is, they all possessed intelligence. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at Secretary Chun and ordered, thoroughly investigate the face-cutting incident. We must catch the murderer. The shorter the time of death, the stronger the resentment in their hearts. After becoming a poisonous corpse, the possibility of possessing intelligence is greater. If it weren't for that murderer, how could this mysterious haze incident have caused such great casualties? Must be severely punished. Yes. Yin Shui. Secretary Chun immediately nodded. Several hours later, the 3rd mysterious haze incident finally came to an end. Report to Yin Shui. The mysterious haze incident in DK province has ended. A total of 191 poisonous corpses were killed. 71 soldiers were injured. No one died. Report to Yin Shui. The mysterious haze incident in SX province has ended. A total of 71 poisonous corpses were killed. 19 soldiers were injured. 4 died. They are Luin, Jiang Yufei. Report to Yin Shui. The 2 mysterious haze incidents near the sea have ended. A total of 161 poisonous corpse fish were killed. Wow. When everyone heard the results from the sea, their expressions shook, then revealed ecstatic looks. More than 50,000 poisonous corpse fish? Doesn't this mean we can produce more than 50 million doses of special medicine? Secretary Chun couldn't contain his excitement and looked at Yin Feng, asking, the size of the poisonous corpse fish is relatively small and their strength is weak. However, 161 poisonous corpse fish can still produce 50 million doses of special medicine. Yin Feng said, great. Secretary Chun suddenly clenched his fist, getting even more excited, adding the number of poisonous corpses obtained from other places. Our country can produce more than 50 million doses of special medicine in a very short time. This has alleviated our urgent need. These days, the country has been under great pressure for epidemic prevention and urgently needs special medicine. The harvest from this mysterious haze incident far exceeded his expectations. Others were also greatly encouraged. The soldiers, hearing this news, also relaxed their expressions, their eyes filled with pride. They had completed their mission excellently. Their efforts were worthwhile. Their hard work had been rewarded. Swish. Yin Feng immediately saluted the soldiers who participated in this mysterious haze incident and the members of the Special Operations Team of Huaxia, saying, on behalf of myself, I express my highest respect to you. With you in Huaxia, it is a blessing for Huaxia. Swish. Hearing this, the soldiers also returned the salute, standing straight and shouting in unison. Everything for Huaxia. Chapter 51, Conspiracy Theories on the Way Back to Kyoto. Report. Commander Yun. The Northern Bear Country has sent over 10,000 toxic corpses. Secretary Chen opened his mouth to report. It seems that Northern Bear Country has almost sent all the toxic corpses they captured during this mysterious haze incident. Northern Bear Country is currently plagued by an epidemic, with the death toll exceeding 4 digits. They have no choice but to take it seriously. Feng was not surprised at all. As for the number of 10,000 toxic corpses, he was equally unsurprised. Northern Bear Country is vast and rich in resources, and being adjacent to the Arctic Ocean, the mysterious haze incidents there far exceed those in Huaxia, so the number of toxic corpses naturally wouldn't be small. Especially the mysterious haze incidents occurring over the Arctic Ocean, where the number of toxic corpses must be extremely high. 10,000 toxic corpses can be exchanged for 1 million doses of the special medicine, which can effectively slow down the spread of the epidemic in Northern Bear Country. Feng said, ensure the normal operation of Northern Bear Country. Yes. Secretary Chen showed a pleased expression and nodded. And we can get 9 million doses of the special medicine. Moreover, with other countries continuously sending toxic corpses, we expect the total amount of special medicine from this mysterious haze incident to exceed 70 million doses. Although 70 million doses of special medicine is still too little compared to a population of 1 billion, it can fully help Huaxia cope with the current epidemic. Subsequently, countries around the world began to send large numbers of toxic corpses to Huaxia in exchange for special medicine, resulting in an increasing number of toxic corpses in Huaxia. Send the order down. Manufacture the special medicine at the fastest speed. Immediately, Feng issued orders. First, allocate the special medicine to soldiers and healthcare workers, then reserve some. And the rest, distribute entirely to teachers, pregnant women, the elderly, and children. Yes. Secretary Chen carefully recorded Feng's orders and then conveyed them. At the same time, he increasingly admired Commander Yun. Even at this time, having obtained so much special medicine, Commander Yun didn't reserve a few doses for his parents or relatives. Everything for Huaxia. Commander Yun has done it. He secretly took Commander Yun as his own role model. Meanwhile, a statement emerged on a foreign forum. Huaxia knew in advance the location and time of the mysterious haze's appearance. What does this indicate? It indicates that Huaxia has long known the time and place of the mysterious haze outbreak. How did Huaxia know this? I hope Huaxia will make this method public to help countries and people around the world escape the harm of toxic corpses. I have reason to suspect that this mysterious haze was created by Huaxia. Otherwise, why could Huaxia produce the special medicine in advance? Why the sudden conscription? Why did they know in advance the location and time of the mysterious haze's appearance? This is Huaxia's conspiracy. This statement instantly attracted worldwide attention. Domestic netizens exploded, frantically rebutting. Upon hearing this, Feng smiled lightly and then directly ordered the Huaxia Special Action Team to establish an official account, responding powerfully with 2 words. Hee ha. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. So satisfying. These 2 words express our feelings. The motherland is mighty. The Chinese language is profound and rich. These 2 words reveal too much meaning. Instantly, the frustration in the hearts of the citizens was completely released. Especially seeing the exasperated expressions of those foreign netizens, everyone felt even more relaxed. It was incredibly satisfying. After Feng responded, he couldn't be bothered with those foreign trolls anymore. This conspiracy theory simply didn't hold water, seemingly analyzed reasonably, but in reality, there was no evidence to back it up. All relying on mere words. At this moment, all his energy was focused on the current tasks. As for the citizens, they also couldn't be bothered to argue with foreign trolls, uniformly replying with 2 words. Hee hee. This drove the foreign trolls to smash their keyboards. Some even smashed their computers. Because when faced with these 2 words, they became extremely frantic. The trolls who didn't understand the meaning of these 2 words were very angry. Once they figured out the meaning of these 2 words, they became even angrier. Xiao Zhang. He loved to surf the internet. These days he was very happy. working while using the words he to retort against those foreigners, and then watching those foreigners get flustered. As a single noble, he didn't think there was anything in the world that could make him happier than this. Suddenly, he saw a short video on a foreign forum featuring a beautifully dressed woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been interested in clicking to check it out. Then, this scantily dressed, beautiful girl spoke extensively. Xiao Zhang didn't understand anything, but he could see in the video that the entrance of the hospital was filled with corpses, and pedestrians suddenly fell to the ground while walking, never to get up again. Finally, this scantily dressed, beautiful girl cried out, "Help! Please help me!" Seeing this video, Xiao Zhang suddenly fell silent. His originally unhealthy thoughts completely vanished, replaced by shock. So this is what the outside world has become? A hell on earth. So he was so lucky. He downloaded this video and then forwarded it to a social media platform, adding 2 sentences, "What peaceful days are there? It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. Born in Huaxia, how fortunate it is." Chapter 52. How fortunate to be born in Huaxia. Soon after, his friends saw it and all shared it, along with 2 sentences, "What peaceful years are there? It's just that someone is carrying the weight forward for us. How fortunate to be born in Huaxia." Just 1 hour later, "How fortunate to be born in Huaxia" quickly climbed to the top of the trending list. "What peaceful years are there? It's just that someone is carrying the weight forward for us." Reached 2nd place. Xiao Zhang's post was shared tens of millions of times. At this moment, the highest action group of Huaxia announced the start of small-scale injections of the special medicine, targeting teachers, pregnant women, the elderly, and children. Moreover, the special medicine was injected for free. Wow! Instantly, the nation rejoiced. The world was shocked. 1 dose of the special medicine cost 10 billion Huaxia coins, and it was priceless in the market. Some countries had already speculated the special medicine to 100 billion Huaxia coins per dose. It was simply unaffordable for ordinary people. Oh my God, Huaxia is so rich. They actually provide free injections of the special medicine. So envious. Mommy, I want to go to Huaxia. Foreign netizens were crying with envy. In the Eagle Nation, the leader exclaimed, "We have made significant breakthroughs in the special medicine. The replicated special medicine we developed can achieve 1/10 of Huaxia's special medicine." The latest news reached the leader's ears. "Oh, sell it immediately. Sell it at a high price." The leader of the Eagle Nation's eyes lit up, a smile of uncontainable joy on his face. And he said without hesitation, "As expected of my Eagle Nation, how long has it been? And we can achieve this step. Oh my God." But at this moment, a subordinate had to interrupt the leader's self-indulgence and said, "Leader, Huaxia has already started free injections of the special medicine for their citizens." "What? FK, FK, FK. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Eagle Nation was instantly furious. What is Huaxia doing? Isn't this delaying his chance to make money? Leader, please calm down. You have diabetes, cerebral thrombosis, myocardial infarction, and AIDS. You must take care of your health." A subordinate expressed concern. "Still sell at a high price. Huaxia is only providing free injections for their citizens, and it is a small-scale injection of the special medicine. This does not affect our sales of the special medicine. Currently, there is a huge gap in the global special medicine market. We must seize this opportunity. Make a big profit. Isn't Huaxia's special medicine 10 billion Huaxia coins per dose? We'll sell it for 20 billion Huaxia coins. Advertise that our special medicine is more effective. Meanwhile, let those keyboard warriors slander Huaxia's special medicine. Build momentum." The leader of the Eagle Nation immediately decided, "In business, I am a professional." Upon hearing this, the subordinate's expression froze. The efficacy is only 1/10 of Huaxia's special medicine. Yet the price is double that of Huaxia's special medicine. Is this really okay? Isn't this too greedy? Do they think the whole world is foolish? Moreover, the leader actually measures the value of the special medicine in Huaxia coins. Yes, he didn't want to say anything more, fearing the leader would be unhappy, and turned to leave. Soon, all major forums around the world became lively. The Eagle Nation was endlessly praised, while Huaxia's special medicine was crazily slandered. Subsequently, the order quantity for the Eagle Nation's special medicine surged. while the order quantity for Huaxia's special medicine plummeted. Feng learned of this and calmly said, "First, the Eagle Nation cannot possibly produce the special medicine so quickly, and it is even less likely that its efficacy is better than ours. They are deceiving the world. Soon, they will have big trouble, of course. For the sake of making money, they would not care about their reputation. How could they fear trouble? Second, fewer orders may not be a bad thing. It allows us to reserve more special medicine for the common people. Anyway, our country's financial issues have already been greatly alleviated." 3 days later, Huaxia remained calm and peaceful as always. After experiencing the mysterious haze incident and those poisoned corpses, many people began to exercise voluntarily. At the same time, the Ministry of Environmental Protection of Huaxia launched vigorous rectifications of various factories, leading to further improvements in Huaxia's environmental issues. Special medicine injections began across Huaxia. Everything was proceeding smoothly and efficiently. The order quantity for the Eagle Nation sharply decreased because their replicated special medicine was extremely ineffective and even had strong side effects. This is an objective fact. Although the Eagle Nation kept explaining, it was still useless. Could it be my physical condition? We put all our assets into buying the Eagle Nation's special medicine, but it didn't work at all, and I feel like I'm dying. I should have bought Huaxia's special medicine. Safe. Extremely effective. Damn, the Eagle Nation. A bunch of fraudsters. A bunch of blood-sucking capitalists. The public opinion on major forums began to lean overwhelmingly against the Eagle Nation. Moreover, due to the outbreak of the third mysterious haze incident, more poisoned corpses appeared, and the death toll in various countries soared. For instance, in the Eagle Nation, the death toll in these 3 days was 444, 4,444, 44,444. An incredibly coincidental and ironic occurrence. Please, Huaxia, open its borders. We want to enter Huaxia. I want to breathe Huaxia's fresh air. I am willing to pay 1 billion to convert to Huaxia nationality, to become a Huaxia citizen. Wealthy individuals and ordinary citizens from various countries were desperate to enter Huaxia, to breathe Huaxia's virus-free fresh air, because staying 1 more minute in their own countries meant 1 more minute of risk. However, Huaxia had already closed its borders. It was impossible to open them in a short time. Huaxia must prioritize the safety of its citizens. Zhao someone. He was a criminal who embezzled hundreds of billions, then transferred his assets abroad, and even kept a mistress abroad. After the incident, he decisively abandoned his original spouse and daughter and fled to the Eagle Nation. Initially, under the protection of the Eagle Nation, he lived happily, and the mistress even gave birth to a son for him. However, the epidemic broke out. He watched helplessly as his mistress died, but was powerless to help. As for his son, he was also infected and was on the verge of death. To prevent being infected, he didn't even take care of his son and left again with the money. Watching the Eagle Nation filled with dead bodies, he was filled with panic, sought help from the Eagle Nation government, but received no response. Then he realized he seemed to be infected as well. Instantly, despair and fear washed over him. In a desperate situation, he thought of a way. Return to serve his sentence. Even in prison, it would be safer than in the Eagle Nation. As long as he returned to his country, he would be found to be infected with the TNN1 virus. And the country would certainly not just watch him die. They would definitely provide him with a special medicine for free. In that case, he could save 10 billion Huaxia coins. And this 10 billion Huaxia coins could be given to his wife and daughter, thus seeking their forgiveness. Killing multiple birds with 1 stone. Having figured this out, he quickly took out his phone and called his wife. "Help me contact the motherland. I am willing to serve my sentence. Confess. I have 9 billion Huaxia coins here. All for you and our daughter." Chapter 53. Unfaithful wife. Ungrateful daughter. Get lost. Take your money and die with your mistress. What Zhao didn't expect was that his wife directly chose to refuse him and blacklisted him. What a vicious woman. Zhao was so angry that his body shook with fat, but there was no time to waste. He hurriedly called his daughter, only to find it was a disconnected number. Opening a social app, he then discovered that he had been deleted by his daughter. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the rage deep inside him. Recalling his daughter's QQ, nicknamed Bachin Jingluo, and tried to re-add her as a friend. However, he was rejected. The reason for the rejection was, "Sorry, I have a new dad." Zhao was so furious that he smashed his phone on the ground. Unfaithful wife. Ungrateful daughter. Roar. Just then, a roar that sounded inhuman suddenly echoed in his ears. He turned his head and saw a rotten, poisonous dog corpse staring intently at him. No. Puffed. The next moment, the scream abruptly stopped. "Commander Yun, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. You can take a good rest now," Secretary Chun advised as he noticed the work had temporarily come to a halt. "No." Yun Feng shook his head and said, "Next, we must fully construct the steel chain city and prepare for the fourth mysterious smog event that will break out in a month. How can I have time to rest?" "Commander Yun, if you wear yourself out." Secretary Chun was about to continue persuading him. "Report. There has been a significant breakthrough in the Zhao village face-cutting case. The murderer lives in XD City. The police are currently conducting a comprehensive investigation. A member of the Special Operations Team came to report." "Oh, let us go to XD City." Yun Feng was decisive. "This." Secretary Chun helplessly shook his head, looking worriedly at Yun Feng's thin and tall figure, and hurriedly followed. On the way, as expected, Yun Feng fell asleep again. Seeing this, Secretary Chun hoped that nothing would disturb the commander's rest. However, sometimes the more you think that way, the more things come knocking. Beep, beep, beep. On the way to XD City, they passed through a county, only to find the road blocked by a dense crowd, with noise all around and car horns blaring. Secretary Chun frowned and instinctively looked at the rearview mirror. Sure enough, Commander Yin woke up. "What's going on?" Yin Feng asked. "I don't know." Secretary Chun shook his head and said, "It seems something has happened. This is a hospital. Could it be a medical dispute?" Yun Feng looked at the many elderly people, children, and pregnant women ahead, and couldn't help but frown slightly. If there was a car accident, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, someone suddenly couldn't help but shout, "Didn't the government say to let us elderly, children, and pregnant women get the special medicine first? We got up early to queue, and we've been waiting for more than 5 hours, feeling hungry, tired, and cold. But suddenly dozens of people cut in line. Why?" Immediately, there were echoes from the surrounding crowd. "Exactly. Why? These people are young and strong. Why can they cut in line? Why can they get the special medicine?" Hearing this, a young man in front of the line, whose temper was quite irritable, shouted defiantly, "Shut up. I'm a nephew of the director of the Hualien Flour Factory. The Hualien Flour Factory contributes half of the county's GDP. My uncle has done so much. Why shouldn't we get the special medicine?" Instantly, his words angered the elderly, who protected the pregnant women and children behind them and shouted, "We will report you. Report all you want." The young man scoffed. "In our county, how could you possibly succeed in reporting? Are you kidding? Let's go down and take a look." The more Yun Feng listened, the tighter his brow furrowed, and he directly got out of the car. Secretary Chun hurriedly turned off the engine and followed. "Villagers, what is going on?" Yun Feng proactively asked an elder. "Isn't it obvious? The relatives of the director of the Hualien Flour Factory are disregarding national policy and using backdoor methods." The elder shook his head and sighed, saying, "Reporting is useless. In our county, the Hualien Flour Factory has a lot of power." Upon hearing this, Yun Feng's brow furrowed even tighter as he directly strode toward the vaccination site for the special medicine, with Secretary Chun closely following. They were immediately stopped by hospital security. "What are you doing? You're too young to meet the conditions for the special medicine." "Why do they meet the conditions?" Secretary Chen asked, dissatisfied. "Because we are relatives of the director of the Hualien Flour Factory." "Who are you? Can't you have some self-awareness?" Beside them, the nephew of the Hualien Flour Factory's director curled his lips in a mocking arc and whispered, "Are you very angry?" Kid, this is reality. You can't do anything about it. You can report as you please. By the way, my name is Siekun. Don't you dare report the wrong person. You." Upon hearing this, Secretary Chen's expression darkened as he shouted, "Do you really think you can do whatever you want?" Siekun snorted coldly and said, "Do you know my uncle has a nickname?" "What nickname?" Secretary Chen asked. "Siabancheng," Siekun said disdainfully. "In the entire county, Half of it is decided by my uncle. Why do you have to report me? Let this Bonching come see me. I want to see if he knows about this. Yin Feng, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Yes. Secretary Chun immediately took out his phone. Hee, you really know how to brag. Xia Kuan sneered and said, who do you think you are? You want my uncle to see you? Security. Throw these two madmen out. All right, young Master Kuan. Young Master Kuan, you guys go in first. Now that the internet is so developed, if someone record the video of the situation here and post it online, it might not be good for you and Director Xia. The nearby security immediately flattered and nodded. Speaking up. That makes sense. You're quite good. What is your name? You can come work at my uncle's flower factory later. Xia Kuan nodded in satisfaction and asked, young Master Kuan, are you serious? Thank you. Thank you. My name is Wang Yong. The security guard immediately responded. Wang Yong, right? Don't worry. I'll remember you. Xia Kuan then turned and left, not forgetting to raise his eyebrows at Yin Feng and Secretary Chun in a provocative manner. Meanwhile, Wang Yong began to push Yin Feng and Secretary Chun. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Who gave you the courage to disturb the order of the hospital? Chapter 54. Superior Being, Yin Shui. The director of the Hualien flour mill is inside this hospital and will be coming over soon, Secretary Chen said. Yin Feng nodded. Before he could say anything, Xia Kuan scoffed and disdainfully said, still bragging at this time? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Do you really think you deserve to meet someone as important as the director of Hualien flour mill? Saying that, Wang Yong spat a thick phlegm on the ground. Acting all casual, Yin Feng didn't want to bother with this person and directly said, investigate this hospital thoroughly. Yes. Secretary Chun immediately nodded. Upon hearing this, Wang Yong couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, are you too crazy? Have you become addicted to acting? Do you know how much of a clown you look like? He looked at the other security guards around him, but at that moment, he found that all the security guards had taken a step back, distancing themselves from him, seemingly afraid of something. A bunch of cowards. I'm about to work at Hualien flour mill. I'm not even on the same level as you. Why don't you come over and flatter me? Wang Yong said proudly. What level are you on? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Someone higher than you. Wang Yong said as he turned around. You. But when he saw who it was, his face turned pale with fear, stammering Director. Huang. You. Why are you here? Director Huang coldly snorted and said, if I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you were this capable. You actually think you're above us. Director Huang, Wang Yong wanted to say something, but Director Huang interrupted him, saying, you don't need to come to work anymore. Upon hearing this, Wang Yong suddenly thought of his upcoming job at Hualien flour mill, feeling emboldened. However, at that moment, a middle-aged man with a big belly next to Director Huang said, our Hualien flour mill will not hire someone as uncouth as you. Who the hell are you? Wang Yong shouted immediately. Aren't you going to work at Hualien flour mill? You don't even know the director of Hualien flour mill? Director Huang asked. Wang Yong's pupils dilated in shock. Take off that uniform and leave now. Director Huang waved his hand and said directly. Wang Yong wanted to say something, but the security guard who had long been displeased with him stepped forward and took him away. Then, Director Huang and Director Xia looked at Yin Feng and Secretary Chun, and then changed to a smiling face, proactively asking, may I ask who you two are? Clearly, they did not know Yin Feng and Secretary Chun. The phone call from the provincial capital earlier did not inform them of their identities. Yin Feng nodded. Chen Long. Secretary Chen also introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Director Huang and Director Xia exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. They had not heard of these two figures. However, both immediately guessed. These two must be the sons of some leader. After exchanging glances again, Director Xia asked, what brings you two to see me? I heard you were called Xia Banqing. Secretary Chun asked Director Xia. Upon hearing this, Director Xia immediately waved his hand and said, that's just a nickname among friends. Don't take it seriously. But your nephew Xia Kuan took it seriously. He actually brought your relatives here to cut in line for the special medicine injection. Secretary Chen questioned, what is the country's policy? What qualifications does he have to inject special medicine? Suddenly, Director Xie and Director Huang understood what was going on and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just this small matter. Their bodies visibly relaxed a bit. And then Director Xie pretended to have a stern face, seriously saying, "Is there such a thing? This kid has always been carefree and not doing proper things. I didn't expect him to dare use my name to disrupt the rules. Now he even dares to violate the country's policies. You two can rest assured. I'll call him right now. Make him come to me and apologize to you." Saying that, he made a phone call. "No need to apologize to us." Secretary Chen frowned, feeling that Director Xie's words had some issues. Yes, yes, yes. They owe an apology to the country. They owe an apology to those elderly, children, and pregnant women waiting in line in the cold winter. Director Xie hurriedly nodded. "Hello, where are you? What? You're injecting special medicine? Who told you to inject special medicine? Do you know who you've offended? Hurry up and come here, and bring your relatives with you." At that moment, after the call connected, he asked sternly, "Tap, tap, tap." Soon, Xiaoquan rushed out of the room where the special medicine was injected, with a disinfectant cotton on his arm, clearly having just finished the injection. "Uncle," Xiaoquan respectfully called out, Director Huang. Behind him were Director Xie's relatives, all standing aside and greeting respectfully. Slap. Director Xie slapped Xiaoquan's face and scolded. "Do you know what mistake you've made? What do you think the country's policy is? How dare you trample on it? So many fellow villagers are here waiting in line. Who allowed you to cut in line? All you know is to loaf around and not do proper things. And you all, I sigh, you have disappointed me too much. Apologize to the fellow villagers." "Yes, I'm sorry." Xiaoquan's eyes darted, his gaze lingering on Yun Feng and Secretary Chan for a moment. Then he obediently bowed and apologized to the fellow villagers. "I'm sorry." Other relatives of Director Xie also bowed and apologized. Unfortunately, these elderly, children, and pregnant women completely ignored them, just quietly watching their performance. Seeing this, Xiaoquan secretly cursed. A bunch of ungrateful folks. "Look, is it okay now?" Director Xie asked. "I will definitely discipline him strictly in the future. This kind of situation will never happen again. You can rest assured, our hospital will also strengthen management in the future," Director Huang also assured. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chan frowned slightly, his gaze lingering on the disinfectant cotton on Xiaoquan's shoulder, but he did not speak, instead looking at Yin Shuai. "Clean up the mess you just spat out," Yin Feng said calmly. "You." Xiaoquan wanted to say something, but seeing Director Xie's expression, he immediately swallowed his words and nodded, saying, "Okay." Then he took out a tissue to wipe off the phlegm he had just spat, but a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. "Let's go." Yin Feng then turned to leave. Secretary Chan followed closely behind as the two returned to the car. Director Huang ordered someone to clear the traffic. Watching Yin Feng and Secretary Chan's car slowly leave, Xiaoquan said resentfully, "Uncle, who are these two? How come you don't dare offend them?" Slap. Director Xie slapped him across the face and scolded, "Shut up. All you know is to cause trouble. You'll get into trouble sooner or later. You've already alarmed the big leaders in the provincial capital. What do you think their identities are?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoquan's pupils shrank, and he immediately dared not speak again. Director Huang's eyes flickered, and he said, "Director Xie, that quiet young man seems to have a big background. I feel he is not simple. This matter probably won't end easily." Director Xie replied, "Director Huang, let's put aside our previous matter for now. We'll make plans after we clarify the identities of these two." Director Huang nodded and said, "All right, send someone to follow them." Director Xie glanced at Xiaoquan and asked, "Did you see them leave? This is your specialty. If you don't handle it well, just stay at home quietly from now on." Xiaoquan immediately curled his lips, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "Don't worry, uncle. Just watch me." Chapter 55, Crush Your Heads. "Commander Yun, I feel something is a bit off about today's matter." In the car, Secretary Chun spoke up. "Are we really going to let Xiaoquan go?" "Don't worry," Yun Feng replied calmly. "If we want to let him go, he won't let us off easily." What do you mean?" As soon as Secretary Chen asked, he furrowed his brows, noticing through the rearview mirror that a car had been following them, and he immediately understood, saying, "Commander Yun, Xiaoquan is coming after us. Should we teach him a lesson?" I remember Wan Jun and the others are nearby, right? Yin Feng said, let's go see her. At present, China has begun preparations for the fourth mysterious haze incident, and this time, to prevent anyone from mixing into the mysterious haze incident. The military arrived at the outbreak site of the fourth mysterious haze incident long in advance to conduct a thorough investigation. Coincidentally, there is a site nearby where the fourth mysterious haze incident broke out, and it is under the responsibility of Su Wanjun. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chun was taken aback, somewhat confused by Commander Yun's decision, and even more puzzled as to why Commander Yun was not answering his question directly. Yes. However, seeing that Commander Yun had no intention of explaining, he didn't ask further and drove directly to where Su Wanjun was. What do these two want to do? They are heading not towards a national road or provincial road, but to the suburbs. Xie Kun, sitting in the passenger seat, frowned at this scene. Brother Kun, who cares? These two dare to offend you on our turf. They're just looking for death. Soon, Brother Kun will be in the car, and we brothers will go down and take care of them. A green-haired youth in the back immediately said, green-haired, if you handle this well, I'll let you play with Xiao Chui by my side, and it will definitely be a blast for you. Xie Kun nodded, glanced at the green-haired youth's green hair, and then said, as long as the girlfriend changes quickly, it is impossible to be worn a green hat. You are just too devoted. The green-haired youth had dyed his hair green since his girlfriend betrayed him, constantly reminding and warning himself of this humiliation. Such courage and determination made Xie Kun value him greatly. Suddenly, the delinquents in the car burst into laughter. More than half an hour later, Secretary Chun parked the car in front of a secluded forest, and Yun Feng and Secretary Chun immediately got out of the car. They stopped. They actually stopped here. Brother Kun, I'm familiar with this place. The green-haired youth sneered and said, I used to come here for fun with my ex-girlfriend. Oh, green-haired. I didn't expect your descendants to still occupy this place. Si Kun Yokit. Everyone was first taken aback, then burst into laughter again. The green-haired youth laughed nonchalantly and then said, once I take care of them, I can bring Xiao Chui here to play next time. Go. Saying this, he pushed open the car door, grabbed the machete in his hand, and strode out. Whoosh, whoosh. The others also got out of the car. Their weapons varied. Two gentlemen, you have offended someone you shouldn't have, according to the rules of the street. The green-haired youth and others quickly arrived in front of Yin Feng and Secretary Chun, speaking arrogantly. But the next moment, he suddenly saw dozens of pitch-black gun muzzles exposed in the woods, all aimed at him. His pupils instantly constricted, filled with immense fear. According to the rules of the street, what should we do? Secretary Chin smiled and asked back. I should. Thud. Boss, I was wrong. The green-haired youth directly knelt on the ground, dropped the machete in his hand, and said, it was all Xie Kun's order for me to do this. I'm just a small fry. Please spare me. Seeing this, the surrounding small delinquents were all stunned. What is going on? Da-da-da. At this moment, hundreds of Special Forces soldiers suddenly appeared around, surrounding all these people. This. Thud. Thud. In the next moment, this group of small delinquents also knelt on the ground without hesitation, trembling. At this point, how could they still not understand what kind of person they had provoked? A big shot. An extremely big shot. Commander Yun, Su Wanjun, Mountain Cat, and Old Zhou all stepped forward to salute. Yin Feng nodded and said, thank you for your hard work. What happened to them? Isu Ven Yun asked. Just another group of small delinquents want to take revenge on us. Secretary Chun then briefly stated what had happened. To dare to attack Commander Yun, they really are bold. Mountain Cat glared fiercely at the green-haired youth and shouted, do you believe I'll crush your heads? Thud. Upon hearing this, the green-haired youth was so scared that he fainted. The others trembled all over, not daring to make a sound. Cowards. Mountain Cat scratched his head, clearly not expecting the green-haired guy with a full head of green hair to be so timid. Yin Feng then looked at Old A and said, Old A, help me ask some things. Who does Commander Yin want to pry open? Old A stepped forward and asked. Zoom at this moment, Xie Kun started the vehicle, wanting to escape. It's him. Yin Feng said, in 3 hours, I will make him spill everything he knows. Old A's mouth curled into a dangerous arc as he strode towards Xie Kun. Seeing this expression on old, even Mountain Cat couldn't help but shudder. Feeling a bit chilly and cautiously said, Old has been holding back for so long, with nowhere to vent. This time, the one being interrogated is going to be in trouble. Let's go. After Feng gave his orders, he no longer cared and said, Let's see your work progress. Old A's interrogation methods are extremely formidable. Under his hands, no enemy can withstand 3 days, and then they will spill everything they know. This is also one of the reasons why Feng came here, to extract the secrets that Director Xie kept hidden from Xie. There is no doubt that Director Xie's hands are not clean, and it is very likely that Director Huang also has issues. Since Xie has come to our door, how can we let him go? 30 minutes later. This is the plan. How to execute it specifically depends on the actual combat situation. Feng simply formulated a battle plan based on his experience. Yes. Su Wanju nodded. Commander Yun, Xie has said everything. Just then, Olde walked over reporting. So soon? What happened to the promised 3 hours? Everyone was stunned. Hee. His bones are too soft. I had just started, and he spilled everything he knew. The reason it took 30 minutes is that he did too many bad things and talked for more than 20 minutes. Old A revealed a simple smile. Everyone suddenly felt a chill. Focus on the key points. Feng knew Old A very well and was not surprised by this. Yes. Old A's expression immediately became serious, revealing anger as he said, Xie uncle, who is also the director of the Hualien flower factory, has a big secret. Chapter 56. The dead do not speak upon hearing the news. Everyone focused their attention. Clearly, something significant had made Old A furious. He had bribed Director Huang and secretly stockpiled the special medicine. Then, through his own channels, he sold it abroad, making a huge profit. Old A's words were shocking. What? Upon hearing this, the lynx immediately roared in anger, his fists cracking from excessive force. Others were also filled with rage. He must be executed. Su Wanjun spoke directly. The soldiers are risking their lives to hunt down the poisonous corpses, and the special medicine they obtained is being misused, stockpiled privately, and sold abroad. He must be severely punished. Commander Yun, should we directly use the military to arrest this person and Director Huang? Old Zhou asked. Such a major issue could involve many parties. If this matter is handed over to local authorities, it might be difficult to uncover the truth. Commander Yun, this is just Xie one-sided story. He doesn't know where Director Xie has hidden the special medicine and has no direct evidence to prove it. Secretary Chun immediately shook his head in disagreement. These two are a local private entrepreneur and the director of the county hospital. If we arrest the wrong person, the consequences could be severe. Feng was silent for a moment, then looked at Xie, who was pale with fear, as if he had experienced a great terror but bore no visible scars, and said, Catch the thief and seize the evidence. Director Xie returned to the factory. He needed to handle an important matter. In the office. Annoying. She's not that kind of casual person. An extremely charming voice sounded. Oh really? You're not human when you get casual. Director Xie's voice came out. This is 10,000. If you serve me well, there's another 40,000. As the camera zoomed in, Director Xie was stuffing a stack of money into the cleavage of the stunning woman before him. The alluring woman skillfully tucked the 10,000 in her bag and then coyly said, I'm Director Huang's little mistress, if you treat me like this. When Director Huang finds out, be careful of turning against you. Him, that old fool who relies on medicine, can satisfy you? Director Xie scoffed. Besides, would he dare to turn against me? If his wife knew of your existence, would Director Huang still have good days ahead? Everyone holds each other's leverage. They want to turn against you because of you. Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness appeared in the depths of the alluring woman's eyes. She was merely a tool for release. The two sides indeed would turn against each other because of her. It was precisely because she was self-aware that she could only work hard, serving Director Huang while having an affair with Director Xie, working 2 jobs, earning 2 incomes. With a monthly income of around 200,000, she was already doing quite well in the county. Thinking of money, the sadness in the alluring woman's eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by motivation. She actively sat on Director Xie's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and sweetly said, Director Xie, You truly are a big shot, a great leader. Your insight is profound and to the point. Ha! I initially liked your mouth. Now I find that it's not only good-looking, but also useful. As Director CS spoke, he intended to vent his desires and began to act a little unruly. Just then, bang, 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 there was a knock on the door. The alluring woman immediately wanted to get up and fix her clothes, but Director Xie pressed her down, signaling with his eyes. Seeing this, the alluring woman instantly understood, threw him a flirtatious glance, and then lowered her head shyly. Come in. At the same time, Director Xie pretended nothing was wrong and leaned over the desk to review documents. Creak. Soon, Xie Kuan pushed the door open. Back. Director Xie glanced at Xie Kuan and asked, How did it go? Uncle, those two have already left the county. I saw them leave with my own eyes. Xie Kuan said. Director Xie nodded and said, If there is nothing else, you can leave. Upon hearing this, Xie Kuan glanced at Director Xie's phone on the desk, furrowed his brows slightly, and then prepared to leave. According to the agreement, Feng should have been putting pressure on Director Huang through the provincial city. At this time, Director Huang should have called. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Director Xie's phone rang. Director Huang? Seeing the caller ID, he glanced at the alluring woman under the desk, then subtly raised the corner of his mouth and answered the call. Hello? What? Upon hearing this, Director Xie's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively tried to stand up. The result, hiss. He suddenly felt pain and couldn't help but gasp. Uncle, what happened? Xie Kuan was stunned. What was going on? His gaze involuntarily turned toward the area under the desk. It seemed something had just made a noise. What is wrong, old Xie? Director Huang, on the other end of the phone, also asked. It's nothing. Director Xie frowned tightly, then took out 40,000 from the drawer and threw it at the alluring woman, signaling her to leave. The alluring woman stood up, wiped her mouth, picked up the money, and left on her own. Xie Kuan was completely confused. This is getting a bit extravagant. More critically, isn't this woman Director Huang's little mistress? In an instant, he thought of many things. Just then, Director Xie waved his hand, signaling Xie Kuan to leave quickly. Xie Kuan came to his senses and hurriedly left. After the alluring woman and Xie Kuan left, Director Xie spoke without much concern. It seems those two guys are not simple. They actually called in the investigation team. I don't have much stock left, only 3 portions. If you need it, I can send it back to the hospital, and you can dilute it personally, making it into 10 portions. Inject it immediately into those elderly, pregnant women and children to prevent the investigation team from seeing and uncovering the problem. Let us meet at the old place. Soon, Director Xie hung up the phone, pulled up his pants, and strode away. Keep up. Outside the Hualien flower factory, Feng watched Director Xie's car leave and immediately said, Yes. Secretary Chen nodded and drove to follow. Half an hour later, Director Xie, holding a briefcase, strode into a restaurant, found a private room, and waited for Director Huang. Soon, Director Huang also arrived, carrying a briefcase identical to Director Xie's. Just as the two were exchanging briefcases, bang! Secretary Chen kicked the door open and coldly said, You two, stockpiling and trading special medicine without authorization. What audacity! Come with me to the police station. Feng then appeared. Upon seeing this, Director Xie and Director Huang instantly understood what was happening, their expressions changing drastically. However, the next moment, Director Xie suddenly glared, snarling, Want my life on my territory? If that is the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The dead do not speak. Chapter 57, Collecting Obsessions, Murderer. The dead can really speak. Feng said, I just saw a few a couple of days ago. Oof. Upon hearing this, Dean Huang snorted coldly and then said, Feng, you must have seen the poisoned corpses in the official live broadcast, right? Were you so scared that your legs went weak? Secretary Chen, did Dean Huang just say that Feng was so scared his legs went weak? This. He couldn't help but look at Feng with a strange expression. Feng, however, simply smiled faintly, not bothering to argue or explain. You may not know that most poisoned corpses cannot speak. Moreover, not all corpses will turn into poison ones. Your corpse may not even qualify. Furthermore, Dean Huang adjusted his glasses and continued, "After you die, we will cremate your body, ensuring you won't become a poison corpse." That's outrageous. Yun Feng cannot be insulted. Hearing this, Secretary Chen's expression immediately darkened, and he sprang up. Bang! Dean Huang clearly didn't expect the other party to attack so suddenly. He was caught off guard and was directly kicked to the ground. Ah! Dean Huang kept screaming, hunched over like a boiled shrimp. At his old age and frail body, how could he withstand Secretary Chen's kick? At this moment, he was in so much pain he could barely speak. Thank, Director, kill them. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. Hey, Director Xie had already dialed a number and immediately said, Xie Cohen, bring your trusted subordinates over. You wanted to take revenge on Yun Feng and Chen Long, right? Now Uncle is giving you a chance to deal with them. Uncle. On the other end of the line, Xie Cohen replied, I'm at the police station right now. I can't come over. At the police station? What are you doing at the police station? Director Xie's brow furrowed. Hearing this, Secretary Chen found it amusing and couldn't help but retort, Director Xie, don't you find it strange? Strange about what? Director Xie vaguely felt something was off. Why didn't we stop you from making that call? Secretary Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Director Xie's expression darkened. He clearly realized this point, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Uncle, I've already explained everything about you, and the police are recording statements right now. Just then, Xie Cohen's voice came through again. You. Director Xie trembled all over. His phone dropped to the ground, instantly losing its earlier fierceness. Talp, talp, talp. In the next moment, Director Zhao from the police station personally led a team over and quickly arrested both Director Xie and Dean Huang. Illegally hoarding special medicines and conducting underground transactions is a serious crime. Heavy punishment. Yun Feng coldly watched the two, commanding, rest assured, Yun Feng, we will definitely enforce the law impartially and provide you, the country, and the people with a satisfactory answer. Director Zhao bowed respectfully and assured him. Then, Yun Feng returned the gesture and turned to leave. With the matter resolved, he had no need to stay here any longer. Director Zhao, who exactly is he? Dean Huang, now recovering, stared at Yun Feng's back and asked. He? A look of genuine admiration and respect appeared in Director Zhao's eyes as he said, leader of the highest action group in Huaxia, a true national hero, a hero who saves the people from peril. What? Hearing this, Dean Huang and Director Xie's pupils contracted, horrified. It's him, that mysterious man. Immediately, both of them lost all spirit, willingly lowering their heads, saying, we plead guilty. Especially Dean Huang, who felt even more ashamed thinking about how he had just been explaining knowledge about poison corpses to Yun Feng. Yun Feng, these two arrogant and domineering individuals will certainly receive their due punishment. Seeing Yun Feng's serious expression, Secretary Chen immediately said, the lightest sentence will be life imprisonment. The heaviest will be death by shooting. Just a couple of pests. Yun Feng said indifferently, I don't take them to heart. Is Yun Feng worried that similar situations might arise in other regions? Secretary Chen asked. Exactly. Yun Feng nodded, saying before encountering such incidents, I would never believe they could happen. However, since it has occurred, it must be taken seriously. We absolutely cannot allow any decision made by the country to be undermined. Otherwise, how can we benefit the people? Yes, rest assured, Yun Feng, after this incident, the highest action group will definitely supervise this matter strictly, Secretary Chen said. Also, Yun Feng narrowed his eyes and said, the special medicines are developed according to a specific ratio. Diluting them privately will significantly reduce their effectiveness, and such situations must not be allowed to occur. Once discovered, severe punishment will be meted out according to the crime of endangering public safety. Yes. Secretary Chen's expression stiffened as he nodded again. Yun Feng nodded, no longer considering this matter. The things he ordered would be prioritized by the state and executed perfectly. So he didn't worry and saw no need to continue expending mental energy on this issue. Changing the subject, he asked, what is the current situation with the female streamer? Xiao Tian? She has suffered tremendous psychological trauma and is somewhat abnormal, often acting erratically, but sometimes she behaves like a normal person. Secretary Chen replied. Yin Feng nodded. It's normal for someone to experience such a significant shock to suffer severe psychological trauma. How is the case currently progressing? He asked again. After further screening, there are a total of 6 suspects. However, the community where these 6 suspects live houses tens of thousands of residents, making it very difficult to narrow down the suspects further. Secretary Chen quickly said. The little girl in the floral cotton jacket had told Xiao Tian that the murderer even spared his own pet cat, collecting its face as well, indicating that he is a man with a collecting obsession. By the way, the murderer previously used tweezers and a scalpel to cut off the victim's face. Tweezers? Scalpel? Yin Feng frowned slightly. There are countless perverts in this world, and those with a collecting obsession like this are particularly frightening. Collecting human faces is indeed a perverted hobby, Secretary Chen said angrily, taking someone else's face to satisfy one's own desires, and moreover, this perverted guy even kills people. He is nothing but a psychopathic murderer. Normally, taking off a human face and sending it for medical treatment in time wouldn't result in death. The victims whose faces were taken have all been killed. Evidently a deliberate act by the murderer. Tweezers, scalpel, human face. Kat Faje. What'll be next? Yin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 58. Who is the murderer? Buzz. Buzz. Soon, Yin Feng and Secretary Chen arrived in XD City. Yin Xiao, new information. Secretary Chen said. According to big data analysis, there are currently 6 suspects. As he spoke, he began to review the files of these 6 individuals. First, Zhao Xuan, 28 years old, lawyer, has been to Lu family village. Second, Lu Hongshan, a pork seller, 41 years old, from Lu family village. Third, Zhang Zhe, engaged in medical aesthetics, 36 years old, has been to Lu family village. Fourth, quickly, he read through the basic information of all 6 individuals and then said, all 6 have been monitored and no abnormalities have been found so far. They have either been to Lu family village or are from there, and they're all adult men with enough physical strength to commit such acts. Is it possible that the murderer is a woman? Yin Feng suddenly asked. This. Secretary Chen frowned and asked. Yin Xiao, isn't it unlikely? Why is it unlikely? Yin Feng seemed to have some impression of this case from his previous life. After all, such a major incident had spread online long ago. However, the murderer had never been caught in his previous life. This showed that the murderer was extremely skilled at disguise. Very cunning. The police were also trapped in fixed thinking. First, a hoarding tendency is not only present in men. Women can have it too. Moreover, we cannot rule out the possibility that the murderer underwent facial surgery. Based on the information he received, Yin Feng quickly made deductions. What kind of woman would want to change her face? Recently, what kind of women have undergone facial surgery? Second, the victims were all beautiful women. According to the autopsy, these women had not suffered any harm. Only their faces were cut off. The murderer showed no reaction to beautiful women of various ages and types, leaving only 2 possibilities. Either he couldn't do it, or he had no interest. Third, the cat. The cat face of that poison cat was also cut off, and the police were unaware of this, but the little girl in the flowered cotton jacket knew, which proves what? Hearing this, Secretary Chen instinctively asked, proves what? This is a pet cat. Moreover, the murderer was accompanied by this cat while committing the crime. Yin Feng said, in other words, this cat had also been to Lu family village. Secretary Chen's pupils constricted, and then he quickly recalled, saying, Yin Xiao. The information from those people's files shows that none of them owns a cat, not even anyone who has bought cat food. Furthermore, they certainly did not bring a cat into Lu family village. So, Yin Feng said, none of these 6 people are the murderers. Continuing to monitor them will not uncover the truth. What? What should we do? Secretary Chen felt overwhelmed, realizing that the case was more complicated than he had imagined. Give me all the information on people who have been to Lu family village. I want everything. The more detailed, the better, Yin Feng said. Also inquire again with the people from Lu family village about what happened on the day of the incident and before it. No detail is too trivial. Yes. Secretary Chen immediately went to arrange this. Yin Feng continued to investigate information about Lu family village, It belongs to XD City and is a well-known local tourist destination, providing accommodations and only hosting locals. This could narrow down the suspect's activity range. He said lightly, but XD City is still too big. The population base is also quite large. An hour later, Yin Xiao, based on your provided reasoning, we have narrowed down the suspects to Wang Lu, Li Ximin, and Bai Shui. Secretary Chun quickly informed him of the basic situations of the three women. Wang Lu, a corpse beautician, 38 years old, unmarried, eccentric, likes to collect things, and for some reason no longer has the cat she used to own. Now she has a dog. Li Ximin, a bar hostess, 29 years old, unmarried. From Li Family Village, which is not far from Lu Family Village, her family still has a cat, and she has two younger brothers. Bai Shui, a medical aesthetics doctor, 31 years old, recently divorced, and does not have a cat anymore. Listening to Secretary Chen's introduction, Feng looked at the photos of the three women, remaining silent. Among the three, Li Ximin seemed the least suspicious. After Secretary Chen finished introducing the basic situations of the three women, Feng immediately spoke. Why? Secretary Chen asked curiously. He originally thought Li Ximin had a significant possibility of being the suspect because her job required her to have a good-looking face, making the chance of her wanting to change her face considerable. She had a motive. Moreover, her hometown was very close to Lu Family Village, so she was relatively familiar with the situation there. Because the poison cat from Lu Family Village is a valuable breed, Li Ximin can't afford to keep one. Feng said. Besides, how would a bar hostess dare to change the victim's face? Isn't she afraid of being recognized? Upon hearing this, Secretary Chen nodded. As for Wang Lu and Bai Shui, Feng's gaze quickly locked onto Bai Shui's photo and said, she is the most suspicious. Bai Shui? Seeing this, Secretary Chen was taken aback, because in her opinion, Bai Shui was the least suspicious. Wang Lu was the most suspicious. This time, Feng offered no explanation, stood up, and said, let's go. We need to observe these three women in person. We cannot simply rely on the information on paper to make judgments. Yes, Yin Xiao. Secretary Chen nodded. Then, the two first went to Li Ximin's place. Work, work, work. She spends almost all her time at work, working hard to earn money, while her parents constantly urge her to make more money. After Li Ximin's salary is paid, her parents always call her first for money. Afterwards, the two went to Wang Lu's place. Work, go home, walk the dog. Extremely reclusive. She never communicates with anyone. Even when neighbors greet her, she ignores them. Moreover, she often mutters things that are hard to understand, sleeps very late, and it's unclear what she does. She loves beauty, dresses very fashionably, and her makeup is exquisite, changing every day. Finally, the two went to Bai Shui's place. Work, shopping, go home. Everything is normal. Even the neighbors have a good reputation of her. Dr. Bai is very nice, often helping our children with their homework. Dr. Bai's husband is an alcoholic, not doing anything serious, just playing mahjong every day, often hitting Dr. Bai. She loves her husband so much, always tolerating him and silently suffering, but unexpectedly, her husband proposed divorce. I really don't know what he is thinking. Dr. Bai is very kind, always feeding stray cats and dogs, and often helps me. An old lady crossed the street. Who is the murderer? After the field observations, Feng and Secretary Chan reorganized the information and began discussing again. Chapter 59, Psychological Distortion. Let's act again. Yin Shui, this time your judgment is wrong. Secretary Chen said, Wang Lu is the most suspicious. My judgment is more accurate. Is it? Feng retorted, then continued. Wang Lu has a reclusive personality, and her job nature makes her neurotic. She keeps the lights on in her room every day, sleeps very late, and is mysterious. Moreover, she loves beauty and enjoys different outfits, all of which are very suspicious. Secretary Chen said, I even suspect she is planning to harm her dog next. The previous cat mysteriously disappeared, and she is likely responsible for it. Look at this information. Feng handed a piece of paper to Secretary Chen, which contained some basic information about Wang Lu. Secretary Chen immediately noticed some information he had previously overlooked. She's actually playing this online game, and she logs in after midnight. and plays until 4:30 in the morning. No wonder she sleeps so late and keeps the lights on. Her original cat had been raised for many years and was already old and frail, while the poison cat scene in Liu family village looked young and strong. Could it be that the cat she raised died of old age? But she loves beauty and changes her outfit every day. How to explain that? Upon hearing this, Yin Feng calmly said, due to her special work nature, Wang Lu cannot sleep every night. I checked. She has taken sleeping pills and other sleep aids more than once. Moreover, she has searched online for strange tales related to 4:44 in the morning. In the end, she can only adjust her schedule and play games at night. Fortunately, she starts work at 11 in the morning, so she can still sleep for about 6 hours a day, which is enough sleep. As for her love for beauty and changing outfits, there is a taboo in their line of work. After dealing with corpses, they have bad luck on them, and they must take a shower when they go home and throw away their clothes, so she changes outfits every day. As for makeup, which girl doesn't love beauty? Changing makeup every day can also change her mood. At once, Secretary Chun was speechless. At the same time, he murmured, isn't it troublesome for women to wear so much makeup? Changing makeup every day. But he looked at Bai Shui not far away and still couldn't understand, asking, why is Bai Shui the most suspicious? The neighbors all have good evaluations of her. Her actions are also normal. At this time, Bai Shui was smiling, kind and amiable, making people unconsciously feel good about her. Hearing this, Yin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and said, did you notice that when she holds the child, her hand unconsciously strokes the side of the child's face, which is exactly where the face was cut? Who would touch a child's face there? Upon hearing this, Secretary Chun suddenly felt a chill. Looking at the little girl held by Shui, suddenly goosebumps rose, saying, this little girl is only a little over a year old, just starting to talk, right? This. Bai Shui can't be that cruel, can she? Do you think a murderer who has killed several people is not that cruel? Yin Feng retorted. Secretary Chen's expression froze. Maybe it's a professional habit? Yin Feng did not refute and continued. Bai Shui loves her husband very much. Originally, it was a happy family. However, she couldn't have children, and the family relationship began to break down. Half a year ago, her husband made tens of millions from gambling, had a problem with his mentality, directly abandoned the ongoing novel, began to decline, and looked for pretty young girls everywhere. Bai Shui is of average looks and getting older. How can she compete with those tight-skinned, youthful girls? So, in the end, her husband divorced her. But this doesn't prove anything, right? Secretary Chen still couldn't believe it. The cat Bai Shui raised before was of a similar age to the poison cat we saw in Liu family village. It was a birthday gift from her husband years ago. Yin Feng continued. This. Secretary Chun was at a loss for words, not knowing how to refute. This is Bai Shui's hometown address. Are you familiar with it? Yin Feng pulled out a piece of paper from the file and handed it to Secretary Chun. Xiangyang Town? Secretary Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Then he recalled something, horrified. It's the bride who was killed in the flower palanquin after marrying into Liu family village. Her hometown is also in Xiangyang Town. If you check carefully, you will find an even more interesting phenomenon. Yin Feng said, these two women seem to have no connection. But that bride was once pursued by Bai Shui's husband. What? Upon hearing this, Secretary Chen's expression changed. Then he saw Bai Shui handing the little girl back to her mother, then leaving alone, but she did not go far. Instead, she stood not far away, chatting with the neighbors while secretly watching the little girl. At a certain moment, she took advantage of the little girl being alone and out of the camera's monitoring range, claiming she was going to the bathroom, and turned to leave. When she reappeared, she directly took the little girl into her car and drove away. Follow her, Yin Feng said. I have a feeling. She is about to act. Buzz. Buzz. Soon, Bai Shui drove to a very remote suburb. Here, she used her mother's ID to buy a house with a basement. After parking the car, she covered the mouth of the crying little girl and entered the basement. Whoosh! Yin Feng and Secretary Chun cooperated to enter the courtyard. This courtyard wall was very high, over 4 meters tall, making it difficult to climb in by oneself. I want to find Mom. The two quickly entered the room and then heard faint crying sounds cautiously approaching, and then they heard Bai Shui's voice. Xiao Lan Lan, and it will give you candy. Will you stop crying? Then, the little girl really stopped crying. And at that moment, Yun Feng and Secretary Chun quietly turned a corner and entered a corridor leading to the basement. And they were suddenly shocked. Secretary Chun almost exclaimed, because the floor of the corridor was covered in bloody handprints, messy and chaotic, filled with violence, madness, and confusion, extremely visually shocking. It made one's scalp tingle. More critically, upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the owners of these bloody handprints had been dragged back into the basement from under Yun Feng and Secretary Chen's feet. Clearly, the owners of the bloody handprints experienced extreme despair and fear before dying. In the end, they still did not escape the basement. At this moment, Secretary Chun could no longer understand who the murderer was. The two continued to approach, quietly entering the basement. And the first thing they saw was not Bai Shui and the little girl, but Chapter 60, Capturing the Murderer. 3 demands in front of them were all glass containers. Inside, a large amount of formalin was stored, and within the formalin, countless faces were soaking. Under the dim light, a certain eerie music played, creating a bizarre atmosphere around them, especially as these faces seemed to be staring at you. Their hollow eye sockets appeared to emit some kind of chilling light in the dim lighting, making one feel inexplicably uneasy and fearful. Secretary Chen's pupils slightly contracted, and he instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. Even someone as bold as him was startled at this moment. Yin Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. Although he had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood in his previous life, he had never encountered such perverse and ruthless methods. The visual and psychological impact of the scene was extremely immense. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably faint directly or scream out loud. Soon, the two of them looked closely and found that the first thing that caught their eyes on the left side was 5 glass containers pressed together, each containing a human face. These were 5 beautiful faces. They looked quite similar. They were the 5 members of the Liu family who had been killed. There was also a glass container that held the face of the bride in red. On the right side, there were also 6 glass containers filled with formalin, and the cat's face was in the first container. What surprised Yun Feng and Secretary Chun was that the other 5 containers also contained a face. A rat face, a cow face, a rabbit face, a dog face, a pig face. Secretary Chen's fist suddenly clenched, producing a slight sound of bones colliding. Anger instantly filled his chest. Endless rage burned his rationality. He was on the verge of going berserk. At that moment, the little girl apparently noticed Yun Feng and Secretary Chun, her eyes wide open, pointing at the two and making AMHM sound. Meanwhile, Bai Shui, who had her back to the basement door, was unaware of Yun Feng and Secretary Chen's arrival and continued speaking. Little Lan Lan, be good, and he'll tie you up, and then you can experience the suffering of the world. By then, if you still want to live, you could try your best to crawl out. As long as you crawl out within the specified time, Annie will let you live. If you can't crawl out or don't want to live, Annie can cut your throat with a knife and let you bleed out. Such a tender little face, such a beautiful little face, tis TSK. How wonderful it would be if Auntie could have your face. Every word she said was incomprehensible to little Lan Lan, who was just sucking on a lollipop, looking innocently at Yun Feng and Secretary Chun, even giggling when she saw Yun Feng. Yun Feng also smiled gently, trying his best to attract little Lan Lan's attention and prevent her from looking at the surrounding faces, so as not to have a bad influence on her in the future. You smile so beautifully. Keep it up. That way, Annie can preserve your smile forever. As she spoke, Bai Shui had already put on a white coat, took out a syringe filled with anesthetic from the side, and brutally jabbed it into little Lan Lan's arm. Whoosh! Unable to control himself any longer, Secretary Chun charged forward, grabbing Bai Shui's wrist and forcefully aiming the needle at her right chest, stabbing it down. Ah! Bai Shui screamed in shock and pain. However, Secretary Chun showed no mercy, directly kicking her to the ground and shouting, "Beast! Hurting the weak, doesn't your conscience hurt? Wah wah wah." Little Lan Lan immediately burst into tears. While Yun Feng moved forward to untie her, he said, "Secretary Chun, keep it down. You're scaring the child." The moment he picked up little Lan Lan, she stopped crying, seemingly having a natural affinity for Yun Feng. "Yes, Yin Shui." Secretary Chun quickly nodded. Conscience? Ever since that man betrayed me, I have none. Since he likes the faces of young women, I will cut off their faces. Then, after the storm passes, I will replace them, and by then, I will be able to get him back again. Ha ha! Bai Shui was now extremely deranged, and what she said was extremely perverse and chilling. You. Secretary Chun was about to get angry, but then worried about scaring little Lon Lon. He lowly growled, "You mad woman. Why do you have to harm these little animals?" "Why?" "Because I find it interesting. Don't you think it would be fun to collect their faces and look at them every day?" Bai Shui's sickly smile appeared on her pretty face. "You." Bang. Secretary Chen couldn't hold back any longer and kicked Bai Shui. Ah! A scream followed. Clearly, Secretary Chen's kick was not gentle. "Little Lon Lon, let's go play outside." Yin Feng then carried little Lon Lon away, covering her eyes as they passed the glass containers holding faces. A few minutes later, Secretary Chun dragged Bai Shui, who had been tied up and was covered in bruises, out of the basement. Then, he directly threw Bai Shui to the ground, as if discarding trash. Tap, tap, tap. Then, the police, who had long been on alert, quickly entered the basement and took Bai Shui to the police car. Yin Feng, who was playing with little Lon Lon, glanced at the wounds on Bai Shui's body and said, "Secretary Chun, you need to learn from old A. You really lack patience." Secretary Chun still gritted his teeth, clearly affected greatly by what had just happened. "Little Lon Lon, let's go find mommy, okay?" Yin Feng carried little Lon Lon and left. People like Bai Shui deserved any treatment they received, which was why he allowed Secretary Chun to vent his anger. Next, she would face the severe judgment of the law. Back in Kyoto, Yin Feng began preparing to build 108 steel chain cities. Report. The city building machines are all in place. Report. The vast majority of steel has been manufactured into new types of steel using new technology. Report. Soon, new problems arose. Report. Yin Shui. Led by the Eagle Nation, many countries are demanding that our Huaxia agree to 3 demands, or they will cut off steel supplies. Secretary Chen reported, the 3 demands are: first, to explain in detail the causes and response methods of the mysterious haze incident. Second, to inform each country of the time and place of the next mysterious haze incident. Third, the principle and manufacturing process of the special medicine must be disclosed. What do you think, First Master? Are they threatening Huaxia? Yin Feng calmly replied they. Chapter 61. This is the power of the people. Not worthy yet. Yin Feng said. He would not agree to any of these 3 demands. Chen's secretary was not surprised by Yun's strong stance. However, he said with concern, Yin, according to the engineering department's budget, to build 108 steel interconnected cities requires a large amount of steel, and now there is still a considerable shortfall. If we stop purchasing steel, it is likely that these 108 steel interconnected cities cannot be completed. No. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng said, Who says it can't be completed? Issue the order. Chen's secretary immediately stood up straight, his expression serious. To the whole country, purchase steel at 3 times the market price. We must not let the common people lose out. Yin Feng commanded. Yes. Chen's secretary responded immediately. He clearly did not expect Yun to issue such an order. And the other members of the Special Action Group were also somewhat surprised, doubting the feasibility of this approach in their hearts. How much steel could be found in the homes of the entire nation? Could it fill the enormous gap in steel supply? Soon, major online platforms, television, and media all announced Yun's order. Urgent notice. The state is requisitioning large amounts of steel at 3 times the market price. Citizens wishing to sell steel, please transport it to designated locations. As soon as this requisition order was issued, a wave of ridicule emerged from abroad. Oh my God, how much steel does China lack to actually requisition steel from its citizens? I bet not a single citizen will respond. What a laughable ancient Eastern country. We Western nations have joined forces to block China's steel procurement channels. They are helpless now. Haha, is this the foundation of your ancient Eastern country? I really don't understand why the ancient Eastern country wants to requisition so much steel. From my 20-plus years of experience in the field of economics, purchasing steel at 3 times the market price will only lead to the collapse of this country's economy. Many countries were watching China's joke. Meanwhile, in China, who is still online, everyone is busy looking for steel in their homes. Old sure, I heard the state is requisitioning steel, so I'm planning to sell the hoe that has been idle for many years, contributing to the country and recycling. I can make a little money. What money? Your hoe is all rusted. The reason your hoe has been idle is because the country has allowed us to live a more prosperous life, right? Now that the country needs steel, you still want money? I'm planning to give my tricycle to the country, not asking for a penny. Many common people, upon hearing that the country needed steel, directly contributed all their iron tools like hoes. In Zhaoying village, a farmer was leaving the village carrying a few locks. Old Gung, what are you carrying those locks for? The country needs steel, so I'm contributing a few locks from my home. It's a bit of help. Good idea. The security in our country is so good now, we don't need to worry about theft. I'll also take out the locks from my home. On a certain street. Virum. A large number of cars were heading to a warehouse for steel collection, each car flying bright flags. What are these cars doing? There are dozens of them. I heard the owner of a second-hand car dealership heard the country needs steel and is preparing to donate these dozens of second-hand cars to the country, doing their part. What patriotism! This owner loves the country so much. There must be nothing wrong with the second-hand cars they sell, right? Don't worry. The second-hand cars have no middlemen profiting from the price difference. They are not only cheap, but also of good quality. In a certain restaurant, bang, bang. The sound of smashing things attracted many onlookers. Boss, what are you smashing? Are you not doing business anymore? Or are you renovating? Doing business. How can I not do business? Isn't the country lacking steel? I'm planning to cancel the dish iron pot stewed goose and donate the iron pot to the country. Let the motherland feel our deep patriotic heart. Good job, boss. Just for this, I will have lunch at your place today. Across the country, a wave of steel donations surged. In just an hour, the designated warehouses for steel collection were filled with steel. At the same time, countless citizens continuously transported steel they had on hand. Moreover, these citizens all asked for no money. Their patriotism was fully expressed at this moment. 2 hours later, report. Yin. Enough. The raw materials are sufficient. The power of the common people is too strong. From the issuance of the order until now, only 2 hours have passed, and the raw materials for producing high-purity steel are already sufficient. The news quickly reached Feng's ears. The surrounding members of the highest action group were all shocked. What kind of power was driving the common people? Such a massive steel procurement task had left them all helpless and anxious, yet it was actually completed by the common people in such a short time. Everyone's gaze towards Feng grew more admiring and respectful. Only Yun understood the common people the best. Only Yun understood China the best. Feng was reviewing various documents, and upon hearing this matter, he merely nodded without looking up or stopping his work. This is the common people of China. Many people do not even realize how patriotic they truly are. Perhaps, usually, they are selfish, but who doesn't have selfishness? It's not wrong to be a little selfish for the sake of life. However, they are selfless towards their motherland. Moreover, Chin's secretary continued to speak, his eyes surprisingly moist. The members of the highest action group frowned upon seeing this scene and asked, Chin's secretary, what happened? Is the national finances tight? Did something go wrong during the steel requisition? Hearing this, Feng also paused, looking at Chin's secretary with curiosity, then pondered for a moment before speaking. Is it that the common people didn't ask for money? Everyone was stunned. Yes. Chin's secretary, a big man, could not suppress the emotions surging within him at this moment, tears shimmering in his eyes. The others also shed tears in that instant. To accomplish such a magnificent feat requires a deep love for the motherland from the people of China. At this moment, they felt that love. Feng slowly stood up, walked to the window, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed at the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland. He seemed to see countless common people eagerly contributing the ironware from their homes. The north wind howled, yet it could not cool the fiery heart in his chest. He slowly raised his right arm, giving a perfectly standard military salute, and said, No one should underestimate the people of China. Chin's secretary and others also saluted. Chapter 62. The Light of Huaxia. Fishermen under attack, January 23, 2041. Make every effort to refine the light of Huaxia. Let those foreigners see our advanced steel technology. Everyone, let's work harder. This steel represents the will of the people. We must create the best steel. Otherwise, how can we repay the people's support? Feng entered the largest steel factory in the country for inspection. Watching the steel workers working passionately and listening to their encouraging shouts, he couldn't help but nod. Commander Yun, currently our factory has produced 600 million tons of light of Huaxia, all crafted according to the highest standards you set, the factory director reported respectfully. 600 million tons? Feng said, not enough. We must accelerate our progress. Strive to reach a stockpile of 1 billion tons of light of Huaxia before the new year. You must know that building a city entirely with steel requires an enormous amount of steel. The factory director hesitated for a moment. What's the matter? Are there difficulties? Feng asked. Commander Yun, with the new year approaching, most workers are feeling homesick, and to increase the output of light of Huaxia 1 billion tons in such a short time requires the workers to work overtime. The factory director said, looking somewhat troubled. I'm afraid. With only 8 days left until New Year's Eve on January 31st, it is almost impossible to forge 400 million tons of light of Huaxia in this time. Feng nodded. If there are difficulties, then let's solve them. Workers' wages will be increased 5-fold. The government will cover this expense. All laid-off workers will be rehired. After a brief contemplation, he continued, in short, no matter what methods are used, the output of light of Huaxia must reach 1 billion tons before the new year. Yes. The factory director's expression grew serious, gritting his teeth and nodding. We will definitely complete the task. Then, Feng looked at Secretary Chen and ordered. The current task is light of Huaxia. The construction of the steel, interconnected city cannot be delayed for a moment. Secretary Chen, you will personally oversee the progress of light of Huaxia. By the new year, the total output of light of Huaxia nationwide must reach 10 billion tons. Yes, Commander Yun, Secretary Chen solemnly agreed, because he knew very well. The first step of the Godslayer plan is to build the steel, interconnected city. The importance of this matter is evident. Since the establishment of the highest action group of Huaxia, steel has been collected to forge the machinery for refining light of Huaxia, and workers from various factories have been familiarizing themselves with the entire process. All preparations have been progressing in an orderly manner. Now that we are at a critical stage, how can we afford to be careless? Feng nodded and remained silent. He had been reincarnated for over a month now, and there were less than 3 months until the catastrophic earthquake that would change the fate of people around the world. The tectonic plates are moving faster. Ancient beasts are starting to emerge from the ground. In such an urgent situation, how can there be any delays? After the new year, the construction of the steel, interconnected city must commence. Feng thought to himself. Soon after, Feng and his group left the steel factory, preparing to return to Kyoto. At that moment, Commander Yun, a large number of toxic dead fish have suddenly appeared in the waters off YC City. But they have already been repelled by our forces, Secretary Chen reported the latest news. Feng was not surprised. Since the outbreak of the third mysterious smog event, a large number of toxic dead fish had appeared, attacking marine life and occasionally coming ashore to attack humans. Fortunately, he had timely sealed off the coastline, which prevented casualties from escalating. 30 minutes later, Commander Yun, latest news. Several fishermen are trapped on an unnamed island in the YC City waters. They are suspected of secretly going out to sea to fish, and the military is currently dispatching helicopters for rescue, Secretary Chen said, his tone tense. These fishermen, for the sake of their livelihood, do they not even care for their lives? Hasn't the government already broadcast the third mysterious smog event? Don't they know? There are always those who take chances. Feng frowned and then spoke. Keep a close watch on this matter, and if anything happens, inform me immediately. Yes. Secretary Chen nodded in agreement. Next, Commander Yun, the Special Operations Forces have landed on the unnamed island. However, they have not found those fishermen. The Special Forces are preparing to explore the interior of the island for rescue. Commander Yun, the Special Forces have suddenly come under attack, suspected to be toxic dead fish. Commander Yun, The special forces have found the fishermen. They're on their way back. Commander Yun. Not good. At a certain moment, Secretary Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he reported the special forces have suddenly lost contact. And the helicopter has also been attacked and cannot take off. The special forces personnel on the helicopter are requesting assistance. What? Hearing this, Yun Feng frowned and decisively said, "Notify Wan Jun and the others, and we will head to the unnamed island. Carry out the rescue mission." Yes. Secretary Chen nodded and immediately went to handle it. On the other side, Yin Chidwa had regained her freedom, but in response to the government's call. She did not go home for the holiday, but instead threw herself into the intense medical work. Yin Chidwa, Li Nian, you are to immediately accompany Director Liu to YC City, where 6 fishermen have gone out to sea without permission and are under attack by toxic dead fish. They are likely to be seriously injured. Bring 6 doses of the special medicine. Suddenly, the order was given. Yes, yes. Yin Chidwa and Li Nian immediately agreed without hesitation and quickly followed Director Liu to leave. More toxic dead fish. Yun Kaduo sight. Are these fishermen not afraid for their lives? Remembering the toxic dead fish she had seen before, she couldn't help but frown, a hint of caution appearing in her eyes. However, she was not afraid. I wonder if I can keep one of the toxic dead fish this time for dissection and research? Li Nian murmurat. Can you not mention dissection? Yin Chidwa rolled her eyes and then suddenly grabbed Li Nian's soft chest, saying so soft, "How about you marry me?" What are you doing? Yin Chidwa, you rogue. Li Nian immediately crossed her arms over her chest and warily glared at Yin Chidwa, her pretty face flushed and shy. Nearby, a male doctor named Chui Tao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but blink, feeling inexplicably dry in his throat, and then discreetly squeezed his legs together. Chapter 63. Moonstick Ear Knife, Rapid Rescue Buzz. Buzz. Yin Feng and the others quickly arrived above the unnamed island in order to complete the rescue. Besides Su Wan Jun and others, there were also several other special forces teams participating in this operation, totaling 54 people. 8 helicopters. Moreover, reinforcements were continuously arriving. Clearly, this matter was of great importance. Not only did they need to rescue the fishermen and the missing special forces, but they also had to be prepared to deal with the poison corpses. These poison corpses represented the special antidote. Not a single one could be spared. This unnamed island was not large, but it was lush with vegetation and had rolling hills. It seemed they were going to engage in jungle warfare. Old Joe glanced at the unnamed island below, his brow slightly furrowed. The situation was probably more complicated than imagined. First, head to the location of the helicopter that was attacked by the poison corpses. Yin Feng quickly commanded, "Buzz, buzz." The helicopter fleet continued forward and soon reached their destination. This was an open area not far from the sea and a distance from the mountains and forests, where a helicopter was being attacked by a group of poison corpses. At this moment, the attacked helicopter's fuselage was completely destroyed, the rotor blades bitten to pieces, and 4 soldiers were desperately resisting. Da-da-da. Bang. A large number of bullets poured out, and, from time to time, high-explosive grenades and other highly lethal weapons exploded, slowing down the attack speed of these poison corpses while also heavily injuring them. However, even after being bombed, these poison corpses were heavily wounded but not dead. They would still seize the opportunity to attack. These hot weapons could only intimidate and buy time. Poison corpses. Yin Feng's pupils constricted as he immediately recognized the enemy. Why were these poison corpses appearing here? Didn't our country's coastal area already experience 2 mysterious haze incidents? And weren't all the poison corpses dealt with? Old Joe frowned and asked, why bother about that? The Lynx had already lost control and was directly standing behind the Gatling gun, preparing to pull the trigger. Commander Yun, save our brothers. Let's move. Yin Feng nodded and issued orders without any hesitation. Bang! Bang! Immediately, a large number of bullets poured down from the sky. These bullets were specially made for hunting poison corpses. They had just been successfully developed. At this moment, they were just right for use against these poison corpses. Yin Feng and the others, from their high vantage point, easily attacked the back of these poisoned corpses' heads. The sounds of flesh being pierced instantly echoed. Roar! Roar! In an instant, more than 20 poison corpses were killed. Over 20 more scattered and fled, no longer caring to continue the attack. However, thinking of running after shooting? Do you think you beasts can escape? The lynx crazily pulled the trigger. Buzz! Buzz! The helicopter fleet also kept moving, continually pursuing these poison corpses. Pooh! Pooh! The entire battlefield was a one-sided slaughter. These 3-meter-long poison corpses posed a great threat to humans. Yet now they were being killed and fleeing in all directions. Don't let them escape into the sea. Feng saw the last 2 poison corpses about to leap into the sea and immediately called out a warning. Bang! Su Wanjun, who had not yet acted, immediately picked up a specially made heavy sniper rifle and aimed to shoot. The entire set of actions was extremely fluid, skillful. Pooh! In the next moment, one poisoned corpse trembled and lost its life, sliding several meters on the ground before coming to a stop due to its massive inertia. Whoosh! The last poisoned corpse leaped high, about to jump into the sea. Bang! Then, the gunfire rang out again. Following that, Su Wanjun confidently lowered her rifle. Pooh! The airborne poisoned corpse was accurately hit in the back of its head, then fell into the sea and subsequently floated back up. Dead. Let us descend. Immediately, Feng, worried about any further problems, directly issued the order. Rescue. Whoosh. Whoosh. Next, Su Wanjun and the others quickly landed. Secretary Chun, you stay in the helicopter. Continue to circle in the air. Search for trapped personnel. Feng commanded. Yes. Secretary Chun nodded without any hesitation. Although he was also a military person and had undergone very strict training, he knew that compared to those special forces, his combat ability was still lacking too much. He wouldn't try to show off, but instead chose to maximize his usefulness. Whoosh! Feng then also arrived on the ground. Commander Yin. The 4 trapped soldiers immediately saluted Feng respectfully, standing straight. Feng nodded and said, "You have just experienced a bloody battle. Go wait in the helicopter." Commander Yin. Upon hearing this, the youngest soldier immediately spoke. "We are fine. Those beasts did not hurt us. We still have strength. We want to personally participate in the battle and rescue our comrades. Fight! Fight! Fight!" The other 3 soldiers also loudly shouted. Good. Feng paused, looking at these 4 fearless soldiers, and immediately said, "In that case, you will follow the main force to participate in the rescue." Yes. Instantly, the 4 soldiers' expressions brightened, gripping their guns tightly and standing straight. Get them new guns. Then execute the rescue according to the original plan. Feng issued the order. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. Immediately, a group of special forces split into 8 teams and quickly infiltrated the mountains and forests. The 4 soldiers were also separated and assigned to different small teams to assist in combat. Among them, the youngest soldier was in the combat team with Feng and the others. Kid, what is your name? What are you good at? Before entering the forest, the lynx asked. Guanbo. Good at. Using a knife? Guanbo replied. Oh, with your small build, can you handle close combat? Upon hearing this, the lynx raised an eyebrow, looking at Guanbo with some doubt, and asked, Moonstick your knife all your life. How long have you been in the army? Feng was also somewhat surprised. He clearly hadn't expected Guanbo to be skilled with a knife. Can you handle a knife? Instantly, Guanbo, feeling a bit indignant, drew the tang knife from his back and said, Big guy, who do you look down on? I've been playing with knives since I was a child. It's been 13 years. Do you want to spar with me? Oh, if you want to spar, let us do it. Whoever backs down is a grandson. The lynx immediately got angry and swiftly drew his long knife from his waist. However, the next moment, feeling Su Wanjun's gaze, the lynx awkwardly sheathed his long knife and then said, I'm not backing down. It's just not the right time. After this operation, we'll have a good match. Good. Guanbo immediately replied. Guanbo, you protect Commander Yin. Su Wanjun immediately ordered. She, the lynx, Lao Zhou, and Lao, they were originally a small team, working together seamlessly. Guanbo's involvement would only disrupt their harmony, so the best arrangement was to have him protect Feng. Yes. Guanbo replied again, holding the tang knife in one hand, his body slightly lowering its center of gravity, with the tip of the knife pointing down and the blade facing inward. Seeing this, Yin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This stance allows for a quick draw. This is someone with skills. Chapter 64. Dinosaur Revival. Master of Swordsmanship. When a master of swordsmanship makes a move, one can tell immediately if they are genuine or just for show. Yin Feng's eyes flashed with anticipation for Guanbo's performance. In his previous life, he wore a tang knife on his waist, guarding the country's gates and slaying hundreds of thousands of enemies, causing ancient fierce beasts to tremble in fear. He had already mastered the art of swordsmanship to perfection, being a true master of the blade. Whoosh, whoosh. As they delved deeper into the forest, the surroundings grew increasingly quiet. Not knowing where the fishermen and missing special forces were, the 8 small teams split up to search, and the distances between them began to widen. Yin Feng and the others became increasingly cautious, communicating solely through gestures. But they needed to create constant noise in an attempt to let those who were missing hear them. However, at the same time, they would also be heard by the surrounding poisonous corpses. Tat tat tat, bang. At one moment, a battle suddenly broke out not far away. Although it was quite distant, everyone could still feel the ferocity of the fighting. Buzz, buzz. 2 helicopters rushed in, providing fire support from above. It seemed that the number of poisonous corpses on this nameless island was far greater than they had imagined. Su Wanjun spoke up. Yes. Yin Feng nodded and said, anything can happen in the ocean. The ocean is much larger, and the number of mysterious haze events that erupt is even more. Furthermore, since the ocean's inception, countless corpses have accumulated, leading to a greater number of poisonous corpses appearing. Hearing this, the nearby lynx asked Commander Yin, are you saying that if the bones of ancient creatures are covered by mysterious haze, they might also revive? Exactly. Yin Feng nodded. But the probability is very small. Everyone was astonished. Could it be that dinosaurs might still have a chance to revive? Lynx asked incredulously. Indeed. Yin Feng nodded again, lost in thought, and said, the 4th mysterious haze event will bring about large poisonous corpses, and even some extinct creatures may reappear in the world. When a 5th mysterious haze event erupts, roar, roar. At that moment, angry roars echoed. Whoosh, whoosh. A large number of poisonous corpses surged from all directions, beginning to attack Yin Feng and the others. Be careful. Protect Commander Yin. Hold the advantageous terrain and wait for reinforcements. Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes narrowed as she saw so many poisonous corpses and immediately issued the command. Tot tot tot. Everyone opened fire. The battle erupted instantly. Poisonous corpse fish, poisonous corpse crocodiles, and other unidentified poisonous corpses, all originating from the sea. Yin Feng observed these crazed attacking poisonous corpses and determined that they had all crawled up from the ocean. On land, their combat power was indeed significantly weakened. Especially those fish that only existed in the ocean, their combat ability was sharply reduced. However, those amphibious marine creatures still retained their ferocity. Captain, there are too many poisonous corpses. It's difficult to take them down in direct combat. At the same time, looking at the approaching poisonous corpses, especially the poisonous corpse crocodiles that were unafraid of bullets, steel balls, and arrows, their formidable defense allowed them to act recklessly. Use high-explosive grenades. I've already contacted the helicopter for support. Su Wanjun glanced at the sky, wanting to see when the helicopter would arrive, only to suddenly spot a snake. See poisonous snake. It's also a poisonous corpse. Be careful. The next moment, she saw the poisonous corpse snake springing from a branch, lunging at Yin Feng. Its speed was like lightning. Puffed. However, faster than it was Guanbo's knife. The incredibly sharp tang knife instantly struck its 7-inch position, cleaving it in half. Whoosh! Yet, the poisonous corpse snake was not dead. It sprang up again, its fangs aiming for Yin Feng's ankle. Attack its back of the head. For living snakes, the 7-inch mark is the vital point. But for poisonous corpse snakes, like other poisonous corpses, the vital point is the back of the head. Yin Feng's voice rang out. Puffed. In the next moment, Guanbo's wrist flicked, The blade turned and accurately struck the back of the poisonous corpse snake's head. Dead. The poisonous corpse snake was finally killed. Seeing Guanbo handle the poisonous corpse snake so cleanly, Su Wanjun and the others couldn't help but raise their eyebrows in surprise. Clearly, they hadn't expected this seemingly young soldier to possess such strong combat power. Nice knife. Yin Feng nodded and then shifted his gaze to Guanbo's youthful face, saying, "Your swordsmanship is even better." He was certain that Guanbo was a skilled swordsman. Although he was still a bit short of being a master, his fundamentals were solid, and his angles and force when wielding the knife were quite methodical. He must have a family lineage of swordsmanship. In an instant, Yin Feng saw many things and confirmed that Guanbo was not lying, and his character was also commendable. "Commander Yin, you flatter me," Guanbo said humbly. "I just practiced more and became more familiar with the knife." Yin Feng nodded, noting his modesty yet strong confidence. He's a good seedling. If he unlocks his genetic lock later and his talent level increases, then his future achievements will be limitless. Get down. At that moment, Su Wanjun's voice suddenly rang out. Then Yin Feng was knocked to the ground by Su Wanjun, and the others quickly lay down. Bang! Bang! In the next instant, a series of explosions erupted around them. Puffed! Puffed! The explosions instantly toppled all the poisonous corpses to the ground, and the fragments of metal, propelled by the terrifying energy of the explosion, pierced into the surrounding poisonous corpses with immense force. Roar! Roar! The wails were incessant. Some of the unfortunate poisonous corpses were shot in the back of the head and died on the spot. Kill! At that moment, Su Wanjun issued the command to attack again. Now is the best time to strike. Take their lives while they are weak. Whoosh! Old Zhou was the first to rush out, followed closely by Lynx and Old A, along with other special forces. They coordinated seamlessly, and even without Su Wanjun's command, they would rush out immediately. Puffed! Puffed! Immediately, Old Zhou and the others began their slaughter. Yin Feng looked at Guanbo, who was eager to fight beside him, and asked, "Do you want to battle too?" "Yes." Guanbo nodded vigorously. "Go ahead," Yin Feng said. "With Wanjun here, I won't be in any danger." "Yes." Guanbo's face lit up with joy, and then he turned and dashed out. A swordsman who has not seen blood is merely a swordsman. Seeing blood, Yin Feng said lightly, is when one might become a master of swordsmanship. Chapter 65. Accompanied by you in this life, Puff. Puff. Watching the battle unfold, Su Wanjun stood to the left of Yin Feng and spoke. "Commander Yun, the other small teams have all been attacked by a large number of poisonous corpses, and all 8 helicopters have gone to provide support. We can only rely on ourselves. Should we continue moving forward? If we do, it will be very difficult to get any support. There are civilians and our comrades inside. We will not retreat until we rescue them." Yin Feng said firmly. "Yes." Su Wanjun nodded. She could feel the significant change in Yin Feng. His gaze had softened a bit as she looked at him and asked, "Brother Feng, what did you go through in your last life to change so much?" "You will experience it soon." Yin Feng replied softly, "But in this life with you by my side, I will no longer walk alone in this world." "Kid, your knife skills are impressive." After killing the last poisonous corpse, Mountain Cat turned his gaze to Guanbo and said, "Your knife techniques are quite fierce." Guanbo stood with his knife sheathed and replied, I don't understand much about knife techniques. These skills were all honed on the battlefield." Mountain Cat laughed heartily, clearly exhilarated by the recent battle. "Continue moving forward." Su Wanjun's voice rang out, while the other Special Forces teams are creating a huge commotion, attracting most of the poisonous corpses. "We will try to rescue the trapped personnel." "Yes, yes." The group advanced once more. Su Wanjun was right. The other 7 Special Forces teams had indeed attracted most of the poisonous corpses, and as the group continued forward, they only encountered a few scattered poisonous corpses. They were not organized and naturally posed no threat to Su Wanjun and the others. Moreover, to avoid creating a loud commotion, everyone chose to use cold weapons. Whoosh! At one moment, a poisonous fish corpse suddenly sprang out from the bushes, lunging at Su Wanjun. Puff! Without a doubt, it was sliced in half by the military knife in Su Wanjun's hand. Then another short blade shot out, embedding itself in its rear skull. Pulling out the short blade, Su Wanjun continued to advance, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Everyone was cautious. On this deserted island, getting injured could easily lead to trouble, especially with so many poisonous fish corpses around. After about 10 minutes, the group had no idea how far they had advanced. They only knew they had completely penetrated the central area of the island. This batch of poisonous fish corpses should have cleared out all the insects and beasts on this deserted island, saving us a lot of trouble, Mountain Cat remarked. Commander Yun, the other 7 Special Forces teams have also resolved their battles and are currently advancing deeper into the island's central area in different directions, Su Wanjun reported. Yin Feng nodded, glanced at the sky, and said, "Speed up. We must rescue all the trapped personnel before dark. Every minute we delay increases the danger for those trapped." Bang! Just then, a loud explosion suddenly erupted not far away. Their movement. At this distance, at this position, it's not from the other 7 Special Forces teams. It's very likely the trapped personnel. Old Zhou quickly said, "Let's go take a look." Yun Feng swiftly dashed in that direction. The mountains were high and the forest dense here, creating a natural soundproof effect. Such a clear explosion sound meant they were definitely very close. Whoosh, whoosh. Mountain Cat and Su Wanjun led the way, while Old Zhou, and the other Special Forces spread out around Yin Feng. Guanbo continued to guard by Yin Feng's side, and everyone moved quickly. Help! Help! We'll fight back. Protect the civilians. Not a step back. Soon, they heard cries for help. It's the trapped personnel. Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes narrowed. It's my comrades. Guanbo also suddenly became agitated. Launch the signal flare. Initiate the rescue. Yun Feng quickly gave the command. Yes. Su Wanjun then released the signal flare and led everyone forward. At this moment, the trapped personnel were already in extreme danger. They were surrounded by dozens of poisonous corpses, completely out of ammunition and covered in wounds. Especially the soldiers, who were severely injured but showed no sign of retreat. Because behind them stood the civilians. Puff! A poisonous fish corpse seized the opportunity and bit into a soldier's stomach with incredible speed, easily breaking through. Then it tried to burrow into the soldier's abdomen. The soldier swung his short blade fiercely, stabbing it into the back of its skull without hesitation. But the excessive force caused his own wounds to tear further. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Just then, another poisonous fish corpse lunged out, and he had no time to think, gripping his military knife to continue fighting. He didn't even have time to care about the poisonous fish near his wounds. Bang! Bang! A poisonous crocodile used its immense strength to knock 2 Special Forces soldiers away, then opened its massive jaws to bite at the fisherman. The fisherman screamed and immediately scattered in all directions. Puff! At that moment, a long knife suddenly shot out, embedding itself in the back of the poisonous crocodile's skull. Whoosh! Don't be afraid. Everyone don't run. Su Wanjun strode forward, her military knife already gone, grasping a military dagger as she charged in. Mountain Cat followed closely behind. Puff! Bang! Soon, they rushed into the battlefield. Rescue them. Don't worry about me. Seeing this scene, Yin Feng immediately commanded. The fishermen were scattering and could easily be attacked by the surrounding poisonous corpses. They needed to quickly gather them together. Yes, Guanbo nodded, then quickly dashed towards the fleeing fishermen. Clang! Holding a powerful crossbow, Yin Feng also joined the battle. The number of poisonous corpses here was not high, and with Su Wanjun and the other strong combat abilities, their involvement quickly changed the tide of the battle. Of course, the poisonous corpses were also very strong. Thus, the battle could not be resolved in a very short time. Don't run. Come back. We are the reinforcements. Please trust us. Guanbo's appearance and reminder caused several fishermen to stop in their tracks. After all, soldiers could provide civilians with a strong sense of security. Stop running. Guanbo moved swiftly, catching up with more and more fishermen, causing them to halt. Be careful. However, just as he caught up with the last fisherman and prepared to bring him back, a poisonous crocodile suddenly sprang out from the side. Guanbo instinctively wanted to slash out, but the fisherman next to him, frightened, grabbed Guanbo's arm, preventing him from swinging his tang knife in time. Van Bostbubels suddenly contracted. Chapter 66. The Hero's Demise, Fighting the Giant Python Puffed. In the next moment, Guanbo tried his best to evade, but only managed to turn his body to dodge the fatal strike, resulting in his entire left arm being bitten through. Then, puffed. The venomous corpse crocodile suddenly closed its jaws, its immense biting force causing Guanbo to scream in pain. He nearly passed out from the pain, but still desperately pushed the fisherman beside him away, wanting to save him from danger. As for himself, his entire left arm had been bitten off, blood spraying everywhere. However, at that moment, he endured pain that would be unbearable for an ordinary person and fiercely swung the tang knife in his hand. It must be killed, or both of us will die. He was acutely aware of the dire situation and acted decisively and ruthlessly. The venomous corpse crocodile clearly did not expect this human to have the strength to counterattack. Caught off guard, it was struck in the head. Puffed. To everyone's surprise, the sharp tang knife actually penetrated the head of the venomous corpse crocodile, also shattering its rotting eyeball. Roar! The venomous corpse crocodile let out a shrill scream and then violently swung its tail, striking Guanbo hard. Bang! Guanbo was sent flying by the blow, crashing into a towering ancient tree, creating a heavy impact sound. Crack! His entire waist was broken, and he immediately felt a sweetness in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Such a severe injury made it impossible for him to persist, and his consciousness began to blur. Roar! The severely wounded venomous corpse crocodile angrily opened its massive jaws, ready to pounce on Guanbo again. At that moment, the fisherman, finally coming to his senses, screamed in terror. The venomous corpse crocodile abruptly turned its head to stare at him. Help! The fisherman hesitated not at all and turned to flee, ignoring Guanbo roar. Seeing this, the venomous corpse crocodile did not pursue the fisherman, but refocused its attention on Guanbo. This damned human had actually injured it. It must be killed. Whoosh! Immediately, its powerful limbs erupted with violent strength, and its massive body charged at Guanbo like a car. Roar! Its gaping maw was aimed at Guanbo's head this time. Just as it seemed the sharp teeth were closing in on Guanbo's head, suddenly, bang! A dull yet powerful gunshot rang out. A bullet shot into the back of the venomous corpse crocodile's head at 3 times the speed of sound. Puffed! The bullet, under immense kinetic energy, spun rapidly, wreaking havoc on its brain tissue, causing secondary damage. Bang! The dead venomous corpse crocodile slid across the ground due to inertia, stopping just in front of Guanbo. Phew! Seeing this, Feng let out a huge sigh of relief. Thankfully, the heavy sniper rifle that Su Wanjun had used before was being kept by him. Thankfully, in his previous life, he had been through countless battles and could handle any weapon. Thankfully, he had acted in time. Otherwise, Guanbo would undoubtedly be dead. With such a large venomous corpse crocodile, even if it only hit Guanbo's head, he would either die or be severely injured. Then, Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. No, he whispered, instinctively aiming again and pulling the trigger. Bang! The powerful recoil of the heavy sniper rifle violently pushed Feng's body. However, even though his movements were exceptionally skilled and swift, even though the sniper bullet traveled at 3 times the speed of sound, it was still too late. Gurgle! A massive python opened its gaping maw and swallowed Guanbo whole. This python had a peculiar shape, with a crown-like growth on its head, a gigantic body, and colorful scales covering its entire body. Its entire body was extremely rotten, except for those colorful scales, which showed no signs of decay. In the next moment, it was struck in the eye by the sniper bullet. The bullet penetrated, causing chaos within. Hiss! The massive python writhed in pain, crashing into the surrounding ancient trees, causing them to shake violently as if they might break at any moment. No! Seeing this, Feng frantically pulled the trigger, his killing intent palpable. The terrifying momentum around him surged forth, causing everyone to tremble under its pressure. Bang! Bang! One sniper bullet after another was fired, accurately hitting the python's crown-like growth and eye sockets. At the same time, Feng endured the powerful recoil of the heavy sniper rifle again and again. His body and internal organs were in searing pain, but he seemed oblivious, continuing to pull the trigger until he had exhausted all the bullets. Bang! Then, he threw the heavy sniper rifle to the ground and leaped forward. At this moment, he bravely left the team to fight the giant python alone. To rescue Guanbo. If this continued, Guanbo would have no chance of survival. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yun Feng held his military knife at a diagonal, exuding unparalleled might. Regaining control of the knife, his aura suddenly changed. He was no longer a commanding general, nor the peak guardian of China. He was just a soldier doing everything he could to save his comrade. Kill! At a certain moment, he roared and fiercely slashed at the giant python. Ding! Bang! The two sides clashed. The giant python was severely injured, its combat effectiveness drastically reduced, while Yin Feng, filled with overwhelming killing intent and fighting spirit, skillfully maneuvered, surprisingly gaining the upper hand in this battle. General Yun. Upon seeing this, Su Wanjun and the others changed their expressions and hastened their attacks. Quickly end the battle. Protect General Yun. Su Wanjun shouted, her attacks becoming extremely fierce. Kill. Uft. Uft. The lynx was even more ferocious, directly opting to trade injuries, ignoring the horrific wound on its right leg where a large chunk of flesh had been torn away, and fiercely stabbed its military knife into the back of the venomous corpse crocodile's head. Old Joe and the other Special Forces soldiers also fought with extraordinary determination. The battlefield quickly became incandescent. Phew, that scared me to death. Meanwhile, the fisherman saved by Guanbo gasped for air. Having escaped to the side of a few companions, looking nervously at Yin Feng, who was fighting the giant python alone, and said, "Thankfully I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have nearly died." Zhou Fan, it's not that you ran fast, but that the soldier who was swallowed by the giant python saved you, one companion remarked. Humph. Hearing this, the fisherman snorted coldly and said, I didn't ask him to save me. You, how can you say that? If it weren't for these soldiers, we would have died long ago. How could we still be alive now? Exactly. Zhou Fan, since you returned from the big city, why do you seem like a different person? Ungrateful guy. The surrounding fisherman frowned, looking at Zhou Fan with discontent. As a soldier, you should protect your home and defend the safety of our citizens. Zhou Fan paid no attention to his companion's opinions and said matter-of-factly, I pay so much tax every month. It's their job to protect me. Well, he deserved to die. He was just showing off without the ability. Chapter 67. There's a snake inside him. You heartless guy. From now on, don't tell anyone that I know you. Damn it. The surrounding fishermen cursed directly and completely distanced themselves from Zhou Fan. TCH. A bunch of useless things. Zhou Fan didn't care at all what these people thought. He leaned against a towering ancient tree to rest, his gaze fixed on Yun Feng. Why does this guy look so familiar? Is he the one who hit Peter at the airport before? It's best if he dies here too. If it weren't for this guy, I would have lost my job. He harbored malicious thoughts. After years of licking boots to climb up to the position of general manager, using all means and exhausting his finances, what happened? He was directly knocked back to his original state. Moreover, because of the E-Star Group leaking user privacy, he was blacklisted by various companies and could no longer be hired. With no other choice, he had to return home and rest for a while. He had heard that some people like to fight fish and secretly spent a lot of money buying poisonous corpse fish. To make big money, he encouraged these villagers to go out to sea. Unexpectedly, he encountered this situation. He almost lost his life. What bad luck. It's all your fault. Damn it. Godi. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, watching Yin Feng become more and more courageous. And he couldn't help but curse him fiercely in his heart. At that moment, Yin Feng finally found the opportunity to stab the military knife into the giant python's eye socket. Bang! However, the giant python did not die. Instead, it slammed into Yin Feng, who had his arms crossed. With a muffled groan, Yin Feng instantly suffered serious injuries. After all, he was just an ordinary person now, and his defense was too weak. Go, Python. Swallow him. Zhou Fan clenched his fists tightly, hoping the python could win. Beast. At this moment, Yin Feng completely disregarded his injuries enduring the fiery pain in his arms, picked up the tang knife that Guanbo had dropped on the ground, then turned the blade fiercely and charged at the python again. Ping! Then, the sharp blade easily cut through the scales on the back of the giant python's head. Huh, so sharp. Yin Feng was taken aback, clearly not expecting this tang knife to be so extraordinarily sharp. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he swung the long knife again. Whoosh! The giant python felt pain and sensed death, frightened and fled without any hesitation. Trying to run? Yin Feng pursued relentlessly, jumping up in front of everyone, holding the knife in both hands and fiercely stabbing it into the giant python's body, then was taken away by the giant python. Yin Shuai, seeing this, Su Wanjun and the others' expressions changed again. Whoosh! Su Wanjun didn't take care and turned to rush over. Whoosh! Old Zhou followed closely, shouting, "Mountain Cat, old A. This is up to you. Don't worry. Hurry and save Yin Shuai." Mountain Cat roared. "Get the hell out of my way." He was completely mad with rage. He must die. The situation on the battlefield changed too quickly. By the time Zhou Fan reacted, Yin Feng had already been taken away by the giant python, and he could only utter malicious words. Hiss! At that moment, he suddenly heard a voice, his pupils instantly enlarged, and his body stiffened, slowly turning his head. Then, help! He saw a sea snake, its body rotting beyond recognition, now staring at him with hollow eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, the sea snake suddenly lunged out, directly drilling into his open mouth. Ugh! Help me! Zhou Fan grabbed the sea snake's body, using all his strength, desperately trying to pull the sea snake out of his body. However, how could his strength compare to that of the poisonous corpse? He shouted for help, but found that his companions around didn't rush over immediately. You all. Zhou Fan wanted to say something, but his throat was completely blocked by the sea snake. He could clearly feel the sea snake drilling down his throat into his stomach. Then, whoosh! He watched helplessly as the sea snake's body completely disappeared into his body. Then, a large amount of blood gushed out from his mouth. The sea snake was frantically biting and destroying inside him. He felt excruciating pain, rolling on the ground, his face full of despair, his hands desperately clawing at his throat. But to no avail. Bang! After twitching a few more times, Zhou Fan's consciousness began to blur. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? At that moment, Mountain Cat killed another poisonous corpse and rushed over, wanting to rescue Zhou Fan. Help! Me! Gurgle. Zhou Fan grabbed Mountain Cat's arm, as if it were a lifeline, shouting with all his might. Be careful, soldier. There's a snake inside him. It's a poisonous corpse. One of the fishermen immediately warned. What? Mountain Cat's pupils contracted. The next moment, whoosh! The poisonous corpse snake suddenly lunged out from Zhou Fan's mouth, baring its fangs and attacking Mountain Cat's throat. Once bitten, Mountain Cat would undoubtedly die. Mountain Cat instinctively tried to dodge, but was firmly held back by Zhou Fan, momentarily slow to react. Just as the poisonous corpse snake was about to bite Mountain Cat's throat, it suddenly stalled. Its speed suddenly slowed down. It was entangled by the blood vessels and intestines inside Zhou Fan's body. Mountain Cat came back to his senses, grabbed the poisonous corpse snake, then drew a newly developed desert eagle from his waist. Bang! A beautiful muzzle flame appeared along with a huge gunshot. The next moment, the entire head of the poisonous corpse snake was blown apart. At such close range, the improved desert eagle easily blew up the head of the poisonous corpse snake. Disgusting thing, Mountain Cat cursed, then hurriedly looked at Zhou Fan, asking, How are you? Gurgle. Zhou Fan's body twitched twice, his face filled with fear and unwillingness. Then he opened his eyes and died. Puff, puff. On the other side, Yin Feng exerted force with his feet, leaving a long mark on the ground, gripping the tang knife tightly without letting go. In just a few seconds, the sharp blade of the tang knife left a wound over 1/2 meter long on the giant python. The speed of the giant python finally slowed down. Obviously, the consecutive injuries severely affected its speed. Yin Feng would not let such an opportunity pass. Suddenly pulling out the tang knife and fiercely chopping at the back of the giant python's head. Puffed. This knife struck the same spot. The scales at this location had already been severed by Feng. Therefore, this knife directly plunged into the back of the giant python's head. Bang! The giant python collapsed helplessly and did not rise again. Puffed, puffed. However, Feng's assault did not stop. He continued to wildly swing the tang knife, his expression growing more serious, showing no signs of relaxation despite the victory in battle. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Chapter 68. Squad Leader, is my salute standardized? Puff, puff. By the time Su Wanjun and Old Zhou arrived, Feng had already turned the giant python's head into mush. Seeing this scene, both Su Wanjun and Old Zhou furrowed their brows, not understanding why Feng had such a deep hatred for this giant python. Guanbo was swallowed by it. Act now. Save him. Feng shouted loudly. Hurry. What? Upon hearing this, Su Wanjun and Old Zhou's expressions changed dramatically, and without hesitation. They swung their military knives and began to dig away the flesh and blood from the python's head to search for Guanbo. Minutes later, they saw Guanbo's feet. But Guanbo's feet had already been corroded beyond recognition. No, he must be fine. Feng's body trembled, and he frantically waved his tang knife. Continuing to dig, Su Wanjun and Old Zhou also wore extremely serious expressions, showing no hesitation. However, they knew that the hope for Guanbo's survival was slim. Soon, the three of them worked together to rescue Guanbo. However, at this moment, Guanbo's body was severely corroded, no longer resembling a human. His right arm was protecting the sides of his head, resulting in less corrosion in that area, while his right arm was barely visible with white bones. Secretary Chun, immediately. Come quickly. Save him. Save him. Feng directly pressed the earpiece and shouted. He remained calm, but his emotions were in turmoil. Yes. Secretary Chun clearly sensed Feng's urgency and dared not hesitate. He hurriedly urged the helicopter to approach Feng's location. Feng, believe. At that moment, Guanbo, fully aware of his condition, exerted all his strength to speak. Believe? Feng was taken aback, then quickly found a severely corroded letter in Guanbo's helmet. If it weren't for Guanbo's helmet, this letter would have likely been completely corroded by now. And at this moment, Feng quickly took off his outer garment and wiped away the corrosive slime around the letter, managing to preserve part of it. Unfortunately, it was only a small portion. He could vaguely see 5 characters, Dear Mom. The rest was illegible. Clenching his fists, Feng suppressed the sadness in his heart and looked at Guanbo, saying, Rest assured, Guanbo, I will deliver this letter intact to your mother. Upon hearing this, Guanbo smiled. However, the flesh on his face was still being corroded, and the wounds continued to expand. Even a slight movement of his facial muscles would tug at the wounds. It seemed to be extremely painful, making his smile appear strained. Creak. Seeing this, Old Zhou averted his gaze, unable to watch Guanbo any longer, but his fists, due to excessive force, made cracking sounds, revealing his current emotions. Suban Hun, on the other hand, stared fixedly at Guanbo. Although she had witnessed the loss of comrades before, this situation still caused her strong heart to waver. Military songs should sing of the great knives, vowing to eliminate the barbaric enemies at the Jade Pass, only knowing to die for the country on the battlefield. Why must one be wrapped in horse leather upon death? Suddenly, a weak voice rang out, with imprecise pronunciation, yet it conveyed immense strength. Guanbo, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, recited a poem, then looked at Feng. Commander, in this life, I do not regret joining China. In the next life, I will still be a Chinese. With his last bit of strength before dying, he struggled to salute then. He seemed to return to the time he first entered the army, learning how to salute. Back then, he was always scolded by the squad leader because his salute was never quite standard. This time, squad leader, is my salute standardized? He closed his eyes. Silence. Lying flat on the ground, even in death, he maintained the posture of saluting. Su Wanjun stared intently at Guanbo, her body slightly trembling. Then suddenly he turned around and charged towards the poisonous corpse that reappeared not far away. Fight! 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 Old Zhou gritted his teeth, a solid man of 7 feet. Yet tears streamed down his face at this moment. Swish! Yun Feng suddenly calmed down, slowly stood up, stabbed the tang knife into the ground, then returned a salute, saying, "Order! Kill all the poisonous corpses here. Leave none alive." "Yes," Old Zhou replied loudly. Buzz! Buzz! The helicopter carrying Secretary Chun finally arrived, just in time to see Old A and others kill the last poisonous corpse. Whoosh! Whoosh! Secretary Chun and the others quickly descended from the helicopter, then scanned the surroundings, seeing the Bobcat, Old A, and other special forces, as well as those fishermen, but they did not see Commander Yun, Su Wanjun, and Old Zhou, and immediately asked with concern, "Where is Commander Yun?" Before Bobcat and the others could answer, everyone saw 3 figures slowly walking out of the dense forest. Yun Feng led the way, wielding the tang knife, carrying Guanbo. Old Zhou dragged the giant python's corpse that had been nearly chopped into mush. Su Wanjun dragged a large poisonous crocodile. This scene greatly impacted everyone. Swish! Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to Guanbo, a corpse still maintaining the posture of a salute. Then their expressions changed. "Commander Yun," Secretary Chun hesitated to speak. "Guanbo! Guanbo! No!" Guanbo's comrades all broke down emotionally. The fishermen were silent and filled with guilt. "Secretary Chun, please send the hero home." Under everyone's gaze, Yin Feng walked step by step towards Secretary Chun, then spoke, "Commander, what about you?" Secretary Chun took Guanbo's body. "Me? I want to use Guanbo's knife." Yin Feng felt the blood in his body start to boil, and the fighting spirit began to gather. It had been a long time since he had fought with all his might. Since his rebirth, he had been busy with various matters, using his memories from his past life to help the country actively respond to the disasters that had come and were about to come. Due to his own combat power issues, he had always been protected. Every battle had him restrained. This time, eliminate all the poisonous corpses on the entire island. As his voice fell, "Kill! Kill!" The surroundings erupted with furious roars. Puff! Puff! Ping! Bang! The battle ignited once more. This time, it was not to save people, but to kill the enemy. The soldiers wielded steel knives, killing freely, while the helicopter fired continuously, sweeping the poisonous corpses on the island. This massacre had just begun. An hour later, the battle ended. All the poisonous corpses on the island were killed. Not a single one survived. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a large number of poisonous fish suddenly appeared around unnamed island. "Commander Yun, the commotion here is too loud, attracting all the poisonous fish from the surrounding sea," Secretary Chun reported. Yin Feng said nothing, standing high and quietly gazing at the swarm of poisonous corpses, the tang knife standing beside him. Su Wanjun, Secretary Chun, and others stood with their knives. At a certain moment, Chapter 69, bombarding Nameless Island. Retreat to the helicopter. Yin Feng calmly issued the order. At the same time, prepare the major fleets for an attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, 8 helicopters dropped down rope ladders woven with soft ropes. Everyone began to evacuate. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the last special forces soldier left, the poisonous corpses finally lunged forward. Unfortunately, they could only leap into emptiness. What awaited them would be the baptism of endless artillery fire. At this moment, darkness fell. Yin Feng and the others could only rely on the faint light to vaguely see countless poisonous corpses on Nameless Island howling at the sky. Many of them, even leaping with all their might, try to launch an attack on them. "A bunch of damned creatures," the Bobcat cursed angrily. "Commander Yin, give the order. Blow these motherless things to pieces." "Commander Yin, give the order. Commander Yin, give the order." The surrounding Special Forces soldiers spoke up one after another. "Commander Yun, all fleets are ready." Secretary Chin's voice also rang out. "Relay the order. Bombard Nameless Island. Kill all the poisonous corpses here. Not a single one left." "Yes." Secretary Chun immediately nodded, then contacted each captain. Bang! Bang! The next moment, endless shells shot in from all directions towards Nameless Island, landing in various corners. Suddenly, boom! Boom! Every corner of Nameless Island was crazily bombarded by thousands of shells. In an instant, the entire Nameless Island was illuminated. Roar! Roar! Immediately after, everyone witnessed the scene of various marine creatures on Nameless Island being bombarded. They emitted shrill cries, scattering in panic, utterly disheveled and desperate. However, no one showed any pity, because these were all poisonous corpses. Damn! Commander Yun, can this artillery fire kill them? The bobcat immediately looked at Yin Feng and asked, "Do we need the brothers to give them a finishing blow?" "No need." Yin Feng calmly looked at the scene of endless artillery fire below and said, "The strength of poisonous corpses is formidable. Their weakness is at the back of their heads. But before absolute power, they will still be killed. If their heads are blown off, is there still a chance to survive?" Buzz, buzz. At this moment, hundreds of fighter jets took off from the fleets surrounding Nameless Island. Next, they were going to carry out the second round of sweeping fire. After the first round of bombardment, less than 1% of the poisonous corpses on Nameless Island were still alive. Rocks shattered, trees fell. And even those poisonous corpses that survived were heavily injured. Their combat power drastically reduced. Pat-a-tat, pat-a-tat. After the fighter jets swept over, a large number of Navy personnel landed and began the third round of slaughter. They were to kill all the last surviving poisonous corpses. They must strictly follow Commander Yun's order. Not a single one left. "Commander Yun, isn't this a bit wasteful? They've been blown to pieces. How can we produce the special effect medicine?" Secretary Chen asked. "Make as much as we can. No need to force it. As long as I'm here." Huaxiao 1T lacks special effect medicine. Yun Feng calmly issued the order, "Retreat." Buzz, buzz. Immediately, the aircraft returned inland. On the other side, Yin Chidua and Lin Yinyin were doing their best to treat the fishermen. After finally finishing their busy work, they were just about to take a break. Buzz, buzz. They then saw 8 helicopters flying in again. "Prepare. There are many injured on the helicopters. Urgent medical attention needed." At that moment, Director Liu from the hospital shouted. Yin Chidua and Lin Yinyin immediately tensed up, forcibly overcoming their fatigue. "Yin Chidua, if you're tired, I can help you with your work. I'm not tired yet." Just then, Chui Tao's voice rang in Yin Chidua's ear. "You?" Hearing this, Yin Chidua shook her head without hesitation. "Thank you for your kindness, but are you helping me or harming me?" "Huh? How could I harm you? I just think you're too tired, so I want to help you share some of it." Chui Tao hurriedly explained. "Girls don't have the stamina like us boys, right? If Director Liu finds out I'm slacking off, a 1T even graduate." Yin Chidua said, "You still say you're not harming me?" "I." Chui Tao was momentarily at a loss. Just then, the helicopter landed, and the sound of the huge rotor blades drowned out all surrounding noises. "Hurry! Save people!" Director Liu immediately shouted, rushing towards the helicopter. Following that, those comrades who had fought to the end and had only received simple bandaging, including Guanbo and the Bobcat, were all treated. At this moment, they didn't even have the strength to stand and needed help from others. "Yin Feng, how's he here too?" Yin Chidua, sharp-eyed, instantly spotted Yin Feng in the crowd and dashed over without a second thought. "Yin Feng, but didn't he go fishing secretly, did you?" "Huh, you really have some guts. Do you believe I'll tell Dad?" Although her words were full of reproach, her pretty face was filled with urgency as she actively supported Yin Feng. Yin Feng clearly didn't expect to meet Yin Chidua here. He was stunned for a moment and was about to speak when a voice came from the side. "Let me help him." Saying this, Chui Tao stepped forward. He saw Yin Chidua, without any reservations, having physical contact with a man and felt very uncomfortable, especially seeing the figure he had longed for being seriously deformed by the man in front of him. He was even more inexplicably angry. He wished he could throw the man in front of him into the sea to feed the fish. Hearing this, Yin Feng frowned slightly, coldly glanced at Chui Tao, and said, "I'm not injured. I don't need help." His mood was quite bad at that moment. He had no time to compete with these young boys for jealousy. Clap. Chui Tao was startled and took a step back, immediately filled with shame and anger. He was actually scared into retreat by a single glance from the other party, especially in front of the woman he liked. How embarrassing. You should still be in college, right? Sneaking out to fish? Do you know the country doesn't allow fishing at sea? Do you know how much loss your recklessness has caused? Just the fuel costs for these helicopters back and forth are not something you can afford. Chui Tao immediately took a condescending position to teach Yun Feng a lesson. Do you understand? Rat-a-tat. Yun Feng was too lazy to pay attention to this self-righteous guy and immediately walked away. He had many things to do, especially regarding Guanbo. He needed to handle it personally. Chui Tao was about to say something. Chui Tao, what are you doing? Hurry up and help. Director Liu urged. Coming. Chui Tao replied, and then hurriedly looked at Yun Chidua, saying, Chidua, it's better to stay away from boys who only know how to show off in front of girls. Chapter 70. Sending the hero home, he went to rescue people, not to sneak out fishing. Su Wanjun said lightly, then withdrew her gaze and looked at Yun Chiduo. Upon hearing this, Chui Tao's expression froze. Looking at the beautiful and poised female soldier in front of him, he suddenly felt a strong sense of shame. Kid, don't talk nonsense when you don't understand the situation. The lynx has a bad temper and is in a terrible mood. Seeing this brash kid dare to lecture Commander Yun, he immediately became unhappy and said, it makes you look capable. Hearing this, Chui Tao wished he could find a hole to hide in. Chui Tao, what are you doing? Hurry up. Just then, Director Liu called out again, filled with impatience. Coming. Chui Tao immediately left in a hurry, even tripping and falling to the ground in a mess. Su Wanjun did not continue to pay attention to Chui Tao, but turned to Yin Chiduo and said, Chiduo, long time no see. Seeing Isu Venyun, Yin Chiduo's pretty face immediately lit up with joy and said, Wanjun, it's you. You also came? Did Yun Feng insist on having you take him to rescue people? Upon hearing this, Su Wanjun was taken aback, then understood something and said, something like that. The two women wanted to say more, when suddenly Li Yin's anxious voice came from not far away. Yin Chiduo, come help. There's someone with a major bleed. Wanjun, we'll talk later. I need to go save people. As she spoke, Yin Chiduo had already turned to leave. Saving people is a priority. Su Wanjun nodded and did not stop her. Captain, who is that girl? She looks pretty good. The lynx asked. She seems to have a close relationship with Commander Yun. Should I help you investigate her? To prevent Commander Yun from being tempted and playing both sides. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjun shot a glare at the lynx and said, her name is Yun Chiduo. She is Commander Yun's sister. If you want to investigate, you better do it seriously. With that, she strode away. The lynx immediately felt awkward and scratched his head, saying, no wonder this girl is so beautiful. Turns out she is Commander Yun's sister. But why do they look nothing alike? Lynx, when did you start being so nosy? Instead of thinking about this, why not properly bandage your wounds? Old Joe reminded him. Your previous injuries have reopened. Why do you care? The lynx said defiantly, I have thick blood. A little bleeding is good. You really are educated. Old Joe was taken aback, then shook his head and also walked away. Lynx, in a few days, the fourth mysterious haze incident will break out. Old A spoke up. If you bleed too much, you might not be able to participate in this operation. Doctor, the lynx immediately shouted without hesitation. Bandage me up. I'm bleeding. Busy until midnight. Finally over. Where's Yun Feng? Yin Chiduo dragged her tired body, searching for Yun Feng. It seems he left a long time ago, Lin Yin said. You've been staring at Xiao Feng? Little girl, you wouldn't really have a crush on Xiao Feng, would you? Yin Chiduo said. Did you see that female soldier? She is Xiao Feng's girlfriend. As she spoke, she unexpectedly leaned against the wall and fell asleep. Lin Yin brushed her hair, and a hint of sadness appeared on her tired, pretty face. Is she Yun Feng's girlfriend? A girl so excellent, she can't compare. They really are a match made in heaven. Soon, she also fell into a deep sleep. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Chui Tao beside them immediately gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. That female soldier is that kid's girlfriend. Yin Chiduo is so close to him. Lin Yin even secretly has a crush on him. Why do so many beautiful women revolve around him? What am I lacking compared to him? The next day, major media outlets released obituaries, mourning the fallen hero Guanbo. This young soldier, who had served for several years and repeatedly achieved military merit, was posthumously honored as a martyr. accompanied by a photo of Guan Bo still maintaining a salute at the time of his death. Instantly, the whole internet was abuzz. Why don't these fishermen listen to the national order? Don't they value their lives and go fishing? They even caused the death of such a young soldier. I'm so angry. Oh, so frustrating. Heroes who sacrifice for the country deserve the utmost respect. I hope the hero can rest in peace in the afterlife. And I hope the martyr's family feels warmth and has a good place to return to. Salute. Teary-eyed, is this our soldier? Is this the hero who protects us? Damn poisonous corpses. I will definitely obey the country's arrangements, resolutely not take risks alone, and put my family's mind at ease. Everyone once again witnessed the power of poisonous corpses. At the same time, they grew to hate poisonous corpses even more. I was wrong. If it weren't for me secretly going out to fish, how could this situation have occurred? I feel deeply guilty. I hope Hero Guan can rest in peace. I will never dare to disobey the national order again. I hope everyone can take us as a warning. Let us not let soldiers sacrifice unnecessarily again. Hero Guan saved us with his life. We must live well. Live well. Meanwhile, those rescued fishermen, even in the hospital, immediately apologized. And one fisherman even recorded a video, bowing to apologize, crying like a child. You indeed made a mistake. However, since Hero Guan used his life to save you, you must live well. Don't let the hero rest in peace. Although I am very angry with you, I also know that you fishermen survive by the sea, and fishing is your livelihood. If you can't fish, you cut off your economic source. However, the country will definitely help you solve your difficulties. I hope you will not violate the national order again, and I hope such tragedies do not happen again. Sigh, this damn world, how did it become like this? It's all the poisonous corpse's fault. Strangely, netizens did not unanimously condemn these fishermen. Looking at the fishermen's tattered clothes, aged faces, and hands full of signs of time in the video, most chose to understand. Soon, netizens began to spontaneously organize various forms of memorials for the souls of the heroic. Quickly, people from all over the country raised funds to build a statue for Guan Bo. Then, citizens from various places flocked to the statue of Guan Bo, offering flowers and leaving messages to pay tribute to the hero. This scene once again moved everyone. At the same time, Feng put aside all his work and personally went to Guan Bo's home, holding a letter that had corroded beyond recognition with both hands. On top of it lay a tang knife. He was going to fulfill the hero's last wish. Chapter 71. I'm afraid I'll kill you, Guanshan Town. It is said that this is the hometown of Lord Guan, where his descendants live. Of course, this is just a legend and lacks verification. However, it is true that there are many chivalrous individuals in Guanshan Town. Guanshan Town, we're here. Secretary Chen's voice broke the silence, and Feng slowly raised his head, directing his gaze out the car window. Looking at the bustling crowd and busy merchants, Feng slowly spoke. This is Guanshan Town? He couldn't help but fall into memories. In his previous life, he reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, having encountered many geniuses along the way, among whom a girl with the surname Guan left a particularly deep impression on him. That girl was extremely loyal and came from Guanshan Town. With S-level talent and an extraordinary sword technique, her combat power was astonishing. Even Feng would need considerable effort to defeat her. He didn't expect Guan Bo to be from the same place. Feng said lightly, "Who is the she that brother Yun is talking about?" The nearby lynx asked. In this trip, Su Wanjun did not come. She needed to focus on training the soldiers to deal with the fourth mysterious haze incident, ensuring that no further accidents occur. After all, the lessons from the third mysterious haze incident were still fresh. This time, the mysterious haze incident must be taken more seriously. Only two people accompanied Feng, Secretary Chun and Lynx. Feng's pupils suddenly contracted as he focused intently on a girl surrounded by a few delinquents outside the car window, exclaiming, "It's her." Huh? Lynx was taken aback. Secretary Chun even slammed on the brakes. At this moment, Guandai was unaware that her fate was about to change. She only knew that her brother was dead, leaving her in a state of despair, completely uninterested in school. Stumbling back home, as a result, she was surrounded by a group of delinquents. Gvandi, Didn't you always say you had a soldier brother? In the past. We brothers didn't dare to touch you because we were afraid of your brother. Now it's good. Your dead brother is finally gone, and we can finally taste you. Ha ha. Pay the protection fee you owe. A total of 211 yuan. To make it easier, let's call it 20,000 yuan. Either you play with us for a few days and nights, or you take the money. You choose. The group of delinquents said recklessly, although your brother is a great hero, bullying you, the higher-ups won't notice. Don't go looking for the higher-ups or else. Don't blame us for being rude. Get lost. Guan Dai, with her fiery temperament, was already overly saddened, and after being provoked by these people, her delicate face hardened, and she shouted, "Oh, you really dare to speak? Why do you have to tell us to get lost? Is it because of your pancake-sized chest?" Ha ha. Brother Chow, her father is a rectangular solid directional movement engineer. He probably can't come up with that much money. So why not just take her back and let the brothers have a good time? The group of delinquents became even more aggressive, even starting to get physical. A glimmer of anger crossed Guan Dai's eyes. Her father had told her not to reveal her skills, but she couldn't hold back at this moment. Just as she was about to make a move. Get lost. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Lynx shouted, his voice booming like a bell. Instantly, the group of delinquents was startled, and upon seeing only Lynx, who had a foreign accent, they immediately became furious. Who the hell are you? Do you know who rules this area? Dare to scare me here. You must be tired of living. Who rules here? The country. Lynx, already known for his bad temper, couldn't hold back anymore upon hearing the filthy words from the delinquents. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he was ready to make a move. Let her go. You're really pushing me. Get him. I'll take responsibility if something happens. Immediately, the group of delinquents pulled out batons and switchblades surrounding Lynx. Clearly, they knew Lynx was muscular and looked tough, so they didn't dare to be careless and decided to attack together. As the saying goes, a good man is no match for four hands. They were very confident in themselves. You guys are forcing me. Lynx spoke to the camera on the roadside. I'm just defending myself. Ha ha ha. Are you here to be funny? As long as you know the right people and have money, what good is the surveillance? I say it's broken. It's broken. I say it's good. It's good. The group of delinquents laughed uproariously. Big guy, here's your chance. Kneel down and lick our shoes clean, and you can leave in one piece. Otherwise, what are you doing? Suddenly, the group of delinquents was taken aback when they saw Lynx taking off his military coat. I'm afraid my strength is too great, and I might kill someone. Lynx wrapped his right fist with his military coat and said seriously, "Ha ha, this guy really knows how to brag. I'm so scared. Ha ha, I've never seen anyone act so tough in my life. I've gained experience. I'll talk like this in the future. So damn annoying." The group of delinquents laughed so hard they were almost rolling on the ground. Meanwhile, Guan Dai furrowed her brows slightly, clearly not expecting someone to come to her aid, and even more so, that this big guy in a military coat would wrap his fist in his clothing. This would greatly reduce the lethality of his punch. Is he just bragging? Or does he really have too much strength? For a moment, she forgot her sadness and focused her attention on Lynx. For some reason, she sensed a similar aura to her brother from Lynx. This is a soldier? Thinking of this, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Big guy, are you ready? The group of delinquents saw that Lynx had wrapped his right fist several times and couldn't help but ask. Ready? Lynx nodded seriously and said, I'll avoid your vital points. I shouldn't kill anyone. Still acting tough. Are you trying to push it? I want to see how strong you really are. Go. Immediately, the group of delinquents couldn't hold back any longer, cursing as they charged forward. Thud. Suddenly, Lynx stepped forward and threw a punch. Bang. A heavy sound echoed. One of the loudest delinquents was directly hit in the right chest, his body suspended in the air, flying several meters backward, crashing violently against the wall, and then kneeling on the ground, pausing for a moment. Then, under the shocked gaze of the other delinquents, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground, convulsing wildly. I can't believe you. The group of delinquents were so scared they instantly retreated, no longer daring to approach Lynx. Is this even human? They looked at Lynx as if he were a monster. It seems my strength has increased again. Lynx muttered, then looked at the surrounding delinquents and asked, Still want to fight? It's a bit cold today. If we're not fighting, I need to put my clothes back on to avoid catching a cold. The group of delinquents. The next moment, they turned and ran. Wait, Lynx suddenly spoke. Chapter 72. Cowardly thugs, proposing marriage, take this person away. The lynx said, okay. This group of little thugs dared not say a word of no and hurriedly took their companion away. However, once they had run a fair distance, the group of thugs suddenly became angry and threatened. Kid, wait for it. We will definitely not let you go. A bunch of cowardly thugs. I'll be waiting for you. The lynx said disdainfully as he put on his military coat, then looked at Guandai and said, little girl, be careful on the road. Thank you. But you should report this to the police as soon as possible. Otherwise, those thugs will definitely not let you go, Guandai replied gratefully. She had always held great respect for righteous people. It's nothing. They can't do anything to me. The lynx waved his hand dismissively, then remembered something and took out a note from his pocket, saying, by the way, this is the phone number that Commander Yin gave you. If you want to join the army, you can go find him. Join the army? Guandai was taken aback as she received the note. It was a string of unfamiliar phone numbers, but how did he know she wanted to join the army? She wanted to enlist to hunt down drug corpses, to fulfill her brother's unfinished wish, to defend the country. Are you a soldier? Guandai fixed her gaze on the lynx and asked, this shouldn't be a secret, right? The lynx murmured, then said, wait a moment, I'll ask Commander Yin. He then strode towards Yin Feng. Gvandi. This big guy seems a bit simple-minded. Whoosh. She then turned to leave, because she had already gotten her answer. Meanwhile, after hearing the lynx's request, Yin Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly, then looked in the direction where Guandai had left and said, she is already gone. Huh? The lynx scratched his head, puzzled. Why did the girl leave without getting an answer? Get in the car, Yin Feng said. Don't keep the hero's family waiting too long. Yes. The lynx nodded and quickly got into the car. Virum. The vehicle started. Dad. Mom. Guandai took a small road back home, seeing her bedridden mother and her father sitting silently beside her, smoking. The sadness in her heart surged once again. Xiao Dai. Back already? At that moment, another person appeared in the room, looking at Guandai with a smile, his gaze unrestrained. In that moment, under such an aggressive gaze, Guandai felt as if she were completely undressed, which made her extremely uncomfortable. She frowned and stared at the handsome young man, saying, Wei Chun, why are you here? I'll let you into my house. Xiaod. I'm here to propose marriage. The young man named Wei Chun didn't care about Guandai's tone at all. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, as everyone knows, we grew up together, innocent and carefree. If it weren't for your brother's constant interference, we would have long since stepped into the hall of marriage, and even have children by now. This time, now that your brother is dead, we can finally be together. Who grew up with you? Who was carefree with you? Wei Chun, can you have some self-respect? When Guandai heard the words propose marriage, her anger flared up, and she directly said, get lost. Our family doesn't welcome you. Hearing this, Wei Chun's eyes narrowed slightly, and the temperature around them dropped sharply, a chill enveloping the space. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Guanbo's father knocked on the pipe of his smoking stick. Instantly, the momentum that Wei Chun had just built up dissipated. Uncle Guan, good skill. Wei Chun's expression changed, having been interrupted before he could act. He realized Guandai's father's strength was far beyond his expectations. He then smiled and said, however, it's already the mid-21st century. The role of personal martial power has been greatly diminished. Having money, power, and connections is the way to survive now. Without Guanbo, who can the Guan family rely on? It's better for the Wei and Guan families to marry. I, Wei Chun, can ensure the Guan family's safety. Children have their own blessings. Guanbo's father took a deep puff from his smoking stick and said calmly, who Xiao Dai wants to marry is up to her to decide. I can't make the decision, and you, even less so. His words were calm, but carried an irresistible authority. You. Wei Chun's gaze darkened, and he was about to say something when Guandai once again issued an eviction order. Wei Chun, if you don't leave, I'm going to call the police. Call the police? Hearing this, Wei Chun's face turned ugly, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, in this area, it's not the Guan family that has the final say. It's my Wei family that has the final say. Xiaodi. If you don't agree to marry me, Do you believe I can make it so your family can't take a step in Guan family town? You. Guan Dai's pretty face changed. She knew Wei Chun had such power, and he always meant what he said, willing to do anything ruthless. If it were just her, she wouldn't fear the threat. But she still had her parents. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a deep and powerful voice rang out. Excuse me, is this the Guanbo family? Swipe. Everyone's gaze turned to the door. Who? Guan Dai frowned and opened the door, and upon seeing the lynx, she was taken aback. It's you? It's you? The lynx was also taken aback, both of them saying the same thing at the same time. You. They both spoke at once. You go first. The lynx scratched his head and said, ladies first. Hearing this, Guan Dai couldn't help but laugh, looking at this big guy, and inexplicably felt her mood lift a lot as she said, this is the Guanbo family. Guanbo is my brother. What do you want? You're Guanbo's sister? The lynx was once again taken aback, then said, what a coincidence. You are my brother's comrade in arms, right? Guan Dai suddenly thought of something and asked I. The lynx was about to speak when suddenly a voice interrupted. Found you here. The lynx and Guan Dai turned their heads to see the group of little thugs, along with a law enforcer standing in front of them. Is it you who hit them? Come on, come with me to the police station. The law enforcer said with a furrowed brow. They started it, and they surrounded a little girl with ill intentions. The lynx was about to explain. The law enforcer waved his hand impatiently, cutting him off. All right, enough. Don't waste time. Any issues can be discussed at the police station. I've handled no less than 100 cases like this. What is there to explain? Either come to the police station to file a report or settle it privately. Settle privately? Without 200,000, there's no way to settle it. The group of little thugs immediately shouted, You, how do you handle cases? The lynx's temper flared, and he glared at the law enforcer. Worried that the lynx would confront the police, Guan Dai quickly pulled him and stepped forward, saying, Law enforcement officer I was. You also come with me to the police station. However, the law enforcer didn't listen to any of this and directly stated. Seeing the little thug's confident expressions, Guan Dai instantly understood something, and the lynx's explosive temper could no longer be contained. Chapter 73, A Bunch of Trash. Are you threatening me? Xiaodi. What's wrong? It seems like there's trouble. Do you need my help? Meanwhile, Wei Chun stepped out, glanced around, and smiled at Guan Dai, asking, I still have some connections in this Guanshan town. He planned to show off in front of Guan Dai. This was a good opportunity. Who the hell are you? Stop meddling here. Do you believe I can take you too? The little thugs shouted loudly. Take me? Wei Chun chuckled, looking disdainfully at the group of little thugs, and asked a bunch of trash. You. Upon hearing this, the little thugs instantly became furious. Just as they were about to speak, Wei Chun's voice rang out again. You guys must be hanging out with Brother Xiong, right? Brother Xiong? Hearing these two words, the little thugs and the enforcer were instantly stunned. Brother Xiong? In Guanshan town, there's only one person who can be called Brother Xiong. The man who controls the underground forces of Guanshan town, Guan Xiong. Even the leaders from various departments have to call him Brother Xiong when they meet. TCH. What a load of crap. Someone like Brother Xiong is also someone you know. I could say I know the Jade Emperor too. Who would believe it? Ha ha. The little thugs laughed uproariously. Hey. Upon hearing this, Wei Chun smiled faintly, too lazy to continue talking to this bunch of trash, and directly made a phone call. Brother Xiong, long time no contact. How have you been lately? It's nothing. Just a friend of mine got into a scuffle, and your men are planning to take him back. Are you coming? No need, right? Okay. After this matter is settled, I'll treat you to a meal. Soon. Wei Chun hung up the phone, casually glanced at everyone, and said, Brother Xiong said he'll be here in 5 minutes, so you guys wait. Looks pretty convincing. I'll give you 5 minutes. For every minute over, I'll slap you once. Just for meddling. The little thugs were extremely arrogant. The enforcer crossed his arms and stood aside, watching the show, not planning to intervene for now. If the other party could summon Brother Xiong, he would just leave. If they couldn't, then they would all be taken to the police station. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Virum! Virum! Several vans roared in, and dozens of burly men got out, holding long knives, surrounding a young man. Brother Xiong. Instantly, the little thugs' faces changed drastically, as if they had seen the king of hell, and they hurriedly stepped back, making way while respectfully shouting, Brother Xiong. The enforcer's expression also changed, and he respectfully called out, "Brother Xiong, oh, what brings young Master Wei here?" The young man didn't even look at the group and strode towards Wei Chun, smiling. "Brother Xiong, I came to propose a marriage. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation." Wei Chun felt very pleased when he saw Brother Xiong come in person, especially enjoying the looks from those around him. This feeling of being above the rules was exhilarating. He glanced at Guandai, deciding to further let her experience the power of his connections, and turned to Brother Xiong, saying, "Brother Xiong, this bunch of trash wants to slap me. I'm so scared I won't dare to come to Guanshan town to drink with you again." Oh, upon hearing this, Brother Xiong glanced at the group of little thugs. Slap, slap. Feeling Brother Xiong's gaze, the little thugs immediately began to slap themselves. Seeing this, the mountain cat frowned slightly. Guandai also felt that Wei Chun was being a bit excessive. "Shout Dai, the matter is resolved." Wei Chun, unaware of Guandai's thought, said, "Did you see? This group of little thugs bullied you, and this big idiot could only bring you more trouble. Well, I can make them slap themselves with just one word. This is what connections can do. With connections, there's nothing you can't accomplish." Bullshit. Mountain Cat couldn't take it anymore and directly said, in front of the law, "Everyone is equal. No need for you to use connections. I was just acting in self-defense, and there is surveillance to prove it." Ha! Upon hearing this, Wei Chen laughed, giving Mountain Cat a disdainful glance, and said, "Kid, have you never been in society? Saying that proves your shallowness." You. Mountain Cat wanted to say something, but Wei Chen was already too lazy to deal with this ignorant guy. He turned back to Guandai and said, "Xiao Dai, you should make fewer friends like this in the future. They are of no use. People who only use brute force are destined to be low class." "Who are you calling low class?" Mountain Cat looked at Wei Chen's arrogant demeanor, unable to hold back any longer. He was extremely furious. "Do you dare say that again?" At this moment, Guandai hurriedly pulled Mountain Cat back. Although this big guy was tall and a soldier, Wei Chen was a martial artist. If it really came to blows, this big guy would definitely not be a match. Big idiot. If it weren't for Xiao Dai, you would be kneeling on the ground begging for mercy right now. Wei Chen glanced at Mountain Cat disdainfully, speaking in a condescending tone. "You." Mountain Cat was so angry he felt like he was going to explode. This guy was too infuriating. "Enforcer, I." He looked at the enforcer, about to say something. "Brother Xiong, there's something going on at the station, so I'll take my leave first." The enforcer clearly didn't want to get involved, and directly made his excuses to leave. This is a misunderstanding. Thank you for your trouble." Brother Xiong nodded, then waved his hand at the group of little thugs, saying, "Scram?" "Yes." Brother Xiong. Upon hearing this, the little thugs felt as if they had been pardoned and turned to leave. "Wait, what do you mean there's a misunderstanding?" Mountain Cat was immediately unhappy and looked at Brother Xiong, saying, "What misunderstanding could there be? Isn't the situation clear? Guanbo is a national hero. His sister was harassed and insulted by this group of thugs on the street. How could there be any misunderstanding?" In an instant, the scene fell silent. How dare he provoke Brother Xiong? Is he looking for death? Brother Xiong's eyes flickered slightly, and he didn't rush to speak. The enforcer and the little thugs gritted their teeth in anger, but didn't dare to speak carelessly, only looking at Brother Xiong's expression. "Kid, I've already helped you resolve this matter. If you continue to court death, not even a deity can save you." Wei Chun said lightly, "If I weren't here, you wouldn't have been able to leave Guanshan town today." Mountain Cat wanted to say something, but Guandai spoke first. "My brother just sacrificed himself for the country, and this group of thugs comes knocking on our door. Are they bullying us just because our family has no one?" With the internet being so developed now, if this matter is filmed and posted online, I want to see if the country cares about the families of heroes. Her straightforward nature came out, and seeing Mountain Cat repeatedly stand up for her, she was ready to go all out. The country will definitely care. Mountain Cat said firmly. "Oh, are you threatening me?" Brother Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly, a fierce glint flashing. "What do you want?" Mountain Cat immediately shielded Guandai behind him. "This is Guanbo's sister. She must not be harmed." Chapter 74. You can always trust the motherland. "Young Master Wei, your woman needs to be managed properly," Xionggu said coldly. "Who is his woman?" "I have nothing to do with him." Guandai said. "Oh, nothing to do with him? Upon hearing this, Xionggu raised an eyebrow and looked at Wei Chun. Wei Chun was instantly furious and said with a gloomy face, "Xiao Dai, stop messing around. Don't call me Xiao Dai. It sounds disgusting." Guan Dai replied, "You? Fine. Very well. Xionggu, I won't take care of this matter. You can handle it however you want." Wei Chun said coldly, "I only have one request. Guan Dai is the woman I have my eyes on. Not a single hair can be missing from her." "All right." Upon hearing this, Xionggu smiled gently, appearing kind-hearted, but his eyes were filled with fierce light. The people behind him moved their limbs slightly, grinning as they prepared to act. "Xionggu." Just then, Guan Bo's father walked out from the main door and looked at Xionggu. "Can you give me some face and let this matter go?" "Give you face?" Xionggu assessed Guan Bo's father and then asked lightly, "Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face?" "Uncle." Wei Chun crossed his arms and said indifferently, "If you agree to my marriage with Xiao Dai now, I can still help you plead with Xionggu. Otherwise, your whole family might have to accompany Guan Bo." Upon hearing this, Guan Bo's father fell silent for a moment. "Dad," Guan Dai immediately spoke up, "there's no need to plead with him. The more you back down, the more people like him will take advantage. Uncle, your son is a national hero. The country will definitely take care of it." Mountain Cat also spoke up. "Will the country take care of it?" Guan Bo's father looked at the law enforcer from earlier, his eyes flashing with doubt. "Uncle, the country is always worth believing in," Mountain Cat said firmly. "Good. I believe in the motherland." Guan Bo's father nodded vigorously. At that moment, his slightly hunched body straightened up, his tiger-like eyes shining with determination. And he said, "Xiao Bo is a hero of the country. How can his father be a coward?" Saying this, he stared directly at Xionggu and shouted, "I dare anyone to lay a finger on my daughter. I will fight to the death." "Humph, a foolish family." Upon hearing this, Wei Chun sneered and took a step back, indicating his stance. "Since you're courting death, then I will help you." Xionggu waved his hand, "Go." His subordinates surged forward. The battle was about to break out. "Stop." At that moment, Feng, holding Guan Bo's family letter and a tang knife, stepped down from the car. A dignified hero of Huaxia was actually blocked at his own doorstep by a group of small thugs. The relatives of a hero were actually being harassed and violated in public. How could this scene allow the hero to rest in peace? He couldn't let the hero who sacrificed for the country feel cold. Secretary Chun followed closely behind. Swish! Instantly, everyone's movements froze and all eyes turned towards them. Who are these two? They were both intimidated by the aura of Feng and Secretary Chun, making way. Feng stepped forward, coldly saying, "Guan Bo sacrificed for the country. He is a hero of a nation. Who dares to harm his family?" "A hero of a nation?" Xionggu said indifferently. "I say he is, then he is. I say he isn't, then he isn't." "You?" Feng squinted his eyes, staring fiercely at Xionggu. "That's right. I, Guan Xiong." Xionggu calmly stared at Feng and said, "Kid, you came to deliver Guan Bo's relics, right? I advise you to put down the relics obediently and roll away. This is not a military camp. Mind your own business or you'll die." "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Feng asked. "You could say that." Xionggu smiled faintly and said, "Teach is a good word. I like it. What are you?" Feng asked. "Do you think you are qualified to teach me?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Xiongji's face instantly vanished. "What did you say? You're looking for death." The brothers behind Xionggu immediately exploded in anger, cursing. How dare this kid offend Xionggu? He's courting death. This group of soldiers is too impulsive. They have no idea how great Xiongji's power is. Xionggu is about to get angry, and someone will die. The surrounding pedestrians shook their heads and sighed. When Xionggu gets angry, even if you were the king of heaven, he could still pull out a hair. Another one is courting death. Wei Chun sneered, taking another step back to avoid getting splattered with blood. "Kid." Xionggu thought he heard wrong and said with fierce eyes, "Since you're a soldier, you should have heard of the newly formed Dragon Tiger Brigade in the army, right? My brother Guan Fei is the battalion commander there. If I kill you, do you think my brother's status can save me?" "Guan Fei." Feng raised an eyebrow. Quite familiar with this person. In a previous life, Guan Fei was quite valiant, fighting alone against hundreds of ferocious beasts, buying precious time for the troops to retreat. And he, left forever. Such a brave soldier actually has such a brother? He actually shelters his brother to act recklessly and bully the common people? If that's the case, Yin Feng will definitely punish him severely. That's right. Have you heard of it? Xionggu said lightly. Are you scared? It's useless to be scared, because you have already angered me. Go, beat them to death with all your sticks. I have to say, he is indeed extremely ferocious and domineering, daring to publicly declare that he would kill someone. Beat, beat. The brothers behind Xionggu rushed up. Mountain Cat and Secretary Chun immediately protected Yin Feng on both sides, standing ready. Guanbo's father and Guan Dai also looked serious, preparing to strike. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, dozens of sniper shots rang out. The few thugs charging in the front were all accurately shot in the knees, collapsing to the ground with continuous screams. The thugs rushing in behind didn't stop their momentum and fell over one after another. Instantly, the scene was in chaos. Bang! Bang! Again, several gunshots rang out. The originally confident Xionggu suddenly let out a pig-like scream, as both his wrists and ankles were shot, completely losing his combat ability. Clearly, the snipers protecting Yin Feng judged that Yin Feng's safety was threatened and decisively opened fire. Gunshots. Damn, it's gunshots. My God, how dare they shoot in Huaxia? They are too bold. Xionggu has kicked the iron plate. Xionggu won't be killed. Will he? This is going to be a big deal. Everyone was horrified. The surrounding pedestrians were so scared that they stepped back, trembling all over. The extremely proud Wei Chen also changed his expression. This group of soldiers actually dared to use guns? Oomph. Then he snorted coldly, as if watching a joke, looking at Yin Feng and the others. What a bunch of fools. Do you know what the crime is to recklessly use guns on the mainland? Buzz. Buzz. At that moment, a large number of fighter jets roared in. At the same time, a large number of troops surged around. A familiar scene reappeared. However, this time the army that arrived was the Longhu Legion, the closest military force in this area. Each soldier was a valiant warrior of the Huaxia army. Wow. Upon seeing the army, the group of thugs was instantly scared stiff, dropping their weapons on the ground, holding their heads with both hands, and not daring to move. Those who were already lying on the ground even pretended to be dead, fearing they would be targeted by bullets. I have said before, you are not qualified to teach me how to do things. Yin Feng stared at Brother Xiong and said calmly, moreover, the heroes of a nation cannot be insulted. At this moment, looking into Yin Feng's deep starry eyes, they couldn't help but tremble all over. Take them all away. Investigate and punish strictly. Yin Feng withdrew his gaze and calmly said 8 words. Then he looked at Guanbo's father and Guan Dai and said, you two can always trust the motherland. Forever. Chapter 75. Gu In B's Relics. See Nugashkapligan Mo. Forever believe in the motherland. Gu In B's father nodded heavily, his chest filled with passionate blood. YNMU. Send the hero home. The two of them, YN effing handed over the letter and the tang knife, saying, this is Gu In B's relic. B.E.R. Brother. Immediately, Gu In B's father was in tears, taking his son's relic. Gu In B's eyes were also misty with tears, tightly clenching her jade fist, silent. I asked the state to eliminate all these evil forces. The Gu In family has produced a hero. Gu In B is a good man. We will always believe in the motherland. We will always believe in the motherland. Suddenly, the surrounding common people erupted in shouts, clearly having been oppressed by Xionggu and his gang for a long time. Seeing these people arrested, they felt a great sense of relief. Soon, YNF Ing and the others entered Gu In B's home. On the other side, Xionggu and his gang were instantly captured by the soldiers of the Longhu army. You are soldiers of the Longhu army? Great. My brother is Gu NFI. He is your company commander. Do you dare to arrest me? Do you believe my brother will kill you? Hurry. Send someone to capture those big-headed soldiers inside, and then take me to the hospital. I want to go to the best hospital. Hurry. Hurry up. Xionggu roared. Gu NFI. One of the officers immediately frowned, and then looked sharply at a person not far away, shouting, Gu NFI. Is this your brother? Report to the commander. He is my cousin. Gu and Fi said loudly. Your cousin wants you to kill us. What do you think? The officer asked. Report. Gu and Fi is sitting properly and is willing to accept an investigation. Gu and Fi said loudly. Hearing this, Shi and Gu immediately understood the situation. His face turning pale, and he dare not say another word. I am a member of the W.I. family. This has nothing to do with me. I just came to propose marriage. Just then, W.I.C.H.N. shouted. Seeing this scene, although he was shocked, he was not worried at all. Because from beginning to end, he was just boasting. W.I. family? The officer frowned. Seal the city W.I. family. W.I.C.H.N. said proudly. Never heard of it. Take him away. Wait for Commander Y.N.'s orders. The officer waved his hand. You. W.I.C.H.N. wanted to say something, but was immediately faced with dozens of black muzzles pointed at his head, and he quickly became much more obedient. Resisting the army is the most foolish act. He believed that with the connections and background of the W.I. family, they could easily bail him out of prison. So, there was no need to show off. Then, his gaze turned to Y.N.F. Eng's back. Who on earth is this young man? He can actually have the country deploy the Longhu army to protect him. Soon, in front of the hero's gate, it was silent. An hour later, ENFNG, Secretary CHN, and SHNMO stood in the courtyard of Guenbi's home, with the sounds of weeping from Guenbi's 3 closest relatives coming from inside. Commander YN. Guen Xiang's power has also been completely uprooted. This person was rampant in Gu NSHN town, committing numerous crimes under the name of Gu NFI, with conclusive evidence. What awaits him will be the death penalty. Those little gangsters have also been thrown into prison, along with that law enforcer, sitting idly by, accepting bribes, seriously affecting the image of law enforcement. He will at least serve over 10 years in prison. Secretary CHN reported. The inspection team has arrived. I believe that the atmosphere in Gu NSHN town will soon change. As for WICHN, his crime is relatively light. He probably won't serve too long in prison, and this matter involves the ancient martial arts forces sealing the W.I. family, making things a bit complicated. Commander YN. How should this person be dealt with? The W.I. family? YN frowned and asked. Which W.I. family? The sealed W.I. family. WIF-ing. Request to see Commander YN. Just then, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the gate. VFNY. Hearing this, information about this person instantly flashed in YNF-ing's mind. WIF-ing, the current head of the W.I. family, is also the strongest in the family, having cultivated the legendary inner strength, making him a prominent figure in the ancient martial arts world. In the last life, when a country was in trouble and the common people suffered, most ancient martial arts families chose to retreat from the world, completely severing communication with the outside, uniting with each other, caring little for the country and the people. In their eyes, there was only the family, not the country. Only a few families chose to stand with the country and fight against ancient fierce beasts, dying in battle, loyal to the country. As the head of the W.I. family, WIF-ing's choice was to retreat from the world. Moreover, he is a representative figure who strongly advocates for retreating from the world to preserve strength. Commander Yene. WICH-N is WIF-ing's most beloved son, so WIF-ing's visit should be to plead for leniency. Secretary CH-N said. YN-ing nodded lightly, but did not show much reaction. In the last life, you were indifferent. In this life, I want you to be unreachable. That is his attitude. Seeing that Commander YN neither agreed nor disagreed, Secretary CH-N hesitated and said, Commander YN, the W.I. family is involved in the military, politics, and business. Especially in the military and business sectors, their foundation is quite deep, and they hold a considerable position in the ancient martial arts world. So does Commander YN want to give WIF-ing face and release WICHN? SHNMO could not bear to hear this and said, Secretary CHN, I didn't expect you to be so soft-hearted. I misjudged you. Secretary CHN, what the hell are you misjudging? He shot a glare at SHNMO and then said, my bones are not soft. WICHN actually dared to bully Gu NB's family. This matter absolutely cannot be let go. As a prisoner, he is done for. What do you mean? SHNMO asked in confusion. What I mean is that Feng's identity and status are extraordinary. You must know that with the mysterious haze incident covering a larger area and appearing more frequently, ancient martial artists with strong single combat abilities are more suited for hunting poisonous corpses. The relevant national departments have already begun negotiations with ancient martial arts families, hoping they can contribute. At this point in time, Feng personally came to plead. I think Commander YN should meet him. Secretary CHN said. As for his plea, just don't agree. Oh, I see. I misjudged you. SHNMO scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Secretary CHN was too lazy to deal with the big man SHNMO and looked back at Commander YN. Let him continue to wait. YN said lightly. This? Yes. Secretary CHN completely understood Commander YN's meaning and immediately stopped asking. Instead, he changed the subject and continued. Commander YN, Guan Xing has completely confessed, but he wants to come and apologize. Apologize? YN raised an eyebrow. He has found his conscience. SHNMO was also taken aback and said, after doing so many bad things, he actually still has a conscience? Good. YN's eyes flashed, and he nodded. 10 minutes later, creak, the courtyard door opened, and 2 soldiers carried a stretcher, on which lay Guan Xing. Guan Guanont, I have come to apologize to you. Guan Xing struggled to get off the stretcher, but unfortunately his wrists and ankles were pierced by bullets, leaving him with no way to exert force, causing him to fall directly from the stretcher. No one went to help. He lay there, crazily banging his head against the ground, crying uncontrollably. Chapter 76. Another purpose, Spy's Active Eye. Guanxiong, am not human. How could I possibly look down on the great hero Guanbo? I am a beast. No, I'm even worse than a beast. Woo-woo. Guanbo fights desperately for the country and bravely protects the people, while I only know how to hide behind and indulge in pleasure, unaware that everything I have is actually earned with Guanbo's life. If it weren't for soldiers like Guanbo, I might have already been killed by poisonous corpses. How dare I threaten Guanbo's family? I deserve to be punished. Bang, bang, bang. As he spoke, he slammed his head forcefully against the ground, causing blood to flow out. In an instant, the surrounding ground was stained blood red, and he showed no signs of stopping. Seeing Guanxiong's actions, the lynx thought that this guy had truly repented, because the first person of Guan Mountain Town, even a stomp would shake the town, was now reduced to tears, even bowing his head to apologize. This sincerity is quite genuine. You really know you were wrong? At that moment, Guandai also walked out of the house and asked Guanxiong, who was so sincere. I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Blood continued to flow from his forehead, making it difficult for Guanxiong to even open his eyes. But that didn't stop him from speaking. It seems your conscience hasn't completely vanished. Our family can forgive you. You can leave now, Guandai said. Immediately, 2 soldiers carrying a stretcher stepped forward to take Guanxiong away. Wait, since you have forgiven me, can you plead with Commander Yin not to execute me? I really know I'm wrong. Please, I beg you. Guanxiong pleaded. Upon hearing this, Guandai was immediately furious. It turned out that Guanxiong's apology was to save his own life. I thought you were genuinely apologizing and was planning to help you plead for leniency. I didn't expect you were just afraid of death. The lynx shouted angrily. Secretary Chen's expression also darkened. Was Guanxiong's loud apology really for this? He felt like Guanxiong had played him for a fool. No, that's not it. I am sincerely apologizing. And for the crimes I committed, I can go to the victims one by one and ask for forgiveness. As long as the victims forgive me and do not file a lawsuit, these charges 1T stand, and I 1T have to die, right? Guanxiong struggled desperately, unwilling to be taken away. You really have a beautiful dream. Secretary Chun said coldly. How can the victims you killed forgive you? As long as their families forgive me. That's enough, right? Guanxiong blurted out. Ignorant. Take him away. Secretary Chun waved his hand dismissively and ordered. Let go of me, no. Soon, Guanxiong was taken away, his voice growing fainter until it completely vanished. What kind of person is this? The lynx was furious, committing a capital crime and still thinking of avoiding responsibility, trying every way to escape punishment, with no sense of accountability. Is he even a man? Guandai, this kind of person is not worth your attention, Yin Feng said calmly, having anticipated this. He looks extremely arrogant, but in reality, he is terrified of death. Deep down he is just a coward. Don't worry, Commander Yin. Guandai shook her head, appearing exceptionally strong. I'm not that fragile. If it weren't for the slight redness around her eyes and the lingering sorrow on her brows, no one would know she had experienced great pain. Yin Feng nodded. He believed Guandai would come to terms with everything. In her previous life, Guandai, who grew to become one of the top powerhouses step by step, would not be so easily defeated. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you. By the way, the lynx suddenly thought of something and spoke up. You're still in school, right? Is your tuition enough? I've saved up some money. What is your car number? I'll transfer it to you. Hearing this, Guandai looked at the lynx's sincere eyes and couldn't help but smile sweetly, then said, I don't plan to go to school anymore. Nonsense. The lynx immediately frowned and said, You're so young. What are you going to do if you don't go to school? Work? If you need money, I can cover your tuition. Thank you. Guandai firmly shook her head. My brother's death benefits are substantial, and I will continue to receive allowances every month. How could the country let me be without schooling? It's that I don't want to go to school. I want to be a soldier. My brother's dream since childhood was to be a soldier and protect the country. I want to inherit my brother's dream, fulfill my brother's wish, continue to protect the country. You. The lynx was left speechless. Commander Yin, didn't you say that if I wanted to be a soldier, I could find you? I don't know if your words count. Gvandi Usket. They count. Yin Feng nodded. But, have you turned 18 yet? Yesterday was my 18th birthday. Hearing this, Guandai's expression darkened as she said, My brother originally planned a video call to celebrate my birthday. Everyone fell silent, and pain once again appeared on their faces. I meet the age requirement for military enlistment. Guandai forcibly suppressed her emotions and then spoke again. But now all regions have stopped conscription, so I hope Commander Yin can help me. Sure. Yin Feng nodded. However, once you enter the military, everyone is equal, and everything is based on ability. You will not receive any special treatment. You must be prepared to endure hardships. Yes. Guandai straightened her delicate face and said, I'm not afraid of hardship. I will definitely become an excellent soldier like my brother. Secretary Chun, you arrange it. Yin Feng nodded and ordered. Yes. Secretary Chen nodded. Looking at Guandai, you pack your things at home and spend some time with your parents. Someone will come to pick you up in 2 days. Yes. Gvandi nodded firmly. Whoosh. Immediately, Yin Feng once again saluted the portrait of Guanbo in the hall before turning to leave. His duties were pressing. He couldn't stay here for long. Secretary Chun and the lynx followed closely behind. Commander Yin. As soon as Yin Feng left the gate of Guandai's house, Wei Feng, who had been waiting outside, clasped his fists and bowed his head, calling out, What is the matter? Yin Feng continued on his way and asked, My son accidentally offended Commander Yin. I asked Commander Yin to pardon my son. Wei Feng lowered his posture significantly. I am very grateful. There are laws of the nation. Yin Feng said lightly, and then he got into the car. Upon hearing this, Wei Feng furrowed his brow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. However, he did not take any action, because he could sense that at least dozens of guns were aimed at him. If he made any move, he would definitely be shot to pieces. Watching the car, Yin Feng was in gradually disappear from view. Wei Feng said coldly, To be managing the military at such a young age, with overwhelming power, this is simply absurd. China is in danger. Meanwhile, in the car, Commander Yin, recently, foreign spies have been unusually active in our China. Secretary Chun reported a new piece of information. Chapter 77. Spy Operation. Various departments are urgently investigating this matter. Secretary Chun asked. Elders from various countries are inquiring about your guidance on this issue. Spies? Upon hearing this, Yin Feng's expression darkened, and he said, I almost forgot about this batch of rats. Once the evidence is conclusive, arrest them immediately. Interrogate them overnight. Send Old A. This. Forcing a confession under severe torture might not be appropriate, right? Secretary Chen asked. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I don't want anyone disturbing the peace of Huaxia. I don't want our soldiers fighting on the front lines while someone is stabbing them in the back. Feng stated. Immediately establish a special team to thoroughly eliminate the spies before the Spring Festival. Notify all departments to cooperate fully. Understood. Secretary Chun's expression became serious, and he turned to leave. In a hotel room, two foreigners were lying in bed, embracing each other, with clothes casually thrown on the floor and the bed in disarray, clearly having just engaged in something indescribable. Justin, how have you been in Huaxia lately? One strong white man looked at the cute figure in his arms and asked, Oh my God, Stephen, I've been having a terrible time. Those Huaxia people are no longer as foolish as before. Many girls are no longer infatuated with foreign things. I want to trick them into giving me living expenses, but it's quite difficult. Justin said in a soft voice. A group of arrogant yellow-skinned monkeys. Once they see the power of our eagle nation, they won't have such foolish ideas anymore. However, the mother monkeys are not bad. Stephen said, I've been getting close to a mother monkey recently. She spends money generously, is a socialite, and thinks she's reeling me in, not knowing that I'm playing her. TSK. Definitely a high-quality mother monkey. Once I have her, I'll make sure you get taste too. My brother is used to Western cuisine. An occasional Chinese meal is also quite nice. Stephen, you can't forget your old love for a new one, Justin said with a hint of melancholy. Rest assured. Stephen caressed the chest muscles of the cute figure in his arms and said, Justin, you are my true love. Everyone else can be discarded at any time, just as long as you know, Justin said with affectionate eyes, biting his lip. If it weren't for a new mission, I do want to be held by you like this until the end of time. Oh, a new mission? Stephen's voice instantly lowered as he asked, What mission? Saying this, he scanned the corners of the room with extreme vigilance. Rest assured, I've checked. It's absolutely safe, Justin said. This mission is to find out the purpose behind Huaxia's acquisition of so much steel. I've also been paying attention to this matter. According to the information I've received, it seems that this steel has been shipped to steel mills, and currently, Huaxia's major steel mills are operating around the clock, seemingly refining something. Stephen said, What exactly it is hasn't been thoroughly investigated yet. Hurry up. The Spring Festival in Huaxia is approaching. It's the best opportunity during that time, Justin stated. Rest assured. Stephen nodded, then pinned Justin beneath him, saying, However, before we carry out the mission, we still have time for some fun. Saying this, the two. Ding! The hotel room door was opened. Upon hearing the sound, Stephen and Justin's expressions changed. Is someone entering their room? Bang! Don't move. In the next moment, several fully armed SWAT officers rushed into the room, their dark gun barrels aimed at the two men's foreheads. You, what are you doing? The two's expressions changed, unable to even put on their clothes. We suspect you are spies from the Eagle Nation. Please cooperate with our work. This is an arrest warrant. One SWAT officer took out the arrest warrant and directly ordered them to be subdued. Let's go. Fuck. We are noble citizens of the Eagle Nation. How dare you yellow-skinned monkeys arrest us at will? We have diplomatic immunity. We want to contact the embassy. Song Lingling. It's still as dirty, chaotic, and poor as ever. I miss the fresh and sweet air of Maple Leaf Nation. Miss the strong men of Maple Leaf Nation. Miss the freedom and democracy of Maple Leaf Nation. Damn it. When can I complete the mission? I've had enough of everything here. She opened the window and looked down at the city, her brow furrowing slightly. She was originally from Huaxia, but was ashamed of her nationality. 10 years ago, she disregarded her family's opposition, moved to Maple Leaf Nation, and changed her nationality. She was selected by the intelligence agency of Maple Leaf Nation to engage in espionage activities. 2 months ago, she returned to Huaxia, changed back to Huaxia nationality, to gather secrets from Maple Leaf Nation, to obtain the principles and manufacturing steps of the special drug. This is my mission, Song Lingling muttered. As long as I can complete the mission, I'll be a hero of Maple Leaf Nation, and then I can leave this backward country. I can regain my noble nationality from Maple Leaf Nation. Saying this, she looked at her flight attendant uniform, a look of disgust appearing in her eyes. That old bastard director Liu is still playing the uniform seduction game? Oomph. I hope you can provide me with the principles and manufacturing steps of the special drug. Otherwise, I'll definitely cut off your useless toothpicks. Knock, knock, knock. Baby, I'm coming. Just then, a knock sounded, followed by an old voice filled with desire. Coming. Song Lingling adjusted her emotions, revealing a charming smile. Then unbuttoned 2 buttons on her chest, walking politely to the door like a real flight attendant, and opened it. Don't move. We suspect you are a spy from Maple Leaf Nation, engaging in activities that harm Huaxia's interests and now. You are officially under arrest. In an instant, several SWAT officers surged forward and subdued Song Lingling. You. Song Lingling's face instantly paled, staring at Director Liu with realization. Then her originally beautiful face showed resentment, saying, Director Liu, you reported me. I can only report you to atone for my crimes. Otherwise, the charges of embezzlement and bribery I committed before are enough to keep me in jail for a lifetime. Besides, the judge will give me a lighter sentence. Director Liu said, You coward. I just got dressed, and you tell me this? Song Lingling said angrily. Director Liu greedily glanced at Song Lingling's snow-white chest and said, What is more important than a woman? I can't betray my country. You. Upon hearing this, Song Lingling was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Yin Shui. A total of 43 spies have been arrested so far, of which 40 are of Huaxia nationality, and 31 of them were originally Huaxia people. They're engaged in various jobs, including some influencers, celebrities, and entrepreneurs. 2 days later, Secretary Chen quickly reported the latest news. Also, at this point, he looked at Yin Feng, hesitating to speak. Chapter 78, Boyfriend and Girlfriend, Shadows of Espionage Speak. Yin Feng frowned and urged. He vaguely sensed that Secretary Chen's hesitation was likely because the upcoming matter was related to him. Yes, Yin Shui. Secretary Chen no longer hesitated and immediately said, Yin Shui. There is another spy related to your 5th sister, Yin Wudua. 5th sister? Yin Feng was taken aback. His 5th sister, Yin Wudua, was an enforcer, having received numerous honors during her time at the police academy, excelling in all abilities. She had even solved several major cases during her time at school, capturing multiple drug traffickers, one of whom was an international drug dealer. Such impressive achievements led her to join the Kyoto Police Department upon graduation. There, she continued to perform excellently, solving cases, with one particularly notable instance being a long-cold serial murder case that she uncovered the truth of and captured the murderer within 3 days. She had firmly established her position in the police department. How could such an outstanding enforcer not discover the spy beside her? What was the relationship between the spy and 5th sister? Yin Feng asked. Boyfriend and girlfriend, Secretary Chen replied. Oh, Yin Feng's eyes narrowed. In a certain CF, a spirited young woman sat elegantly, possessing great charisma and attracting the attention of many males around her, especially in her black leather jacket, black leather hat, and black sunglasses. Her figure was highlighted perfectly, making her delicate and smooth skin appear even whiter. She was a goddess scoring at least 95 points. Sitting across from the leather-clad woman was a young man dressed in a suit, looking refined and clearly a successful individual. His name was Zhang Bin, an overseas student who had just returned home and was currently working a listed company with an annual salary of $1 million, coming from a wealthy family. Zhang Bin looked at the woman before him, feeling a subtle heat in his heart. Every time he saw his girlfriend, he felt an impulse to commit a crime. Her casual attire made it hard for him to suppress his desires. However, his girlfriend was unusually conservative, not allowing him to touch any part of her body before marriage, which made him feel even more frustrated. To guard such a beauty, yet not be able to touch her, was a torment. However, he had undergone special training, and his willpower far exceeded that of ordinary people, allowing him to barely control himself and not show any signs of abnormality. At that moment, he took the initiative to speak. Wudwa, how's work been for you recently? The country has recruited 40 million soldiers, which has reduced the number of young people, and the crime rate has significantly decreased. The leather-clad woman casually replied, When he first started dating the woman, Yin Wudwa, he didn't dare to ask her anything because she was an enforcer with a special identity, especially regarding work-related matters, which had many taboos. However, after dating for a while, they gradually became familiar, and Yin Wudwa slowly lowered her guard around him. Now, I have a mission and must quickly get useful information from her, Zhang Bin thought to himself, his expression revealing nothing, as if they were just chatting. He continued, Wudwa, I heard our country has been digging deeper underground recently. What's that about? Unclear. Your information channels are quite extensive, Yin Wudwa replied. How? Are you interested? She asked. I am. Zhang Bin did not hide his thoughts and said, You know I'm an excellent mechanical engineer, specializing in designing and manufacturing high-precision machinery to dig deeper underground. Top-notch machines are naturally required, and I am a talent in this field. You also know that during my time studying abroad, many companies in Sakura country wanted to recruit me. If I could participate in this project and serve the country, my skills won't be wasted. The country needs talents like you. Yin Wudwa nodded appreciatively and said, Since you have the heart to serve the country, I will help you keep an eye on information in this regard. However, this matter seems to involve state secrets and is related to the God Slayer plan of the highest action group. Therefore, the information I can obtain is limited. That's fine. Hearing this, Zhang Bin's expression brightened. The God Slayer plan had long been known by various countries, but no one knew the specific details. His mission this time was to investigate a part of the God Slayer plan. Thinking of this, he attempted to grasp Yin Wudwa's delicate hand resting on the table while diverting her attention. Wudwa, if you can help me, I will be extremely grateful. Since childhood, I have had the heart to serve my country, learning skills that have had no outlet until now. Finally, I have a chance, and I must seize it. Yin Feng, not far away, frowned at the scene. This Zhang Bin not only wanted to obtain useful information from Yin Wudwa, but also aimed for her body. He was truly greedy. However, Yin Wudwa calmly withdrew her hand without letting Zhang Bin succeed and said, Zhang Bin, don't worry. The country will definitely value talents like you. I believe you can play your role and make a significant contribution to the country. Dingling. Just then, her phone rang. Yes, Captain. After answering, she stood up without hesitation, looked at Zhang Bin, and said, Zhang Bin, there's a mission at the bureau. I have to go. With that, she left without a backward glance. Watching Yin Wudwa's graceful figure leave, Zhang Bin's desire grew stronger, especially for her swaying hips, which seemed to captivate his very soul. He felt hot all over and immediately got up to head to the restroom, preparing to release some pin-up frustration, murmuring to himself, once the mission is completed, I will definitely pin you down on the bed and enjoy you for days and nights. Damn Huaxia. Suddenly digging into the earth, what are they trying to do? What's down there? Besides rocks and magma, what else could there be? Didi. On the other side, Yin Wudwa strode away, preparing to hail a taxi back to the police station when suddenly, a luxury car stopped in front of her. Seeing this, Yin Wudwa frowned slightly. She was used to being approached by rich young men and even wealthy tycoons. Sure enough, when the car window rolled down, she saw a middle-aged man in his 40s leering at her. Beautiful lady, where are you going? Let me give you a ride. Seeing this, Yin Wudwa turned to leave, completely ignoring him. Oh, quite feisty. A challenge. The middle-aged man's greasy lips curled into a lewd arc as he said, A gem like this, I must have. If I could sleep with her for a night, it would be worth it for a lifetime. Saying this, he stepped on the gas. Virum. However, just then, a car suddenly dashed out from a side street, blocking his way and stopping next to the exquisite beauty. A garbage truck. Still trying to play with women? The middle-aged man scoffed, lit a cigar, and prepared to make a sarcastic comment. Chapter 79. The Stunning Beauty. Sister teaches you to catch thieves. The window next to Yin Feng rolled down. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly. Sorry, I don't ride in cars. I have a boyfriend. Also, I'm an enforcer, and I'm on a mission now. Please do not interfere with official duties. Yin Wudwa furrowed her brows and said directly without looking back. After finishing, she prepared to leave with her long legs. Yin Feng was momentarily stunned. How many people had Yin Wudwa encountered daily that she could casually come up with 3 excuses? TSK. It's It's all your fault for being too cool and stylish. With a chuckle, he said, Sister Wu, if you say it like that, I might just leave. Upon hearing this, Yin Wudua's body froze for a moment. Then she suddenly turned around. The moment she saw Yun Feng, a smile instantly appeared on her face. Secretary Chen's heart raced instantly. Yun Feng was also stunned. After not seeing each other for a long time, Sister Wu was still an incredibly stunning beauty. In a last life, Sister Wu was among the first to be infected with the virus due to her work nature. Although she was physically strong, she ultimately couldn't hold on, and her young life slipped away. In this life, Sister Wu had already received the special medicine and no longer had to worry about dying from the TNN1 virus infection. Now that they met again, it felt like several years had passed. It was even like a lifetime apart. Yin Feng's emotions were hard to calm down. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in the luxury car behind widened his pupils suddenly. The charm of a stunning beauty turning back and smiling was incredibly lethal. He was completely stunned. He didn't even have time to take a puff of his cigar, feeling that the women he had previously played with were just some superficial beauties, unworthy of mention. Then, the next moment, he was even more surprised to see this stunning beauty actually getting into that shabby domestic car. Are beauties nowadays no longer materialistic? Do they prefer domestic cars now? He was bewildered. Virum. Whoosh. Then he saw the domestic car in front suddenly speed off, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. This acceleration seems to be faster than my car. What? What kind of domestic car is this? He was even more confused and couldn't help but open his mouth. Clatter. Then the cigar in his mouth just happened to fall between his legs. With global warming, and it being noon, the air conditioning was on in the car while he was dressed lightly. So he quickly had a skin-to-skin encounter with the cigar. A scream like a pig being slaughtered followed. Inside the car, a unique feminine fragrance spread out, making one feel restless and their lower abdomen heat up. Yin Feng once again smelled this familiar scent, appearing somewhat greedy, even leaning a bit closer to Yin Wudua. Yin Wudua didn't mind this. As soon as she got in the car, she stared at Yin Feng and questioned, Xiao Feng, how did you get here? Is this your car? Where did you get the money from? If you got it through improper means, don't blame me for being rude. Yin Feng smiled helplessly. Sister Wu had been an enforcer for so long that her tone was filled with interrogation. It was the same in the last life as it was in this one. Fortunately, he was already used to it. Sister Wu, are you treating me like a criminal? He said, this is my friend's car. I came out to have fun in his car today and didn't expect to run into you. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Yin Wudua smiled charmingly, instantly making all flowers pale in comparison. She ruffled Yin Feng's hair and said, I told you, our Xiao Feng could never do anything illegal. Secretary Chen, what did he just see? Yin Shui was killed by a head pat? Probably only Yin Wudua would dare to do this, right? Thinking of this, he quickly focused on driving, determined not to look where he shouldn't. Hello, I'm Yin Wudua, Yin Feng's sister. Yin Wudua then looked at Secretary Chen and introduced herself proactively. Hello, I'm Chen Long Yun, Yin Feng's friend. Secretary Chen instinctively wanted to call Yin Shui, but fortunately changed his mind in time. Then, afraid of saying something wrong, he hurriedly added, you guys just chat, don't mind me. I need to concentrate on driving. Yes, driving does require focus. There are hundreds of car accidents in Kyoto every day, most of which are caused by young guys like you driving. Yin Wudua said seriously. Secretary Chen. Yin Feng. By the way, Xiao Feng, just drop me off at the intersection ahead. I have a mission to do, and I'll chat with you later. Yin Wudua said. Oh, okay. Yin Feng nodded. He knew Sister Wu was decisive, and if he spoke too slowly, he might not get the chance to say it all. He hurriedly asked, Sister Wu, who was that guy you had coffee with just now? Him? A thief. Yin Wudua said, before long, I'll personally send him to jail. Secretary Chen. Weren't they just laughing and chatting a moment ago? Yin Feng was also taken aback. Arrived. Pull over. Yin Wudua immediately said. Secretary Chen hurriedly complied. Xiao Feng, remember to call Mom and Dad more. Sister has a mission. So I'll be going now. Then, Yin Wudua patted Yin Feng's head again, pushed the car door open, and left directly. Watching Yin Wudua's enticing figure leave, Yin Feng smiled helplessly. This impulsive personality. No wonder it's you, Sister Wu. The familiar feeling from the last life made Yin Feng feel incredibly satisfied and happy at this moment. Yin Wudhua, it's really good to see you again. Yin Shuai, did your sister discover Zhang Bin's identity? Secretary Chun wasn't stupid and quickly thought of something. They had originally planned to remind Yin Wudhua to be cautious of Zhang Bin, but it seemed unnecessary. Sister said he's a thief. He really is a traitor. Yin Feng smiled faintly and said, it seems there's no need to worry about Sister Wu. She had already noticed something was off with Zhang Bin. This is just her normal investigation level. Truly impressive. Secretary Chen also spoke up. This Zhang Bin is a high IQ talent. He received the strictest spy training in Sakura country, passing all tests with full marks in the shortest time. It is said that he was the best young male agent in Sakura country in the 21st century. Yet he was discovered by Yin Wudhua's oversight. Moreover, it seems Yin Wudhua intends to play the long game to catch a big fish. How dare Sakura country send spies to Huaxia? They are overestimating themselves. Yin Feng said lightly. Yin Shuai, do you need help, Yin Wudhua? Secretary Chen asked. No need. Yin Feng replied. Just keep an eye on this matter and report any new developments to me. Understood. Yin Shuai. Secretary Chen nodded immediately. The next moment, toot toot, a message came in. Yin Shuai. Not good. Secretary Chun suddenly slammed the brakes, his expression changing drastically. Chapter 80. Launching the Skynet system. What happened? Yin Feng frowned as he saw Secretary Chun in such a state for the first time and immediately asked, Commander Yin, Guandai has been attacked. She's in grave danger. Secretary Chun said. What? Upon hearing this, Yin Feng's expression suddenly darkened, and a terrifying killing intent surged instantly. Order the Longhu Legion to rescue Guandai at all costs. Yes, Commander Yin. Secretary Chun immediately issued the military order, not daring to hesitate. Buzz, buzz. Then, the two turned the vehicle around and rushed directly to the scene of the incident. In the car, Commander Yin, according to the agreement with Guandai, I sent someone to pick her up for enlistment, but just as the vehicle left Guanshan town, it was attacked by a group of people. They used firearms. Secretary Chen quickly summarized the situation. Currently, both Guandai and the driver have been captured and are missing. No bodies were found at the scene. However, after investigating the scene, some bloodstains were found, but there were no signs of struggle. It is speculated that Guandai and the driver were taken away directly by the bandits. Their fate is unknown. Fate unknown? What a fate unknown. Yin Feng said without hesitation, activate Skynet immediately. We must find Guandai in the shortest time possible. Skynet? Upon hearing this, Secretary Chen's pupils constricted. This. Skynet is a new system developed jointly by the Law Enforcement Department, Information Department, and Security Department of China, taking 20 years to complete. It can integrate satellites in space, cameras spread across the country, and the basic information of all Chinese citizens, among various aspects, to establish a massive database. Based on this database and the unique calculation methods of the system, it can quickly lock onto target individuals in a very short time. After the Skynet system was successfully developed, criminals who had been at large for a long time were caught in a very short time, and many abducted children were continuously found. However, the Skynet system involves a wide range of matters, and to activate it, it must be approved by the Law Enforcement Department, Information Department, and Security Department, because each of the three departments holds 1/3 of the authority. Without this authority, the Skynet system cannot be activated. Seeing Secretary Chun hesitating, Yin Feng understood what he was hesitating about and directly issued the command. Connect with the three elders of the departments. I will talk to them personally. Yes. Secretary Chun nodded immediately, pulled the car over, opened the computer, and began to operate. Moments later, a small-scale video conference was initiated. Commander Yin, Commander Yin, Commander Yin. The three elders immediately saluted respectfully and shouted. They had previously obeyed Yin Feng for a large part due to the orders of the first seat, but now they were basically convinced by Yin Feng. Recruitment, special medicine, steel acquisition, the live broadcast of the mysterious Haze incident in advance. The issuance of these commands was initially not favored by many, but what was the reality? Everything was as Commander Yin predicted. The effects exceeded everyone's expectations. Every decision made by Commander Yun was incredibly correct. What could they possibly disagree with? Three elders. Yin Feng held no arrogance. These three were national officials who had made countless contributions to the country, and he felt deep respect and admiration for them. Commander Yun, what do you need us three old men to do? Just say it. We will do our utmost. Commander Yun, you called us three old men together. You don't mean to activate the Skynet system, do you? Activate Skynet? Who does Commander Yun want to investigate? We will take care of it immediately. The three elders were all intelligent and experienced, instantly guessing what was going on. Guanbo's sister, Guan Dai, was attacked and is currently missing. Yin Feng didn't waste words and directly said, I cannot let the family of a hero face any problems. Otherwise, how can I face the souls of the deceased? How can I face those heroes who bled for the country? What? Guan Dai was attacked. Who is so bold? They have gone too far. To commit such a heinous act on the territory of China, they must be severely punished. Since the heroes have bled, we absolutely cannot let them shed tears again. The three elders were instantly furious upon hearing this. Three elders, I await your news. Yin Feng bowed again. Commander Yin, rest assured, we will not disgrace our mission. Then, the video call ended. At the same time, the three elders abandoned all their current duties, quickly went to the special computer in the confidential office, and then quickly entered a certain website, inputting dozens of passwords. 1 minute later, the Skynet system was activated. Guan Dai's information input, driver's information input, click to search, buzz. 10 minutes later, the result was calculated. Ding, ding, ding. Yin Feng's phone rang. Commander, in an abandoned chemical factory 297 kilometers southeast of Guanshan town, the elder of the law enforcement department personally called. Good. Yin Feng's eyes narrowed. Do you need the cooperation of the law enforcement department? The elder of the law enforcement department asked. No need. The main task of the law enforcement department right now is to catch all the spies lurking within China. Yin Feng said. Yes. The elder of the law enforcement department responded. Then the call ended. Yin Feng immediately issued a series of commands. The Longhu Legion quickly headed to the target location, surrounding the chemical factory inside and out. Meanwhile, the Skynet system continued to operate, constantly monitoring every inch of land within China to prevent Guan Dai from being transferred. Buzz, buzz. At the same time, Yin Feng was also rapidly heading to the destination. This matter was of great importance, and he had to go in person. Commander, the Longhu Legion has completely surrounded the abandoned chemical factory. Attack. Yes. Commander, we captured 36 criminals, 18 of whom were armed. The criminals are members of the Huadao Society, suspected to have connections to Sakura country. No trace of Guan Dai was found, but the driver has been located. Interrogate him immediately. Eradicate the Huadao Society. Yes. Commander, the interrogation results are out. Guan Dai was taken away midway by a mysterious person, and her whereabouts are unknown. All members of the Huadao Society have been captured. Their leader was killed, but the body has not been found. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he quickly issued another command. Quickly search for Guan Dai's whereabouts. And the body of the leader of the Huadao Society. Yes. Secretary Chun immediately nodded. Next, it was another long wait. At a certain moment, news came again. Commander, the body of the leader of the Huadao Society has been found. It was chopped into more than 100 pieces and buried in the dense forest of a certain park. Guan Dai is still missing, Secretary Chun said. Immediately conduct an autopsy, determine the cause of death. Yin Feng continued to issue commands. Additionally, Secretary Chun, drive to the location of the body of the leader of the Huadao Society immediately. Yes, Commander. Secretary Chun slammed the accelerator, and the car shot off. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the location of the body of the leader of the Huadao Society. The autopsy results had also been delivered to Yin Feng. Chapter 81. Seamless? Suspect. Throat cut to death? Time of death was 40 minutes ago. That means it was 10 minutes before the body was discovered. Looking at the death report in his hand, Yin Feng slightly furrowed his brows and asked, where was the president of the Flower Knife Society killed? Has the scene been investigated? Commander Yin, we are still investigating. Secretary Chen replied. The murderer was extremely careful and had already planned to kill in silence. Hearing this, Feng nodded and headed straight for the morgue. Moments later, Commander Yun, have you found anything? Secretary Chen asked. The president of the Flower Knife Society did not die from a throat cut. Feng squinted his eyes and immediately said, his real cause of death was a punctured heart. How is that possible? The murderer had no bruises and was not attacked by blunt or sharp objects. Secretary Chen shook his head and said, in this case, how could the heart be punctured? Commander Yun, you must be mistaken. The forensic doctor beside them frowned and looked at Feng. She didn't know who Commander Yun was. She only knew her expertise was being questioned. Oomph. She snorted coldly and said, sir, you haven't even touched the body. Just watch for a few minutes and you deny my professional judgment. Isn't that too arbitrary? Arbitrary? Hearing this, Feng shook his head, looking at the aloof female forensic doctor, and said, I've seen too many deaths like this. If you don't believe it, you could dissect his heart. There will definitely be a wound pierced by a sharp object inside, and there will be no traces of any weapon near the wound. What is the reason for this? The female forensic doctor scoffed disdainfully and said, do you know what you're talking about? Can someone injure the heart through the flesh? In this vast world, there are wonders. Feng did not argue with her. After getting the desired result, he prepared to leave. Oomph. I think you are deliberately trying to attract my attention. The aloof female forensic doctor crossed her arms, her sharp gaze seemingly seeing through everything. Feng was taken aback, carefully observing this female forensic doctor. Aloof, big chest, long legs, high attractiveness, quite charming, but a bit too narcissistic. Shaking his head, Feng turned to leave. He needed to find Guo Dai's whereabouts as soon as possible. He had no time to discuss these things with this aloof female forensic doctor. Secretary Chen looked at the female forensic doctor with a strange expression. Which woman beside Commander Yun was not stunning? How could she be interested in you? He hurriedly followed Feng, not exposing this aloof female forensic doctor either. Did I see through you? Humph. The female forensic doctor scoffed and said, you, who understand nothing, dare to question my expertise. She had seen too many men using various ridiculous reasons to attract her attention, which annoyed her greatly. However, someone questioning her expertise to attract her attention was a first. Overestimating oneself. With a cold smile, she turned to leave. Suddenly she paused, and the scene when she first touched the deceased flashed in her mind. It seemed several characteristics were a bit strange. It seemed these characteristics only appeared after cardiac arrest. She was indeed very professional, and upon reconsideration, she realized many overlooked small details. Frowning, she looked in the direction Feng had left and said, I don't believe it. I won't be fooled by you. Whoosh. She then turned back to the morgue to continue the autopsy and research. 10 minutes later, the deceased's heart was indeed punctured. It appeared to have been pierced by a sharp object. Moreover, just as the young man said earlier, there were no traces of any weapon at the wound site. How is this possible? The aloof female forensic doctor was shocked. What kind of technique is this? How did it happen? Unheard of. She gazed in the direction Feng had left, her mind filled with questions. A strong desire for knowledge appeared on her cold, beautiful face. On the other side, Commander Yun, what killed the president of the Flower Knife Society? Secretary Chen was also very curious. Internal energy, Feng said lightly. What? Internal energy? Ancient martial forces. Is it the Wei family? Secretary Chen instantly had a suspect. Commander Yun, could it be that the Wei family is seeking revenge? Unable to draw a conclusion yet, Feng squinted and said, the murderer might have deliberately made us suspect the Wei family. After all, the only ones who have enmity with the Guan family recently are the Wei family. We would naturally suspect them. Secretary Chen immediately said, I'll send someone to investigate the recent whereabouts of the Wei family head. Feng nodded. Ding ding. At that moment, Secretary Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and quickly said, Commander Yun, we found the location where the president of the Flower Knife Society was killed. It was in the bar's restroom not far from the burial site. In other words, the murderer killed the president of the Flower Knife Society in the bar's restroom using internal energy, then transported the body elsewhere to dismember it and hide it. Hearing this, Feng quickly deduced, to process the body quickly, the murderer chose to bury it nearby. Commander Yun, do we need to check the surveillance? Secretary Chen asked. No need. Feng shook his head and said, those who have cultivated internal energy are light as a swallow, unlike ordinary people. They can easily avoid surveillance. The bar has such a large flow of people and complex personnel, and if the murderer deliberately conceals their figure, they won't be discovered. What do we do now? Secretary Chen felt the situation was at a dead end. For professional matters, find professional people. Leave this matter to the detectives. For now, we just need to keep a close watch on the Wei family head. Clarify his movements. Feng ordered. Yes. Secretary Chen nodded in agreement. This was currently the best way to handle it. Yin Wudwa was secretly monitoring Zhang Bin, hoping for greater gains. However, she suddenly received an order to urgently deploy her to solve a case. What case could be more important than monitoring a spy? Moreover, they had dispatched the country's top criminal investigation personnel to work on the case together. Guandai, Guan Bo's younger sister? Damn it, who dares to touch the hero's sister? While on the way, she quickly learned the details of the incident and was immediately furious. First, go to the female forensic doctor. Soon, she found the female forensic doctor who was performing the autopsy and asked, hello, what are the results of the autopsy? Why hasn't the autopsy report been released yet? Hearing this, the aloof female forensic doctor glanced at Yin Wudwa and then said, because I still haven't figured out how the victim died. How long has it been? Yin Wudwa frowned and said straightforwardly, your efficiency is too slow. Immediately, the aloof female forensic doctor looked dissatisfied and said, the victim's neck was brutally cut. There are no external injuries, but the heart was punctured, and it appears to have been pierced by a sharp object. There are no traces of any weapon at the wound site. Tell me how the victim died? Huh. Hearing this, Yin Wudwa was instantly taken aback. Seeing this, the aloof female forensic expert felt quite pleased in her heart and was very satisfied with Yin Wudwa's reaction. However, the next moment, Yin Wudwa's expression suddenly darkened, and she said, Chapter 82, Internal Energy to Kill Enemies, Criminal Investigation Ability. Internal Energy. Yin Wudwa instantly guessed something. What? Internal energy? What is that? The aloof female forensic expert was momentarily stunned, her pretty face filled with curiosity as she asked, if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Whoosh. Immediately, Yin Wudwa walked away quickly. No wonder the leaders above valued this case so much. It turned out to involve internal energy. It involves those ancient martial artists. Since the founding of the nation, ancient martial artists have signed some agreement with the state, barely coexisting in peace. And they have never crossed the line or violated the agreement. I didn't expect them to cross the line this time. No matter who you are, killing someone means paying with your life. Moreover, daring to take a hero's family member hostage is even more heinous. The reason Yin Wudwa had heard of ancient martial artists was that during her time at the police academy, her mentor, the old principal, had once told her a story about ancient martial artists. If ancient martial artists commit crimes, it is considered a special crime. Naturally, they must be treated specially. Looking at Yin Wudwa's departing figure, the aloof female forensic expert was instantly filled with anger. What do you mean by saying I wouldn't understand? That's too condescending. What exactly is internal energy? Without an answer, she could only turn around and search for information herself. Why does that young man know? And that female law enforcer knows, but I don't? Who is the forensic expert here? Buzz. On the other side, Yin Wudwa quickly left by car. I want to see all the surveillance footage related to the case, and all personnel information related to the case. Who have they been in contact with these days? Upon arriving at the Major Crimes Unit, she quickly began investigating the case. The people around her cooperated enthusiastically. A day later, there was a major discovery. After a day and night of relentless work and communication with top criminal investigation experts from across the country, Yin Wudwa finally made a significant breakthrough. Everyone, please take a look. She quickly played a segment of video, saying, the clue is right here. This dark area, you can't see anything at all, right? This seems to be the park surveillance. It's too blurry. You can't see clearly at all. Everyone shook their heads, and no one noticed anything unusual. Everyone, Look at this video again. Yin Wudwa didn't he explain, but quickly played another short segment of the video, saying, "Do you notice any problems? Huh, this is video from near the bar? But what's in this video? Yin Wudwa, what exactly do you want to say? There's nothing in here except various shadows." The people around shook their heads again, showing confused expressions. The shadows have problems. Just then, a voice rang out. However, the voice came from another room. Looking closely, the owner of the voice was Feng. He suddenly stood up, staring intently at the two video segments, saying, "As expected of you, my fifth sister, you've noticed this." On the other side, she had already pulled out the video. Yet no one could find anything unusual, which made Yin Wudwa quite disappointed. She felt a sense of loneliness among experts. However, this was not the time to think about that. She immediately pressed the pause button, freezing both videos on a particular frame. Finally, wait, the shadows. Both frames have shadows. But what can that prove? Just shadows. You can't determine anything, right? Moreover, although the shadows in both frames are holding something, their heights and sizes are different. They aren't the same person, right? The crowd noticed the anomaly, yet they still couldn't figure out the key. This is the same person. Yin Wudwa immediately spoke up. Huh? How is that possible? On what basis are you judging? The lighting is so dim. There are only vague shadows, not even a clear profile. Nonsense. How can you connect these? No one believed her, and everyone looked at Yin Wudwa with suspicious eyes. By analyzing the length, size, and contour of the shadows, as well as the distance of the shadow's owner from the camera and the light source, simple physics calculations can be performed. Yin Wudwa quickly took out two sketches, each depicting a person carrying a suitcase, avoiding surveillance, but illuminated by light, leaving a long shadow. This obviously simulates the images in the surveillance video. Moreover, the sketches were filled with dense formulas. The final conclusion is that this is the same person. Impossible. I still can't believe that a simple calculation can determine this is the same person. Yes, I don't believe it either. Your calculations may not be accurate. The members of the Major Crimes Unit expressed their doubts. It's simple. You can go to the scene and simulate it, and you'll know whether I'm right or not. Yin Wudwa didn't explain much, directly saying, "Now, according to my deduction, the owner of this shadow is 179 meters tall, slim, with an upright and straight posture, without a large chest or buttocks, and should be a male. The suitcase he is carrying is 22 inches in size, likely containing the victim's body. You all immediately check all surveillance footage based on these two characteristics. Find all suspects. Then find a frontal photo of the suspects. After that, we can directly monitor these people." The crowd was stunned. According to what Yin Wudwa said, is the case about to be solved? So simple? Everyone felt incredulous and deeply suspicious again. Commander Yin has ordered. Immediately act according to what Yin Wudwa said. Those who do not believe can go to the scene to simulate the scene. Just then, Secretary Chan appeared before everyone, issuing commands. Yes, yes. Everyone's expressions turned serious, and they immediately set to work. Yin Wudwa, Commander Yin has arranged a rest room for you. You should sleep for a while. Once the suspects are confirmed, we'll wake you up. Secretary Chun said. Huh? Who is Commander Yin? How does he know I want to sleep next? Yin Wudwa raised her brows. That is not important, is it? Secretary Chun smiled. True. Take me there. Yin Wudwa rubbed her temples with her long, jade-like fingers, then followed Secretary Chun to the restroom and began to fall into a deep sleep. If she didn't sleep now, she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. She wouldn't have the energy to catch the criminals. Commander Yin, the matter has been settled. Secretary Chan then turned and walked over to Yin Feng. My fifth sister is as confident as ever. Next, it's her time to shine, Yin Feng said, casting his gaze at an A4 sheet of paper placed in front of him. The paper had Yin Wudwa's sketch of the suspect's back, it seemed. Like someone. Chapter 83. Terrifyingly ruthless, hiring assassins. I hope I'm wrong about this. Otherwise, Yin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and the killing intent in his heart began to intensify. That silhouette looked strikingly similar to someone he had seen in his previous life. An internal strength expert from an ancient martial arts family. Over an hour later, Yin Wudwa is really amazing. Everything turned out exactly as she calculated. We simulated the scene, and it was completely in line with what Yin Wudwa said. She is terrifying. Even her height is spot on, exactly 179 meters. So terrifying. No wonder she is regarded as the future hope of the Chinese criminal investigation team. I am convinced, from now on, in my heart, Yin Wudwa is the #1 sister in criminal investigation. The group of law enforcers who were initially skeptical of Yin Wudwa's words had returned to the major crime unit, their faces filled with shock as they spoke up. Shoo, lower your voices. Yin Wudwa is resting. She hasn't slept for a whole day and night. At that moment, the leader of the major crime unit immediately lowered his voice and said, "Since you've verified it, hurry up and get back to work. Check all the surveillance footage for anyone matching the physical characteristics Yin Wudwa described. If there is no one near the bar and park involved in the case, then widen the search." The movement speed of internal strength warriors is extremely fast, and they can cover a large area in a short time. You can't judge by common sense. Yes, upon hearing this, everyone lowered their voices and quickly immersed themselves in the tedious and monotonous work. Another hour passed. With the efforts of all members of the major crime unit, finally, Yin Shui, there's news from the major crime unit. We've identified 2 suspects. Here are their frontal photos. Secretary Chun immediately approached Yin Feng, who was reviewing documents, and reported. Oh, hearing this, Yin Feng raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze to the 2 individuals. Then, when he looked at one of the photos, his pupils suddenly constricted. Yin Shui. Latest news. Secretary Chun continued. The head of the Wei family, Wei Feng, was attending a banquet far from the crime scene during the attack on Guandai and the murder of the president of the Flower Knife Society. In recent days, Wei Feng has been busy with family matters and has shown no abnormalities. It's him. Yin Feng seemed not to hear Secretary Chen's words at all and directly pointed to one of the photos. Lin Hu. Him? His name is Lin Hu? Isn't he called Lin Bao? This person's background is clean, and there are no records of practicing internal strength. Secretary Chun frowned and shook his head. Wait, Yin Shui, do you know this person? That's right. Yin Feng blurted out. Lin, who is one of the top 10 peak experts of the Lin family. Known as the Tiger of the Lin family. This person is one of the hidden trump cards of the Lin family. He has at least 80 lives in his hands. He specializes in handling dirty work for the Lin family. So, does that mean his identity on the surface is fake? Secretary Chen's pupils constricted as he asked. For these deeply rooted ancient martial arts families, fabricating identities is a trivial matter. Yin Feng said lightly. Moreover, even among ancient martial arts families, the Lin family is a top-tier existence. Indeed, Secretary Chun said coldly. The Lin family is one of the most representative families among ancient martial arts families, with vast power and great prestige. When the military discussed cooperation with the ancient martial arts families, the Lin family's elder was involved. However, I didn't expect the Lin family would extend its hand to the family of a national hero. Clearly, the situation is more complicated than imagined. The forces involved are extremely vast. More critically, at this juncture, if we fall out with the Lin family, it means that cooperation with the ancient martial arts families is basically impossible. Immediately initiate a Skynet investigation on these 2. Yin Feng issued the order. At the same time, lock in their current exact locations. Yes, Secretary Chun quickly issued the command. He knew very well that the new year was approaching. And if this issue wasn't resolved, how could he explain it to the Guan family? How could he explain it to Guan Bo, who sacrificed himself for the country? Should Guan Bo's father and ailing mother lose 2 children during the new year? This will be too cruel. Therefore, it is imperative to find Guandai as soon as possible. Just a little over 10 minutes later. Yin Shui, we have locked in the exact locations of these 2. We can carry out the arrest operation at any time. Secretary Chun again spoke. Notify the Longhu Legion to act immediately. We must arrest the suspects as quickly as possible. Tell them the suspects are internal strength experts. Their combat power is stronger than that of the poison corpses, so prepare in advance. At the same time, Yin Feng's eyes narrowed as he said, keep the news tightly sealed. Once the arrest is complete, Let old A conduct the interrogation immediately. We must get results in the shortest time possible to prevent the true mastermind from hearing the news and choosing to flee. Yin Shuai, do you suspect that the person who kidnapped Guan Dai and killed the president of the Flower Knife Society is not the same person? Secretary Chen instantly understood Yin Shuai's meaning, his pupils slightly constricting. That's right, Yin Feng said lightly. This incident should be a hired murder case. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chen gritted his teeth and said coldly, I hope it's not Wei Feng. 20 minutes later, the Longhu Legion, already on high alert, quickly moved out, showcasing the unique efficiency of the military, successfully capturing the suspects. Deploying the military to capture suspects is a rare occurrence. Although Lin, who is an internal strength expert and quite cautious, he cannot withstand the assault of heavily armed elite soldiers. Moreover, there are dozens of top snipers and numerous helicopters assisting around. Even 10 internal strength experts would find it hard to escape. Old A was the first to begin interrogating Lin Hu. The other suspect was interrogated by Yun Wudua and other members of the major crime unit. This time, it took a full 3 hours. Old A personally came to see Yin Feng. Yin Shuai, just as expected, get straight to the point. Yin Feng said without hesitation. He had no doubts about Old A's abilities. Although Lin, who is an internal strength expert, he is not a specially trained agent. So getting him to speak isn't as difficult as imagined. Wei Feng hired Lin Hu to capture Guan Dai. The purpose is, first, to take revenge on the Guan family, to intimidate the Chinese military, to give you a warning. Second, to obtain the Guan family's knife manual from Guan Dai. Last time Wei Chun wanted to forcibly marry Guan Dai. One of the goals was to get the Guan family's knife manual. Old A said, the Lin family is unaware of this. It's a collaboration between Lin Hu and Wei Feng. It really is Wei Feng. How dare he lay hands on Guan Dai? He simply has no regard for the country. No regard for Yin Shuai. Secretary Chun immediately became furious. Yin Shuai, give the order. Old A also looked at Yun Feng, his eyes filled with anger. Issue the order. Yun Feng's gaze was like a knife as he coldly commanded. Chapter 84. Yun Feng dares to move against me? The arrogant Wei family. Immediately capture Wei Feng. Yun Feng decisively ordered. If delayed, it might alert Wei Feng, and then he could escape, making things difficult. After all, searching for an experienced internal energy master is extremely challenging. Yes, Secretary Chun immediately responded. Buzz, buzz. With the order given, the Dragon and Tiger Corps moved out again. In a mountain forest outside the city, the terrain here is unique, possessing the fortune of the dragon. The ancestors of the Wei family specifically consulted experts, and building the residence here is considered an auspicious place. It has been proven that the Wei family has lasted for hundreds of years. Although they haven't become overly wealthy, they have remained strong and deeply rooted, making them a prominent family in the ancient martial arts world. At this moment, the Wei family was exceptionally busy, with various family members returning from all over the country because the Spring Festival was approaching, which is also the most festive time for the Wei family. Wei Ming has seen the family head. The Wei group is currently stable, and annual profits have reached a new high. Wei Hung has seen the family head. The leaders of Feng City asked me to send their regards to you. They will come to pay their respects to you on the first day of the new year. Wei Lin. The current pillars of the Wei family all returned to pay their respects to the family head Wei Feng. Each of them is a well-known figure in the outside world, absolutely big shots with the aura of those in power, but at this moment, they were unusually respectful and trembling in front of the family head. Seat. Seeing this, Wei Feng nodded in satisfaction. The current Wei family is thriving with good fortune. I, an old man, have neither achieved great merit nor committed any mistakes, and I can face the ancestors with pride. Watching the prosperous scene of the Wei family, he couldn't help but feel a sense of great comfort. However, when he thought of his beloved son Wei Chen currently imprisoned in a great prison, his expression darkened, and anger filled his heart. The high-ranking members of the Wei family, noticing the family head's expression, immediately spoke up. Rest assured, family head, we have already activated various connections to pressure the high-level officials of Huaxia. Before the Spring Festival, Wei Chun will definitely be released. Yin Feng, a mere child, What does he understand? The strategy of the Huaxia high level has always been to win over ancient martial arts families. Yet he gives no face at all, arrogant and ignorant. He really thinks he can use a feather as a command token. To deal with the poisoned corpses, it still requires our ancient martial artists to take action. Those so-called military kings, which one can compare to the masters of our ancient martial arts family. Ridiculous. Hearing the words of the crowd, Feng nodded, his expression easing, thinking, this is just a small show of strength, letting you see the power of the ancient martial arts family. I hope you can recognize the situation. In his view, with Feng's ability, he could not uncover who the real mastermind was. He could only suspect. This feeling of suspicion without evidence is enough to intimidate this little kid, Feng. Moreover, even if Feng finds evidence, what can he do? Does he dare to move against me? Does he really think the Wei family is easy to bully? Thinking of this, Feng completely relaxed, feeling at ease. Buzz, buzz. Just then, the sound of helicopters suddenly echoed in the sky. Feng frowned. What's going on? Passing by? No way. His expression changed, and he abruptly stood up. At least 20 helicopters. What's going on? Wei Ming and other high-ranking members of the Wei family also stood up, their faces extremely grim. Approaching the new year, such a huge commotion is extremely unfavorable for the Wei family's fortune in the coming year, especially with so many helicopters hovering over the Wei family. It signifies that the Wei family will face a calamity. There must be an explanation. I want to see who is so bold as to dare hover helicopters over my Wei family's territory. Seeking death. The high-ranking members of the Wei family all spoke up. Family head, not good. Troops have entered the mountains, and they have surrounded our Wei family. Soon, scouts reported back. It's known that an ancient martial arts family, like the Wei family, typically sets up sentries on the traffic routes surrounding their residence. Any unusual activity would be alerted in advance. Yet, they only realized the army had surrounded the Wei family now. What does this indicate? It indicates the Dragon and Tiger Core surprise attack capability is outstanding. Truly an elite of Huaxia's military. Even though they had just been formed, the combat power they displayed was already terrifying. Have the sentries all died? The enemy reached the doorstep before they noticed? A bunch of useless people. The high-ranking members of the Wei family were extremely furious. At this moment, no one was worried about what fate awaited the Wei family next. Because the Wei family has a deep foundation. The Wei family has the confidence to not fear anything. Just then, the Dragon and Tiger Corps had broken in, and a large number of troops had already entered the Wei family residence. What happened? What right do these soldiers have to barge into my Wei family? Impudent. Who is your commander? Do you know where this is? Be careful not to step on a tile. You can't afford to pay with your lives. What is happening? Is it because of Wei Chen's matter? It shouldn't be. Wei Chen has already been captured, right? What else does the country want? Don't go too far. This is the territory of my Wei family. The airspace above is controlled by my Wei family. For a moment, everyone in the Wei family spoke up. Their words were extremely arrogant. Their tone was incredibly insolent. Their expressions were even more haughty. Even when facing guns, they showed no fear. Some members of the Wei family even tried to block the advancing troops. Stop. This is the red carpet we just purchased, made entirely of top-grade fur. A young member of the Wei family, with a fiery temper, stepped forward to block the army. Get out of the way, delaying a major military operation. I have the authority to arrest you on the spot. The commander of the Dragon and Tiger Corps coldly glared at this young member of the Wei family and said, to ensure the smoothness of this operation, he personally took action. A mere commander, you think you can be arrogant in my Wei family? This young member of the Wei family was extremely overbearing. Take him down. The commander of the Dragon and Tiger Corps immediately narrowed his eyes and issued the order without hesitation. Yes. The two soldiers beside him of the Dragon and Tiger Corps immediately stepped forward. Just you two? Oof. This young member of the Wei family did not retreat, but advanced, suddenly throwing a punch with remarkable speed. It was clear that this person was skilled and had quite good martial arts. The two soldiers from the Dragon and Tiger Corps immediately crossed their arms to brace for the punch and then stepped back in unison. Obviously, they didn't expect the opponent to dare to resist. and to strike so fiercely. You call this strength? Seeing this, the young member of the Wei family scoffed, provocatively beckoning the two dragon and tiger core soldiers with his fingers, saying, "Come again." The two dragon and tiger core soldiers' eyes widened, and they instinctively wanted to strike again. But this young member of the Wei family was even faster, leaping forward with a sneer, saying, "Let you taste my Wei family's boxing technique. Punch out like a dragon." Bang! Then, both sides engaged in battle. Although the soldiers of the Dragon and Tiger Corps were all elite troops with formidable combat power, they were more adept at using firearms and coordinating on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the descendants of these ancient martial arts families practiced hand-to-hand combat and excelled in one-on-one fights. Thus, even though this young member of the Wei family was facing two opponents, he still did not fall behind. Both sides were momentarily at a stalemate. Bang! Just then, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Wow! In an instant, the Wei family was in an uproar. Chapter 85, On-the-Spot Execution. The young disciple of the Wei family screamed in agony. He was shot in the ankle, and in an instant, his leg went weak, unable to find any support. And he was captured by two soldiers from the Longhu Corps in front of him. "You are cheating," the young disciple of the Wei family shouted, struggling madly. But he couldn't move at all. The pain at the wound made him grimace. "Exactly. You are still soldiers. How can you cheat? This is so dishonorable. This is the Wei family who allowed you to draw your guns. And during the near spring festival, letting the Wei family see blood. Do you know this is a bad omen? An explanation must be given." The surrounding Wei family disciples were immediately furious, shouting loudly. In response, the commander of the Longhu Corps coldly scanned the surroundings and said, "Delaying a major military operation, I have the right to eliminate all obstacles. That shot just now was to the ankle. If anyone obstructs again, I will execute on the spot. You dare. Too outrageous." The expressions of the surrounding Wei family disciples changed instantly, and their emotions became even more agitated. As martial artists, their emotions are easily provoked. "I want to see who dares to execute me on the spot." One Wei family disciple jumped out, intending to block the path of the Longhu Corps. Swish! The commander of the Longhu Corps immediately made a gesture. Instantly, the sound of bullets being chambered rang out, and all soldiers aimed their dark gun muzzles at this Wei family disciple. Suddenly, this Wei family disciple paused. Clearly, he was frightened at this moment. But just then, he was pushed from behind. Step! He still took a step forward, blocking the path of the Longhu Corps. Then his expression changed. But he had to force himself to calm down and said, "I want to see who dares to shoot." Seeing this, the commander of the Longhu Corps narrowed his eyes suddenly, a cold killing intent directed at this Wei family disciple. As the commander of the Longhu Corps, he had participated in countless battles since joining the military, personally killed dozens of enemies, covered in scars. His presence was imposing. The killing intent was overwhelming. Step! Instantly, this Wei family disciple who had never seen blood was frightened back a step, his face pale, his legs trembling. He could no longer say any harsh words. Step back. At this moment, Wei Feng, leading the senior members of the Wei family, finally appeared. The Wei family disciple hurriedly stepped back, his back drenched in cold sweat. "Commander Long. Long time no see." Wei Feng smiled coldly at the commander of the Longhu Corps and exchanged pleasantries. "Wei family master, long time no see." The commander Long said, "This is your first time coming to my Wei family, right? Is this a gift from Commander Long to my Wei family?" Wei Feng seemed to be joking, but was actually questioning. "If the Wei family master thinks so, then it is." The Commander Long replied without any courtesy. Upon hearing this, Wei Feng's expression suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, "Commander Long, with your status and position, without my invitation, you have no right to step into the Wei family. Yet you privately led your troops to invade the Wei family. Do you think my Wei family is easy to bully?" "The Wei family master is joking." The Commander Long said, "Without orders, I will not lead troops to invade anyone's home, whether it's an ordinary person's home or the sealed Wei family." Oomph. Just then, Wei Ming coldly snorted and said, "Commander Long, are you equating us, the sealed Wei family, with ordinary people? In front of me, there is no difference." The Commander Long said, "Because you are all Huaxia citizens." "You." Wei Ming's expression suddenly darkened, and he said, "Good. Very good. Commander Long, remember what you said today. Are you threatening me in public?" The Commander Long narrowed his eyes. "I dare not." Wei Ming said, "Commander Long, don't misunderstand. I'm just reminding you to be cautious in your words and actions. Otherwise, walking too much at night can easily lead to encountering unclean things." Upon hearing this, the commander's expression instantly darkened. This group of guys is so arrogant. "Commander Long, may I ask what brings you here? I want to hear why you dared to invade my Wei family residence." Seeing the commander's current demeanor, Wei Ming sneered and said, "If there's nothing major, or if you're slandering my Wei family, I will personally go to the capital to seek justice from the first seat. The Longhu Corps has been ordered to capture Wei Feng." The Commander Long said directly. "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the Wei family was stunned, and then they exploded with anger. "On what grounds do you capture the family master? How outrageous! What do you want to do? This is looking down on my Wei family. What crime has the family master committed?" Wei Feng's pupils shrank slightly, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Guan Dai's matter has been exposed? How is that possible? How could the authorities investigate the truth so quickly after such a short time? Moreover, how could such a small matter alarm the Longhu Corps to capture him? Could it be that something else has been discovered? Many old matters quickly flashed through his mind. Keeping 4 mistresses, killing to silence, forcing women into prostitution, bribery, and corruption. These small matters are not worth mentioning, and it's impossible for the Longhu Corps to come for him. "Commander Long, this joke cannot be made." Wei Ming was also shocked for a moment, then said coldly, "I never joke." The Commander Long said, "The Longhu Corps is only carrying out orders. If you obstruct again, don't blame the bullets of the Longhu Corps for being blind." As his words fell, the soldiers of the Longhu Corps all aimed their guns at the nearly uncontrollable members of the Wei family. The situation instantly became tense, and a fight was about to break out. And once the gunfire starts, there will definitely be a large number of casualties. The situation will become uncontrollable. "Carrying out orders? Whose orders are you following?" Wei Ming asked. "I want to see who dares to give the order to capture the family master." "Mine." At this moment, a voice rang out. Swish! Everyone's gaze turned to the entrance. The soldiers immediately parted to the left and right. Yun Feng walked step by step into the Wei family, standing in front of the Commander Long, staring at Wei Ming, and asked, "Yun Feng, as the leader of the highest action team in Huaxia, issue the arrest order. Do you have any objections?" "Umph." Upon hearing this, Wei Ming coldly snorted, staring hard at Yun Feng, and said, "So you are Yun Feng. I remember you." Yun Feng calmly withdrew his gaze, too lazy to pay attention to this person. Too many people remember him. He didn't care about this one. "Wei Feng, Lin, who has already been captured, do you still not plead guilty?" He looked at Wei Feng and said, "Do you know what crime it is to ambush military vehicles and privately imprison the families of heroes? The death penalty." "Lin who?" Upon hearing this, Wei Feng's expression changed. Thinking of Guan Dai, who had already been beaten to a pulp in the basement, his heart sank even more. But he still argued, "I don't know what you're talking about. Yun Feng, don't slander me." "Slander? Do you still want to argue?" A hint of coldness flashed in Yun Feng's eyes as he directly issued the order. "Commander Long, immediately arrest the suspect Wei Feng. Those who dare to obstruct will be shot on the spot." "Yes." Commander Long immediately led the troops towards Wei Feng. Wei Feng looked at Yun Feng's calm, yet murderous eyes, and even he, who had deep schemes, couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. What kind of gaze is this? Suddenly, he was scared. He realized that Yun Feng would really sentence him to death according to the law. Whoosh! The next moment, Wei Feng turned to escape. Chapter 86. Kill on Command. A web of traps. Whoosh! Wei Feng not only ran away himself, but also shouted, "Wei Ming, stop them." "Yes." Head of the family. Wei Ming was still obedient to the master's words, which was a slave-like trait ingrained in the bones of the Wei family disciples. Not just him, many Wei family disciples were like this. Whoosh! So at this moment, led by Wei Ming, all the Wei family disciples unconsciously blocked the front of the Dragon Tiger Legion. Oomph! Wei Feng is going to harm the entire Wei family. Secretary Chun snorted coldly and spoke. At this time, The Dragon Commander and the Dragon Tiger Legion slowed their pace, clearly hesitant upon seeing so many Wei family disciples surrounding them. Bang! Yun Feng's eyes sharpened. He drew his gun and shot. The speed was like lightning. In the next moment, a bullet shot out and instantly pierced Wei Ming's forehead. Ah! Wei Ming's body swayed. The once strong him now felt the strength and vitality rapidly draining from his body, as if his soul had fallen into an endless abyss. Surrounding him was a sea of darkness. His strength was very close to that of an internal strength martial artist, but due to his potential being exhausted, he could not advance in strength and began to manage the Wei family group. However, his combat power was still extremely formidable. Ordinary soldier kings were no match for him. Yet at this moment, everything evaporated. Bang! His body crashed heavily to the ground. The surroundings fell into an instant silence. The originally arrogant and impulsive Wei family members seemed to have a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, instantly calming down. Then, many were shocked, afraid. The chairman of the Wei family group, the backbone of the Wei family, was actually killed just like that. Even such a big figure could be killed on command. What were they worth? Top! In an instant, everyone took a step back. They dared not obstruct the advance of the Dragon Tiger Legion any longer. At the same time, upon hearing the gunshot, Wei Feng trembled all over, and when he turned to see Wei Ming being killed, he felt a deep fear in his heart. Yun Feng is indeed a madman. I must escape. I'm not running away because I'm scared, but because I want to unite with other ancient martial arts families to jointly put pressure on the higher-ups of Huaxia and make Yun Feng pay a heavy price. I want to avenge Wei Ming. I want to take charge for the Wei family. Whoosh! Wei Feng's speed was extremely fast. Bang! Bang! At that moment, another 10 or so gunshots suddenly rang out. Dozens of bullets flew in from all directions, aimed straight at Wei Feng's vital parts. Oomph! At the moment death approached, Wei Feng's potential erupted. His speed increased dramatically, and since he had anticipated this, he was only hit in the thigh and then vanished in an instant. Chase! Seeing this, Yun Feng's eyes narrowed, and he immediately issued the command. Absolutely must not let him escape. No need to leave any survivors. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Wei family members changed again. Yes, the commander of the Dragon Tiger Legion wasted no words and led the army to pursue. Secretary Chun, send someone to thoroughly investigate the Wei family. Guandai is definitely here. Yun Feng issued another command. Yes. Secretary Chen wasted no time and immediately instructed the surrounding troops to thoroughly investigate the Wei family. Then, everyone squat down. To prevent Wei family disciples from harming Commander Yun, Secretary Chen ordered the Wei family disciples. Upon hearing this, the Wei family disciples looked at each other. One person squatted down holding their head. 2 people squatted down holding their heads. 3 people. In the end, everyone squatted down holding their heads. Whoosh! Whoosh! Meanwhile, Wei Feng, relying on his familiarity with the Wei family mansion and his own formidable strength, quickly shook off the pursuing Dragon Tiger Legion. However, the helicopter above continued to follow him. It even occasionally shot at him. He could only use the buildings to shield himself from the helicopter pilot's line of sight, but doing so slowed him down. The injury to his leg made him even slower. The situation began to turn unfavorable for him. So many soldiers outside the city wall. Soon, when he finally reached the Wei family's wall and was about to climb over, he saw countless black gun muzzles aimed at him. Whoosh! He hurriedly leaped down from the wall. Tot tot tot! Bang! Immediately, the arriving helicopter began shooting at him, including the sound of sniper rifles. Damn it! It's truly a web of traps. This won't do. Although the Wei family is large, they cannot withstand this scale of encirclement. It seems there is only one path to choose. Wei Feng narrowed his eyes, then his figure flashed, actively darting toward the depths of the Wei residence. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, he disappeared again from the sight of the Dragon Tiger Legion. Arrived. Minutes later, Wei Feng quietly entered a storage room. Every Wei family disciple could come here. However, What no one knew was that this place held the biggest secret of the Wei family. Only the head of the family was qualified to know. Whoosh! He hesitated not, and quickly entered, then arrived at a place piled with miscellaneous items, using internal strength to move all the debris aside, revealing an ordinary ground. Left 1, right 2, front 3, back 2, 3. Rat-tat-tat. He chanted silently as he stepped according to a specific pattern, and each step's distance and force were crucial. After several seconds, click, a barely perceptible sound suddenly echoed from beneath the ground. Then, in the next moment, the area of the ground he was standing on began to slowly descend. A secret passage, the secret passage that the Wei family could only use in life and death emergencies. Unexpectedly, it was activated at this moment. Wei Feng's face darkened. Once this secret passage is exposed, it will reveal many secrets of the Wei family, because it holds evidence of all the Wei family disciples' crimes. This is also one of the means by which the Wei family controls them. Here lies the true foundation of the Wei family. Soon, he reached a depth of over 10 meters underground, where he stopped descending, and in front of him was a tunnel. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he entered the tunnel. Click! The ground that had just sunk rose again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wei Feng continued forward for several dozen meters and saw a stone chamber, inside which was a large amount of gold, jewelry, antiques, etc., under the illumination of several fist-sized luminous pearls embedded around. The gold shimmered with a dazzling light, making one feel a bit dizzy. I hope this place won't be discovered. At this moment, he couldn't take these things with him, only bringing some cash on him for emergencies. However, I can take away those pieces of evidence against the Wei family disciples, or destroy them. He cast his gaze toward another stone chamber. This stone chamber was blocked by a giant stone door, which could only move up and down and required immense strength to lift. Even he needed to use internal strength to do it. As long as the Wei family is not sealed off, the things here belong to the Wei family. Even if the state discovers this place, they wouldn't dare to take the things here away casually. Thinking of this, he strode towards the stone chamber, stretching out his hands and circulating the internal energy within him. At that moment, woof woof woof. Chapter 87, I want to catch him myself. Military dogs. Hearing the barking of dogs coming from the entrance, Wei Feng's expression suddenly changed. Military dogs are best at tracking people by scent. Damn it, they actually brought military dogs? His heart sank. Here, there's a tunnel here. Quick, I must find a way to open it before the entrance closes. High explosive grenades. Dynamite. Use every means to open this place. Yes. With his astonishing hearing after hearing these words, Wei Feng completely abandoned any hope and quickly plunged his hands into the ground, beginning to channel his internal energy and exert force. Clang! The giant stone door immediately began to slowly rise. At this moment, Wei Feng's face was flushed, exerting all his strength, without any energy to care about the wound on his leg. Drip! Without internal energy sealing the wound, it began to burst open, and blood started to flow out wildly. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, the barking at the entrance became even more urgent and excited. Give me 3 more seconds, and the giant stone door will be open to the height I can enter. Wei Feng knew time was running out, but the wound on his thigh made it impossible for him to exert himself like usual, especially with the blood loss making his condition worse, which further delayed time. 3, 2, bang, bang. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying explosion sounded from the entrance. The entire ground trembled violently at that moment. Boom! Crack! Immediately after, the mechanism of the tunnel was destroyed by the terrifying force. We can get in. Hurry! Get in. Wei Feng must be inside. We cannot let him escape. Bang! Bang! A large number of soldiers began to leap down, directly falling at the entrance of the passage. Damn it! Seeing this, Wei Feng gritted his teeth in anger, but had no choice but to give up on opening the giant stone door. There's no time left. Even if he could get in now, what would it matter? Once he lets go, the giant stone door will fall, and when he wants to come out, he will still need to open the giant stone door from the inside. It would take time again. Now, there's no time. Boom! He let go, and the giant stone door immediately fell heavily to the ground. Dust flew everywhere, Whoosh! Wei Feng glanced helplessly at the giant stone door. He knew what it meant that he couldn't open the giant stone door, but as long as he was alive, the Wei family would have a chance to rise again. I can definitely revive the Wei family. After saying this, Wei Feng decisively turned and disappeared at the other end of the passage. Soon after, the warriors of the Dragon and Tiger Legion rushed into the stone chamber. Then, when these warriors saw so much gold and silver treasure in the stone chamber, they were also stunned. The stone chamber was as large as a basketball court, filled with a dense array of various rare treasures, sparkling under the light of the luminous pearls. However, this group of soldiers showed no signs of greed, only anger, endless anger. How much wealth has the Wei family plundered from the people? We must not let Wei Feng go. Quickly pursue. At the same time, notify the ground forces to immediately search the surrounding mountains and forests. Wei Feng has definitely escaped. Instantly, the warriors of the Dragon and Tiger Legion pursued without hesitation. Report. Commander Yun, we have discovered the Wei family's secret passage. A soldier from the Dragon and Tiger Legion reported. Secret passage? Yin Feng's brow suddenly furrowed, instantly thinking of something, and immediately issued an order. Expand the search area immediately. Tell General Huang to dispatch another division over. We must capture Wei Feng. Additionally, interrogate all the Wei family members. Find out where the secret passage leads. Yes. Secretary Chun immediately conveyed Commander Yun's orders. Clearly, everyone felt a weight in their hearts at this moment, because no one expected that the Wei family actually had secret passage, and no one expected that Wei Feng could escape so skillfully. The surrounding area was full of mountains and forests. Once a master of internal energy entered, it would become even more difficult to catch him. Buzz, buzz. Immediately, helicopters began to fly in all directions, searching for Wei Feng from the sky. Step, step, step. A large number of soldiers also surged outside the Wei residence. Report. Commander Yun, a large amount of gold and silver treasures were found in the secret passage, worth hundreds of billions, at least hundreds of billions. Soon, a soldier from the Dragon and Tiger Legion came running. This was his first ambiguous report, because there were so many treasures that their value was impossible to estimate. Yin Feng nodded, showing no surprise. The Wei family's foundation was deep, and having assets of hundreds of billions or even thousands of billions did not surprise him. Report. Commander Yun, a secret room has been discovered. Blocked by a giant stone door, we are currently trying to open it. Immediately, another soldier from the Dragon and Tiger Legion ran over to report the latest situation. Oh, no need to rush to open it. Be careful of traps, Yun Feng said. Ensure the safety of the soldiers. Secret passage? Secret room? When did our Wei family have these things? What are they talking about? Is this true? We have lived in the Wei family for decades. Why have we never heard of this? Sigh. The Wei family members were equally surprised, not pretending. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chun frowned slightly. Listening to what these people said meant that there was no way to learn about the secret passage from them, and thus no way to find out where Wei Feng had escaped to. Meanwhile, Yin Feng's expression remained calm. He never had high hopes for these people. The previous interrogation was just a trial. If there were gains, that would be best. If not, it was normal. Report. Commander Yun, Guodai has been found. She is currently seriously injured. At this moment, the news Yin Feng was most concerned about finally arrived. Where? Take me to see her. Without hesitation, Yin Feng strode away. 5 minutes later, Yin Feng saw Guodai in a basement. At this moment, the iron chains on her limbs had been removed, her body covered in wounds, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth, with several military doctors working hard to treat her. Seeing this scene, Yin Feng's expression instantly darkened. Wei Feng! Secretary Chun gritted his teeth and shouted. Damn, he couldn't control his anger. His fist clenched. I won't leave. Just then, Guodai refused to be carried away and didn't want to go to the hospital. Guodai, your injuries. A military doctor beside her tried to persuade her. Guodai directly interrupted him, saying, Thank you, soldier. I know my own body. This little injury, I can still bear it. Wei Feng didn't kill me to get the Guo family's knife manual from me. Saying this, she looked at Yin Feng and said, Commander Yin, I want to catch Wei Feng myself. Hearing this, Yun Feng frowned. Chapter 88. Capturing Yun Feng. Good. Looking at Guan Dai's determined gaze at this moment, Yun Feng paused for a moment and nodded, then said, "However, you must have a doctor by your side. Soldier, I'm counting on you." Upon hearing this, Guan Dai immediately suppressed the pain throughout her body, not even furrowing her brows, and saluted the military doctor beside her, earnestly saying, "Sai, Wei Feng is indeed despicable. Since you cannot let go of this, and Commander Yun has agreed to help you, I will do my best to stabilize your injuries," the military doctor said helplessly. "Thank you." Guan Dai expressed her gratitude again. Report. The Longhu Corps has found a secret passage exit and has locked down the approximate area of Wei Feng. Just then, a soldier from the Longhu Corps hurried over to report the latest situation. "Let us go." Yun Feng turned and left. Secretary Chun, Guan Dai, and the military doctor followed. Buzz. Soon, the three boarded a helicopter and flew away from the Wei family mansion, participating in the operation to capture Wei Feng. 10 minutes later, Commander Yun, we have discovered Wei Feng's trace. Currently, we are using military dogs for further investigation. 15 minutes later, Commander Yun, we have further narrowed down Wei Feng's activity range. 20 minutes later, Commander Yun, Wei Feng has disappeared into a small river, and his scent has been lost. After Secretary Chun conveyed the latest news, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Commander Yun, Wei Feng has vanished." Upon hearing this, Yun Feng scanned the small river below the helicopter and said, "Wei Feng is indeed cunning, knowing to use the water flow to wash away his scent. This makes it impossible for the military dogs to accurately capture his location. What should we do now?" Secretary Chen asked. "If Wei Feng manages to escape the encirclement, the consequences are unimaginable. This person knows he is facing the death penalty, and he will undoubtedly do anything, even severely injuring or killing the soldiers of the Longhu Corps. By then, the casualties for the Longhu Corps will likely be substantial. A desperate criminal is the most terrifying. Moreover, this desperate criminal is also a master of internal energy. That makes it even more frightening." "No." Just then, Guan Dai suddenly shook her head. What do you mean?" Secretary Chen frowned, not understanding the meaning of Guan Dai's head shake. "Do you disagree with my statement? Although Wei Feng is a desperate criminal, he is not an ordinary one," Guan Dai said. "He will undoubtedly seek a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation until the last moment. He would not kill the soldiers of the Longhu Corps for no reason. That would only increase his own consumption and expose him faster. After all, making a move will create flaws." "Exactly," Yun Feng said lightly. "Wei Feng is willing to sacrifice Wei Ming and the other members of the Wei family to buy himself time and seek a chance for survival. What does this indicate?" This indicates that this person is extremely afraid of death," Guan Dai said. "Therefore, he is even less likely to act recklessly. Once he acts, it will definitely be a desperate strike, aiming to create an opportunity for himself to escape. But what chance does he have now?" Secretary Chen frowned and asked. "There is." Guan Dai's beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance. Then she turned her gaze to Yun Feng. At this moment, Wei Feng was hiding atop a towering giant tree, using the thick snow above to completely conceal his figure and scent. Through the gaps in front of him, he carefully observed everything around him, remaining utterly still like a statue. He had removed his outer clothing and was only wearing the inner layer of close-fitting garments. However, in this cold winter, he felt no chill at all, because he is a master of internal energy. Internal energy can resist cold and heat. It can adjust body temperature. However, constantly operating internal energy consumes too much. And coupled with the prior exhaustion and the increasingly severe injury to his leg, he knew he could not hold out for long. He had to find a chance to escape within half an hour. Otherwise, my internal energy would be completely depleted, and I wouldn't even need to wait for the soldiers of the Longhu Corps to find me. I would freeze to death in the cold winter. Wei Feng, as the head of a family, remained calm and was still able to think rationally at this moment. Just then, he saw a small team of 5 passing below him and couldn't help but frown. The soldiers of the Longhu Corps are all elite, each with considerable strength. A team of 5 has explosive combat power and it would be extremely difficult to eliminate them all in an instant. Wei Feng was confident he could do it, but it would take a significant toll. The Longhu Corps arranged things this way, making him dare not act lightly. And it was also hard to find a flaw in their formation. But I've got it. Capture the leader first. The next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he coldly said, Yin Feng, as long as I catch you, I will definitely be able to escape. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, like a snake, he vanished into thin air, moving swiftly along the branches, sometimes on the ground, following the footprints of the Longhu Corps soldiers, and sometimes leaping onto branches to evade search. 20 minutes later. Hard work pays off. Yin Feng, I have finally found you. Wei Feng lurked atop a branch, hunched over, staring intently at Yin Feng, who was approaching, revealing a sinister smile. At this moment, his internal energy was only at 2/10. He could unleash a peak strike, but then he would be completely exhausted. Fortunately, Yin Feng appeared at this moment. An opportunity. His center of gravity slowly lowered as he prepared to strike. I must catch him. Step, step. Yin Feng strode forward, Guandai holding a knife on his left rear side, and Secretary Chun holding a gun on his right rear side, with no one following behind. The military doctor was also not present, as once a battle broke out, the doctor could be in danger. So, he was temporarily left behind. Secretary Chun scanned the surroundings vigilantly, ready for action. When Guandai proposed this bait strategy, he firmly opposed it, deeming it too risky. How could they put Commander Yin in danger? However, his opposition was futile, because Commander Yin unhesitatingly agreed to the strategy. Commander Yin's reason was, he trusts Guandai's knife skills. Commander Yin had never seen her draw her knife, yet he believed it. Moreover, Guandai was injured. Although it wasn't a critical injury, her poor state would definitely affect her combat power. How could she ensure Commander Yin's safety? Secretary Chen glanced at the utterly calm Guandai, feeling increasingly that this young girl was unreliable. I hope the distant snipers can be effective. He could only place his hopes on the top snipers of Huaxia. After all, these snipers had previously injured Wei Feng. Yin Feng, however, did not think so much. He had an extremely keen sense of danger, and with the assistance of Guandai, a top knife master, what was there to fear in dealing with a severely weakened Wei Feng? If this countermeasure was not taken, Wei Feng would undoubtedly act out of desperation, escaping at all costs. I will not allow the soldiers of the Longhu Corps to be killed. Just then, he suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. Chapter 89. The Peak Strike, a Ray of Hope Step. With his extremely keen sense of perception, Yin Feng sensed a hint of danger. Then, his movements suddenly slowed down. Seeing this, Secretary Chen's pupils slightly contracted. His body tensed even more, choosing to grip his gun with both hands. Guandai also lowered her center of gravity slightly, pointing the tip of her knife downwards, the blade inward, using the same starting posture as Guanbo. But the difference was, her stance was more suited for feminine strength, while Guanbo's was more suitable for masculine strength. At the same time, the sniper in the distance became increasingly cautious, ready to pull the trigger at any moment, clearly having caught on to Yin Feng's abnormality. Discover me? The slight movements of the three were also noticed by Wei Feng, his brow furrowing slightly as he instantly thought of a possibility. Without military protection, the three dared to appear alone. Is this giving me an opportunity? Yin Feng is luring me to make a move. Thinking of this, Wei Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. In that case, I shall grant you this. I want you to know how terrifying the peak strike of an inner strength master is. A bunch of arrogant young fools. He still decided to take action. First, he had enough confidence in his own strength. Second, this was an opportunity created by the enemy. Why shouldn't he cherish it? Continuing to delay would only further deplete his inner strength, making his situation even more difficult. Step. Yin Feng took another step forward. He was getting closer to the big tree where Wei Feng was, but his speed was also slowing down. Wei Feng must have guessed my intentions. However, he would still strike, because this was his only chance. His expression remained calm, yet he had already thoroughly understood Wei Feng's thoughts. This was a game of open strategy. Wei Feng would definitely seize the best opportunity to strike, and he hoped Wei Feng would do so, thereby reducing casualties among the soldiers. In a situation where both sides understood each other's thoughts, who would ultimately win? It still came down to strength. Step. Yin Feng tried his best to slow his pace. Since he knew the opponent would definitely make a move, there was no need to rush. He had to stabilize the opponent and let time pass continuously, which would further deplete the opponent's inner strength. Gradually, he was consuming my inner strength. Wei Feng finally understood Yin Feng's plan, his expression darkening. At this moment, his inner strength was already below 20%, making it impossible to unleash a peak strike. Continuing to drag this out would only be increasingly disadvantageous for him. Damn it! His eyes narrowed, yet he was helpless, because the three of them had not yet entered his killing range. Get closer, a little closer. Wei Feng quickly calculated the distance between both sides and his current state. At a certain moment, his whole body suddenly tensed, ready to strike. Just one more step, and it's done. He didn't want to wait any longer. Step. However, at that moment, Yin Feng's footsteps suddenly halted, because he sensed an unprecedented crisis. Wei Feng almost spat blood in anger. Just now, he had already mobilized his inner strength, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike. But the opponent just wouldn't take that final step. If he gave up the attack, the speed of his inner strength depletion would be faster. If he attacked, he had no absolute certainty what to choose. Yin Feng remained motionless. The surrounding mountains and forests were extremely tranquil, combined with the white snow, creating a beautiful scene. Attack! In the next instant, Wei Feng still decided to make a move. Be careful. At that moment, Yin Feng's pupils constricted, loudly warning. Secretary Chun and Guan Dai immediately felt a terrifying aura enveloping them, their hearts shaken. Especially Secretary Chun, whose hair stood on end. Fear exploded in his heart. Whoosh! When he saw a white shadow shooting down from the branches, his reaction was half a beat too late. It's coming. Yin Feng had a small crossbow in his hand, and it was of the latest model that could instantly fire 5 crossbow bolts after pulling the trigger. Click! Whoosh! Whoosh! He shot unhesitatingly towards the direction the white shadow was coming from. Bang! Bang! The snipers hidden in the distance also pulled the trigger at the same time, dozens of sniper bullets cutting through the sky at 3 times the speed of sound, arriving in an instant. Whoosh! However, Wei Feng suddenly moved half a meter sideways in the air without any pattern, without using any leverage, completely defying the laws of physics, yet barely dodging all the attacks. Yin Feng, kneel before me. Wei Feng shouted angrily, his dry hands clawing towards Yin Feng's throat like eagle claws. Yin Shuai, be careful. Seeing this scene, Secretary Chen's expression changed drastically, exclaiming. At this moment, he finally broke free from shock and fear, desperately trying to rush forward to block this deadly strike for Yin Shuai. However, his speed was too slow. The surrounding snipers had no time to pull the trigger again. Facing an inner strength master, they only had one chance to shoot. Now, who can save you? Wei Feng saw the dawn of victory. Although the sudden sideways movement had greatly depleted his inner strength, reducing the power of this peak strike, he believed it was still enough. However, at this moment, he saw Yin Feng's expression was incredibly calm, his starry eyes as still as an ancient well, devoid of any fear or shock, only wisdom and calmness. How is this possible? Why is he so composed? Could it be that all of this was within his calculations? Whoosh! Just as he was about to seize Yin Feng's throat, Guan Dai, who had been standing still, suddenly drew her knife. She perfectly illustrated a saying, silent as a virgin, swift as a hare. This strike was as fast as lightning. This strike, she exerted all her strength. This strike was also her peak strike. Puff, puff. To fully propel this strike, she mobilized all her strength to the extreme, causing her wounds to suddenly burst open at this moment. Flesh rolled, blood spilled out, re-dyeing the surrounding bandages. Sensing the threat of death, Wei Feng's expression changed. The Guan Dai he had originally looked down upon suddenly unleashed a terrifying strike that threatened him, completely unexpected and disrupting his plan. Exchange life for life. No, I cannot die. I must not die. At this moment, Wei Feng, who originally had the opportunity to kill Yin Feng, felt fear in his heart. He did not want to leave this prosperous world. He suddenly reversed his offensive, and then, bang! His right hand slammed hard against the Tang knife in Guandai's hand. The immense force caused the Tang knife to bend slightly at that moment. And Guandai's tiger's mouth burst open. Her body was sent flying, sliding over a meter across the snow. Blood stained the snow along the way. Clearly, Wei Feng's strike had immense power. It should be noted that changing his offensive midway was a huge taboo in battle, which would further weaken his attack. And the result? Even without directly hitting Guandai's body, he still sent her flying. This shows how terrifying his strength was. Yin Feng. In the next instant, Wei Feng adjusted his offensive. Wanted to seize Yin Feng once more. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! A bullet accurately hit his neck. The high-speed, rotating bullet instantly tore through his skin, flesh, blood vessels, and the internal tissues of his neck, causing his strength to collapse in that moment. Wei Feng stared intently at Yin Feng, his eyes revealing despair and unwillingness. Secretary Chun gasped for breath. He finally fired that shot. He fulfilled his duty. He did not let Commander Yin get hurt. You are strong, but the law of the country will never be absent. Yin Feng calmly looked at Wei Feng and said, any force that dares to despise the law of the country cannot escape its punishment. Go die. Suddenly, Wei Feng's face was twisted with rage. A moment of clarity struck him, and he unleashed the last bit of strength within him, triggering the mechanism hidden in his sleeve. Chapter 90. Wei family imprisoned. Lin family apologizes no. Seeing this, Secretary Chen's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed again. At this moment, he simply didn't have time to pull the trigger again. Commander Yun is in danger. Puff. Just then, the tip of a Tang knife pierced through Wei Feng's heart, radiating a chilling gleam in this icy world. Blood pooled at the tip and then dripped down, while the blade remained spotless, shining as before. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, the sound of the sniper rifle rang out again. Bang! Bang! D! How dare you harm Commander Yun? Damn it! In extreme tension, Secretary Chen also crazily pulled the trigger, emptying the bullets from the handgun. Puff! Puff! So many bullets entered Wei Feng's vital areas in an extremely short time, and his life force completely vanished. Boom! In the next moment, the dignified head of the Wei family knelt directly before Yin Feng, bowing his head, utterly lifeless. Blood quickly stained the surrounding snow. At this moment, it started snowing. Cough, cough, puff, boom. Guandai spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted again. Having just thrown her Tang knife with all her strength had worsened her injuries. Military doctor. Quick, save her. Secretary Chun shouted immediately. If it weren't for Guandai, just now, Commander Yin would have been in danger. It was too thrilling. At the same time, he looked at the girl lying in the snow, covered in blood, and felt a deep respect. She is indeed the sister of a hero. The combat power displayed in that battle was incredibly strong. Who? Watching Guandai being treated quickly by the military doctor, Secretary Chun began to breathe heavily, sweating profusely in the winter, especially with his back drenched in cold sweat, his clothes sticking to him. Guandai's swordsmanship was indeed superior. At this moment, Yin Feng seemed completely unconcerned about the danger of the recent battle, even commenting on Guandai's previous strike. Compared to Guanbo, Guandai's mastery of the sword was higher. This time, she had seen blood and faced an internal strength master head-on. Next, her growth would be even more rapid. Her combat power would inevitably reach new heights. The future is promising. Commander Yinyu. Secretary Chun smiled helplessly, unable to find any words for a moment. Is this the leader of the highest action group in Huaxia? Calm in a crisis, everything under control. Even when facing such peril, he was composed, quick-witted, and completely unaffected. Since I chose to believe in her, she will definitely be able to do it. From beginning to end, I never doubted. Yin Feng knew what Secretary Chen was thinking and said lightly, "You have your doubts." Suddenly, he received some information, and his pupils shrank instantly, then hurriedly reported, "Commander Yun, the Longhu army has opened the massive stone door of the Wei family's secret tunnel. Inside, There is evidence of the Wei family's illegal activities. What? The Wei family still kept such things. What does Wei Feng want to do? This is one of Wei Feng's means to control the Wei family. Yin Feng thought of something and spoke. Controlling the Wei family's disciples through such means? How despicable. The most important thing is the people's hearts. Secretary Chun shook his head, clearly disagreeing with Wei Feng's actions. Yin Feng did not reply, his gaze falling on the kneeling Wei Feng, and he said calmly, "You have single-handedly destroyed the Wei family. Send the order." In the next moment, he suddenly commanded, "Immediately investigate the Wei family. Arrest all illegal personnel and interrogate them. Handle according to the law. Absolutely no leniency." "Yes." Secretary Chun immediately stood straight and replied loudly. 1 hour later, all members of the Wei family were arrested. A case was filed for investigation. Due to ample evidence, the case was quickly settled. 2 hours later, all members of the Wei family confessed to their crimes and were imprisoned. This Wei family is truly rotten to the core. All Wei family members over 14 years old had committed crimes. There was even a 12-year-old boy who had molested a female teacher. They deserve to be caught. Secretary Chun said angrily, extremely furious. This completely refreshed his worldview. Is there any evidence of Wei Chen's crimes? Yin Feng looked at a list in his hand, which detailed the treasures in the Wei family's secret room. Looking at the striking numbers, he narrowed his eyes and asked lightly, "Wei Chen, this? It seems there is no evidence of his crimes. Could it be that he has not committed any illegal activities? This? How is this possible?" Secretary Chun shook his head. He simply did not believe that Wei Chun had not committed any illegal activities. He must have destroyed the evidence. Or Wei Feng did not leave any evidence of Wei Chen's illegal activities at all. He spoke again. "Investigate. Have Yin Wude check." Yin Feng ordered. "Yes." Secretary Chen nodded and turned to convey the order. The treasures in the secret room are worth over 200 billion, adding the wealth and items of the Wei family and their industries across various regions. The overall valuation might exceed 300 billion, maybe even more. Yin Feng continued to look through the list in his hand, his eyes flashing. This could relieve some financial pressure. A pleasant surprise. "Send the order." Tap. A member of the highest action group approached, listening carefully. "Sell all the treasures. Turn them all into weapons for the soldiers. Protective armor, warplanes, and so on. Any consumables for battle." Yin Feng continued. "Yes." The member of the highest action group turned and left. "Report. Guandai's injuries are stable." "Report. The Longhu army has withdrawn from the Wei family. The case is now under the jurisdiction of the law enforcement department." "Report." Listening to various reports, Yin Feng knew that this incident was about to come to an end. Meanwhile, the news of Yin Feng personally leading the Longhu army to destroy the Wei family and imprison almost all members of the Wei family quickly spread among the high ranks of Huaxia and the ancient martial arts world. Gvanbo. Rest assured, Guandai will be fine. At this moment, Yin Feng was completely unconcerned about the external turmoil. He was gazing into the distance, calmly paying his respects. "You can rest in peace." "Report. Commander Yin, the elder from the Lin family has personally come to sincerely apologize to you." In the next moment, Secretary Chun strode in and spoke. "Lin family?" Yin Feng raised his eyebrows. "One of the 4 most powerful families among the ancient martial arts families." Secretary Chun explained, "Commander Yin, the elder from the Lin family is here, right at the door. Let him in." Yin Feng nodded. Soon, an old figure appeared, wearing a gray robe, exuding a very gloomy aura. This person was the elder of the Lin family, Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, greetings, Commander Yin." Lin Xiao clasped his fists in a bow. "Yin Feng." Yin Feng returned the military salute, introduced himself succinctly, and said without any nonsense, "What brings you here, Elder Lin?" Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Yin Feng, Lin Xiao's murky eyes flashed with a hint of unusual color. As expected of the leader of the highest action group in Huaxia, "I, as an old man, represent the Lin family from Jiangbei and have come to sincerely apologize to Commander Yun. Lin, who is indeed a member of the Lin family, but he colluded with the criminal Wei Feng, attempting to harm Guandai, which the Lin family is truly unaware of. I ask you, Commander Yun, to see clearly Lin Xiao slightly lowered his head and spoke. Oh. Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. Chapter 91, Strictly Upholding National Law. Watching short videos, is the Lin family trying to evade responsibility? Yin Feng looked at Lin Xiao calmly, saying nothing. Lin Xiao remained equally composed, standing with his head bowed, quietly waiting. Understood. Yin Feng had no time to waste with him and said, if there's nothing else, Elder Lin can leave. Lin, who has already confessed. He collaborated with Wei Feng under orders from the family. However, Lin, whose testimony alone cannot do anything to the Lin family. Because when the Lin family issued the orders, they left no evidence whatsoever. Therefore, no matter what Lin Xiao says, it doesn't matter. Yin Feng wouldn't argue with him. Everything requires evidence. Now that the evidence is not complete, we will continue to collect it. Commander Yin. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao spoke up. I asked Commander Yin to hand Lin Hu over to the Lin family for handling. As per the agreement between the ancient martial arts community and the high-level officials of Huaxia. No. Secretary Chen immediately frowned and refused without hesitation. I am speaking with Commander Yin. It seems that Secretary Chen has no right to interrupt, right? Lin Xiao asked. You. Secretary Chen's face darkened, gritting his teeth. Should Secretary Chen step back? Lin Xiao made an even more excessive request. The matters I will discuss with Commander Yin next are very important. Secretary Chen's fists were tightly clenched, and the anger within him could explode at any moment. Elder Lin, I'm not interested in what you want to discuss. So, you can leave. Yin Feng suddenly said, Secretary Chen, how is the arrangement for the fourth mysterious haze incident? Report the latest situation from each location to me. Yes. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chen's eyes flashed, and he suddenly stopped being angry, responding. Meanwhile, a trace of cold, killing intent flickered in the depths of Lin Xiao's eyes. He calmly said, Commander Yin, your attitude determines too much. If you openly violate the agreement between both parties, then many things will lose their rules. The situation may become seriously uncontrollable. At that time, if something happens that you do not wish to see, it would not be good. Is Elder Lin threatening me? Yin Feng glanced at Lin Xiao. Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, as if he were being gazed upon by death itself. Even he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, his body tensing up. I dare not. However, this time Lin Xiao did not avoid Yin Feng's gaze. Instead, he chose to look directly at him and said, I am simply stating a fact. In my eyes, there is no agreement, only national law. Whoever violates the national law, I will arrest. Lin, who is no exception. You, Lin Xiao. Yin Feng's expression was calm, also seemingly stating a fact. Are no exceptions either. See him off. After saying this, he turned around to continue handling official business, no longer paying attention to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's self-righteous threat was of no concern to him, so there was no need to give the other party any face. In his previous life, even if Lin Hu's incident hadn't occurred, the Lin family and most ancient martial arts families had chosen to stay out of it, let alone. In this life, with him, Yin Feng around, there was no need for the ancient martial arts families to intervene. Please. Secretary Chen extended a hand, indicating that Lin Xiao could leave. Big figure Lin. Farewell. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao suddenly narrowed his eyes, taking a deep look at Yin Feng's back, then glanced at Secretary Chen before turning to leave. Commander Yin, the Wei family's destruction will inevitably provoke hostility from the ancient martial arts families. Now we have also offended the Lin family, and it will be completely impossible to gain the support of the ancient martial arts families moving forward. After Lin Xiao left, Secretary Chen spoke. Currently, Huaxia's strategy is to gain all the powers we can gain and unite all the forces we can unite to jointly resist disasters. The alliance of ancient martial arts families is an extremely powerful force. Are we going to violate national law just to gain their support? Yin Feng retorted. Are we going to keep compromising with them just to gain their support? Secretary Chen shook his head. This clearly goes against his philosophy. Such forces only care about their families, not the country. The more we compromise, the more arrogant they become. Yin Feng said, the emperor is guilty, just like the common people. In my view, fairness is 100 times more important than these ancient martial arts families. Yes. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chen completely agreed with Commander Yun's viewpoint, with no objections. Let's get to work. Yun Feng glanced at the time. The new year was approaching, yet he had no time to go home. This incident with the ancient martial arts families had delayed a lot of time, causing Yun Feng to accumulate many tasks. He must resolve them as soon as possible. Moreover, the soldiers were training hard, not going home for the new year. The workers at the steel factory were fully focused on creating the light of Huaxia, also not going home for the new year. Even those medical staff were on high alert, standing firm at their posts. As the leader of Huaxia's top action group, how could he receive special treatment? Several hours later, report. Secretary Chen entered Yun Feng's office again. Speak, Yun Feng said without looking up. Commander Yun, the Alliance of Ancient Martial Arts Families has officially rejected our invitation and chosen to avoid the world. Secretary Chen reported. Yun Feng nodded, not surprised at all, and then handed a stack of documents to Secretary Chen, saying, "Take care of this." Yes. Secretary Chen took it and then left. The light of Huaxia is finally about to be fully refined. Yun Feng rubbed his temples, letting out a slight sigh of relief, and said, "Next, we need to start the comprehensive construction of the steel chain city. Once successful, the defense system against disasters will be initially constructed." Although he was very tired, everything was proceeding according to plan, which made him very pleased. Lost in thought, he leaned back in his chair and fell asleep again. Buzz. At a certain moment, the phone rang with a new message coming in. Yun Feng, who was resting, was startled awake and looked at the time. Had he actually slept for over an hour? It seems. I need to quickly activate the gene lock to enhance my strength. Otherwise, my stamina and energy are just like those of ordinary people and cannot support high-intensity work. Yun Feng said, to prevent any unexpected events. He personally took care of everything and had not rested properly. He was relying solely on willpower to hold on. Picking up the phone, he saw that Old Wong had tagged everyone in the roommate group. What is this guy talking about again? Opening the chat group, Yun Feng immediately raised an eyebrow. Old Wong, brothers, I finished training. I have a 2-hour break. I immediately contacted my brothers. How about it? Don't I love you guys? Huang Xiaoshui. Life in the military is too exhausting. I don't even have time to see my girlfriend. But why do I feel so fulfilled facing a room full of comrades now? Old Huang, you're not changing your sexual orientation, are you? Zhao Shan immediately sent a small link and said, Old Huang, watch this short video. It can help straighten you out, reinvigorate your manly spirit. Yun Feng accidentally clicked on the link. Chapter 92, Video Content, Red Sea. Zhao Shan is the most honest and upright person in the dormitory group. So Yun Feng believes that the links he shares won't be anything messy. The next moment, dozens of videos appear on the phone screen. And Yun Feng raises an eyebrow, casually clicking on one. In the video, large schools of fish are floating on the surface of the sea. It's impossible to see the end. It's the TNN1 virus. Yun Feng instantly makes a guess. The TNN1 virus not only causes immense harm to humans, but can also cause irreversible damage to the bodies of other living beings. The ocean is vast, but mysterious haze events are even more frequent. Correspondingly, the number of TNN1 viruses is increasing. Naturally, this will lead to a massive die-off of sea fish. By the time the fourth mysterious haze event breaks out, the TNN1 virus will completely sweep every corner of the globe. Of course, except for China. At that time, humanity will fully witness the terror of the TNN1 virus. Yun Feng squints. The global population will be reduced by more than half. In his previous life, after becoming the peak guardian of China, he came across many confidential documents, one of which recorded, on the eve of the fourth mysterious haze event, the number of deaths due to the TNN1 virus globally reached tens of millions. After the fourth mysterious haze event, before the appearance of ancient ferocious beasts, the global death toll soared to billions, plummeting to 1.9 billion people. This shows just how terrifying this virus is. Many countries' armies suffered heavy casualties, completely losing their combat effectiveness. This also gave the ancient ferocious beasts the opportunity to rampage and be arrogant. Yun Feng recalls the scenes from his previous life, and he can't help but clench his fists. At that time, a large number of humans were being devoured every moment. At that time, humans were merely the prey of ancient, ferocious beasts. However, in this life, due to Feng's rebirth, the situation in China is completely different, and the global situation is far better than before. He then clicks on several more videos, all showing scenes of animals, humans, and other creatures suffering and dying across various countries. Extremely tragic. In one video, a young black boy lies weakly on the ground, emaciated to the bone, struggling to raise his hand in a desperate grasp for hope, his dark eyes filled with pleading and helplessness. The person filming wants to rush forward to save him, but the black boy suddenly loses all vitality, his arm drooping. He is dead. This scene makes one's heart tremble. Feng, however, maintains an exceptionally calm expression. Having experienced the disasters of his previous life, he has seen too much suffering, and his heart has long since turned hard. Moreover, at present, many matters within China have not yet been resolved. So how could he have the leisure to pity the people of other countries? He then clicks on the last video, only to find it's a medium-sized cruise ship under attack by a horde of toxic corpse fish. Among them are enormous toxic corpse whales. And not just one, these toxic corpse whales crash violently, and in just a few seconds, the cruise ship is completely overturned, with a massive influx of seawater, causing chaos among the tourists on board, who scream in terror and despair. Many tourists are unable to escape inside the cruise ship, and some fall directly into the sea, while a portion of the nimble tourists manage to board lifeboats. Splash! Help! Soon, a large number of toxic corpse fish quickly swim towards the tourists who have fallen into the water, biting into their flesh with sharp teeth. Blood instantly colors this sea area red. Among them, a strong foreign man frantically swings his fist to hit the toxic corpse fish biting at him. He grabs one of the toxic corpse fish, but discovers that it is incredibly strong, and he cannot hold on to it at all. It wriggles free from his grasp. And then, the toxic corpse fish bites his nose. FCK. FCK. The foreign man curses wildly, struggling in despair, but unfortunately, he is already covered in toxic corpse fish. He experiences what it means to be devoured by countless fish. In just 3 seconds, his screams suddenly stop. His throat is bitten through, his body covered in wounds, large chunks of flesh consumed. Even his organs are completely gone, leaving only a skeleton. Similar scenes occur in every part of this sea area. As for those on the lifeboats, they are merely delaying their deaths compared to those in the water. A large number of toxic corpse fish leap out of the water, turning the people on the lifeboats into live targets, biting them. With only a few agile individuals able to dodge or use sticks and iron objects to fend off the toxic corpse fish. On one lifeboat, a blonde woman, attractive and well-proportioned, filmed this video herself. At this moment, her boyfriend has no time to help her, and she is soon bitten on the chest by one of the toxic corpse fish. She exerts all her strength, grabbing the toxic corpse fish and yanking it hard, trying to pull it off her. Then, splash! The toxic corpse fish is pulled off, but along with it, a large chunk of flesh is ripped from her body, exposing her organs. She screams desperately for help. Unfortunately, no one responds to her. Not only that, the smell of her blood quickly attracts a swarm of toxic corpse fish. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of toxic corpse fish leap out, biting into her body. She screams and struggles. The lifeboat suddenly accelerates, and she nearly falls. Her boyfriend catches her just in time. Then, she sees a companion who fell from the lifeboat quickly being devoured by toxic corpse fish, instantly terrified to her core, and she frantically shouts, "Pull me up! Pull me up! Splash! Splash!" At this moment, several more toxic corpse fish leap up, biting her back. Fortunately, her boyfriend is quite strong and pulls her up just in time. Although she is covered in wounds, she is lucky to have survived. Oh my God, what have I experienced? My God, is this hell? Can fish actually eat people? Are humans still at the top of the food chain? Are humans still the masters of this planet? How can this be? She endures the pain in her body, looking at the bloody sea behind her and the struggling tourists. Becoming increasingly terrified, her voice trembling. This is the carnival of toxic corpse fish. This is the feast of flesh and blood of toxic corpse fish. Humanity feels the terror of toxic corpse fish for the first time. Shortly after, just a few seconds later, she sees the once lively sea surface now eerily still. There is no more movement. Everything feels like a dream. Only their lifeboat has escaped. Look, the toxic corpse fish are coming. Run. Damn it. We absolutely cannot let them catch up. No. Everyone on a lifeboat is filled with tension and fear. They know very well what their fate would be if caught. Phew. Fortunately, the lifeboat is extremely fast, shaking off the swarm of toxic corpse fish, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, just then, a toxic corpse whale suddenly leaps out from beneath the water, opening its massive mouth, and swallows the entire lifeboat whole. The video then cuts off. No one survives. Feng closes the video, his brow slightly furrowed. Although he has become accustomed to the cycle of life and death in his previous life, seeing this scene again still brings discomfort. After all, he is not a cold-blooded animal. At this moment, the group chat is silent. No one is chatting in the group. Clearly, everyone is still immersed in the shock brought by the video. Feng calmed his emotions and took the lead in sending a message. For humanity, this is the apocalypse. It requires everyone to do their part to fight against the disaster that has already arrived. Zhao Shan, do we humans have hope of winning? Feng, yes. Lao Wang, yes. Our country suddenly conscripted 40 million people, sealed off the coastline, purchased steel, and so on. All these actions are in response to the impending disaster. I believe in our motherland. Huang Xiaoshui. I suddenly feel that training is not tiring anymore. Facing such terrifying monsters, how can one survive without a strong physique? I need to train. No more chatting, brothers. I'm going to train. Lao Wang, I'm going to train too. Feng Yi, Shan Yi, even though you haven't joined the army, you should also strengthen your training. Only a strong body can overcome disasters. Zhao Shan, don't worry. I've already gone to my dad's construction company. This winter break, my 6-pack abs will turn into an 8-pack. Feng, good. Zhao Shan sigh. The country didn't give any prior notice about conscription. I missed the last conscription, and I don't know when the next one will be. I also want to serve the country like Lao Wang and Lao Huang. Feng, to serve the country, you don't necessarily have to become a soldier. Your family's construction company can also serve the country. Zhao Shan, stop joking. Lao Sang, just make me laugh. How can a construction company serve the country? Feng smiled faintly, not explaining. Once the total amount of Hua Xia's light reaches 10 billion tons, long-distance transportation will be needed to send Hua Xia's light to the construction site of the Steel Link City. Moreover, building the Steel Link City is an extremely complicated and time-consuming task. Zhao Shan's family construction company is quite large, with many heavy trucks, as well as many highly skilled engineers and experienced construction teams, which will definitely be able to help. He then closed the chat app and opened the forum. Chapter 93. Feng's parents, New Year's Eve God. Have those sea fish gone mad? Why are they attacking people? Was that video just now from a sci-fi movie? But it looks too real. Why didn't the government inform us of the danger in time? My parents are on that cruise ship. If the government had warned us, I would never have allowed them to go on a cruise vacation. I want to protest. Damn it. The ocean isn't safe either. The Noah's Ark project is probably going to be stranded. Major foreign forums have crashed due to the overwhelming number of messages being sent. Within Huaxia, this video is spreading at an incredibly fast speed. Discussions are brewing online. Orders are being issued. Verify the authenticity of the video source. Once confirmed, it will be broadcast directly on the central channel. Feng thought for a moment and then gave the command. Understood. Secretary Chun complied. Then, we interrupt this broadcast to bring you breaking news. A cruise ship has been attacked in a certain sea area, and all personnel on board have perished. Preliminary estimates suggest the death toll could reach 1,000. At this moment, it was the time for the news broadcast, and every household was watching. Upon hearing this news, everyone was shocked. In the Yin household, Feng's father, Fan, and his mother, Gao Feng, were also watching. The world is becoming increasingly dangerous. Sigh. So many disasters. Gao Feng clenched her fists anxiously and said, I wonder how Xiaofeng and the others are doing? They must be safe in our country. Yin Fan frowned and said, if you're worried about them, just call them. Those little rascals Haven T called even once, and it's almost New Year. They really need to be taught a lesson. The country needs them. Let them be busy, Gao Feng said. Although she really wanted her children by her side, she understood the bigger picture and knew the right choice to make at this time. You were just being stubborn, wanting to see them, but not saying it, keeping it all bottled up inside. Yin Fan hit the nail on the head regarding his wife's feelings. I admit I miss them. What about you? Don't you miss them more? Don't think I don't know you've been looking at the family photos lately and sneaking a look at Chidwa's pictures. Gao Feng retorted playfully. Nonsense. I Haven T. Yin Fan insisted. They can come or not come. Will I miss them? They don't even want their old dad. Why would I miss them? Just keep being stubborn, Gao Feng chuckled. Then, the television began to play the video. At that moment, all of Huaxia fell silent. Every household was glued to the screen, their hearts shaken profoundly. Although major livestream platforms had broadcast the mysterious haze event earlier, not everyone had watched the livestream, and not everyone swiped through short videos. Even if they had, many remained skeptical. But now, seeing the scene of toxic fish attacking people on the Central Channel, the previously doubtful citizens were completely convinced. Those who had not known about the toxic fish now fully witnessed its horror. Isn't this too terrifying? What kind of monsters are those? Has the world gone mad? Gao Feng gasped, her face filled with fear as she stared at the television screen, her entire being frozen in shock. She was just an ordinary citizen, and seeing such scenes naturally terrified her. Moreover, this isn't a movie. This is happening in reality. The world is about to change. Yin Fan was equally shocked, his face serious as he picked up his phone and dialed Yin Chidwa's number. Chidwa, how are you doing lately? I know you can't come back. Dad isn't forcing you to return. I just hope you can do your job well. The country needs you. You can't bring shame to Dad. Okay, hang up. Hello, Wudwa. Are you tired lately? You need to take care of yourself. Be safe. Your job has some risks. You must be careful. Yes. I know you can't come back for the new year. Your work is special. Both your mom and I understand that. We just hope you can stay healthy and safe. Hello, Ludo. You're not coming back either? Oh no. Dad just wanted to chat and catch up on how you're doing. Why are you crying? Is school not going well lately? Yes. Your mom and I will take care of ourselves. We can look after each other, so it's fine. You should also take care of yourself. Why don't you chat with your mom for a bit? She misses you. After the fourth mysterious haze event ended, I need to find time to check on the new recruits training. In facing the ancient fierce beasts, it all still depends on people. Once they unlock their gene locks, they will become Huaxia's strongest shield and sharpest spear. Yin Feng thought to himself. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone rang. Huh, old Yin? Yin Feng looked at the caller ID, momentarily stunned, then realized he had been so busy lately that he forgot to call his family. On New Year's Eve, he couldn't be with his parents, so he had to call. Hello, old Yin. Yin Feng answered the call. Is that what you call me? No respect. Where have you been? Do you know what tomorrow is? Why aren't you home yet? Your mom misses you. Yin Fan spoke up. Old Yin, I can't go back, Yin Feng said, then paused, thinking about how to explain to his parents. I knew you would come back. Old Yin scolded. Chidwa said you want to be a volunteer with Old Hua. You played a part in the successful development of the special medicine. Are you still with Old Hua? Again with Yin Chidwa. Yin Feng smiled helplessly and responded, Old Yin, that was Chidwa who told you, right? I knew she wouldn't keep her mouth shut. Don't talk about her in front of me. We're talking about you now. Old Yin barked. I heard you've been pestering Wan Jun to fight those toxic corpses at sea. Don't be reckless. You're so thin. What are you doing? Wan Jun still has to take care of you. Aren't you just causing trouble for the country? Do you know how dangerous it is out there at sea? Yin Feng. Old Yin's temper was as fiery as ever. Your mom is looking for you. Old Yun's voice rang out again. And then Yin Feng heard his mother's voice. Xiao Feng. Old Hua is a capable person. You must learn from him and not cause trouble. Do you understand? Okay, Mom. Hearing his mother's gentle voice again, a warm current flowed through Yin Feng's heart. In his previous life, his mother died from the virus, and he didn't have the chance to repay her kindness. In this life, he must protect his country, protect his family, ensure they're never harmed. Thinking of this, His gaze became even more resolute. Sacrificing short moments together and enduring the pain of missing his loved ones will lead to a long future together. It's worth it. Mom, are the sisters coming home? Yin Feng asked. Your dad called. They're not coming back. Gao Sui Feng replied. Huh? So? Old Yin was the last one to call me? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. What? Do you have a problem with that? Immediately, he heard Yin Fan's loud voice on the other end of the line. Yin Feng. Gao Sui Feng smiled helplessly and said, Take care of yourself. Once you're done, come back when you have the time. Mom misses you. Okay, Mom. Hearing those warm words and her gentle voice, Yin Feng felt a slight sting in his nose. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. The grim reaper in the eyes of his enemies. The war god in the eyes of his comrades. The unyielding myth in the eyes of the common people. Was now, because of a single sentence from his mother, left with moist eyes. This is the power of a mother's love. Mom, you and Dad take care of yourselves. Yin Feng said, trying to hold back the emotions about to spill over. Don't worry. Everything at home is fine. You just focus on your work. I won't disturb you. Gao Sui Feng replied. Then, Mom, goodbye. Yin Feng said. You hang up first. Gao Sui Feng said. Yin Feng remembered clearly that every time they talked on the phone, his mom always preferred him to hang up first. This little detail struck a chord in his heart. He could no longer hold back his emotions, his vision blurred, and he hurriedly hung up the phone to prevent his mother from worrying if she heard any noise. Meanwhile, the sensation caused by this video was still ongoing, and as time passed, discussions about this matter spread across the streets and alleys of the entire Huaxia. It seemed that the situation abroad was far more serious than imagined. The ocean was also fraught with crises. In the future, under such circumstances, who would dare to go to sea? On land, we have our soldiers to protect us. We are not afraid. Living in Huaxia is truly wonderful. Yes, living in Huaxia is truly wonderful. With the protection of the country. It's great. In the future, we must firmly support the country's orders. What no one expected was that the national pride of the entire Huaxia burst forth at this moment. The cohesion of the entire Huaxia also reached an unprecedented height at this moment. This enabled Huaxia to accomplish feats that the whole world found unimaginable in the time to come. January 31st, New Year's Eve. The entire Huaxia was as lively as ever. Everyone wore smiles, happiness, and joy, especially when they thought of the chaotic and dangerous hellish life abroad. They felt even more content. Many people returned home after work, choosing to spend more time with their families. They cracked seeds together, chatted, turned on the TV to watch the New Year's Gala, and picked up their phones to wish each other a Happy New Year. Everyone was waiting to celebrate the new year together. It was at this moment that Yin Feng heard some good news. Chapter 94, Building a Shared Home. Commander Yin, just now, the total amount of Huaxia's light reached 10 billion tons, Secretary Chun said with a joyful expression. Very good. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng also let out a slight sigh of relief. Everything is going according to plan. From now on, let us build the steel fortress. The construction of 108 steel fortress cities will begin simultaneously. It must be completed within 2 months. He suddenly stood up and issued the command again. This, complete within 2 months? Secretary Chun was taken aback. In just over 2 months, the ancient ferocious beasts will surge out from beneath the earth. If the construction of the steel fortress cities is not completed within 2 months, how will we respond to the attack of the ancient ferocious beasts? Yin Feng retorted. Are you suggesting that the people of Huaxia become food for the ancient ferocious beasts? No, absolutely not. Secretary Chun shook his head vigorously, his expression suddenly becoming firm. Commander Yin, I understand. Huaxia will do everything possible to complete the steel fortress cities. Yin Feng nodded and quickly issued the command. Immediately start a video conference. Connect with the national-level elders of each department. Yes. Secretary Chun immediately went to arrange it. 10 minutes later. Commander Yin. Commander Yin. In the video, national-level elders from various departments all saluted. Yin Feng returned the salute and said, Thank you for your hard work, esteemed elders. A great disaster is about to come. Time is of the essence. This little hardship is nothing. Commander Yin, I heard that you've been working day and night, sleeping when tired, working when awake. Your schedule is completely disrupted. This is not good. You must take care of your health. If your health fails, it will be the biggest loss for Huaxia. Exactly. Whatever orders Commander Yun has, just give them. We old bones can still manage. The national-level elders looked at Yun Feng's tired face. Their concern grew. As time passed, they learned about the situation abroad through various channels and increasingly realized the importance of Commander Yun. Without Commander Yun, they would also be at their wits' end, unsure of what to do. How could Huaxia have the current peace? Thank you for your concern, esteemed elders. Yin Feng nodded and said, I will definitely pay attention to my rest. Now, I announce that this meeting officially begins. Upon hearing this, the national-level elders immediately became serious, opened their notebooks, and took out their pens to prepare to record. The first step of the God Slaughter Plan: construct 108 steel fortress cities. Officially starting from now, Yun Feng spoke directly without any superfluous words. The preliminary preparations are already complete. 108 top architectural experts in the country have thoroughly studied the blueprints I designed and can work simultaneously at 108 locations. Now, I announce the locations for the construction of the 108 steel fortress cities. Immediately, everyone opened the map of Huaxia. They are located at. Yin Feng picked up a pen and drew 108 circles on the map of Huaxia. These 108 steel fortress cities are not built randomly. They must avoid the huge cracks caused by tectonic plate movements in over 2 months and also avoid earthquake-prone areas. At the same time, he also needs to avoid the locations where ancient ferocious beasts will appear in large numbers in the future. Finally, the distances between these 108 steel fortress cities cannot be too far apart. They must be able to support each other and respond to each other. Absolutely no isolated cities can be allowed. Soon, he pointed out all the construction locations for the 108 steel fortress cities. These 108 steel fortress cities are interconnected, each occupying a vast area of about 100,000 square kilometers. Yin Feng continued. Every circle I drew represents the coverage area of each steel fortress city. It must be strictly executed according to my instructions. Esteemed elders, do you have any objections? Commander Yin, some of the steel fortress cities are built within urban areas, which involves various disputes such as relocation and compensation, and it's very difficult to handle. A national-level elder spoke up. Commander Yin, the steel fortress cities are so large and numerous. They involve lakes, mountains, and major transportation routes. If construction starts, it will require leveling mountains, filling lakes, and cutting off roads. The scale of the project is unimaginable. The number of troubles is countless. Another national-level elder frowned and said, Commander Yun, what about manpower? Such a large project requires a significant number of workers. And what about the 5th mysterious haze incident? Could it happen within the steel fortress cities? Yet another national-level elder expressed his concerns. And the national-level elders freely expressed their thoughts, considering the problems they would face next, and then thinking of solutions. Listening to the considerations of the national elders, Yin Feng took notes one by one. Some he had already considered, while others he had not thought of. After all, the situations of the previous life and this life are completely different. Moreover, the number and scale of steel fortress cities established in the previous life were not as large as this life, because it didn't need to accommodate so many people. Therefore, the difficulties faced are also vastly different. Comprehensive consideration is necessary. Time passed second by second, and Secretary Chun beside him kept frowning. Even though he had seen a lot, he had never encountered such a tricky situation. Just thinking about this project gave him a headache. Moreover, things are far more complicated than imagined. An hour later, the discussion continued. 2 hours later, the national elders began to argue. 3 hours later, part of the difficulties were resolved. 4 hours later, the problems received preliminary resolutions. 5 hours later, the national-level elders jointly came up with a rough plan. The military department is responsible for mobilizing troops to build the steel fortress cities. The finance department must ensure timely funding. The industrial department. Yun Feng rubbed his temples, glanced at the time, It was already past 11 at night, and immediately said, all departments must mobilize, work together, and win this race against time. The construction of a steel fortress cities is extremely vast and cannot be completed by a single department. Everyone must pool their wisdom and work together to build the future home. In conclusion, he saluted with a military salute and said, everyone bears the future safety of Huaxia. Please do your utmost to complete your work within 2 months. Thank you. Yes. Yes. The national level elders all stood up and saluted, solemnly promising in front of the flag, for the sake of Huaxia, for the people, we will do our best and live up to expectations. The meeting is adjourned. Feng nodded, then suddenly looked at Secretary Chen beside him and issued the command. Send the order. Call for engineering teams nationwide. Construction workers. Favorable treatment. Chapter 95. United as One. Chuan Dao Nazi, February 1st, 2041, 8 o'clock a.m. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year in Huaxia. Urgent notice. The Supreme Action Group of Huaxia has issued a mobilization order. Major radio stations, online media, social platforms, and other information dissemination channels suddenly interrupted their broadcasts with a message. Instantly, all Huaxia citizens perked up. The Supreme Action Group of Huaxia has issued a mobilization order? Are novel advertisements this bold now? Daring to ride on the coattails of the Supreme Action Group's popularity? Be careful, I might report you. Zhao Shan was boredly reading a novel when suddenly a pop-up appeared. He instinctively wanted to click the close button, but found it redirected him to a new page instead. What's going on? I'm using legitimate software. What is happening? He was momentarily stunned, thinking his phone had a virus. But the next moment, is this real? Looking at the official website, he was stunned again, and then his pupils dilated. What new notice is this? I must not miss it this time. Mobilization order. Content. Mobilizing qualified engineering teams across the country. Transportation teams from various construction companies and engineers. Preferential treatment. Reason. According to research by relevant national departments, a massive global disaster is expected to erupt, and epidemics are just one of the disasters. To respond to natural disasters, the country has officially launched the Godslaughter Plan to build a steel interlocking city. Together, let's create a new homeland. We hope everyone will cooperate. Let us fight against disasters together. Wow. As soon as this mobilization order was issued, Huaxia was shocked. The world was in panic. What kind of disaster requires building a steel interlocking city? An epidemic is just one type of disaster? Does this mean there are other disasters? And the harm caused by these other disasters seems even greater? Could it be toxic corpses? I heard the sea is full of toxic corpse fish. Are there toxic corpses all over the land too? If there are indeed toxic corpses everywhere, we definitely can't stay at home. We need city walls for protection. No matter what the disaster is, we just need to follow the country's orders. I believe we can definitely overcome the disaster. The servers of major forums in Huaxia crashed one after another, and people couldn't express their opinions online, so they directly went out to discuss it on the streets. Dad, our construction company is the best in the province. We must respond to the national mobilization. Zhao Shan immediately found his father and said, Stinky kid, you don't need to tell me. I know what to do. You're not the only one who loves the country. I love it even more. Zhao Shan's father smiled and said, besides, the country is building the steel interlocking city to respond to the impending disaster. How can we not cooperate? Great. Zhao Shan was overjoyed. I want to go too. Sure, but after school starts, you still have to go back to school. Zhao Shan's father said. School? Zhao Shan replied. A disaster is about to break out. What is the point of school? The country has launched the Godslaughter Plan, which is obviously a top-level emergency response. Something big must be about to happen. Even if I want to go to school, I'm afraid I won't have the chance. That is true. Zhao Shan's father thought of the 4 words Godslaughter Plan and couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the country hasn't mentioned what kind of disaster it is. The need to mobilize manpower and resources nationwide is clearly very unusual. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up. Son, what are you doing? It's the first day of the Lunar New Year. Even if you want to serve the country, can't you wait until after the holiday? Zhao Shan's mother advised. What holiday? Zhao Shan's father put on his clothes and headed out. saying, "The country needs us. We should rush to help immediately." Saying this, he strode away. Watching his father's tall and sturdy figure, Zhao Shan felt a surge of admiration. "This is my dad. So impressive. So manly." "Mom," Zhao Shan shouted. "What?" Zhao Shan's mother asked. "You married a good man. You're really lucky," Zhao Shan said. "You little brat." Hearing this, Zhao Shan's mother chuckled. "Mom, I'm leaving too." Saying this, Zhao Shan also stood up and left. This father and son, not a single one, is easy to deal with. Seeing this, Zhao Shan's mother shook her head helplessly but did not stop them, because this is what she thought in her heart too. Sure enough, things are not simple. First, the cruise ship was attacked by toxic corpse fish and tourists were eaten. Then came the mobilization order. This all indicates that the impending disaster is far greater than imagined. Yin Fan said with a serious expression. "Exactly." Gao Feng nodded and said, "It looks like we might have to relocate soon and live in the steel interlocking city. Should I start packing things now?" Yin Fan nodded and then said, "I was thinking, why not respond to the country's call, help build the steel interlocking city, and also see what our future homeland will be like? What do you think?" "Are you not going to do your previous job anymore?" Gao Feng frowned. "Xiao Feng is growing up, and he is going to get married soon. How much can I earn as a laborer? It's better to go build the steel interlocking city. The country said it would offer preferential treatment. Besides, the contractor I've been working with is too greedy. I've long been unable to stand him, so this is a good opportunity to quit." Yin Fan said angrily. "Acting, I wonder what kind of performance you can give." Gao Feng looked at Yun Fan with a strange expression and said, "Ahem." Yun Fan immediately awkwardly coughed. "What am I acting? These are my true feelings. You just want to respond to the country's call, to contribute to the country." Gao Feng instantly pierced through Yun Fan's layers of pretenses and said, "You don't need to use these excuses to persuade me. I didn't disagree with you going." "You agreed?" Yun Fan's eyes lit up immediately. "Not acting anymore?" Gao Feng asked back. Ahem. Yun Fan patted his pants pocket and then changed the subject. "Where are my cigarettes? I remember putting them in my pocket. Where did they go?" Saying this, he began to look for them by himself. Seeing this, Gao Feng smiled helplessly and then said, "I remind you, if you sign up late, it's very likely that the country has already filled the positions." Bang! Yin Fan immediately strode out and closed the door. "What a bear!" Gao Feng rolled her eyes and then got up to pack clothes, but during the process of packing, she hesitated for a moment and also packed her own clothes. She cooks very well, and if she goes, she should be able to help. If worst comes to worst, she can also open a small noodle shop next to the construction site. She never thought about protecting the home and the country. She just wanted to be with her man. "Sure, Xiaosheng, who told you to play with your phone? Have you finished the tasks assigned to you? The company doesn't keep idle people. Do you still want to work here?" An angry roar came from a certain company. A middle-aged, greasy man with a fat head and big ears was pounding on the table furiously. The young man playing with his phone was quite handsome, refined, and exuded a certain special masculine charm. His name was Xiaosheng, a university graduate who had just graduated 6 months ago. At this moment, hearing the supervisor's roar, he suddenly stood up and snapped. "What the hell? It's after work time now. Moreover, my work has long been completed. And now all of this belongs to the manager's little lover. You handed over the work of his little lover to me just to please the manager. Little did you know, the manager has long been in love with your wife in the office, working overtime day and night. While enduring your insults as a useless person, I've had enough. Now I want to resign." Saying this, Xiaosheng strode out, leaving behind a bewildered colleague and a bewildered supervisor. If it weren't for being too poor, who would care about this lousy job? "Now, I want to respond to the national call and help build the steel chain city, a miracle of the 21st century." Xiaosheng ran forward, fearing he would be late and miss the registration. Similar scenes were happening in various corners of Huaxia. The people across the country responded to the national call, united as one. In just 1 hour, the engineering teams, engineers, and transportation teams needed by the country were all recruited. Such efficiency once again showcased what is called Huaxia speed to the world. Huaxia is truly a magical country. I can no longer express my feelings in words. Once this so-called steel chain city is completed, it will be the greatest miracle of the 21st century. I truly envy it. I now feel that in my own country, the air is filled with the smell of blood and viruses, and I desperately hope to enter Huaxia. I also want to enter Huaxia to obtain Huaxia nationality. Huaxia citizens not only receive free injections of special medicines, but also have such a powerful and people-oriented national protection. So there is no need to worry about their safety. How happy is that? For a time, the trend on forums around the world has shifted. A wave of desire to enter Huaxia is gradually forming. Citizens from various countries are finding ways to enter Huaxia. For example, smuggling. Unfortunately, they are destined to fail. Huaxia has hundreds of thousands of troops stationed at the borders, which is no mere decoration. Commander Yun, the transportation speed of the light of Huaxia far exceeds expectations. Commander Yun, the construction of the steel chain city has officially started. Commander Yun, the people across the country are donating money and goods. They want to contribute to the construction of the steel chain city. In the following days, Secretary Chun continuously reported the latest progress. Overall, the construction of the steel chain city has been progressing steadily with the joint efforts of various departments across the country. Commander Yun, your order to play the video of the toxic fish attacking the cruise ship on New Year's Eve was incredibly wise. Looking at the current progress, Secretary Chun sighed. This has instilled a huge sense of crisis in everyone across the country. Afterwards, you issued the recruitment order, giving the people a sense of honor and participation in co-creating their homeland and resisting disasters. Therefore, this directly led to the current construction progress of the steel chain city being significantly faster than originally planned. Now, he finally understands why Commander Yun issued a series of orders. This is too far-sighted. The cohesion of Huaxia far exceeds what the world can imagine. Yun Feng lightly shook his head and humbly said, "The people are willing to believe in their motherland. They are willing to contribute to the construction of their country. It has nothing to do with me." Following this, soldiers, civilians, military, and civilians united as one, working together to build the homeland. This slogan quickly echoed in every corner of Huaxia. Meanwhile, some mice lurking within Huaxia also began to act, wanting to take this opportunity to further understand the steel chain city, to obtain the schematic diagram of the steel chain city, to clarify all the details of the God Slaughter plan. Zhang Bin is one of them. Today, he is going to meet the head of the intelligence department from Sakura country, who is also his teacher, Kawashima Naiko. Chapter 96, 8 Big Fish. Want to meet Wan Jun? Yin Shuai. It seems that Yin Wudua has made a big breakthrough. At the same time, Secretary Chun also received the latest news and reported to Yin Feng. Oh, hearing this, Yin Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, "What big breakthrough? Caught a big fish?" That's right. The foreign student named Zhang Bin is going to meet with Chuan Dao Naiko, the head of the intelligence department from the Sakura country. Chuan Dao Naiko is Zhang Bin's superior, and the two have a direct contact. Secretary Chun said, "This woman has been lurking for a long time and has not been discovered. Our intelligence department knows very little about her. Is Chuan Dao Naiko's recent activity related to the steel chain city?" Yun Feng speculated. According to the information he received, many foreign spies want to leverage the construction of steel chain city to gain a deeper understanding of the God Slaughter plan. Unclear. Secretary Chun shook his head. The other party's choice to meet Zhang Bin must have a very deep plan. Yun Feng thought for a moment and then said, "Leave this matter to Yin Wudua. I trust her abilities. Keep a close watch on the news from that side, and inform me immediately if there are any new developments. The fourth mysterious haze incident is about to break out tomorrow. He no longer has time to focus on other matters." According to his memory, the area covered by this mysterious haze incident is larger, lasts longer, and has more poisonous corpses and soldiers involved, so they must be fully prepared. Give it unprecedented attention. Yes. Secretary Chen nodded immediately. Next, the latest developments regarding the Zhang Bin incident were continuously reported. Report. The meeting location of both parties suddenly changed. The personnel deployed by the Kyoto Police Department are quickly moving to the next location, and all monitoring methods are rendered useless. Report. Zhang Bin has met with the other party at a women's clothing store and a shopping mall. Report. Yin Wudwa decided not to arrest the two for now after reading their lips. Oh, hearing this, Yin Feng paused his actions and asked why. What did Yin Wudwa hear? Yin Shuai. Secretary Chun immediately opened a document and read aloud. According to the information provided by Yin Wudwa, the person meeting with Zhang Bin is not the real Chuan Dao Naiko, but her assistant. Aren't they supposed to have direct contact? Why would Chuan Dao Naiko's assistant be involved? Yin Feng frowned. According to what Chuan Dao Naiko's assistant said, she seems to be carrying out some secret operation, so she will be the one to have direct contact with Zhang Bin next. Secretary Chun said with a serious expression. Secret operation? Yin Feng immediately asked. Do you know the content of the operation? No. Zhang Bin and Chuan Dao Naiko's assistant did not discuss this matter in depth. Secretary Chun shook his head. As for the content of their conversation, Yin Feng did not listen carefully, mainly because he was not concerned about their conversation. What he truly cared about was this woman, Chuan Dao Naiko. If I remember correctly, in my previous life, this woman stole the research method and steps of Hua Xia's light, and then the Sakura country shamelessly renamed Hua Xia's light as Sakura steel, selling it at a high price to countries around the world, making it so that the achievements of Hua Xia researchers were not recognized. The whole world thought that Hua Xia was plagiarizing. Yin Feng narrowed his eyes, recalling the information about Chuan Dao Naiko. Could it be that in this life, she also intends to steal Hua Xia's light? Thinking of this, he suddenly spoke. Secretary Chun? Yes. Secretary Chun immediately paused, looking at Yun Shuai with confusion. Immediately encrypt the Hua Xia's light. Conduct a comprehensive investigation and monitor all who come into contact with Hua Xia's light. Strictly prevent the research methods and steps of Hua Xia's light from leaking. Yin Feng issued the order. How can the glory of Hua Xia be stolen by other countries? Yes. Secretary Chun did not understand why Yun Shuai suddenly issued this order, but he remained serious. After all, there are indeed many personnel involved with Hua Xia's light, and now that the construction of Steel Chain City is about to start, it is indeed very easy for the research methods and steps of Hua Xia's light to leak. Since his rebirth, many things have changed. At this time node, in his previous life, Hua Xia was still busy dealing with a large-scale outbreak of an epidemic, and other countries were the same. Spies from various countries in Hua Xia had not made any moves.